yet. And so
You
yeah, I
say
can like.
he might join the server in a public site, or maybe he want to stay anonymous when he joins.
I don't know yet. He'd probably be open. Just
Is he a flat earther?
I don't know, but I mean like
What?
like
Bro,
he's
I
probably
asked him
open
a
to it.
question and he didn't finish answering, and you ask him another question. Come on, bro.
Sorry.
I was saying that he might join the server, but
You're
if
asking him
he
to
wants
speak
to
for the other
join,
guy. He already said he didn't know. The other guy, ask him when he gets here.
So I'm sure like he would be open to the flat Earth because like basically he knows like a lot of like the ins and outs of like Hollywood, and he literally has like helicopters hovering around his house literally every week and shit, like all this crazy crap. So like I mean just like FBI and all this kind of stuff, cops just like following him in real life every day, all this crazy stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. All that stuff sounds a little sus to me, but you never know.
Yeah, but I mean, if you just talk to him, it's just like
Yeah,
the
that's
flat
cool.
Earth.
We
It's
talk to anybody.
unbelievable.
Bring in Trump here. Let's go. It's a public forum. Interesting
yeah,
people,
invite him.
always fun to talk to. Especially if you have no idea if he's a flat earther. Fun question to
Yeah.
ask somebody.
Yeah, I'm just like getting back into it. I've been kind of on purpose ignoring everything for the past year just to see what it's like to just kind of just sit like not look at anything, like literally nothing for 1 year, and like have it the like I guess the insight of that or something.
I've done that before. It's pretty nice. I feel like you when you do that, like you just like I kind of lose my appetite for just diving into truth every day. Like normally I don't know. Like if I take a long break, it's hard to get back into it.
I don't know. I think it's different for me. Like I've always loved it. It's just I've had a lot of just bad experiences. Like I've I never like gained someone's trust in real life for something like like a conspiracy or the moon landings and stuff. Like never had a friend or something like a actual connection or like you can
Yeah,
relate in person.
yeah. It's hard to find people in real life. Like I've only met one other flat earther in real life, and she was dumb. I was like, what the hell? She like wasn't even. I was like, aren't flat earthers supposed to be smart? She like didn't even. I don't know. It was weird. She like didn't. She wasn't like a conspiracy theorist, but she just thought it was like I don't know. It was weird.
Just because it is, dude.
I don't know. Maybe she just like
Maybe she's just higher level.
yeah. Maybe she's like maybe even smarter than us or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's all I gotta say about the Matrix.
That would be sweet talking to that dude though.
Yeah, I'm sure I can have him talking here because he's been asking me like for the past year, and I've been kind of basically ignoring him. And I didn't like doing that, but I mean, I have a really sensitive like tinnitus. I'm really sensitive to sound, so like, and then I lived for the past year in a really loud area, and just moved, so I'm kind of like getting back into it.
So he's been asking you about flat Earth for a year.
Not flat Earth. He's just been asking me like to be in his documentaries and like talk on podcasts and like stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a lot of shit in Hollywood's stolen. That's for sure. There's no doubt about that. But how whoever's monitoring and enforcing the conspiracy related topics or corporations, what they do, I have no idea, right? Like we've seen movies about this stuff. What's the one with the law firm and the guy's the devil, the Pacino's the devil. and Keanu is the lawyer.
Devil's advocate.
You know, there you go. Or The Firm, right? Another epic idea. Like what really happens at the highest level of these corporations, and what do they actually do to cover up their dirty laundry? You know, one can only wonder. Do they send in Tom Cruise and Mission Impossible? I don't know.
I'm sure like Tom knows a lot because like he told me like a month before that Disney's Bob whatever Iger got fired, and then he told me like he's gonna get fired soon, and then on mainstream media he got fired. So like maybe he can help with that.
Yeah, all I know is the dude
I
that
don't know.
wrote the fucking Matrix, whoever the hell he is, whether it's this guy or some other guy or whatever, he knows about flat Earth. It's all over that fucking film. It is everywhere. Have you looked at it as a flat earther? I mean, it's just genius.
Yeah.
It's the opening.
He actually
opening
said
scene.
that sorry, he said that the Matrix is it's mainly inspired by child like abductions and pedophilia in the government that he was a part like he saw and like witnessed.
Yeah, it
Whoa.
sounds like some QAnon shit to me.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like a lot of bad stuff.
That movie is so genius because it works on like so many different levels. Like you can just see it in so many different ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Neo still, when he got out and they were fighting the machines outside, I think they're still in the Matrix. It's just another layer. It's just
Damn.
another layer of the control. He's still inside. Everybody's still inside.
Damn,
Yeah,
that would be.
how many times have you done this before? Right. What makes you think you can get out this time? But it is the the idea of reincarnation as well, right? The idea that we come back to this place, where a lot of different philosophical and deep biblical kind of stuff throughout it too, and from the names to the actual events.
Yeah, there's also like simulation theory in there too. And I've seen like somebody compare it to like when you wake up to the Matrix, it's like waking up to the Federal Reserve Bank and like how money's all bullshit. Like I don't know, there's just so many like it's just true on so many different levels.
Yeah,
That's why it's so good.
When you were talking about changing something, it reminded me of the ruby slippers used to be silver slippers, and the Secret of Oz and Bill Still. Watching that was a great documentary. I really enjoyed that. Learning about the history of the Federal Reserve and money and the money systems throughout history. It's pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've lived through some big events the last 20 years. The 2008 crash. This marks the 20th anniversary of 9/11. Anybody gonna go out and talk about that this year? Does that make your priority list? I know a lot of shit about 9/11. I put my time in. Like, been talking about that one for years. How deep did you go into 9/11, Travis? Was that a big thing for you?
Not very deep, but I mean, I know a decent amount. Like, I know about the or what do you think about the whole like theory of the planes being holograms?
Ah, yes, holograms. That's interesting. Or missiles. Different
Yeah.
ideas out there.
Because I saw a video that slowed. It was like slowed down a lot, and like it just looked like when the plane hit the building, it just looked like the plane like evaporated, and then like the building like exploded. There's like those things where like there's something where I saw this video of like there's people in like a gymnasium, and there's like a whale that jumps out of the ground. Like all these kids like freak out. It's like this super advanced like hologram tech that people have. It could have just been like honestly just some holograms that they've flew into these buildings and blew it up right when it was like they just timed it perfectly.
Yeah,
I don't know though.
When you get into flat Earth, you start learning about CGI, right? What is CGI? What is a computer generated image? And yeah, long ago, I became a no-planer, and there are no aircraft that were used anywhere on 9/11. The Pentagon, Pennsylvania, nor the Twin Towers had any aircraft. And this is something you can actually prove pretty easy. You just know the density of materials, aluminum, airplanes, steel buildings, right? This is, in essence, a aluminum can versus a tank. What is going to happen? And yeah, you break it down pretty quick when you recognize that there is science that you can do involving these incidents, like we were talking about earlier. And yeah, no planes, man. It's pretty heavy.
Damn.
Yeah, I became one of those guys. That's one of this right up there with flat Earth, man.
Yeah, that's a crazy one. That like you say that to people.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Like 9/11's an inside job, but get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
But what about all those people? The other questions just come flowing after that, but yeah.
One thing that's crazy about that, didn't they find one of the fucking guys like his like ID in the wreckage?
His fucking passport, yeah.
They found his burnt up passport in the rubble. Like, come on.
Yeah, they threw a jet engine on the street too. It's fucking ridiculous. Like that jet engine is like so small. It's under a canopy. It's like, what? You got a jet engine on and what kind of plane did you say hit this building? Because that thing's like so small.
The day before, 2.1 trillion dollars was announced that was missing from the government, from the Pentagon or something.
Yeah, Donald
And
Rumsfeld.
that same day, the next day, the office where the records of this information and this it was being investigated. It was destroyed by an airplane that fell on the Pentagon. But when you say there was no airplanes hitting the towers, there was no airplane hitting the Pentagon, right? People said it was something else.
Yeah, all
So
kinds of
you can
ideas.
add that up.
Yeah. Yeah, there were some good documentaries that came out about it, and I talked about it for a long time. So it's one of those things that, there's a lot of different ways to go with it, right? From the Bushes to what happened after. A lot of shit's happened after that, and yeah, Afghanistan happened, Iraq happened. Some shit happened, right? Things changed. The Patriot Act. What's the end results, regardless of the equation of that day, because that day was definitely a shit show, no matter how you look at it. And I remember being awake watching it live on TV. I was like, holy fuck, what the hell is happening here? What could they attack here on the West Coast? I didn't know. Like, I had no idea. Like, this was fear propaganda at the highest form. If you listen to our president, he was on the television every day going, hate, fear, terror, hate, fear, terror. He repeated those 3 words. I don't know what the count was, but it's something ridiculous over that period of time. It was unbelievable. Never heard such hate speech in my life, right? Like, it was crazy. But yeah, man.
That war machine was turned a notch back then. The war machine was really hyped up. Let's go to war, everyone.
Yeah.
People were saying, yeah, let's go to war.
Let's go kill people. Who are they? Where are they? Let's go.
Yeah, it worked. Their plan worked so well. Everyone was just down to do whatever.
Not everyone, but a bunch of people got thrown into it, yeah.
A lot.
Yeah, then we had the largest unsolved, or the only unsolved terrorist attack in history, which is the anthrax. That got delivered to Dan Rather and a few other interesting characters. Dan Rather's known for saying, "Oh, this looks like controlled demolition," live as it's happening. Like, whoa, off script. Who let him do that? Because you got everybody else on TV saying they saw an airplane. Everyone. The 9/11 September clues. There's your no planes. Long time ago it came out. Really interesting stuff if you want to get into 9/11 no planes. September clues. But yeah, the truth hurts, man. Flat Earth hurts. But you'll get better. I promise. It's beautiful.
For
It's
me,
so
I didn't like. I just had so much fun with learning about flat Earth. Like I would, dude. If I could go back to when I first was learning about it, like, oh my god, I would literally just like smoke weed and go on hikes and just listen to like flat Earth, like like podcasts and shit. I would just like trip out at. I'd be like, wait a minute, like, dude, I just had so much. Like, oh man, it's one of my favorite things ever.
Well, yeah, for some of us, it inspires us, right? It's like, oh, now it's getting good. Like, oh, all this work
Exactly.
paid off, baby. Like, I found it.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
fucking found it. That's what this whole journey was all about. You know, it's like, wow. Yeah, it's glorious, man. And it's so inspiring in so many ways. Definitely a moment you'll never forget. Like, yeah, it's good stuff. When your jaw actually dropped and you might have even come to tears, recognizing that, yeah, it's flat. Some of us feel like the guy in the Matrix. Give me the steak. I'll take the steak. I want to go back. Take me back. Please take me back. I want my outer space. I want my Star Wars.
I didn't like. I just noticed the themes like in the lies of science, where it's like you just see that they're trying to hide God and stuff. So like, and this was before I knew about flat Earth. Like it's so obvious, but I actually wanted to believe in God, but I couldn't because of the model of the universe, like all this shit. I was like, okay, if there is like, I knew that I knew that they were trying to lie to like hide God and everything, and I was like, okay, they're doing that because it's probably real, but I still like couldn't, like, even when I wanted to believe in God and everything, I just couldn't until flat Earth and until like this we're in some system that was actually designed specifically for us and we're like actually the center of the universe and all that shit. Then I was like, oh yeah, it's
Yeah, yeah, there was a moment there where a God really stood out for me. And I moved on from that. I'm not an a God person. I'm still open minded. Like, I have no fucking idea and I can't wait to find out. But I know there's more, and I know this place is created, and that's powerful stuff. Like, that transforms my whole identity as far as realizing that, you know, purpose, plan versus chaos, chance, right?
yeah. Yeah, because I totally bought all the bullshit like when I was young. Like I was like an atheist. I thought the atheists were all smart and shit.
Yeah.
And then yeah, just breaking down like the theory of evolution and the Big Bang, like all these fucking stupid ass theories. You just realize like why are all these lies in science like the same? They're trying to say the same thing. They're just trying to discredit God with all these stupid ass theories, and it's like why do it all lines up like perfectly? It's weird.
Yeah, it's a great story, but it was also told by the church. So that's interesting too. Like, what's this all about?
Yeah.
What's it really all about? Yeah, control systems, you know, hierarchies, monarchies, definitely interesting stuff. When you try to take in the big picture of what all this stuff really is about, and, you know, dismiss yourself from, try to separate yourself from the system. What does that mean? Like, a lot of people saying they want to get off the grid. What does that mean? Like, whose grid? Why aren't you taking responsibility for being part of it and saying, okay, I'm a part of this. Let's make it work. Like, right? Like, and to some extent, you know, running from the problem isn't a solution, is it? Like, I don't know. But
Y-
as far as recognizing it and saying, what is this? How do I deal with it? How do I interact with it? What do I know about it? Learning about the beast is really an interesting study, right? Like going down the dark side and asking those hard questions, like, is Pizzagate real? Like, am I gonna put my time into looking into the dark side of this? The cult, what does the occult mean? Like, they're flashing signs and symbols. Do I know what this shit means? Like, it's interesting when you look at the big picture and religion and how it plays a part in it.
yeah, it's almost, yeah, like, I don't know. It's almost like it's either that Satanism is strategy for the empire, so they spawn this satanic movement, and then control it because that would be super easy to control, or there actually is like some sort of like Lucifer's like straight up real, and he's like a dude walking around, and he's like the one trying to humiliate God's creation with like all these bullshit ass agendas and stuff. It's so it's like what is this like what is it all from? It's weird.
Yeah, yeah. Well, even that word Lucifer. Like, I know some people around here, like, they know their shit when it comes to what these words that get tossed around. What is Satan? What is Lucifer? What's the difference? Like it gets some technical stuff when you're talking about who these characters are in these stories that we're told, and
Yeah.
where they come from, what their story really is, and all that kind of stuff. What is the real scripture and all that kind of stuff. So,
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
when it comes to the Bible stuff, I'm definitely a novice, but yeah, definitely recognize that the good and evil is something you question, right? Like, is Gaddafi a bad guy? I don't know. Was he? Like, are the bad guys made up? Like, is that part of the plan? Is Bin Laden the bad guy? Was Saddam Hussein the bad guy? I don't know. Like, were they part of the team? They part of the group of you know that's running the show?
I think they were for sure. 'Cause it's like I saw something that was saying like from 1999. It was saying like, oh, in the next 5 years, these are the next nations we're going to go to war with, like Iraq, Iran, Syria, Afghanistan, Lebanon. And it was like saying it's because these are the nations that don't have they're not connected to like the centralized banking system. They're like independent. So there's gonna be like terrorists there, like conspiracy theorists were saying that. And then it's just like you just look at all this shit with 9/11 and all the reason, like it's so. I just feel like it's so just story and so obvious. Like it's all just a part of their plan.
Yeah. What is the plan? A lot of people look for the plan too. Agenda 21, right? You were brought up the Council for Relations earlier, the Bilderberg Group, right? All these ideas that there's the power structure is out there planning. It's like, whoa. When you saw the document prepared about aircraft striking the towers, like, oh, the CIA bombed it a few years earlier. That's interesting. Like, what? Like,
Yeah.
you know. So yeah, who's the bad guy? And you just have to question that for sure. Everybody likes to point the finger, though. Come to judgment.
It's just so dark that it's like it honestly I feel like it could be some sort of, I don't know, interdimensional being that like interacts with this dimension somehow and like makes, I don't fucking know, but it's so like the end goal of it all just seems so like demonic. It's weird. It's like how does this actually serve anybody? It's crazy.
I realized that if there was any philosophers out there worth their grain of salt, they would talk about flat Earth, right? They would know their shit. And so I started looking for some philosophers that talk about it, and Alan Watts talks about it a little bit, and definitely interesting to hear, how we see the reality, right? Like, regardless of if it's flat or not, this poses a lot of questions, not all answers, right? We still don't know what the sun and the moon are, how they work, like what's outside of this, like who created it, what is it, you know. And so, you know, you're looking for a lot of answers, and if a philosopher takes on that challenge of flat Earth, then you know they're going to talk about some deep shit, because ultimately that's where this goes, right? Is some deep shit.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Can you handle the supernatural? Uh, that's the beauty of it, right? You're looking at all this fakery, and then you realize, well, the truth is almost as hard to believe as, you know, or is harder to believe than the fakery in some senses, right? Like, wow, it's all constructed? No. It's created? No. Like, what does that mean? The, the struggle of good and evil, if there is such a thing, right? Yeah, the whole idea of, you know, could happiness exist without sadness? And, you know, isn't life really about that cycle, that on the ups and the downs, and recognizing the highs and lows have equal value? You know, I think there's a lot of that being part of, you know, how the powers that be accept what they're doing and say, you know, the fool's always going to be the fool, right? So why not fool the fool? Because that's what the fool's there for, to be fooled. And I was a fool once before I wasn't a fool. And so it's part of the game that they rationalize morally that this game is going to be played regardless if they participate or not, because that's the nature of human beings, to fool and be fooled.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is like, because I spent a lot of time thinking about like what you just said, basically. And Freemasons say like Lucifer is light, and they just have this horse shit about whatever, how Lucifer is like actually light. But I think in a way they could be right, because when it comes to like good and evil and like all this shit, and like comedy, and like I think everything really does come down to like comedy and what laughter is. And it took me like fucking forever to figure that shit out. But essentially, it's like one implies the other. So it's like good implies bad. It's the same thing with like funny, the very concept of humor. Like if there's a guy walking and he slips and falls, people like laugh, and it's like that implies something. The fact that you can slip and fall and be laughed at implies like the opposite of that. So they're trying to basically distort the image of humanity, which is what the clown represents. So on one end you have the clown, which is like the exaggeration of like the humiliation of humanity. Like the image of humiliation is the clown, and then on the other end, like which is the implication, um, the other end is like the opposite of that, which is like Jesus and stuff, like these prophets, which are like grace and righteousness and self love and everything. And by lying about fundamental truths of reality, they can distort you without you even realizing it or thinking it, which is part of the joke. It's part of the comedy, because in order to be a joke or have a joke played on you, you need to not be in on it. So the fact that people will actually laugh at flat Earth like it's silly is actually them being the joke. Like it's all a giant. They're trying like it's like
Comedy.
strategic making people a joke. Yeah, yeah. It took me like fucking forever to figure that out. Like
And it
10
makes you laugh
years.
a little. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you were the
Yeah.
fool. You know, you got walked on, and now you see the game, and it's funny.
Yeah.
Well, you can
Exactly.
extend that to relationships and families, and even people dying these days. People is I don't know. It's kind of like passing. People passing. It's like people don't even think about that anymore because everybody's so separate. Families are so separate in many ways. That's I find children they talk about killing and say use those words like it's nothing. It's like you're saying, it's like a joke for everyone. Even people dying is a joke.
Yeah. It's just what's so interesting to me, because laughter really is like a fundamental thing with like this reality. Like it's so like fundamental, like the concept of something being funny. It's like there really is truth. Like it's truth isn't like just subjective. Like comedy is not subjective at all. It's people can laugh at things that are not funny. And when people do that, they're the joke. It's like the joke's on them. It's like it I don't know. The whole laughter thing and what comedy actually is just so like interesting to me. It's just insane.
Yeah, the truth in the comedians, right? You recognize they're the ones pushing the line, testing the limits, and trying to see what people are aware of or not. And yeah, some of it goes right over people's heads. They're laughing, and they don't even know what they're laughing at. Like, it's why do you think it's funny? Like, but the emotional experience, the emotional experience of people, you start to recognize that they don't necessarily uh, correlate, right? Like, they're not laughing because of that. They're laughing because of themselves for some other reason, right?
Exactly.
This just allowed them to express it. This allowed them to get it out, which is, yeah, it gets pretty deep when you recognize the emotional, when we all find our own dark side, right? When we get really pissed off, really angry, really frustrated, really feel like, this is my low point. Like things can't get worse, right? Those days happen. That time happens in our lives. That's part of the human experience. We have bad days. Guess what? It happens for everybody. Uh, so yeah, trying to deny, the negative is just another way to amplify it, right? You suppress these
Exactly.
things. You just magnify
Yeah.
the expression. So yeah, it's definitely healthy to laugh about this topic, not just get pissed off, because it pisses me off too. And it sucks that every day in every classroom in America, some teacher is presenting nonsense to children. It's like that's that's some Pink Floyd, another brick in the wall. Teachers leave our kids alone shit. Like you start getting fired up. Let's go. Let's stop this shit. Enough.
Yeah, something about all that is like there's a lot of stuff that is like a joke, but you just don't
Not
laugh at
funny.
it. Yeah, exactly.
Funny, not funny.
Like it is like it is comedy, but it's so fucked up that you just don't laugh at it. Like I don't like fucking I don't know, like 9/11 for example. Like literally anything that's fucked up. It is like
Well,
it is
Gravity,
funny.
right? Gravity was the one that I just laughed so fucking hard. Like everybody thinks they know what gravity is. Like they're all fucking morons. Like what happened?
Yeah. It's
Oh man, when somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about brings up the word gravity and thinks they know what they're talking about, oh, that is just priceless. You're just like, oh, you really just did that. You think you know what gravity means. I laugh so hard, man. It's like gravity's nothing, man. It's an idea. It's some fucking idiot's idea. Damn it.
yeah, it's pretty like I think gravity probably is actually real, but they lie about what it actually is because if you actually understood what it actually is, um, like the heliocentric model, like is a joke. If you actually understand what it actually is, so they have to say it's like some bullshit, and I don't know, it's just so dumb. Like, like, do things actually go down in a vacuum chamber? Like,
How would we know? You have to be outside in outer space, not have be affected by the Earth's, electromagnetic field. Like,
right?
like I don't know. Anybody that claims to know is an idiot. Like, Yeah, the gravity mystery, I don't know. Some people never get there. I get it. It's a complicated thing because basically they're telling you it's a dozen different things, right? It's not just one thing. It's this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing. We know some of the major ones, right? The idea of Newton's ideas, mass attracting mass, and well, you go into the deeper ones, right? They use this word for fucking everything. It's like, well, I'm not saying what you're talking about. Yeah, okay, there might be a rate of acceleration towards the ground, but we also know about, you know, there is no. You can call that gravity, but it's a rate of acceleration. Like,
Right.
like you're not proving anything by calling it that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, there's so many different aspects to it. I get that it takes some time to get through all of them, but yeah, man, they're great ideas. Don't get me wrong. I think they lead to fantastic questions, right? They're trying to answer some really interesting questions when you get down to it, and that's what makes it so funny. You're like, these are ideas trying to answer impossible questions. Got it.
So just in case you were actually asking about the vacuum chamber with the things go down in the vacuum chamber, that it doesn't matter if they do go down in a vacuum chamber, because it's just based on the medium. It doesn't have anything to do with direction. It just goes back to density.
Yeah, I always thought about that because, like, I would bring up the argument, like, okay, if I drop a pencil and it falls through the air because it's more dense than air and then lands in water and then it floats in water, it's like if you drop a pencil in a vacuum,
Buoyancy.
yeah,
Doesn't matter. It's a total non sequitur.
it's just it's because it's going to be more. It's like a pencil is more dense than air, but it would also
No
be
matter
more
what.
dense than non-air. So like this, yeah.
And a helium balloon goes down supposedly in a vacuum, they say. So
Well, a true
helium
vacuum would
balloon
have
goes
no
up.
directionality. The question you're asking is why is up, down, down? Like in a vacuum,
Yeah.
in a true vacuum, there is no directionality. So you wouldn't. it wouldn't-
Well, that would be the claim, at least. Yeah. They haven't been able to reproduce a true vacuum, though.
It doesn't exist. It's not reality. It's nonsense.
But yeah, there could be an electrostatic factor, maybe. A lot of people are the debate right now in flat Earth is between, is there an electrostatic or is there a incoherent dielectric acceleration? And one side saying that there is something that between the two fields, there's a electromagnetic pole of some sort, and then the other side is just saying density is the only thing, and we can prove it. So
I think it's like mutual acceleration. Like I think it's the same thing as like how magnets work, but it's not electromagnetic or it has nothing to do with that. It's similar.
They call it the incoherent dielectric acceleration.
Well, now you're getting into what I like to call the ether. I don't know of another term.
Yeah.
I know that means something different to
Ether
everybody.
is the ether is.
That's what they try to hide.
Yeah,
That's
the fabric of
actually,
reality.
I just sent both of you guys the series that talks a lot about the ether, the Lost History of Flat Earth. If you haven't watched that, I was just listening to your talk.
There's a guy called Ken Wheeler, and he goes on about that shit.
I know. Theoria Positivus. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so hard to listen to, but I love it.
He doesn't really. I don't think he's a baller though. I think if you actually were to ask him,
I asked him.
I asked him. Yeah, he is.
I have to, but
he must have heard it from all of us because that's all.
You can't not know. You can't not know. Come on.
Yeah,
exactly. That's what I thought. But I was in his live stream and I asked him, "Do you believe in the heliocentric model?" And I said, "Do you think the heliocentric model is true?" And he said, "Of course it's true." But the way he said it, it just made me think that he hasn't looked into it because he wouldn't respond with, "Well, of course."
He can't go there.
Yeah, if you're certain about something,
he can't go there.
it means you
He's
don't.
in love with his sci-fi books or something. There's
he could,
stories.
He could just be a complete. He could just be a lie. Like he could just be being strategic and saying that he thinks it's a ball. Because he said other shit before. He said, "I would gleefully work for a shadow government." Like I don't know.
Oh really?
He says weird shit.
Well, he's really good at magnetism. He knows what he's talking about there, as well as
Yeah.
cameras. I think that if he knew, he may not say still because of his fan base being more, normie type base people with the camera stuff. But he's debunked everything that the heliocentric model proposes. So, I mean, he calls out NASA and he calls out gravity, he calls out black holes, and anything that's pseudoscience. The quantum stuff. He's calling that out.
He goes, dude.
The
He
double slit
assaults all the quantum
experiment.
shit.
Yeah.
I learned a long time ago
So-
never to judge the person, but judge the quality of the content, right? Like the information presented is all that matters to me, and he does a wonderful job of showing you, right? He just
Yeah.
shows you.
Yeah.
Like, here it is.
Mhm.
Check it out. Like that's
Right,
that's all.
but
I
he
care
never
about.
tries to talk about heliocentrism and how that works and why it works and all that. He never does.
Exactly.
Say
Yeah.
he's not opposed to it, but yeah.
Yeah,
He's a
he
smart
never
little
talks about it. Yeah, he's
The
smart.
secrets of magnetism, just beautiful stuff.
Yeah,
Hidden
I
secrets
still
of
want to
magnetism.
yeah, he's amazing. But he's kind of a linchpin for a lot of these arguments going on right now with the incoherent dielectric acceleration versus density. And then Bob versus Anthony Riley on that, in the more flat Earth side of it.
Well,
Yeah, it's always cool to hear Flat Earth, on YouTube and people talking about some of the deeper stuff when it comes to truth, right? Like the ether, and it's a tough, subject to tackle.
You
for sure.
guys, if you haven't seen that series I sent you by Ewar, the guy named Ewar, a lot of flat earthers aren't that into it because he kind of does take away a little bit of the mystique maybe that the Bible might hold, or some of these things that the cathedrals might mean, or but he demystifies some of the things, maybe like the ice wall or Antarctica surrounding us. And so there's some things that maybe step on some toes if this is a controlled rollout that we're involved with here. It could be that they don't want that to be, because it's been out a couple of years and we should all have been talking about it, in my opinion, at least talking about it, whether he's right or not. But the way he puts it together, you guys are gonna love it. I mean, I'm saying the next thing you should watch should be that, if you haven't seen it. And if you're not gonna watch the whole part, like I said, just watch 7 and then go back and watch all of them, because 7 really is like the reveal. And I imagine he's coming out with another one, because he ends off on 7, like there's more to come. And I'm trying to figure out if that's gonna happen or not. He's elusive, this guy. But it's a really, really well done series.
Yeah, there's some hidden gems when you get into this topic long enough. Not everybody talks about it, and that's fine. To each their own. But yeah, I'm not a North Pole Center Earth believer with Antarctic wall surrounding us and dome over us. That's not where I go with this at all. I don't think that's true.
Well, he does make some leaps I'm not even sure about, like the waters above. I mean, that's not necessarily the case. It's definitely not provable, but it does seem shimmery. But then it's so fixed. If the stars are fixed, the water seems so fluent that it's hard for me to put those two together, at least. But he goes into the whole thing about the map of the world possibly being on the moon, not the Crater Earth guy, but this other guy. I should send you his video too, because it's hard to figure out who he's referring to. But it's a guy named Sturgis that put like a lot of detailed work into taking the map of the known world that we have, the continents that we're told about, and putting it in certain spots on the moon that fit too perfectly for it to be an accident. And now it sounds crazy, right? But it could be there was a flash of some sort, or somehow the moon acted almost like a silver nitrate acts when a picture's taken, and it's capturing our world, or was projected to be an image partly of our of the whole world, maybe, but just also in particular just the part we know that's only a segment of it, implying that there's a lot more to the world. And the reasons, the way he puts it together makes a lot of sense, because it has to do with astrology and the fact that they've taken we should have experienced this period where the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer aren't called that any longer. They'd be called Pisces and whatever aligns with that for the last age that we were in. Like those should have changed, because that's how they're aligned for the stars, those lines on our map. Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer. Now we're about to enter the age of Aquarius, and it should change again. So this whole last period, he's claiming, is that the maps have been all at least partially misinformation, because they never changed it from Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer, which is old world. So it's very interesting. And that sounds, I don't know if I did it justice at all, but definitely have to check that series out. It just,
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Sounds like you guys would definitely be into it.
What about a new people? PhD guy? Shop PhD, you've been unmuted. You have any questions? Janitor. The janitor.
Yo, what's up?
Hey,
What's good?
welcome to the Flutter Discord. What brings you by?
Thank you. Oh, I'm just looking to learn, bro.
Soak it up.
Looking for a bro?
Sure, maybe. I'm just looking to learn some perspectives from this side of the moon. Feel me?
Yeah.
So, you all said gravity wasn't real.
Well, density is all you really need. In fact,
Density.
On the side of the globe, that they admit, or even claim themselves, that gravity is not a real force. It's not an actual force. It just acts like a force. So if you think that people are hanging upside down in Australia relative to where you are right now, do you think something that just acts like a force could do that, or do you think
I don't think it's just like
real force?
I think the idea is that everything like tracks towards the core. It's not just
that's the idea,
down
but
from every
that would be a real force, wouldn't it? Then would it be a real force, like not something that just acts like a force that they're claiming? Like that's this. The globe side says it's not a force. It just acts like a force. What the fuck is that? Explain that, please.
It's a pseudo force.
Yeah. I mean, if people were upside down in Australia compared to us, you would think thered have to be some kind of suction cup type force you'd feel. But when you lift up your leg, you just feel the weight of your leg, right? Do you feel a force
it's like
pulling your leg?
relative to size.
Yeah, but do you feel like a force pulling your leg back down? Do you feel a force?
Yeah, dude. It's like why you can't hold it up for a really long time.
Have you ever felt the spin of the earth?
No, it's like really slow compared to my size.
Slow.
You know what I mean?
So slow. Do you know how fast they say it is? 1,000 miles per hour. That's literal.
Well, yeah, no, I'm saying speed is relative to your size.
Relative to the whole is the way they tricked you, bro. They tricked you.
No, but like imagine an ant,
because it's so big. Right, I can imagine all that. I've been through this, dude. We've all been through it. And it's ridiculous. Once you take a step back and decide to have some, objectivity about it, instead of just deciding that you're right coming in here and that you're going to prove us wrong.
I'm not deciding
Why don't you listen? Oh, you sound like pretty confident, like it's just matter of fact, which we all are at some point. And then we start to question, how does that really make sense? 1,000 miles an hour is 1,000 miles an hour. It doesn't matter if it's relative to the whole, bro. It's literal. And then you're going 67,000. Then you're going 67,000 miles an hour in a totally different direction around a sun that's 93 million miles away. And they say that sun goes 500,000 miles per hour. So you're talking about 500,000 miles per hour every hour, 500,000 miles. That means over a 1 day period, you'd be traveling in space and time 12 million miles from the original spot you started from. What's 12 million times 360? How many miles is that? And then you don't see any parallax shift with the stars above. They stay in the same spot. If we're traveling even 12 million miles just in 1 day, how after 1 day, if we're 12 million miles different in a different spot in space and time, our relationship to the stars should change quite a bit. I mean, a lot, even though they are coming along for the ride, they say, but there would be a big relative.
There would be the exact same spot.
No,
man,
they
if
you're
circle
moving.
around us. They're
that shit
fixed. They're
cycle.
fixed. They always end up at the same spot relative to where they
Yeah,
started.
because the idea is that you go around like the sun and you eventually come to the same
That's yeah,
spot
but it doesn't work out. It
and
doesn't
like
work
you
out at all.
spin.
How would the North Star stay where it is? Parallax. There's no parallax shift. It's staying at the exact same spot while you're around.
The sun's
How is
moving
that
too.
possible?
Yeah,
Can
it's
the
all
sun
like
move?
moving in like
500,000 miles.
cohesively, basically.
Right.
Why does
Yeah,
the
that's the
fact
whole
that
idea.
Yeah,
they come
it's
back
all moving.
It's a
independently
magic
forward?
spell. It's a magic spell. They have
It's
you believing it's all one vector
Why
and
would
it's
they
so
want? Why
smooth
would they want me to
that it's
believe that?
all about
Like,
because
I
they
just
made you
wondering why.
stupid. I'm sorry, no offense, but they're making you sound stupid because you're claiming something ridiculous as if it's a fact when the obvious is
They're
the opposite.
Okay, so
they're
the
literally
idea is that
making
they want.
you. They're making you a clown. They're making you have clown makeup on right now,
But
and the whole
why?
point is why is to make you it's to basically hide the creator, the fact that this place
To
that we're in was
control
actually
your mind. Well,
They want to
that's an
hide the
idea.
creator.
That's one
Entertainment
So like,
value.
who's they
What
in
about
this
hiding
scenario?
more land? What about hiding infinite resources? What about that?
when you
What
look
about
at the
what about if there was limitless gold? What would that
Your
do with
theory
like
doesn't really
gold?
say that there's more land just because the Earth is flat. Like, does it?
Well, do you
Like,
which
we
you
don't
were
know.
never told? Let me ask you this: if you were never told anything about the Earth spinning, right? You were never say that was like you're a grown man. You
if
were never
yeah,
told any
sure.
of that. If would you would just assume that it's a stationary Earth, right? Stationary
Yeah, that's what they
plane,
thought,
right? Because
right? Yeah.
no, that's what it seems like, right? So
Of course,
That's
they
what
yeah.
everyone's experience.
the belief. So that's your base experience, right? You would have
Uh-huh.
no reason to believe anything other, and it's not even a belief. You don't have to believe that. It's a stationary plane, as far as you can tell. It's not a belief, right? So the belief comes when, oh wait, your reality is actually the opposite of that, but you just can't feel
Not
it because
anything's a belief,
it,
dude. Like, if you study
it's
philosophy
not
for like
true.
a day,
If
they'll tell you just
somebody's in the
anything that you
room with,
think is a
yeah,
belief.
you can go to
If
that
you think the
extreme,
Earth
but
is
you know
flat,
what?
that's a belief. That's
If
even
yeah,
if
but if
no
you're
one told
sitting in
you.
a chair, you're sitting in a chair, you don't have to believe you're sitting in a chair, right? You can at least
Of
say,
course you don't.
as far as you
Yeah.
can tell, right? You just know you're sitting in a chair, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to
Sure.
believe that, right? So if you're on a stationary plane, you don't have to believe that. But the belief comes when you're like, oh, I'm spinning all of a sudden and I don't feel it. But oh, okay, that's the belief because it has nothing to do with your experience. Never has, never will,
Why
never for
does
anybody.
because you haven't experienced something mean it's not true? That
I'm
doesn't
not
make
saying
sense.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that that makes it not true.
Okay, so you need some
The
reason
reason
to
it's
actually
not true
believe
is the measurement
something.
of the Earth, the measurements taken of the Earth don't show curvature, man. There's no curvature. Do you think boats go away when you're seeing them out in front of you? Do you think they're hidden by the curve? Do you think that's true? And you're looking
Yeah,
at a
that's why
25
you
mile
can't see
straight line.
boats.
Think about it.
If you
25 miles of look when you're looking at a horizon, it's 25 miles of straight line horizon, right?
yeah.
Straight line. And you think that a
Uh-huh.
boat, there's enough curvature of the Earth to hide a boat 4 miles out in front of you? But you're looking at a straight line with
No,
no curvature?
no.
No.
That's why you
They
see
say
boats that are 4 miles in front of you.
yeah, 4
Yeah,
miles in front of you.
bro.
Yeah,
It
but if it's
it
like 100
supposedly
miles in front of you, you
disappears.
can't see it. Actually, no,
Well,
100 miles you
it was
could probably,
you're not
because you know
supposed
how
to be
big
able
the
to
Earth
see
Yeah.
is, right?
So
4
hold
miles.
on, right? Hold on. The Earth is too big, so boats don't go over curvature. What is it?
Hold up. I have something to
No.
like ask you. No, just real
So
quick. 'Cause,
the Earth is too big,
yeah.
so boats don't go over curvature. What is it?
Yes. Why don't they go over curvature? Of
That's
course
why
they
I'm
do.
There is
asking
no.
It
you.
takes a very long time. So
You
from your
It takes
do
a
perspective, it
very
not.
doesn't
long
look
time.
like
4
anything.
Have
miles.
you?
4
So
miles.
1 second.
You don't even know the measurements.
Yes. So you have
Because I
no
haven't.
understanding.
Why would I have to know the
Listen,
measurements?
the janitor. Listen.
Because you
Okay,
think it
sorry.
takes a really long time for a boat
Hold
to
on, I'm
disappear,
listening
and
to
they're
this
saying
guy.
4
No.
miles.
The janitor, you have
Yeah,
no understanding of your model, right? If the Earth was a globe with the radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.22.
59 miles. What is that?
Yeah.
What's that number?
3959, right? 3,000.
That's what they say. That's the claim.
Almost
radius.
That's not how
4,000.
long the Earth is. It's a lot
No,
bigger
the
than that, dude.
radius.
Dude, you don't even
Listen.
know what you're
Okay.
talking
Radius.
about.
Do you know what
The
a radius is?
radius.
All right, I'll just look it up real quick. Radius of
It's
the
the
Earth,
point from the crust to the
6,371
center.
kilometers.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. All right, sorry.
3959 miles,
Small.
right? Okay.
Yeah,
So
sure.
if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So if you are at 1 foot observer height, lying on the beach, looking over the water, the horizon cannot, I repeat, cannot be further than 1.225 miles. Okay? So the Earth is not too big.
Hold up,
Yes?
what? If you're
Yes.
sitting on the beach, the horizon has to
Yes.
be 1 mile away.
Yeah,
Is that what you said?
1.225. Yes, when you're lying on
1.225.
your belly, right, looking over
I
the
think that
water.
math's a bit off, bro. Like the
No,
horizon isn't one place. It's a continuous
this is your
perspective.
globe model, right? The horizon in the globe model is the leading edge of a sphere, is the physical location where boats and buildings should get blocked by, right? And it cannot be further. This is geometry. The ball claims physicality, a radius of 3959 miles. It cannot be further than 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height, right? This is the model they gave you. So again, when you're at the beach on your belly, looking over the water, the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles. Yet we have hundreds and hundreds of observations which you can do yourself, which prove that the horizon is way further than this, right? The Earth is not a
Okay.
ball. It is
I
not
feel like
curving anywhere.
I can't take that as evidence because I don't know how to do that kind of math. I'm sorry. But like,
Well, that's an appeal to incredulity, right? So because you don't understand it, it must not be true. That's not the case, right? I advise you to look into your own model, right? The globe model, look into the dimensions, what they claim,
but like
how
there
they
are
claim.
famous mathematicians who have done like the same calculations and said the exact opposite thing. So like, how
So
do you know
you're
you're right?
just saying shit now, right? You're just saying shit to. So
Am
let
I?
me talk about cognitive dissonance. You know what cognitive dissonance is?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay,
No.
so it's a psychological term which causes
Yep.
unease or mental pain when somebody rattles your belief system
Oh
or
yeah, I know
your
that.
convictions, right?
Yeah,
And this
sure.
is what is happening now because we just pointed you to the model, right? The dimensions of the model, and you're like, well, that cannot be true, right? Well, how can that be
I'm
true?
just saying I don't know because I
Okay.
can't do that math. But I've like
Just so I'm not lying to you.
mathematicians.
I'm not lying to you. I'm just pointing you to the globe model, telling you
Okay, but
what the claim
you're
is.
using science to
No,
describe
science is
how
not math.
okay,
Science is
math,
not
sorry,
math.
math. You're
Science is
using
not
math.
math. Measurements are
Yep.
not math, right?
What?
Measurements
Yes,
are
they
not
are.
science. Science,
Yeah, you're doing math. Got it. My bad.
measurements, right? Measurements. We're
Measurements
talking about
and
measurements.
math out of those measurements. You're not just measuring it and going like it's math. You can't really
So
decline
does
that.
math
And
create physical measurements?
what?
So if I type something
You're
into my
doing math
calculator,
with the measurements.
listen to me. When I'm typing something in my calculator, does it create a physical measurement at that point? Does it create a ruler in front of my eyes? No,
Oh,
right?
what's your point?
We're talking about physicality of the ball and physically measuring the surface of the earth, right? We can calculate curvature drop over distance. They claim the earth is a ball with a
Yeah, and
radius. Okay, then we can calculate what it is supposed to be doing, and then we can go physically measure it.
okay, but
Okay.
why would I trust you over
Well,
like
don't,
other
right?
mathematicians who
Don't. So don't
will
trust
say
me.
the
Don't
opposite?
listen. Don't trust me.
Okay.
Don't trust us. Go do it yourself, right? Go test the model. That's
I'm
why
not a
we are.
fucking mathematician. Why would I
You
not
don't
trust
have to.
mathematicians that
You
are
don't
already there?
have to, right? There are tons of Earth curve calculators on the internet. Pick one, right? Go to a
Yeah, I'm
beach.
not just gonna trust something that's gonna like just go, oh, by the way, the Earth is flat. That's literally what you're doing.
These
Like,
are globe dimensions and globe maths. These are not our maths. Okay, These are not our claims. These are their claims. We tested. We went out and tested their claims, and the Earth is not curving. Okay. Anyone
How
want to
did you
take
test
over?
that? I'm
Lasers.
confused.
Lasers.
Lasers.
Yes.
I'm
Lasers.
supposed to trust lasers. You just went out.
So
and
militaries
pointed
can't trust lasers,
and
degenerate.
that proves it.
Militaries, right? Use lasers to pinpoint targets. Can't be trusted then.
But like, why would your theory like trump the theory that's already there? Like, why would that be a
Which
lie?
it's not a theory. It's objective reality. Not a theory, right? We all see
No,
the
actually,
same
it's your
things.
belief because you
No,
can never
no.
really be
So-
certain of something.
So when I measure my table, I believe my table is a rectangle, and then I measure it. The belief then turns into knowing, because now I know it's a rectangle.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Okay, so measuring the surface of the
It's not
Earth
something as
turns.
simple as
It
a
is
table.
simple. The surface of
And
the
why
Earth
would
is
everyone be
measurable.
like fooled? You still haven't answered like why this would be some mass hallucination we've had if the obvious thing
It doesn't matter why.
flat.
Doesn't matter why. It's flat, dude. It doesn't matter. Like,
Yeah. So we talked about cognitive dissonance, right? You turned
things
you went
complicated as this,
you went
you can
into
make
why would they
mistakes.
lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? You wouldn't even look at the measurements.
Because
the
I
fact
don't
that
know how to fucking do the measurements.
Eh,
I can't just trust that
told
you've
you.
done them.
I
I'm
told
You
you.
don't want to look into that. That's all right. You don't need to look into that. You need to stop this conversation, go out and back to your life. That's all right.
It's all fine, right? I've gave you the
I just
tools.
want to know
Go
why
do it
you guys
yourself.
believe it.
It's not a belief. It's knowing. When you measure something, you know the
Again,
dimensions.
you don't need,
How did you
you
measure
don't
it?
need,
Though? Like you said, laser.
again,
What did you do with
and
the
again,
laser?
you don't need to listen. You don't need to look into that. That's your point. You need to stop this conversation, go back to your life, and everything is all right. I told you second time.
Bro, it reminded me of that cognitive dissonance thing you were talking about.
The point is, you don't want to look into that. You know, if you don't want to look into that, what's the point then?
I can look it up. I can say, "Is the Earth round?" in Google,
You
and
said
it'll come up.
I should believe. Yeah, but you said I should believe you, and they said to you, you can check it yourself, and you said I don't want to check it. I am not mathematician. I don't.
I said I have no idea how, and I doubt that you do either.
Any person can check that. Any person in this world.
yeah, like
Any person
Bro,
who
so
studied how to do it.
degenerate. So you think this is our first tango, right? You think this is our first tango,
First,
right?
what?
You think this is our first day here, right? We've
No.
studied the globe model.
Yeah,
and
I'm
it
sure you've
does
done like
not-
some studying, but
It
like
Hey,
does
you
not
can do
fit
studying
reality.
wrong.
dude.
No.
You
I'm
can
not
study
even like
things wrong.
I'm not even like a really really good flat earther. I debated a physicist who worked on the Mars rover, and I fucking annihilated her. Annihilated. It's like, dude,
okay.
anybody in here, any flat earther in here, would annihilate anybody in the world. Doesn't matter who they are. Like,
Just
no
I
one
don't
can debate
believe
us.
you.
Nobody.
because you don't
Okay,
have
go.
I don't believe you. Sorry.
cognitive ability doesn't mean that you should project that towards us.
Oh, you're low.
Okay,
Spiral.
so you guys say that you did studies to prove this, right? But there were studies that showed cigarettes don't cause cancer. You know, like you can do studies wrong. Why would you
Red
believe that
herring.
you did them
Red
perfectly?
Yeah.
Red herring, what's that?
It's when you try to change the subject.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yeah.
completely sticking to the subject.
You're convoluting cigarettes with measurements of Earth, bro. Measurements.
I'm relating studies.
Okay.
I'm saying you can do a study wrong. You did a study, and you're certain that you did it completely right without flaw.
Bro, saying
And
we
that's
did
kinda
something
hard.
wrong does not mean we did it wrong, right?
No, I know.
I would
I'm just
advise
saying you don't know that you did it wrong.
We
And we
do.
did it right. Sorry.
We do. Yeah, we do.
How?
It's because measuring requires methods, right? So if you would, so a laser, right, shoots straight. Yeah.
Fuck. Okay. Now I'm like reconsidering everything.
Yeah, I'm not really. I don't think
Sorry, I'm
this
just taking the
conversation.
piss.
Yeah, this conversation. I don't think it's very productive.
No,
Right?
that was just one
If you don't,
second.
if
I'm
you don't,
sorry
if
for
you
that.
don't really want to
No, I'm
understand
listening.
or just
I want to understand. Seriously,
okay.
I do.
So the method by measuring the surface of the Earth can be done by long range distance observations or lasers or telecommunication or radio waves, right?
Okay, sure.
Okay. Or do you have another method? Proving us
No,
wrong.
I'm not really concerned about the method. It's just like there are factors to consider, and like
Which
there are
ones?
other studies. There are other
Which-
studies that will say the Earth is round. So it's like, how would you know your study is better than theirs?
If you have something that provides direct measurements of the surface of the Earth, right? Water is always flat and level. If you have anything, right? We ask the globers, come with the measurements, the direct measurements of the surface of the Earth, showing that it is curving at 8 inches per mile squared, and there are none. That's
Huh?
why we are here. None.
There are no what? Sorry.
No measurements of Earth curvature.
You haven't like looked it up.
Of course, bro.
I'm just gonna check that. Earth curvature. Let's look up per kilometer. Earth curvature calculator. Cool.
Yeah, a calculator. We're talking about direct measurements.
Right. Yeah, because you can't really like put a tape measure down and then go all around the fucking Earth, can you?
How about a
Why would
laser?
you expect that?
How about a laser?
I don't know how they work, man. Couldn't tell you could just point a laser, it'll come back around the other side. I don't think that's how it works. Yeah, no. Lasers go straight. The Earth is round.
Yes. Awesome stuff. Lasers go straight. When we shoot a laser over 41 kilometers of water, it hits
so
the other side and the target.
Yeah. So like
Okay.
if you were to point like a laser from one country to the other, you think it would show up there?
No, because the light attenuates, right? Light doesn't travel forever in a medium. So 41 kilometers is really pushing it. It was a $30,000 laser, right? So it's pushing the limits of the laser.
Yeah. So basically there's no proof around what lasers. You don't get anything from using lasers.
Of course you do. 41 kilometers of water has been measured flat.
Because if you think of a really, really big round thing and go real close to it, to the point where it just looks like a dot from
and then
the
you don't
outside,
understand,
it would seem flat, wouldn't it?
And then it comes to understanding the model, right? The model dictates that the Earth curves at approximately 8 inches per mile squares, accurate to 1,000 miles, right? So over 41 kilometers, when you have a laser at 3 meters high and the target at 3 meters high, there should be 100 meters between point A and point B. And there was none. Okay,
I don't really know what you're talking about, so I don't know. But
that's fine.
What do you think? What do you think about space then? Like, what's up with that? Is it real? Is it a lie?
Earth measures flat, so it's non sequitur.
So, what do you think? It just goes on forever?
What goes on forever?
Up. Like if it's flat, where's the end?
I couldn't tell you. I haven't been there. Chubb, can you mute yourself because you're making a lot of noises?
How come if you're in a plane, they'll drive you straight, and you can go around the entire world?
Yeah, that's
get to an edge.
Circumnavigation, right? That's the same as a globe.
Flying a circle.
Yes.
Yeah. So you can drive straight, and eventually you'll end up at the same spot.
No, that's not driving. That's not driving straight. When you go
flying, you know.
So, again, that's understanding the model. When going west or east, you're always correct for north, right? You're not going in a straight line. Going west or east, you're actually making a circle because you're always correcting for north. It would be the same as a
Don't
globe.
understand that.
No, okay. I'm telling you.
So how come no one has like reported that there is an edge to the Earth when there's people like literally everywhere?
That's not true.
But how can
There's
you say that?
that.
You're
So
going
there's
off of one idea, which is just that your math dictates that
no. It's their math.
the Earth isn't.
It's their math. It's the globe math.
I don't believe
It
you,
doesn't.
bro, because then there wouldn't be hundreds of mathematicians using the same math and saying it's a globe. Like, why would they be wrong and you're
They
right?
assume it's a globe. They haven't measured it.
No. Professional mathematicians don't do that. They don't assume
do.
that's
Dude,
their job.
They
They're
do.
It's their
just
job to
they're
do
just
the
taking the
measurements and
numbers.
calculate
They're
it.
just exactly.
Yeah,
They're just taking the numbers and using it in their calculations.
That's assuming.
Yeah, it's exactly the same as what you're doing,
No,
isn't it?
No, it's not.
no.
How are you certain and they aren't?
Because we do actual experiments, dude.
Oh,
Like, okay.
their experiments are just like
Janitor.
bullshit.
Picture this.
Yeah.
You're at the beach and you measure 1 foot above sea level. And you take a camera and zoom in and you see something 60 miles away and you see the bottom of it when you're on the ocean 1 foot above sea level. And you zoom in and see a landmass 60 miles away. That should be, I don't know how many thousand feet around the curvature of the Earth, but it should be so far down that you shouldn't be able to see it at all. But you can bring it right into view, clear view. What do you think about
Bottom
that?
of something that's 60 kilometers away.
60 miles.
60 miles, sorry. Because that's not that far compared to
It's extremely
the
far. It
diameter
should
of
be
the Earth.
thousands, dude. It should be thousands of feet down and around curved Earth.
So you're
And
1
you can
foot
bring it
above
right
sea
into view.
level.
And you can bring it right into view. You can just zoom in and see it. And there's hundreds of, dude. There's no curvature anywhere. You can just zoom in and see anything.
You're saying it's 60 kilometers away. Why is miles? Sorry. Why would that be
It
thousands
doesn't, dude.
of
It
feet?
doesn't matter the distance. You can look at something 10
Yes, it
miles away. You
does.
can look at something 90 miles away. It all should be around curved Earth, and it's not at all. It's not around 1 centimeter.
The point
curved
is, after a certain distance, it is curved around the edge. That's
Okay,
why
so-
if you're
so
up
you're
in a
telling me-
plane, you can't see the entire
Okay, so you're telling me
level.
that at some point, even like you should see, at least 1 centimeter of curved Earth somewhere on the ocean, right?
Yeah, you kind of can
Where?
when you're up in a plane. You know how
Okay.
when you're up in a plane, you can kind of look at it and it looks a bit round,
No.
literally.
So Neil deGrasse
That's
Tyson, right? Neil
how it
deGrasse
looks to me,
Tyson,
yes.
you know Neil deGrasse Tyson? He will tell you.
Wait. Let me double check. Like this, the astronaut, right? No. Yeah?
You don't know Neil deGrasse Tyson?
He's very familiar. Oh yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, the physicist.
Yeah, he will tell you would not see curvature at 128,000 feet up. So what's up with that?
All right. Shit. Why would he say that if he believes the
Because it's
Earth is
flat, bro.
large?
Even in your model, they will tell you that from that altitude you
Yeah,
wouldn't
someone
see
like Neil
curvature.
deGrasse Tyson, who's like a renowned astrophysicist, thinks the Earth is round.
No. No, listen to me. It's called a hostile witness, right? Because of course we get 1,000 people a month, or we get hundreds of people a day saying you would see curvature from an airplane, but you can't, right?
Well, it just seems like it. It's not like we're saying it's undeniable, but yeah.
So then again, I'm pointing you to your friend Neil, saying you wouldn't see it at 128,000 feet up.
Yeah. What about?
He's just telling you, right? He's saying it to
Well,
you.
yeah, there's such thing as an
128,000.
illusion. Like that
So
shit
he's
happens
wrong,
all the time
right?
with light.
You're a
No, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying when
I
you
love
see
it when
it,
they
when you
throw him
think
under
you
the
see it.
bus. Okay, I love it when they throw him under the
I'm
bus.
saying when people think they can see it, that could be an illusion. If
Okay.
a renowned astrophysicist is saying you can't.
That's confirmation bias.
Why?
Well, when you look through the window of the airplane, I see flat, but you see a globe. What I see is a level plane.
Yeah, it looks pretty level. I'm just saying at the
eye
very
level.
edge of the horizon, it looks like it's a bit of a dip.
But when you
that
see
could
a
always just be
globe, it's just
an illusion.
confirming your bias. That's it.
We were literally just talking about how the astrophysicist that says the world is round says that you can't see it.
Exactly, but when you claim that you see the globe from an airplane, an
I'm
airplane.
saying
It's
it
just
looks like it. I'm not saying that that's proof.
So then
Like,
that's fine, right? So when you and I sit in this airplane and you and I look at this out this window and you tell me, so look, there's a little bit of curve, and I'm saying, nah, man, you need some glasses. It's straight all the way. It's a flat level line coming to my eye level, right? So how would we then determine who's correct? That would be measuring, right?
we
we
would
go
talk
to
to
the
an
ground and we
astrophysicist.
measure the ground,
We'd talk to
Right.
an astrophysicist. Surely.
the
Look at the
waters.
studies, you know,
Yeah.
which is
That's an appeal to authority, right? Appeal to authority.
no, because he doesn't have any power over me. He just
Yeah, he does.
he does
He does.
studies.
Yeah, he does because you believe him straight
The
away.
power of knowledge.
Right?
Yeah, sure, he has a power because he's earned it through doing
Whatever he
studies.
says, you believe.
He wouldn't be able to prove that the Earth is a sphere either. Bring him in here.
Yeah, he runs away from debate.
Okay.
He ran away from debating Eric Dubay on JRE.
All right. Can't say anything on that.
Yeah, we know.
All right. Shit.
There's
Don't know
no
what to say.
curvature, dude. There's no curve anywhere.
So janitor, this
Mm.
this ball, you know, this geometry, where do you get it from? Have you ever experienced it, or where are you getting this idea from?
Honestly, it's
that you
just
live on a
like
spinning
I just
globe?
consider it common knowledge, and I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be.
So
Because the
yeah,
studies.
janitor. When you walk out your door, when did you ever experience a globe?
I don't have to experience something for it to be true,
Okay.
dude.
So never, right? Nobody has ever
Yeah, no.
experienced. Nobody
Oh, except for
has
astronauts, people who go
so
to space. and see that
nobody
shit.
has ever experienced the globe.
No,
Right?
I'm saying someone has experienced the globe. Astronauts.
No. So
Why not?
you wouldn't you couldn't validate it. It's just a story they give you, right? So I'm talking about your
So then
personal.
what would be the difference between me saying I've experienced it? It's just a story, right? Like, how can you believe anything when it's all just a story, you know?
Measuring,
Like,
bro.
they're
Measuring.
actual people. Why would
So
they lie? Why would they create
500
this
people.
entire illusion?
So there are more people claiming that they've been abducted by aliens and put stuff up their ass, right? So this is now reality. That aliens come here and put stuff up their ass. There are like tens of 20,000 people claiming that they put stuff up their bum. So is this now reality?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No.
Right?
But that's,
Yeah, there's
that's
more
a
people
different
being violated
circumstance,
by
isn't it?
aliens than astronauts.
That's not
so
a global belief. That's just some people.
Right. No, but we're
like,
talking
probably
about
experiencing
astronauts. We're talking
delusion.
about 500 people.
We're talking
right?
about
They're
people who
only
spent their life working towards this thing and studying this thing,
yeah,
and then watching them on live television and being able to see the rocket in person
yeah. So what?
Yeah,
What
fly
do
up
you?
into space. Like,
no,
No,
you
you
never
don't
seen a rocket going
so
to
your
space.
points are so. No, I haven't, but many people have. And there's no reason to fucking lie about that. It's like a just publicly
Everyone's
broadcasted
rockets
thing
works on a
because
flat.
they know.
Rockets are designed to go up and come down. They don't go to space. They go
Up
up
is space.
and then parabolic,
the
and then
point.
they go away from the view of the observer. And that's it.
Yeah, where do you think they go, dude? Like,
away from the observer, far away where you can't see it anymore, and then down
yeah,
into the ocean.
And so they at like what? How is that relevant? That doesn't.
Yeah, because you think that you think that space.
Just because you can't see something with your own eyes doesn't mean it's not true. It's a globally.
The thing is that
thing.
you are separating reality, a rocket going up and down, and then you're extrapolating that into Narnia, like the cartoons that you see on TV and this place that is been given to you, this cool outer space place, this fantasy land. You think the rocket is going there, but that's Narnia.
Why is that Narnia?
You think it's real because in your imagination you think it's real, and you say, yeah, it's real. And you see cartoons, you see movies, and you see all this CGI stuff, and you say, hey, there you go, real space. But the rocket that you saw going up and going down, it didn't go to Narnia. You think it did. In your imagination, you think it went to Narnia, but it
Why do
didn't.
you think it didn't? Why do you think it didn't?
Because Narnia is not real.
Why do you think space isn't real?
Because it goes against natural law. It's a violation of natural law.
Except natural law is that everything is inside space.
No, we are
That's what
contained.
natural law is.
We live in a contained environment. There's no going to outer space.
Except that's a belief that you hold. You have not proven that. You can't prove that.
You say natural law is a belief?
I'm saying your perspective of what natural
No.
law is
No.
a belief.
So
No, that's
Wh-
not my perspective. That's natural law. That's not a belief. Natural law is not a belief.
All right, buddy. What did you say?
Can you breathe fresh air right now? Can you take a deep breath and breathe air? Can you?
Yep.
Yeah, right? Why? Why is
Uh-huh.
that? There's pressure around you. Air pressure, right?
Probably, I don't know.
What do you
'Cause
think
there's
when you
oxygen and
expand
shit.
your lungs and the air rush
Yeah,
into
my
your lungs?
lungs contain
Yeah.
they use
Yeah.
pressure.
If there was no pressure, if there was no pressure around you, you think that will happen? Air going into your lungs?
There is
It won't
pressure.
happen, right?
That's how
It's
gravity
pressure.
comes about.
You're agreeing there is pressure.
Yeah.
So you
What's
are
your point?
agreeing. Okay, good. So the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a container, because the gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of the container. There's no way around it. Yeah, laugh it out. It's
No,
funny,
I'm just
huh?
laughing at what someone sent me. Sorry.
Natural law is funny, huh?
No, someone sent me a message. I'm sorry. Yeah, apparently you'll talk about apes being like animatronic. Is that something you'll talk about?
what?
Apes?
Spiraling. He's spiraling.
Yeah.
No, I was just thinking about this message someone sent me. It's just funny. Like, what's up with vaccines? What do you
This
think?
is
What do y'all think about?
bro. This is a flat Earth server. The topic
Oh,
is
right,
off
yeah.
limit. Okay.
Yeah,
It's off
okay.
limit.
My bad.
Servers have been closed for less. YouTube streams have been
Oof.
terminated. It's ridiculous that we can't talk about it, but it's the way it is,
We were
right?
just talking
So
about it for ages, but all right.
okay.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. So
Yeah, no doubt.
keep it on topic.
Cool. So, what are you guys saying about
Dude, the point is you can't have our atmosphere touching the vacuum of space with no barrier.
There is a barrier.
Trey
Like
can.
it's not.
Oh, welcome to
thank you.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's a
No, I mean like not like a
Yeah, welcome,
touchable
bro.
barrier. It's like
so there's no barrier.
I mean, I don't fucking know the details to it, but you know that's what they say. Is there's like this, you know, shit.
No,
They
I'm very
say
unconvincing because I haven't studied it, you know. But it's like
as you get
the
further
idea
and
is
further
that there
away
is a
from
barrier that
Yeah.
separates the vacuum
No.
from us,
No.
and it
They
contains all the
say-
gases and shit.
No. They say our air is
Oh right,
touching,
yeah, it's gravity.
touching the vacuum
Gravity
of
keeps the
space.
gases on Earth.
No, it
That's
doesn't.
correct.
Gravity pulls the gases down.
Of course it does.
Yeah, so that's like
Of
how
course.
it separates
So
from
we
the
have
vacuum.
we have a demonstration of gas being pulled down, Chop.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
relax your arm when it's in midair and it'll
No,
fall to the ground.
I'm
That's
talking
gravity.
about gas. Gas.
Yeah, gas is the same as
No,
your arm. It's
gas
physical
not the
matter.
same.
I mean,
No.
at least have a
The idea
reason.
of gravity is that
No.
all physical matter is pulled towards the ground, and gas is physical matter.
No. Gas is
What do you mean, no?
unbonded.
That isn't an
It's
argument.
unbonded.
How about helium?
Bonded?
It's unbonded.
What about helium? It goes down. You're saying helium goes down, and hydrogen they go down?
That has to do with density. But yes, ultimately.
Oh,
Perhaps
that's
they
density.
are. I think
Density.
that. Oh
Oh,
yeah.
thank you.
I know what it is.
Hey,
Helium
Paul.
is lighter than like what gravity can pull down. There's gravity is a certain strength, you know. Like
Well,
that's why feathers
Jander,
fall
I'm
slower
sorry.
than your arm. when
Oh,
something is
dude, hold on,
that light, it will
This is
hold on.
destroy.
just
Hold on, dude. Let me ask you, or just
I
mention
could be
this
wrong
really
about
quick,
that.
because we're
That's just
talking. It's
what
not
I've been
about
told.
helium, right? It's not about helium or any kind of gas or relative density. The example you used, where your arm drops, does not apply to a gas, dude, because gas is a different state of
Okay,
matter, right? The molecules are
true.
not tied together. It's all
Someone,
moving randomly in all
someone just told
directions.
me
So, but that's the
helium.
problem, because gas by definition is moving in random directions. You can't then go and say that it's pulled down, right?
It's actually not random directions. It fills its container. Like learned that in fucking year 6.
Yeah, it's moving in random direction. It's called kinetic theory of gases.
Hey, why is there a gradient in the atmosphere?
Gradient? What's that? What do you mean? Like in more context?
Because there's gas
Gradient.
pressure,
That is
and the necessary antecedent to the gradient is the gas pressure. The necessary antecedent to the gas pressure is the container. So you have container, gas pressure,
wait,
and
no.
gradient.
Well, you'll
If by
you'll
your,
Well,
forgive
by
me
yeah.
your
for
logic
not
there's a
understanding
container,
what
then
you're
the
saying.
pressure would be uniform. If by your
You have a
logic there's a
container,
container
then
and
you
there's a
have gas
physical
pressure, then you have a
barrier,
then you have
right?
the
Right.
you have a container,
So
you have a
yes,
gas
if you have a
pressure,
physical
and then you have
container,
a pressure gradient.
there wouldn't be a pressure gradient in
Yeah,
a physical container.
Dempsey, can I ask him?
Right.
Yeah.
The pressure
Is
would
there
be
a
uniform.
hold on? Look, you would have a constant pressure value only if the temperature value was also constant. So then this becomes the question: do we have a constant temperature on Earth
How come less dense
everywhere?
gases go to the top?
What was that?
How come less dense gases
We're not talking about
are in the
relative
top of the
density at the
atmosphere?
moment. We're talking about pressure
But it is
Pepper,
gradients.
just wait a
relevant.
They're
second.
lighter
No,
than the
You're
you're
talking to
atmosphere.
someone
conflating them. Hold
else.
on, you're
You
conflating
understand?
them, because pressure
My
gradient does not
apologies.
mean that there are different gases at different altitudes. Not like that. It doesn't mean all the
No,
dense
you're
gases
right.
at the bottom and the less dense
No,
gases at the
no,
top.
yes.
That's not what it means.
Yes, you're correct. The
Right,
gradient is
so the
caused by
pressure
the force
value.
of the
Look,
gases on top
Yeah,
of
but
it
look, the only reason that the
due to
pressure would be
gravity.
constant throughout the entire system is if you have a constant temperature throughout the entire system, and we don't. So why would there be a
Which you
constant
would
pressure, dude?
if there was a
Well,
container.
even with a constant temperature, I mean, there's
container,
still
There
you'd have a constant
isn't.
temperature.
That's the
gradient.
point. There isn't a constant temperature. There's a changing and variable temperature.
But you would if
right?
there was a container, if there was a physical barrier. There
Well, there has
would be
to
no
be,
way for the
because
heat to escape.
what they claim is an
Because there's
infinite
nowhere
volume.
for
That
the
doesn't
heat to
work.
escape to. So all the heat would be here. Just it would have to be uniformly arrive at some temperature by equilibrium.
Now, are you saying that equilibrium precludes gradients?
No. No.
Well,
It
there
doesn't
you
even
go.
understand the
Welcome to
gas
flat
laws.
Earth.
So.
You're asking me if
Hey,
I think that an equilibrium implies a gradient.
No, if it precludes, means if it cancels it out.
Equilibrium.
hey,
Let
yo,
me think here.
can you unmute UXM? He's got some like discussions he would like to, some points he'd like to make.
To the new guys, let's
Well,
say,
no, not
what
exactly.
was it? One second. Shop PhD, and who's the other one? The janitor, and who else? UXM.
Yeah.
There's a live stream voice text here above
Huh?
the voice channel.
There's a what, sir?
There's a text chat. There is a text chat related to the conversation. So I just want
Yeah,
to
but
point
like,
that out.
you could just
there is.
unmute him.
Yeah, thank you.
It might be a bit easier.
I appreciate it.
But yeah, cheers.
I was wondering if
No,
there's
I'm
something like
pointing
that.
out that the voice text has nothing to do with unmuting him or whatever.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Dempsey.
Cool. Cheers. Can you unmute UXM there?
Is
Let
the
me do
conversation, is the exchange done between, who was it, PhD and someone else?
Oh, you can just call me Chubb. I don't have a PhD.
Okay.
Not yet, anyways. I can dream.
So UXM, you have some questions? UXM.
Shit, he might be AFK.
Or whenever she's ready, I'll mute her again.
It's a dude, but yeah, cool.
I guess the question I'm wondering is if there's a container, what is the nature of this barrier? Like, why would there be a gradient if it, like a temperature gradient, for example?
Well,
Which is
what is
the current
it?
explanation for
What
why there's a
is it?
pressure
How
gradient.
big? How high?
Well, I mean,
What is
I
it
don't need
made
that many
of?
particulars.
I don't actually know because I can't go there and test
Sure.
it. But the fact that we have to have gas pressure in the first place, a container is required. Without the container, there will be no gas pressure.
Yeah.
So it's
I mean,
a necessary antecedent.
Sure.
If I can just interject, I can give you a quick example of why there would be a temperature gradient. The sun.
Yeah. The sun.
The sun rays,
Okay.
they're hot, right? You can use them to start fires. So when the sun rays are passing through the air or they're hitting the solids and the liquids on the ground, there's a different, like, the heat transfer. It's more at the ground, right?
So it's like
surface is
heat
averagely
coming up
the
from the
highest
ground, kinda?
temperature. Like, go to any mountaintop, it'll be frozen, right?
What was the question? What up, Jemsy?
Right.
Hey.
So it's like the heat from the sun gets absorbed by the earth, and then all the air that's closest to the earth kind of absorbs it. It's like a big chain, right?
I mean, like take the water cycle, water evaporation. That all happens at surface level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, so you need pressure first, right? Before you can talk about gradient, there needs to be pressure first. And all gas laws,
Absolutely.
natural laws, states, right, that pressure is when gas is exerting force on the walls of its container. So what this container is, I couldn't tell you, right? But this is the necessary antecedent. When we are at ground level and you have a soda can, right, and you shake it up and you open it up, the gas will immediately disperse in any and all direction. You can't have if you go to a store and you want to have some butane, you need the tank for it, right? You can't go to a store and say, yeah, give me a pound of butane. Drop the tank, I don't need it. Right?
Yeah.
This is just how the world works. So for them to claim that we are next to an infinite volume, right? Gas will always fill the available volume. There needs to be a demonstration of it, right? Where do we have this demonstration?
Why are you assuming there isn't?
Yeah.
Show
like,
me.
You could probably find that.
Show
look
me,
it up.
right? Show me gas being
Because there are
gas
like visible
pressure
gases, so
without
that
the
really would be
container.
hard.
Gas
Show
pressure
me
without a container.
Show me anything that's infinite. Yeah, go for it, man. Demonstrate
I
anything
mean,
that's
technically,
infinite.
pressure is just force applied to a certain area.
How about a
So,
balloon?
I mean, gas exerts pressure on a
You
parachute
all know
when it's
about
falling down.
balloons? When you fill up a balloon with helium, that shit like expands the balloon, meaning
Yeah,
it
what is the
something
fills.
without a
balloon?
container.
What is the balloon?
Why does it rise? And why does it rise?
Is a balloon a container?
Isn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
It contains gas.
Of course.
Yeah. So
that's our point,
that's
is
an
that you cannot
example.
show.
That's an example of it filling a container because it expands the balloon.
But you cannot show it without said container.
Yes, because then there would be no container. What are you talking about?
Right.
Can
Where would the
I
gas
ask these
go?
guys something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, who?
Yeah, okay, so suppose that you have a big vacuum chamber, right? And there's a balloon with something at the bottom of it. What happens when the balloon pops? Where does the gas go?
It fills the available
Into the
volume.
container.
It fills the available body. Yeah. Why?
Exactly. We have gas on Earth and there's an infinite volume container out there. What the fuck's going on?
Yeah, you'll get flow from high pressure system to the low pressure system until they equalize, reach a state of equilibrium.
Oh,
Every time without fail.
my friend
Yes.
Yotem is back. Can you unmute him?
Dude, I missed the question about the temperature gradient thing. What was that? I came in a bit late. I just wanted to
I
know.
think I was asking about no, they already answered it. We're good. It was about why is there a temperature gradient if we have a closed container? But it was because the sun and the Earth heats
How
up.
about this? I got a little curveball for you. The temperature gradient and the distance to the sun are inversely related, which is kind of nonsense. But it is, right? You go up a mountain, it gets colder, but you're getting closer to the sun, which shouldn't you be burning up? You keep going up in altitude, it gets colder. So yeah, I'm just saying, man.
Technically,
What's up with that?
people, I think it's actually very easy to get a sunburn on the Everest, but I'm not sure
Sunburn is
about
from
that.
the
I never
UV,
did
man.
myself.
Hey, careful. Sunburn is from the
Well,
UV.
you know why that is, though.
Yeah,
Well,
sunburn
do you
is
know
from the
why that
I
is?
UV.
know.
Why? Why is that
It
then?
is.
Well,
Why?
it's basically the
It's
same
focal
reason that they
point.
claim. It's basically the same reason that they claim the ISS is in the thermosphere, which is
Yeah,
like
less dense.
2,000 degrees. There's less of it, right?
No.
So it's you can go in a
Yeah.
sauna, right? And if you're in a sauna and you pour some water on the thing, you're adding more gas to it. It's gonna go It's gonna feel hotter, dude.
I get it, but that's
Exactly.
their excuse is bullshit for the ISS because, like, that's
Yeah, I know,
because
I know.
you're
But
dismissing on top of the mountain. You still got the mode of transfer by radiation, which you can't dismiss. So you're
sure,
still gaining, solar flux by radiation.
sure, but there's a lot less air to transfer the heat or
That's
whatever.
convection. That's why that's convection. I'm talking about radiation, infrared waves. Infrared waves. Total different mode of heat. There are three types of heat transfer modes: conduction,
I know.
convection, radiation. So, air or fluid, that's convection, right? Conduction is where things are touching. Radiation is
Yeah, we
by,
know all that.
Okay, so on top of the mountain, you're still getting hit by the, radiation from the sun.
Yeah, you're getting hit by the radiation. So
You
what?
got less air.
Where does the heat from the radiation go? What does
Oh,
it
dude.
interact with
Oh,
anything? What
of
does it do?
course, yeah. It interacts with everything.
So
Everything it sees,
it
right?
interacts with the solids
Yeah.
and the liquids and the gas,
Your
right?
body, of course, yes.
Exactly.
But are you
What if
telling
that
me
sun?
that's why the sun, like that? So the sun is directly heating the air, or the air is hot because it's heating the surface of the earth?
That's it.
And
It's heating the surface of the Earth and then radiating upwards. That's their claim.
yeah, that's the claim, right? Exactly. Right.
But the thing about the sun, what I've often wondered is, like, if I take a magnifying glass at a certain distance, I get a focal point, and then I can start to set things alight. But if I place my hand halfway between the focal point and the lens, I don't feel as much heat as at that point where I've focused all the intensity of the light. So could gaining in altitude, going up in the mountains, could you actually be getting away from the focal point or in between the heat source and the focal point? And that could also be why it continues to drop in temperature as we rise closer towards the supposed heat source.
That
I've
probably
heard
has
that
something to do
analogy
with it.
before, but isn't this alleged focal point that it is described so often in the flat Earth community supposed to be the sun?
I don't
So
know.
if you're moving up, you're getting closer to it actually, not farther away.
No, we can only see an apparent sun, which is an apparent location based on wherever the observer's looking and what medium the observer's looking through. So whatever we
Eyes are
think is
pretty
the
good at
sun is
telling where
just an
things come from.
apparent thing. But the actual focal point would be here on ground level where you feel the heat of the sun. Whereas as you rise in altitude, you seem to lose that heat of the sun, even though you're getting closer to the heat source.
I think it's because heat is contained in the Earth, and the closest you get to space,
So it radiates from the Earth when it comes and hits it.
He's still in space, bro. Come down here to Earth, bro. We're here waiting for you. You're still out in space. I mean, your mind is.
Actually, no, it's because like heat is heavy. You know,
Heat is
it
heavy.
falls to the bottom, and
Oh, come
Don't let
on.
him finish
What?
his sentence.
Come
God
on.
forbid you do that.
The heat is heavy. You can't finish that one, bro. He has no mass.
I don't
What do
know,
you mean heat
that's
is
what
heavy?
the
Well,
common
heat is
knowledge people
energy,
tell me is,
but
you
I
know, like
think you
you're in a
should
house. Actually, no, that's
you
right.
should
Heat
let him finish
rises.
his thought.
That's true. I don't actually know what I'm talking about in that
Okay,
sense.
okay.
Heat is an
So,
I was getting
excitation of
something mixed up.
molecules.
My bad.
yeah, thank you. It's not. It's the hot air rises, that the air that
Yeah.
absorbed this energy, because then it got dense, because this is the theory, right? This is how it goes. The molecules gain energy, the jittering increase, the distance increases, thus the density decreases because the distance between the molecules increase, and it starts floating, right? It rises.
Do you
This
not
is
believe that?
density. No, that's how it works. No, I believe that. I mean, that's how it works, as in like according to the kinetic theory of gases, because we don't know actually if they jitter, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's the theoretical part, the jittering, right? The absorption of energy, and smashing against the wall of a container. That's how, like, when you have a closed volume and you increase the temperature by, introducing a heat source. You know what I'm saying? And the volume is closed, what will happen is the temperature will increase and the pressure will increase. So they say
Yep.
the pressure increased. The mass did
There's
not
no more
increase in
energy.
the system because the system is sealed. So the amount of air, let's say it's 1 pound of air, it's still 1 pound. However, it's a lot higher pressure. How it's the state of energy is higher, thus
I don't think that's how you measure pound of air, but I think I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? No, yeah, mass. But
Yeah.
you can't actually. Yeah, I was just pound as in like terms of mass. It can't gain any mass because it's a sealed, closed system. So they say the
That's where
bombardment
pressure is.
of molecules
Particles bouncing
against the
off of
walls
each
of a
other.
container. Yeah, that's it's called kinetic theory of gases. It's not what it is. It's according to the kinetic theory of gases. So and I like it. I studied it, and it's not bad. It works, so it's cool, and I use it. There's no problem with it really. But it's
Not that
still a
I've heard.
theory. Still a theory.
Well,
Yeah.
everything's a theory. I mean, it's just the highest level of confidence in something.
Well, some stuff are like laws of thermodynamics. That's
Yeah,
not
those
theory.
are based on
Yeah.
observations. Yes.
So yeah, there is a
I
difference.
mean, we can of course, people can develop theories for why what does what it does.
Yeah, right.
But,
Usually invisible stuff, right? Usually stuff we can't see. So we have to kind of hypothesize. All right, maybe
yeah,
the
well,
jittering of the
we might not be
molecule.
able to see it with our eyes, but it is stuff that we can generally measure and calculate with
Like the
advanced
surface of the Earth, fanboy.
instrumentation.
Curious Panda, like
Isn't
the surface of the Earth.
so? How big is the flat Earth, Roger?
I couldn't tell
No,
you.
do you not know?
It measures flat.
It measures flat.
I can tell you that it lacks curvature. We can tell you that much. That's what we can really
Yeah.
tell you. It lacks curvature.
No
but
curvature to be found.
the rate, which is approximately 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Well, actually, it's no curvature that you will believe has been found, because
No,
you know, people
the
say
curvature
that they
that
have found it,
you
haven't they?
1 second, the curvature that you believe in the model that you believe, that's nowhere to be found in reality.
No, but it has been found. You just don't believe it because you know
No,
astronauts.
you're missing the
we
point.
had this discussion.
It has not been found.
You're the one holding a
Why would
belief.
it not have been
When you talk,
found?
1 second, when you talk about beliefs in here, you're the one holding a belief.
Yes, we
Which
both
is
have
the
beliefs in
heliocentric
this. I
model.
can't honestly
You
prove my
believe the
belief
Earth is
without
curving at a
deniability.
certain rate. You believe the
I'm
Earth
just
has
saying
certain
that,
dimensions. And then when we go out to reality and trying to find and verify your beliefs, that belief has been falsified.
Hey,
you're basing
Roger.
all of this off of like one study. Oh, I gotta be right back.
If I were to provide, or not just me, but anyone were to provide evidence of curvature, would that cause you to amend your beliefs?
Okay, how about if we provide you with evidence of flatness, would that cause you to, amend your beliefs?
if I could be provided with something that has no other explanation.
Have you seen the FE core laser test?
Yes, I've seen a lot of refraction.
A lot. How much is a lot?
No,
How
I'm
much?
saying no. In that one, I don't know, but I see most
Okay.
of them, and there is refraction. Like, it's interesting that the test had to be conducted a dozen different times
Have
to get
you
the
read it?
desired
Because
results.
Have
the
you read it?
refraction, the
Have you
refraction
read
is
it?
yeah. Go ahead, Roger. You know where I'm
Yeah,
going.
they accounted for that, right?
Yeah, man.
How did they account for it?
It's all
How,
in the document.
yes.
Well, I
How
don't
they
have
count.
the document. So.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Look in live stream. I'm sure someone
Oh,
has
this
it on
isn't your
hand.
first time here, Curious Panda. So I wouldn't. Why would you
Oh,
say I
okay.
haven't? Why would you say that?
You keep calling me Curious Panda. Somebody
Because you
explained
are.
who that was to me, but who is this person to you? What's
You're the chatterbox, right? That's you, right?
No,
No.
I don't know who you're talking about. Someone told me who Curious Panda was once, but it didn't really explain why you think I'm Curious Panda. This is a four-year-old. This is a 4-year-old account.
It doesn't matter.
This isn't an alt.
I recognized your voice from the chatterbox.
What's the chatterbox?
It's another server.
Okay. What sort of server?
It
Chatterbox.
was a chess server that got shut down.
Do you say a chess server?
Chess, yeah, chess.
Like in the board game?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever been in the chatterbox.
It's a virtual reality pornography game.
well, I don't know.
What's chess, man? Come on, don't be this ridiculous. Come on.
Well, it's kind of hard to understand what you're saying. Sometimes you say one thing and I say, is that what you said? And you're like, no, I said something else. So
Chess.
chess, yep, as in the board game.
Yes.
So anyways, yeah, as I was saying, if there were some sort of observation that couldn't be explained through globe model, then I would definitely have to, reevaluate what I think. Is that true for you?
Absolutely.
Roger.
You bet.
You bet.
Well,
You
as
bet.
soon as we start talking about laser tests and long vision things, it's like, well, got to take into account refraction, but you want to shift off curve. You're assuming that there's a curve for light to be refracted over. So let's stick to the curve. Where's the curve?
How come the test had to be performed several times to get the desired results?
Which one? Because there were seven measurements.
Well, any of them, really.
Which one? No. So which one? There were 7 measurements.
Yeah, there were 7.
Okay.
Yeah, do you know why there were 7? Do you know why there were 7?
Well, go ahead and
Yes
tell
or
me.
no?
Go
Yes
ahead
or
and tell
no?
me.
Well,
Nope,
basically,
it's beyond my awareness.
they were
Just tell me.
trying to test it, right? They were trying to test it, and they kept going. They started with a small distance, and they tried to increase the distance. And as they were doing it, they were getting like feedback from globers too, who were and you're like, no, you're doing this wrong, and you're not accounting for that. So like every step of the way, they kind of increased the methodology of what they were doing, right? That's why measurement 7 is so important, because it's 40 kilometers. It's the longest test that they have. They accounted for pretty much everything you can think to account for.
And I mean, what do you mean account for?
And
I
the
mean,
laser should have been
saying
over 100 meters in the air, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at this here.
You can't make the beam refract like 100 meters down. If you do the calculations based on the ambient conditions, it's like
No. The video that I just sent is
0.13
something
meters.
about these laser tests, and
Oh,
it goes into some
Midwest, really?
intricacies of it. But what you
Yeah,
can do.
no, dudes, I'm gonna stop you right there. I know you've
Hold up,
probably seen that.
just hear me out, or just
I've seen
no,
that video
don't.
too, dude. I've
Well,
seen the
just hear
same
me
thing.
out.
Look, no,
Just
you're talking. This guy has a
my
demonstration
video.
of lasers
That's
bending
great.
down in sugar water and shit,
That's
right?
great.
We know all that. Yeah, this guy, Mick West, who's saying this crap, he was actually in the Discord and he debated this with us for 3 fucking hours. And he was gonna come back with more evidence and better explanations, and he never did.
Text. I was giving
So
you
that's
context.
what
That's
you're supposed to
In
do.
understandable.
the
That doesn't
video,
really
just let me. It's
doesn't
beside the
really prove
point.
much.
You don't have to like the guy. You don't even have to view him as human. My point is, if you go to the end of this specific video, like 10:50, it talks about things that you should be able to see on a flat Earth that you can't. That things that are blocked of curvature, certain city skylines,
so
certain
you know what the
mountains,
flat,
etc.
you know what the flat Earth is? You've been building up a straw man now.
What?
Yeah, what?
Things that you
What did you
should
say?
see on a flat Earth. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Should that,
things that you should
what?
see. Yeah.
A million miles
In a
away? Yeah.
No,
What?
no, not a
things that you
million
should
miles away. Things that you should
How
see,
far?
but are blocked.
How far?
hey,
Yeah.
hey,
What
things
are
that you
those
should
things?
see on a
Okay,
Strandman flat Earth doesn't
if
equate to
hold,
reality flat Earth.
look, it's not a straw man. It's that we all live on the same Earth, right?
Exactly.
I mean, I
Right.
sure hope we do.
Oh, dude, that's the thing. We do. So
We do
the
all
things
live on the
that
same Earth.
appear at a distance, right? It depends on a lot of factors, right? Lots of
Like
variables.
if you're seeing
Yeah.
a city skyline from across an ocean or something like that, if you can see the top of it, you should see the bottom of it too, right?
Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Depends
yeah.
what's the, yeah. So it depends on the condition.
Based on some atmospheric conditions, you can see the top of certain city skylines and or mountains or whatever like that. But you never see things that you would expect. Like it's always these unusual atmospheric conditions that allow you to see it. That's not the default, and even when these do happen, you can't see what you would expect to see on a flat Earth. I mean, why? Because
What unusual conditions, man? Like when you have
And
something
Yeah, can you be a bit more
100,
specific, bro?
100 kilos away. Yeah, we need because you have mass like of water that would be between you and the city. Now, how's the image?
Yeah, that's the curve. Yes,
That's
that's
going
the curve.
with the curve. So light bends around the Earth, does not fly in straight lines. Because that's insanity. Because like you're going against the physics book. It's like, come on, man. Like what? Now when light hits a round object, it starts going around the perimeter of it. It's ridiculous in circles.
It's a
What the
little more
hell, man?
complicated than that, in my
Well,
understanding.
because the rate
I
of
think that
curvature
you're
of refraction
really,
cannot
really
match the rate of
reducing
curvature
the
of the Earth.
concept.
No, that is the concept, my friend. That's what refraction is. Like you're saying, it's refracting exactly with the same. It's conforming to the curvature of the Earth, but in the air to refract right to your eyeballs or the camera.
Not quite. That's not quite what I said.
Well, it would be in the air or something like that. You know what I mean? If it's not like perfectly like on the horizon or whatnot, or a little below or whatever.
Okay.
You know.
Well, let's simplify this. Let's just say, yeah, I think we should simplify it because I think getting over the intricacies of refraction and so on like that, I don't think that's really gonna take this conversation anywhere. I'll say one thing and say the other. So let's
the only
bring
thing
it
you're
to
hanging
something that we
on.
do agree.
So
Let's bring it to something that we can agree upon.
Okay. Well, which is
okay. Now, if the Earth is flat, something at a certain distance, if you can see the top of it, you should also be able to see the bottom of it, provided there's no physical obstructions, right?
providing yes, there's no information loss, right? You have enough angle of resolution, yes. Then the condition, yes, you should be able to see the bottom of it. Depends on what distance though, because you will have information
Well,
loss.
if the distance is the same, like the top of the building isn't a significant distance higher than the bottom of it, is it?
you are shifting again.
No, I'm not. I'm asking a question. I'm trying to take this to something that we can all agree upon and
How
work
far
with.
is the
I think that's the
building,
best way.
observer height? You know, we're gonna really have to do
Well, I don't know.
an
I think that
example.
that's really arbitrary. I'm
Instead
saying
of showing what
if
you
there is
can,
some, let's just say you're seeing something over an ocean,
Yeah.
and if you can see the top of the building on a
I don't know.
Did he cut out?
Yeah, I think it did. You cut
okay.
off.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're back.
You okay. Anyways, I cut out for a second. If you can see the top of a building at whatever X distance, it doesn't really matter. You should, provided there's no like physical obstructions, be able to see the bottom, right?
You're
Yeah.
looking through the atmos. You're looking through a layer of air and change of temperature. So
Okay, so
you
you're
gotta add.
invoking refraction, but then
No,
when
no.
I do it,
How far is the building, right? It's like if it's right in front of your face, you can see everything. Obviously, it's like sure, man.
yep,
Like how
yep,
far? That's
yep.
why we have to be
If it's in
specific.
front of you,
We gotta
yeah,
be
you can see
specific.
it.
We have to do math. Observer height. Boom, boom, boom. Can we see
Okay,
this?
well,
Should we be able to see this? Yes
in
or
what
no?
situation? Okay, in what situation would you be able to see the top of a building or a mountain? Let's just say a mountain, but not the bottom of it. And this is, of course, assuming that there's no physical obstructions, like there's not other mountains
So,
blocking it,
so
and or something like
you're
that.
forgetting angular size reduction, right? Have you accounted for angular size reduction, fanboy?
No, he's
Tell
not
me,
being
what's angular
specific about
size
what
reduction?
observation he's making. We just going into and some imagine everybody in here
I
with
know.
their own everyone with their own brain at the moment is
What
having
if
a
it's
different
not
imagination of this. Dude,
imaginary?
I'm in the middle of a
Look, it doesn't
sentence.
really.
I'm in the middle of a
Apologies.
sentence.
My apologies. Keep going.
When you say imagine this happening, everyone in here is imagining a different distance, different conditions. Everything is different. This hypothetical that you're trying to put. So if you want to be specific about a specific observation, maybe we can go through that.
Okay, well, I'm talking about, in principle
Yes or
here.
no?
Yes or
No,
no to
you
what?
don't have one?
Yes or no to
Yeah.
what?
James's question, right? Do you
No,
have
not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so then no.
But we can shift this conversation from something else. I'm simply asking, under what circumstances would that be obscured?
Many. Under many
Gave you
circumstances.
answers, right? Gave you answers.
Okay, you said something about angular size reduction. I'm not familiar with that. You're gonna have to explain that to me.
Yeah, you are, man. You're playing. I really. You're just so annoying,
Okay,
man.
for the sake of argument, let's just say I am familiar with it. What's wrong
So
with explaining it?
since we say we're gonna move on, let's check on the new people for a second. Anybody has a question for
No,
the
I'm
flat
still
earthers
on
in
this,
here?
but we can move on if you really want to.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, you're not conducting
I
the
saw a few new people in here. Been dropping like flies because of the convo. Shop PhD. He had a question earlier, but I guess we well rolled him. And the other ones left. Go ahead.
Oh, he got muted. Nice. I thought you would.
Oh, there we go. I'm unmuted. I appreciate that. Roger, I don't know if you saw what I just said. I do have one question. You said something about angular size reduction. Now, if you're viewing a building over whatever distance, doesn't matter, the bottom is closer to you, the top is smaller than you. In your understanding, why is it that the top doesn't disappear first? Why is it that we can see the top and not the bottom? That's something that I'm just not grasping. It makes sense
So
on a
you have
globe,
to,
but
No, it doesn't, right? So you haven't. So Sirius explained it, right? When you have loss of information, the bottom disappears, right?
Okay, why the bottom?
This can be
This is something I.
demonstrated on a flat plane. This
Okay, this is something I truly don't understand. Why the bottom?
The angular resolution, the angle of your viewing angle, right? Your eyes are closer to the bottom than they are to the top.
What if I hang you by your ankles? Is the top going to disappear?
Your eyes will still be closer to the bottom, right?
So it's about the angle of view that you have to the object, and if you have like something like a boat or a tall building, it means is that the bottom of the object is where you have the smallest angle of view, and the top is where you have the biggest angle of view, and in between that it like changes, right? So when the object
what is this based on?
whatever, just based purely on geometrics, you don't even have to like do the atmosphere for this.
Well, the thing that's on the bottom should be closer to
no,
you,
but like
shouldn't it?
if an object is
When we're
getting
talking about a building or
passing the
mountain.
point of the angular resolution limit, right?
What is the limit?
Of what you can resolve with your eyes or the camera, then of course the first thing that's going to disappear is where the angle is the smallest.
You can Google the limit.
Yeah, you can Google. Cool, but we have physical demonstrations showing bottom first disappearing on flat surfaces, so it doesn't prove anything.
0.02 degrees or some shit like that. Don't even know. Don't remember.
But when it's a significant portion of like a building or mountain that's disappearing first,
Okay.
that seems to be weird on flat
How
Earth.
how about this? Okay, that's weird for you on flat Earth. Sure, you're concerned where the information loss is the highest, right? Why is it on the bottom, right? Okay, cool. Sure, I'm with you. Okay, so let's increase the distance of the building to where we should not be able to see any of it. Okay, because all right, I do not know why the information loss is higher at the bottom. Let's just say that. Okay. All right.
Yep.
So let's increase the distance of the building to where it's completely hidden behind the bulge, so to speak, right? You know, how far away? So now we have to set a building height, and how far away should it be for a 6-foot observer in order for the entirety of the building to disappear, including the top, right?
You'll forgive me. I'm not quite following you. What does this have to do with the bottom of things disappearing?
Yes, because the bottom of things disappearing on your model is the bulge of the Earth.
I'm talking about on yours.
No. It's
we know what it is on.
Check
the globe.
this out. Yeah, on the globe, we were all raised on the globe, and we went to test it out with long distance stuff, and we're falsifying it. And this is the method of falsification, right? Because we did not come out and say, oh, hey, it's a globe of this size. So the size it's already set in stone, you know. So we can just take it from the NASA website or whatever, you know, and just run the data. Like, okay, this building, all right, how far away should I be on, you know, quote unquote perfect conditions?
I think I know where you're going with this.
Yeah.
I do have one thing to interject if you don't mind.
You know, I
Even
know
if-
you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, even if everything you said was 100% true, one could just as easily say the Earth were just 100 or 1,000 times larger, and that the calculations are wrong.
Yeah, it has to
So
be
why a flat Earth?
Right, it has to be like 100.
Why not a cube Earth or a dodecahedron Earth or anything like that?
I'm down, dude. Go prove that. I'm cool. Just show you, like,
Well,
if
you haven't proved
Flat Earth.
in my
Flat
understanding.
Earth is not a claim. Flat Earth is not a claim of a shape. Flat Earth is a description of the surface that we're standing on. That's a description.
Well, you do claim.
Not a shape.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, we're not. Nobody here is claiming the Earth is this shape.
The perimeter. The boundary.
So
we don't know what the boundary is.
So
like.
the Antarctic is not the boundary.
It's not beneath you. The claim is the Antarctic and China is not beneath your feet. So if you dig straight down, you won't fucking end up in China. That's the claim.
No,
That's it in a nutshell.
It's pretty thick, but
yeah, pretty fucking.
I think
thick. If you have
I
the
think I understand what you're
technology,
saying.
all we've dug is 8 miles, man. Okay, and somehow we know that the core and whatnot, blah blah blah. So let's not get off topic. But the curvature, like you're saying, sure, The bulge is
But geology is a
obstructing it.
complex field.
Yeah, okay, we're not on geology right now. You know, the
But
bottom.
you just mentioned what we know about the core, so.
Yeah, we know.
But please.
Yeah, dude, let's get back
We
to
don't know anything
curvature.
about the core. Nobody knows anything. The core is just an idea. It's just an imagination land, like Narnia. That's the core. Narnia.
How have you disproved? Well, anyways, let's not get all sidetracked here.
Yeah,
I
we
think
can get
that,
into the core if you want.
yeah, we can get off on that later. No, I'd love to.
You're
But
saying
I want to let you make your point.
Yeah,
you're
you're not
losing information because of the
Yes,
obstruction.
exactly.
That's
Why?
it. So what I'm gonna do is increase the distance until the entirety of the building is obstructed, and now I know it's 100% behind the bulge, and then zoom in. And if it comes back
That
into
doesn't
view, fuck you, what's going on?
explain.
Well, I'm
That doesn't
refracting
explain
with
why.
the zoom lens around the curve of the Earth.
That's
Prove
not
that to
quite
be
how it
true.
works.
No,
That's not
prove
quite how it
that to
works.
be true in optics first, and you'll get a Nobel Prize. You must prove that to be true. That is not true in optics. Physics book has optics. Go open it up. Travels in a straight line, man. It's like, oh, well,
Thank
yeah,
you.
refraction is like, yeah, when you have a change of medium, a sudden change of medium, Snell's law is like, okay, it's in physics books. Like, all right, man, basics fit like physics. So you cannot refract the light beam perfectly around the curve to the lens of the camera when I just zoom in. So, you know, and
Seeing as how
mathematically, it has to be hidden behind the Earth. It's just there's no
Yep.
other fucking way, man. It has to be.
Seeing as how neither one of us have went into the intricacies of refraction or anything like that, and I don't think that even if I did or everybody here explained it, or if you
can calculate for it. What do you
completely
mean?
understood it, that you would really, you're right. You can calculate for it.
You calculate for it.
That's
You
right.
can different methods.
Can do that.
You can even test it with different color lasers, right? Because they're different wavelength and they'll refract differently.
Mm-hmm.
So you can test it, two lasers calibrated, you know, at the same level and different distances. And as you move apart and if the beams deviate, it tells you. You can actually do that. And Dr. John D did that on YouTube. Like, anyways, so there are different
I
methods.
do
You can test
understand
this out. Yeah.
what you're
It's
saying.
minuscule, man.
You think that's definitive? I personally don't think that's definitive. What I would find as definitive is an explanation for what I was saying earlier. Why is it that the things just like a mountain or a building or something like that would not resolve on the bottom?
Because that's the densest layer of atmosphere. That's a good explanation. Falsify that.
Yeah.
Falsify that. Go. Here.
Why is it the densest layer of atmosphere?
Why is that? Because it is. Because it is. Why is it? I don't know. We found it like that. Why is the right hand rule
Okay,
for
well,
electricity? Listen.
I don't.
Why is the right hand rule the fucking right hand rule and left hand rule in magnetism?
Here's the thing. How did they?
Why?
How did
Because
they
it's
measure?
like that. We fucking
Making a
found it.
claim and then saying falsify it isn't how
Right.
science is conducted.
You asked for an explanation, sir.
There's a man behind you right now.
I answered you.
There's a man behind you right now. Falsify it, and he's invisible too.
Yeah.
I think you see my point. Of course, that would be
come
bullshit.
on.
And if I was
Come on.
serious, you'd probably call me crazy.
Yeah, they're not equal.
I'm making an analogy. Look,
But it
it's
is
the same
actually the
principle.
densest
You're
layer
making
of
a claim.
atmosphere.
You're right.
Correct or
Correct.
not? Come on, man.
Yes.
So there is one true fact that we know, and I don't know if that accounts for 100% of it or not. I'm honest. I don't fucking know, but that is a reason. Is it the only? Probably not, but I would have to go and actually develop an experiment and test for and see what I get, the results. And I've not done that. I'm not sure who did. To actually answer your question, because I'm interested in that too. Why the bottom? But there is some stuff we can actually look into. Okay, it is the densest layer. So
one thing I do have to say.
Yeah.
Even if, let's just say, everything you say is true and I'm converted, I'm a flat earther. These questions that I'm asking, these shouldn't be offending people. These shouldn't be something that I get muted for, or I'm being told that I'm being obnoxious or whatever.
If you're being dishonest or you're defending your religion or something like that, then you'll get muted. I never muted you, by the way, so I don't know.
I think it was Roger. Yeah, but even if, and I don't subscribe to the notion that it is a religion.
No, you're lying now.
But
you're lying now. So
what am I lying about, Roger?
I didn't mute you. I didn't mute you.
Oh, well, I think it might have been Gemsley then.
Back. Take it back.
I assumed it was you. My apologies.
Oh.
If you say it wasn't you, I'll take it at face value.
Okay,
I
so
did mute you, and then I unmuted you, so there you go.
Okay, well,
Second chance.
that's been clarified.
Yeah, I muted
If you could
too
have
at one
just said
point
that
when
I
you
was
said there were some new
mistaken, you
people
don't need to
coming.
call me a liar.
I have a
I assumed
question
it was
for
you because you and I were the
dude.
ones talking, so.
I got a question for you of
Well,
equivalent
I have an
value.
answer.
No, you don't.
Possibly, I Okay.
Maybe you do. All right.
Well, we'll see if I have an answer.
All right. Okay, this is mainstream and I like it. This makes sense, but I'm going to ask you why, and you need to answer why. At sunset and sunrise, the sun appears more reddish because the blue rays, okay, you know, like the sun is emitting, like, let's say the spectrum is like white light, which is like the entirety of like the
It's
color
being
spectrum.
scattered, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's being scattered. So why does blue light scatter easier than red light? That's the question here. Boom, run with it. You're asking like a similar question. It's like, why does this phenomenon happen? Like, I really don't know. It's like, why
Well,
does
I
blue
might not
light
know off the
scatter
top of my
more?
head, but I don't think that
Oh.
that is an unknowable, or that that's even unknown.
Why it scatters more? I'm sure there are hypotheses why. I've never read into it, but it's higher. It's high frequency, but it's still not answering. Like, why does the
that's still
higher
a valid
frequency
question,
scatter
yeah.
more? Yeah.
Look, I don't know, and
Cool.
I can say I don't know.
Okay.
But
Cool.
I must admit that sometimes I get in here and when somebody else doesn't know, they just mute me. And I'm not insinuating that that's what happened here. But
We
I
like
think
to
you
have
can
honest
understand.
discussions, man. We really do.
Well, I think that people are generally trying to be honest. They might not know that they're, I don't know, using a logical fallacy, or they're just believing something that's bullshit or whatever like that. But I think that having an honest discussion with them has to be both ways.
Wait, you're
Of course
saying
it
people
has.
here are being dishonest or something?
No, that's not what I was saying. I was saying that if you do
Don't
want to have
trigger
a
people now.
discussion with someone, um, yeah, if you don't want to have, or if you do want to have an honest discussion, both people have to be willing to have that discussion. Like
Wait,
you,
we are actually talking to you at the moment. Is
well,
there
I
anything
appreciate
wrong?
that. No, I appreciate that. A lot
Oh,
of
okay.
times
I'm
I
getting
tune
confused
in.
at the moment.
Well, I'm speaking more in principle. I think that this dialogue that we have going on right here, I think this is pretty good. I don't think there's
Because
anything wrong with
let me
that.
tell you, when you join and you
But I
open your
do feel
mic,
compelled.
listen,
Go
there
ahead.
was already a conversation with new people going on, and you did ask a question, and people also engage you, and it's not a big deal. And we moved on
Mhm.
from the new people to talking to you. If you're complaining right now about how people are talking to you, man, we move on from other people to talk to you. So what are you complaining about, bro? Come on.
I don't think you're quite seeing what I'm talking about. I do feel compelled to, speak in the defense of people that get in here. They ask a question, and sometimes people do have a less than complete understanding of certain topics, and they ask a question and just be like, "Okay, that just sounds dumb." They're obviously trolling, but they might not genuinely know, and they get called a troll or whatever like that, and then they get banned. I do understand it can get tiring to talk to people and ask this, and they ask the same questions or have the same retorts and whatnot like that. But there's, it happens to me too.
Yeah, it does
It's
happen.
it's
It does
par for the
happen.
course.
It does happen. It's not a perfect system, and we also get people that join the server and they create dozens and dozens of accounts, and they join the server and they get banned, then join again, and they just trying to mess around, and
There
we do
might
get
be a
that a
bot
lot.
that you
So
can use to like get people to like IP ban someone or something like that. I don't know. There might be. Um, You could also have
yeah,
a limitation
that
on how
happens
old
too.
an account is. Like you could require that it's like, I don't know, older than 3 months. It's an arbitrary number.
Yeah,
Whatever
but that's
you're
why there's
comfortable with.
that's why there's moderators and that kind of stuff in here. And if someone gets banned because reasons, I mean, that happens. It's not a big deal.
Well, it should be a big deal for you because those are the people that you're ideally trying to spread the truth to. I mean, it's like, you know, what's the point of going in and having a big conversation about everything that you agree on with people that you agree with?
But what are you saying? That we ban everybody? There's no new people in here, and we don't do any
No,
effort
that's
to
not what
speak
I
to new
said.
people? I mean, I don't get your point,
It's
bro,
not quite what
right
I
now.
said. My point is, I believe that enforcement is a little overzealous, and I don't think that it's universally enforced either.
So
Not
you're gonna
every
teach the
moderator. There's
moderators
some
how to
good.
run the server?
Look,
That's
am
what
I
you're gonna
not
do now?
allowed to provide my opinion on this? You can
That's not
disregard
what
it if you
this.
want.
That's not what the live stream is for.
All right. Well, then this conversation we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
You can take what I said with what value you put in it. So, anyways,
I get what you're saying.
I don't think. Well, I appreciate your recognition. I do think that it would be good if we move on past something else because we've kind of beaten the horse.
Didn't you
Beating the
did
dead
you already,
horse here?
did
So
you already concede that the Earth is bigger than what they say?
no.
Oh, you didn't? You didn't
No,
say
what I
that?
said, I might have not clarified. I said that there's just as much reason to believe that it's just larger, or it's a dodecahedron, or it's a triangle, or whatever.
So
Than
the
now,
math is
there's
wrong.
people out there. That's not what I said either. I said that if that were the case, that the natural assumption isn't a specific shape. Roger did clarify that he said that people don't subscribe to a specific shape. I do think that there is a common trend that people do believe in, like they believe Antarctica is the border around at least our immediate sort of area, but that's beside the point. Now, my point is that now there's people out there, they call themselves helioskeptics. You know what? I might not agree with everything that they say, and I might think that they have an incomplete understanding of certain topics, just as I'm sure they do of me. But I can at least respect them for being like, you know what? Even if it's not a certain shape, it doesn't mean it's another shape.
So
I can respect that.
So you're saying it could be a different shape, but the math is still correct?
No, that's not what I said. I'm saying
Please
if it
keep
isn't,
clarifying.
if it is incorrect, if everything that you did say, like none of it could be accounted for on the globe model, like refraction doesn't even exist or whatever, blah blah blah, all of the 100 different things, doesn't really matter. The natural assumption, like even if
Who's
the
saying
globe
that
were false,
refraction doesn't exist? Who's saying that?
it's beside the point. I'm saying for the sake of argument, if there was absolutely nothing that could account for the things that we observe on a globe, and we did 100% falsify the globe, and it's completely objective, and everybody knows it, that doesn't mean
There
it
is
is a
no
certain shape.
observation of the globe. We don't
I would
observe anything from the globe.
I would
There is
argue
no
to differ.
curvature.
Like there are
Flat
certain
Earth in space.
mountains that you can, like I did link a video. And now the content of the video was irrelevant. The part that I was referencing, because it was the only thing that I could find, because it was relevant to what we were talking about, was at the end. It was like 10 minutes and 50 seconds. After that, that is what doesn't make sense to me. How could the Earth be flat with this observation? Now I was told like things on the bottom, they just don't resolve or whatever like that. Perspective, vanishing point. Now in my understanding, those were all drawing terms. I mean, I think I learned them in 8th grade art, but I don't know if there's any sort of like equations or formulas that I can use to determine this, and if
You
they are, where are
understand?
they?
You understand that the guy that made this video, he wasn't here, and he promised he will come back and prove the globe to us, and he never came back, right?
Look, he could be Satan himself. The guy has nothing to do with anything
Okay,
about my point.
vanishing point,
The
dude.
video, I was using the video simply
Yo.
to reference some things that were shown in it, some specific images.
All right, the angular
'Cause that's-
resolution for the human eye is 0.0003 radians.
Yep. And
So
what does
that
that
is
mean?
not it's not a drawing term.
So
Used
you
in
do
art.
know, right? You do know.
Radians and or
I don't know why you
0.02
keep saying
degrees.
you do know, like it's some big gotcha.
No, it's like you're asking us to explain stuff to you that you do know, which is weird, right? Which
We should be on the same page about certain things, shouldn't we?
it's weird, right?
I mean, for
And
my
don't answer the
understanding,
next time you suspect. I
you're
don't know why.
asking for you're asking for us to explain things that will happen on a strawman flat Earth, because all I see over
Okay,
there
what
is
makes it a straw man?
cartoons.
Flat is
Yeah,
flat. I mean, right?
I mean, all I see over
Like,
there, he's claiming that these things have
uh,
to happen for the Earth to be flat. I mean,
the content of the video has nothing to do with my point. My point was specifically in reference to the last, I don't know, 30 seconds of the video, some images that were shown, because that was the only place where I could think of off the top of my head where these images were shown. I don't have them saved, so that's why I gave some context for what the video was. Somebody went off on a tangent about this guy, blah blah blah. He was in the Discord. I don't think that has anything to do with anything, even if he was. But my point is flat. There's not degrees of flatness. If it is flat, I mean, I don't know
Yeah.
what you mean, straw man flat Earth.
Okay. The object, all right, your eyes, right, and the ground, okay, form a triangle. That angle over there, where the object is at between the two legs of the triangle, when that goes below 0.02 degrees, your eye can no longer see the object, which
And that's
means
at a
if
distance,
you're
right?
yes, that's perfectly flat, no refraction, nothing, no scattering. There's nothing, just perfect. This is, the lens-based stuff, optics. So if at 1
And you're
kilo,
right.
1 kilometer away, at 1,000 meters away, an object that's 0.3 of a meter, which is roughly 1 foot, or 12 inches high, or 30 centimeters high, placed on the ground, you cannot see it with your naked
You're
eye.
absolutely
There's
right.
no way. You
We're in
should
complete
not be able
agreement
to
about
see
that.
it. Yeah, well,
We're
there
in
you go.
complete agreement about that.
This is why
That's just
stuff
my
gets
point.
obscured bottom first. Because
Okay,
of
that
the
doesn't
angular
explain why it
reflection.
gets obscured bottom first. Like, why?
Yeah.
I mean, the mountain, the top is further. The top of the mountain is further than you from the bottom of the mountain. Why is the top not obscured? Why can't you just see the bottom instead?
The light rays from the top are not traveling the path along the bottom where the densest layer of atmosphere is, right? It is taken like,
Okay, so
you're kind of like looking up at something.
and you're saying it just scatters.
No, I never said that. Did I
Okay,
ever
well,
say
what does the light do? Do the photons just stop in the air? They're just like, oh, yeah, I'm kind of
why
tuckered
would they
out.
stop in the air?
They wouldn't.
Okay, yeah. So, but the stuff
Okay, so
where it has to go through the thickest layer of atmosphere, yeah,
yeah, but a
there's definitely
mountain.
some scattering for sure.
Yeah, you're not
Oh,
going to be able to not resolve a mountain in your eye, especially when you can resolve the
well,
top of the mountain. It's further
okay.
away. There's less mass. So why is the bottom of the mountain something that you can't resolve, but the top of your mountain is? And
So,
your eyes, they seem very
okay,
picky.
yeah, I don't know why the bottom. You're the one that picked the bottom and not the top. Why is the bottom hidden? Well, just say that there's bulge of water between you and the mountain, man.
No, that's what I believe.
No.
Yes.
Well,
Yes. I mean,
okay,
we all
that's
know that
not
that's what
proven
I believe.
because you can go further back. If that is your claim, we'll test it out. Then increase the distance until the entire mountain should no longer be in sight. And you have to do some math to see how far should you be, and test if you can actually see the top of it or not.
I think you're maybe missing the whole point. I'm saying
You're the one that's missing the whole point.
no, I recognize what you're saying,
No, you
and
don't.
even if the Earth is, we all, like I said, 100% of us, we all know that it's not a globe. How can we then say it's flat when the observations don't match a flat Earth?
How does it not match a flat Earth?
The mountain which you say you shouldn't be able to resolve in your eye, you can resolve the
You're
top of
saying
it,
you should be
something
able
which
to
is
see
farther.
all of it at any distance.
Yes.
It
No,
doesn't
not
matter
at
the
any
distance.
distance. That's not what I said. No.
Well, how far away then? Let's set a distance. Set an example. How far away?
Does it really matter? Because if you can
Yes,
see
it
the top of the
does.
mountain, shouldn't you
No,
also
if
be
you
able to
stand
see
right
the
next to
bottom?
it, you can see everything, right?
Yep.
Then the
Yep.
distance matters.
I shared the
Something is the sun.
photographs. I shared something that he was talking about. You see the images?
Well, I mean,
This is what you're
why is
talking
he
about,
even
right?
saying? Well, why did I hear him say? Does it
You
even
know, these.
matter? I mean, obviously the distance and the size of the mountain matters, dude. That's
I'm
the whole
saying it's
point, right?
arbitrary for this thing.
No, it matters. Be specific.
It really does matter, man.
Okay, yeah, Gemzi is correct on this. How do you explain this?
You're saying that we don't see the whole
Just look at the
bottom
last
of
two.
these places
Yeah,
because
just look at
of
the
the
last two
curvature
images.
of the Earth?
I
Is that
think
your
that that's
claim?
really I think that that's really irrelevant to this. Now, of course, that is what I personally think, but that's beside the point because that what you're observing right here should not be observed on a flat Earth. And if there is an answer and it's something that I've missed, then by all means, you might convert me right now.
So if 1/4 or let's say 1/3 of this building were missing because they were going with the curvature of the Earth, they're going with the sideways curve of the ball. Why are these buildings 90-degree, pointing 90-degree, and not going sideways with the curve?
What do you mean going sideways with the curve?
I mean,
That's
you're
a pretty
saying they're
small
behind.
portion of. That's a pretty small portion of land there relative
Dude,
to the Earth.
you in
Big
the
enough
image that
to
you're
trucks,
claiming.
though. It has to
In the
be.
image that you're claiming, the 1/4 of the building is being covered up by the curvature of the Earth. That's your claim.
Hell, in the entirety of some buildings.
Okay, so why isn't the
How does
taller
it work on a
building
flat
going
Earth?
with the curve?
Has this guy been through the Black Swan or what?
No, I just
Yeah,
want
he
to point
knows.
this out,
He knows.
and then I'm gonna point out that there's atmospheric conditions, right, between the observer and the object being observed. There's a layer of atmos, right? You're looking through a layer of water, particles, heat and cold, right? So
How come
you're
that
not
is not
gonna be
affecting the
able
top
to.
of the buildings?
Okay.
That's my question.
I'm gonna share it. I think you've seen this.
Like I might be converted right now if you can have a logical explanation for why
Nobody's
this
looking to
can be
convert you.
observed.
Come on, bro.
Oh, all right.
Let's do this.
How much denser is it on the bottom?
Hey, like I said, that's a hypothesis. I never tested that.
Well, Roger just made a claim that that's the reason.
Oh, okay. Oh.
No, you're just saying at the top.
So tell me.
Why isn't it
tell
at
me
the
this.
top? Go ahead.
Is this the curvature of the Earth that's happening here? Is the bottom of this woman and the guy, is that the curvature of the Earth? That's why they're behind. That you don't see the shoes. You don't see their legs. Is it the curvature?
No, that appears to be. No, that appears to be a mirage of some sort. Yes.
Oh, it's not the curvature.
now. Yeah,
So
that's an
but
optical
what's that got to
phenomenon.
do with these buildings? There's
When we
obviously
use an
nothing
optical
like that.
phenomenon for longer distances than that, it's ridiculed. But when you use optical phenomena, then it's okay, such as mirage. You all right then? I will say that's a mirage. Hey, the bottom of the buildings and mountains are hidden because of a mirage. Boom.
Okay, so
Give
how
your
do
own poison.
we look? That's not a very logical
No,
argument.
not
I
just
don't
a
think that.
mirage. It's not just a mirage. It's called convergence. Let me see if I find it here. You're not gonna see that point. Okay, this is a good one. Let me see. This one is related
By
to
the
the
way,
sun,
you
but
understand that distance matters because as you move away, the angular resolution decreases, right? Your angle decreases, right? Yeah.
What was that?
You said distance doesn't matter in the beginning. We're like, no, man, distance is everything because
I
as
didn't
you
say it
move
doesn't matter.
away,
I said it was arbitrary.
which is random, right? Arbitrary.
Meaning it's not relevant to this specific point.
Which means
Yeah.
doesn't matter. Come on, man.
It doesn't mean it's irrelevant in all situations.
Uh, I like that you like dancing. It's fine. I don't mind it.
Well, I do
Fine.
think that the
It's
words matter,
entertaining.
and I think you shouldn't be
Yeah,
using
that's
loaded
why
language.
I like math, science. It's much better than words. Equations. That's how my brain works. Equations and show me your math. Let me go over it. That way,
How about
you
how
know.
about this ones?
Yeah, curvature is hiding the car. It's a
Is
mirage.
curvature
I
hiding
don't
this?
think that these are comparable. And
I
I think
swear
it's
they are,
dishonest
'cause
that you would think that they are.
the sun.
Or that you would
I've
say
witnessed the
that they
sun
are.
one like that before, where kind of like mushes out into the horizon. Like if you see the one with the sun all the way on the right on the bottom row, I've seen that multiple times. For
Okay,
some
now you're
reason,
citing
it sticks
all
with
these
that.
things are convergence. Is that what's going on in those
That's
images
cool.
of the city? Is that what's happening in the city? Can you
The
show me where
bottom
this
of
is
the
happening?
the bottom of the
Could
buildings is
be.
behind a layer of humidity, water, particles. It's behind a layer that you cannot see through. Is it really that complicated?
No,
How come you can see the top?
how come the sun is flaring out as it's touching the horizon? There you go. You explain why, then I'll explain why the buildings you can't see them. Give me an explanation for the sun. Why is it flaring out, getting fatter?
You know what we call this? Obfuscation.
Oh, what
I've asked a
method?
specific question. No, I said obfuscation.
Well,
I've asked a specific
go,
question
man.
here, and you're saying, what about? What about is not an
No,
argument.
your question was why. It's been why do the bottoms of buildings and mountains disappear first?
What you've shown me are some mirages, and I asked you point blank, is that what you think is going on? Now you
Is your answer mirage?
apparently,
Yeah.
and you apparently said
Then my
that
answer is a
yes, you
mirage.
honestly thought that that's what it is. I
It's
don't
a
think that
mirage.
that's what you
Yeah.
think.
It's multiple
I think you can't
things.
explain it.
If you think it's a
Multiple
mirage,
things.
I think it's a mirage. No problem.
Yeah.
Yep. I do a 100%. If you think it's 100% mirage, I'll say 100% mirage. If you say 90% mirage, I'll say 90% mirage.
Who are you talking about?
You. And I'll go with that.
No, I don't think
It's
that's a
fun.
mirage. I think that might be curvature.
With the sun. Curvature is making the
No.
sun flare out.
No,
Yeah. Come
I
on.
wasn't talking about the sun. I'm talking about the city.
No, let's talk about the
Oh,
sun.
the
It's similar.
city is going with the curvature of the earth, but it's not tilting with the curvature. It's behind the curvature, going behind the curvature, but it's not tilting with the curvature. It's staying 90 degrees.
What is observer height? Where should the horizon? Where must the horizon be?
What was the
Right?
visibility of that day? The humidity.
Yeah.
Here, let
But
me.
that's the proper way of attacking this.
What was that?
Right.
The way
What
Roger said.
what was
What
the
did Roger say?
distance of what was the distance of the city to the observer? What was the observer height? What were the conditions?
And where should the
Where
horizon be? That's the
should
most critical one.
must the horizon be? It should must where it has to be at a certain point. The Earth has geometry, right? And we've shown you multiple examples where stuff
Well,
disappears. No,
I haven't gotten
I'm
an.
still
I'll let you
still
go ahead. Go
talking.
ahead.
Okay,
Finish. Go
we
ahead.
showed you multiple examples where stuff disappears bottom up, so it's not excluded, right? So it's not only on a ball. So it is up to you to exclude this, to show us why it is only happening on a ball.
You show a few images
And
that you
yeah, and
say
you
are
hand wave it,
comparable.
and you hand wave it.
Look, I don't think that it's honest to show a mirage and then say, "Yep, that's what's happening."
You hand wave it.
Do you on it? Can you? Do you honestly think it's a mirage, and that's
You
why
labeled
half of
it.
the city is
You
not
labeled it with an optical
visible?
phenomenon. All I have to do then is to label my, explanation with some kind of optical phenomenon, and then we're equal. That's
Okay.
all I've been trying to get at. So
It's not-
I've used
no.
mirage
Okay.
because
Do
we're
you
equal. You
do you
said whatever.
deny that
Say
the
whatever.
image you shown is an optical phenomenon? I thought that was your point.
Sure. Yes. What kind? I've got no fucking idea. Yeah, of course, it's something.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Of course, it's an optical phenomenon. Just like look at the sun flaring out, as it's touching the horizon. It's like that's an optical phenomenon. You can call it mirage, sure. Superior, inferior, okay, inverted, blah blah blah. Optical phenomenon, because it's not reality. So, like, that's
It's
why,
not.
like,
Well, I don't know what you mean. It's not
should say
reality. This is a real
where
image of.
should the horizon be in the image, right? Because we know that we live on a ball, man, right? So where should it be? That's the trick question. At that distance, that observer height, where should it be? Should we even see any of the buildings? I don't know. I'm not sure how. I can run the math on it and see. That's
Off
okay.
the
So if
off the
there's a
top of my
mismatch,
head, I don't know, but I do know that if we can see the top of it, shouldn't we also be able to see the bottom of it on flat Earth? Now, you showed me a few mirages and said some sort
in
of
some cases you
convergence,
can, man. In
but
some
there
cases you
is
can,
not.
but at
That's
what
not going
distance?
on in this image. That's clearly not going on in this image.
You can't see for okay. You can't see forever, right? Yeah.
Yes, you're
Yeah.
correct.
So yeah. Let's remove the atmosphere and all that. And put a
Yeah, we can't
perfectly
see
level
forever because we
plane.
can't resolve certain
Exactly.
images in our eyes. Yes.
Well, right. Depends on the power of the optics you use.
So
Oh.
you're telling me that if I looked at this image here and I zoomed in on it, the rest of the city would come into view?
I'm not sure. In different conditions, I bet you the position of the horizon will change depending on the conditions. Sometimes more of the city will be hidden, sometimes more will be seen. There are more examples. I'm not sure what other cities, but yeah, there are examples of that. It's not every day that you see the same thing. And people that do these observations know that, and they pick like
Look, I'm gonna make
the perfect day, quote unquote, to take that long ass 200-mile shot or whatever. Like perfect. Today's the
Yeah,
day.
you're right. They
Yeah.
do take it on the perfect day to see
Yes.
something that you shouldn't see over a certain distance. It requires specific. Why is there one black swan?
Then, if it is seen, what
Why
is
aren't there
wrong here?
100?
What is wrong
Why aren't
here?
there 1,000?
If you see that,
There's thousands of images of curvature and a few of
no, there isn't.
what
No,
appears
there
to be
isn't.
not. Look, I've
There's-
just shown. I've actually Gemsy showed you a few here.
With your question
that
about
curvature, right?
the bottom of the building disappearing. Now, the top of the building, you've got a bigger angle to see it because the floor is your is like your limit.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to explain that one again.
Can I ask the baller a quick question real fast? It'll be quick.
Well, I want him to explain what he was talking about.
Well,
It'll be real.
can't
It'll
see
be real
through
quick,
the
man.
floor.
You're gonna get off. You're gonna get off the question though. Just real quick, man. So every day when the weatherman gives us the visibility that you can see that day, is that the curvature causing that, or what's causing that visibility every day?
Those are atmospheric conditions which have nothing to do with this image. Why can we see the top? If it is atmospheric conditions that are obscuring the bottom, why is it not also obscuring the top? That's a further distance. You're on the ground. There's the bottom of the building on this assumed flat plane. The bottom of it should be closer to you. The top should be farther away. Why can you see the top and not the bottom? Shouldn't the top
Your
disappear?
angular view is increased
Exactly.
What?
of the top compared to the bottom.
Because I like thermodynamics. Heat turbulence. Prove that shit wrong, son. Because that is all.
You can't just
That
say
is fucking
science
correct.
words and be like,
Go, dog. I said a thermal.
slam
Go
dunk.
multiply that one. Because you have heat
I
turbulence.
added quantum to the end of my sentence. Like, come on, man. All right. Well, look, it's clear. It's clear we're not. Maybe there is a legitimate answer for this on a flat Earth, but it hasn't been made clear to me. Maybe we'll find a more calm environment where this can be explained to me. But
oh, it's pretty calm in here, man. It's super.
I don't know. I don't know. I think. Well, I want to be polite. I think that you know. I'd like to think that that's why people don't have an explanation. That's you know.
You don't have one either, right?
No,
you absolutely
don't. I
don't.
have an explanation too.
Yeah. Okay. Why is
What
it
don't-
when the entire building should not be seen? I can see it, and that's it. That's what's the explanation
Why
for the
is that
refraction? Well,
done
no,
in
it's not
specific atmospheric conditions? Why don't we have 1,000 black swans? Why does everybody cite the same exact image? There is clear refraction going on in the
We do
black swan
have
image.
thousands of images showing that the globe.
Well, there
is
just
not a
must not
globe.
be that much. There
Is it
must not be that
refraction?
much circulation then.
So it's refraction, yeah.
They
Is
just
what refraction?
markers for distance in the oil rigs. That's why it's convenient, black swan.
Yeah, I've just posted the
but
wiki, right? I just posted the wiki for you, so you can check it
go ahead.
out.
Yep, I'll look over this. I hope it actually explains the phenomenon and is applicable to what you are talking about.
Oh, it's very applicable when you give me a ball of a certain diameter and I go place an object, behind the curve and use optics to see it, then that's magic because there must be massive Earth obstructing the rays, right? The light rays. So there you go. That's it. Now, why does the bottom disappear first? I don't give a fuck. Phenomena. That's just how it is. Gravity, bro. It's just like gravity. Boom. Just like gravity. I'm gonna
even
if gravity. I will.
Even if you believed that, that doesn't seem like it's very conducive to a better understanding.
Well, understanding is different.
Flat Earth
Yeah.
was about.
If you want to
the
understand,
truth
well then,
about
you're a man of science where it takes you. And I'm sorry, it's not gonna take you to the ball, man. Because
okay.
That's the idea. We falsified the ball.
I have a question for the flat earthers in the room. That video of someone across the lake and it's showing like the bottom disappearing and coming back, like the land across the lake. How would that not explain what's going on to the building? Like I'm asking a question out of ignorance. How would that not explain what he's trying to get us to explain?
Because you can still see the top. If it were all just poof, and then you zoomed in on it and you could see the entirety, I'd be like, you know what? Yeah, that makes sense. But for the life of me, I cannot understand why the bottom half of the building, not the bottom 10% or the bottom 5%, but the bottom half of the entire city skyline is obstructed. There's buildings that you can't see entirely. There's it's not something that I personally understand, and
okay,
to be honest,
that is fair.
I haven't found an answer how that can observe.
Does mankind understand how light works? 100%.
Well, it doesn't
You
mean
have
it's
a larger
unknowable.
field of view to the top half of the building than you
I
do
may
to the
personally not look. I may personally not understand it or any other phenomena, and everybody here might be ignorant about it. A myriad
look
of
at this,
different
bro.
phenomena. It doesn't
Look at
mean that
it.
it's unknowable.
Look at it, bro. Just look at it. Do you see the trees or the lamps disappearing with this phenomena?
Just a second. You're talking about the thing
What I
where
shared.
the lights bending, Gemsy? Is that you talking?
You see how the distortion goes when you get lower?
Yeah, but
You
that's
see that?
clearly not what's happening.
No, really?
In the cities.
You're looking through the lake.
Look, I can
right?
look at
the bottom
this.
of the lake. Yeah.
What do you mean I'm looking through it? It's flat. How could that be the case? I mean,
Well, it's going to be
When
the
you're
same
looking at the
distortion over like even longer distance, man. See that distortion with the road?
all right. Well, then point out where the distortion's happening.
Well, here's the
point
thing.
it
No,
out,
that's
then
Why,
not
you
how
why,
it
see.
why
works.
the
can't
water.
why can't we see the end of the road? Is it because the globe curvature? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we don't see the bottom of the
Saying
road
that
because of curvature, right?
saying that there's another explanation which is clearly not applicable to this situation because we
That
should see some sort of
explanation is
distortion.
falsified. It's 8
Because you
inches
say
per
so.
mile
It's not
squared.
applicable because you
All
say
right. All right. If it's applicable, show me where this distortion is happening.
Like draw a line.
Draw a line, make a
No,
circle,
that's not how.
highlight.
No, that's not how it
Where
works.
is it
You make the claim. You make the claim that the Earth is a ball with the radius of 3959,
yeah.
right? Then you need to provide.
And I show an
this,
image, or rather,
and
Gimsey showed an
we,
image.
and then we showed you the rebuttal, right? It's not excluded for a ball only, right? This can be
Yes,
demonstrated.
and I can
Okay.
rebuttal your rebuttal.
No, you didn't. You just said
I can't.
nah. This is
No,
what
what
you
I
did.
said is if there, okay, what atmospheric conditions are causing this phenomena that you sent to me, Gimsey, or sent in the chat? And can you show that that is what's happening to that? Just because you get a similar result does not mean that it's the same thing.
Your field of view is decreasing.
He's demonstrating that you can get a similar effect, right, on something that's not being
Look,
obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
I have a glass of
Right?
water and I drink it, and somebody says, no, you didn't drink it, and they show me another glass of water and they just throw it behind their back, and they're like, oh yeah, the water's gone, so that must be what happened.
It's non sequitur, dude. Come on, man.
No, it's
giving you the
pretty
example
similar.
of
If
what
you raise your
It's pretty
elevation,
similar.
You physically drank the water, bro. What the hell?
if you raise your elevation, you can see further because you increase your field of
Yes,
view.
curve.
Hey, when you
Well,
put
I
a
don't think we're gonna go
finger
anywhere
when
with this.
you
No,
put
we're
your
not.
hand, hey, when you put your hand between your eyes and the sun, is your hand as big as the sun and you're blocking the sun? Because your hand is as big as the sun because you're
That does not
blocking the sun,
explain
right?
how half of the city's
How about the
skyline
water that
is
is between
obstructed.
the observer and the buildings?
You're right.
You're
That's
already
it's the water.
assuming that.
Exactly.
No, dude,
Due to
listen to what
curvature.
you said. Listen to what you said. You said it does not explain why the skyline is obstructed. You don't know that it's obstructed. You just know
Okay,
it's
well,
not visible.
let me amend my statement. It's not visible.
Right, so we can
Whether it's
demonstrate
obstructed
the
by
bottom of things
atmospheric
not being visible on a flat surface. So what is the point? Why are you still arguing about this an hour later?
because I'm
So
saying that
optical
if
phenomena.
there can be two causes of the same thing, it doesn't mean that it's you can't just like pick like it's this one this time, it's that one this time because we get a
Which
similar
one you want?
result.
No, I can. Which one you want?
Yeah,
after I
you.
pick-
I'm sure you
after
can. You
I
can just
pick,
pick.
you're gonna have
Yeah,
to,
you're right.
You have to falsify me after I pick.
That's not you. You can't
I
just
can
make
do it.
claims and then be
Sure
like you
I
gotta
can.
falsify. All right,
Well,
there's an invisible man behind your
You're
back.
making empty claims, man. You
Prove me
claim
wrong. There's an
curvature
invisible.
before you prove it.
All right,
You're
look.
making-
I don't think we're going anywhere. I think I would like to pose another topic that we could discuss.
Yeah,
something that okay, yeah, because we're not
the
going
measurement
anywhere.
We're not.
Roger, maybe I would
So,
talk to you
So
later.
before we
you're
move
moderating
on,
and
again
explain
now.
it.
before
I
we
am
move
willing
on,
to. I'm
So
willing to
Fembo's
accept the
moderating
possibility
again.
that there
Cool.
might be more to this. That what was that?
It just seems like you're trying to moderate the conversation again, telling us this
No,
is
I'm
what
trying to
we're going to
finish my
talk about
sentence.
now.
Well, look, I am the. I mean, I could leave, or you could kick me or whatever, but then you guys just. I mean, I'm the only globy boy here, so I mean.
You're wanted fish, man. You're high, you're high value commodity.
Kick
Please
me.
stay. Please stay.
Look, go ahead, whoever was finishing their sentence. Or I guess I finished my sentence.
Make some food, I'll be back.
Anyways, Roger, Gemsy, or whoever kicked me, would you allow me to propose a topic of discussion? You can, of course, say no.
Kicked you? Who kicked you?
I have no idea. There's two moderators in here. You could
That's not true. Martha is a moderator. Gen Z is
You
a
can
Well,
hear
there's
me?
moderator.
3.
How are
I
you
am a
still here if you got
moderator.
kicked?
Crit is a gold
No, I
plus.
was
He's a
removed from the channel.
moderator.
Okay, so there's 4
What Will D
moderators.
is a moderator. So you have
And
to
there's
stop.
5.
Cirrus is a moderator. You have to stop this, right?
And there's 6.
Accusing people. Okay? Stop it.
Well, I was kicked, and that's something that you can, if you have an audit
You know how
log,
many
you can.
times I've been in Discord and my app I get kicked from the conversation
Okay,
and it's
maybe
the
that was
app.
it.
Oh, it's
Maybe
because
that was
of
it.
You know, it
lost.
happens multiple times a day.
You got kicked because of refraction, man. Sorry.
Yeah, refraction, or maybe the curvature.
All right. Yeah, who knows? It could have been the angular position. It could be any science word. Just throw a science
Yeah.
word in there.
It
Yeah.
refracted, right to your brain. Yeah.
So let me get this
I'm
straight. Are
kind of
you saying
disappointed
that
that the person that
are
did
you
kick me didn't have
claiming
common
that
sense
the only reason these buildings look behind the we don't see the totality of the buildings? Are you claiming the only reason in existence is because of the curvature of the Earth?
No, what I'm saying is that
Oh, okay.
seems to be
Thank
the
you.
most likely.
Oh, we don't measure any curvature, but that's the only likelihood of what's going on. There's no
I think
curvature
it
measured, but
happily
that's the only thing that it can be
explains.
possible.
Look, I show you something and it shows curvature, and then you're like, oh, it's illegitimate because we know there can't be curvature. I mean, come on, not very good logic.
It shows obstruction.
But anyways, look, we're going in circles. I would like to propose
It's
another topic.
okay. It's
Is something
okay.
else
If
that
someone wants to, many people spoke. Other people might want to ask a question. If you wanna, I mean, so other people want to
Q&A
speak. So if
time.
they're
Let's
saying
go.
something, if they're trying to say something, don't stop them in the middle of their sentence.
So it
My
shows
fault, but-
it shows
What will D?
obstruction. It shows obstruction, but you assume it's curvature. Is that right?
You assume that it couldn't be curvature. I've said
see,
that
on
it
a-
could be
on a-
another phenomenon. There could be
on a-
something else, but I haven't found something that would seem plausible.
Well, on what you said earlier, why isn't there thousands of black swans? All it takes is one. I mean, you're claiming that it's always curvature.
Well, if it's
this is physical Earth curve obstruction, and we know by math
if it's a painted swan, so to speak, then
Are you going to interrupt me
No.
all the time, or am I just
I'm
going to kick
sorry.
you
I
again?
was just trying to interject. Oh, so you okay? Well, go ahead. Continue with your sentence. Please don't kick me.
On a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, we know that the Earth curvature is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and it can't be any more than that. So all it takes is one black swan to disprove your globular radius and physical Earth curve obstruction. So the horizon that we see that may appear to be physically obstructing things is non-existent. And because it is, for you to claim it to be as the most likely answer, it just means you will remain willfully ignorant of the angular resolution of the human eye.
Look, I was sent something. I do
Well
fully
said.
intend to review it. If I was here just to remain willfully ignorant, I don't think I would be here. I do recognize what you're saying, but I have one thing to say. If the black swan can be explained on a globe, then it doesn't disprove a globe. But I know you say you think it can't. I say I think it can. I think we're going to go in circles if we start this conversation up again. I would love to have this conversation again, maybe a little bit more in depth. Maybe we could talk about some measurements and some, mathematics and so on like that. I don't have anything off the top of my head.
Now, you're again conducting what Will D is talking to you, right?
What do you mean?
You're trying to conduct the conversation. What Will D is talking to you about your globe obstruction.
I just told him that I would love to have a conversation with him about that later.
Well, go
I mean,
ahead,
a
right?
conversation does take two
He's now
people.
here. Go ahead.
Well, a conversation does take two people.
So what's wrong with the black
It
swan?
does require mutual consent. I think that the thing with the black swan has been done to death, and I think that it might be better if we discuss something that's a little bit more,
Well,
a little bit
what's
less
wrong with it?
controversial.
What's wrong with the black swan?
There's a few questions I have about it.
Like what?
Why is there so much apparent and obvious refraction? How is it that nobody says, that might be affecting what we're seeing? It might
What's
not
refraction?
actually.
What is refraction?
What's refraction?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have to imagine that you know what refraction is.
What type of
So
refraction? What type of refraction are you claiming in the black swan?
I haven't claimed any specific type of refraction, but my question is, how come no flat earther
you
could
said
possibly?
refraction, right? You said that there's refraction going on in the picture. What type of refraction is going on in the picture? Or do you not know what
I'm
you're
not a
talking about?
refraction expert. You'd have to tell me, but my question
Well, you're
is,
claiming. Why would I
look,
have to
do
tell
have a
you your
question.
claim?
I do have a question. I haven't asked it yet. How come that it's not even possible in the mind of a lot of flat earthers that it could be somehow caused to fraction? Like, why is that not even possible in the mind of, like, I've talked to people and they're not even willing to accept the possibility.
Why would I speculate and make claims on everyone else's thought
Okay,
process when everybody's clearly independent? And I'd be happy to answer that more in depth, so long as you answer me this: what type of refraction is in the picture you're claiming?
You know what? I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about when you say refraction. Okay, what is refracted in the picture? Is it the objects or is it the horizon?
The horizon would not be refracted. Now, you notice that little ship. You notice that little ship, right?
That's not the argument. In the
You
picture,
did
the
notice it,
horizon,
though.
the horizon, which to you is blocking the skyline
I've
or
seen
the
a close-up.
building, and you're interrupting me in the middle of my sentence again.
My apologies.
That's fine. Just please stop. Please stop doing it. Now, in the picture, the argument is about the horizon and its distance. And on a mathematical sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, the horizon can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So at 1 foot, which is where this picture was taken. Okay, so the oil rigs or the waviness of the cranes coming off the oil rigs is not the argument. It's the distance to the horizon. Those oil rigs are only there to demarcate distance. So you see the horizon.
What if they appear closer than they actually are?
The horizon can appear closer, but it can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the. We're not talking the
oil rig.
The argument is about the horizon.
You're using them as markers, and I'm saying they're not valid markers.
Why are they not valid markers?
Because they appear closer than they actually are. I mean, that little ship. Now, I've seen close-up images of those oil rigs.
What little ship?
The one that's in between them.
That's not a ship. That's a buoy.
A buoy or whatever. You know. It could be a fucking bowl of chicken noodle soup.
That's not the argument. We're talking about the mathematical prescribed ends of the earth.
Present a reason. This is a reason why I don't think it's valid. Now, I've seen those, not personally, but close-up images of both of those oil rigs. They're not excessively, massive or anything like that. But they appear to be fucking huge when you're looking at them next to that buoy. They seem that they could be closer than they actually are.
I'm just wondering what type of refraction or mirage would cause them
He
to
doesn't. He
appear
doesn't know. He's
closer.
not an expert, but he's
I'm not an
he's
expert.
So
he's
this
still
is just
deflecting
I'm
your
from the
still
main
asking a
point.
valid question. I'm still asking a valid question.
It's a non sequitur.
No, you're not, because you
Doesn't
said you
follow.
disagreed with the distance because it could be appearing closer, but you don't
What
know
doesn't
why
follow?
it could be appearing closer. So it's based on what? Your imagination, dude?
His feelings.
Do you think that
His
they
feelings are overriding the
don't look
facts.
larger?
It feels like to him that these are closer than they really are.
Mm-hmm.
But your
So
feelings
you don't think
don't
next to that
override
buoy
facts.
that they look abnormally large or anything like that?
You're deviating and you're trying to obstruct the actual point, which is the horizon in the background.
My actual point is that your markers are not valid. And I've explained, or at least tried to explain, why I don't think that. And I've asked for an explanation for why my logic is invalid, and then I can amend my reasoning for why I think that
Well,
they're
show
not
us how
legitimate.
far the oil rigs are. Can you show us how far they are from the observer?
I can tell you on a map.
Oh, so they are not 9.4 miles away, the second rig?
I believe they are.
Oh,
And if
wow.
they appear to be closer than that, if they are.
So if the
I
oil
know
rig
that's
is
a naughty word
9.4
around
miles
here.
away, so if the oil rig is 9.4 miles away,
Here's a question we need to
okay.
ask. Do you believe refraction's real?
No, you're obfuscating. So if the oil rig, you just said there are not correct markers.
This is going to determine whether or not we can actually
Then you
discuss
said, oh, they are at 9.4 miles. Which is
That's where the
which is it
objects
now?
are.
Right. So they are at 9.4 miles. Okay. And the horizon, is it beyond that?
And it shouldn't be, no, and I don't think that it is. I believe that the images appear closer than they actually are. That's what I'm
Are the
saying.
oil rigs
I'm saying
9.4
that
miles from the observer? Yes or no?
they appear to be closer when.
Hold on.
How come it requires specific atmosphere? Look, I have a legitimate concern. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I know. I want to
and
address
you're just
it.
saying it's red herring this,
I
and
want to
it's
address it.
obfuscate. Please
I
go
want
ahead.
to address it. Yeah. So what you're basically saying is that the oil rig, which is at a physical distance of 9.4 miles, is actually appearing to be less than 1.2 miles where the horizon is supposed to be. So it's appearing 8 miles closer. This is nonsense, dude.
Why is it nonsense? And that's not exactly
Well,
what
if you let me tell you this: if you understood a little bit about optics and refraction,
then
you'd know
explain
why
it to
it
me.
was nonsense.
Then explain it to me.
Okay, let me explain it to you. Sorry, guys.
Here's the way
Let me
we'll
explain.
explain it to
Let
you.
me
We'll
in
explain it
CBR
to
one,
you.
and let me just explain something to him. Look, you know when you look at the railway lines, the train lines here. When you look at the train lines, as you look ahead, they look like they're appearing to meet, don't they? As you look further up the rail, yeah, up the track. Is that not right?
Yes,
They
that's
appear
correct.
to be meeting. They appear to be meeting.
Absolutely
Now
correct.
that's an optical illusion. That is because you know for sure that they do not meet. Is that not right?
That's absolutely correct. I sure hope you can explain refraction with this.
Well, the point is, what refraction are you talking about? Because there are like 5 to consider here. And if you're talking about the actual oil rigs, they are a fixed point on this earth. You can Google Earth it, you can ring them up, and they'll tell you how far they are away from the coast. So there's no refraction. Refraction cannot affect something that is actually measurable from the coast to those oil rigs. You can't. There's no refraction to be considered there.
Yeah, that's basically what I was
They're
going to say.
land
Is
markers.
that if you were to go to the beach and you'd just gone from say a certain shop, right, and then you've walked 3 or 4 miles down the road, right, you could go on Google and then correct, like you could verify that, right, that you've walked 3 miles away from that shop. Yeah.
And
By the
there
beach.
won't be any refraction going on because you can't refract.
Right.
You can't
So you
refract
know
distance.
for a
Let me
fact.
just finish this, guys. let me just let him get this point clear. You cannot refract measurable accurate distance. Refraction will never change that number. Once you've measured it, that is it. So if the roll rigs are at 6.2 miles and the other one's at 9.1, 9 point whatever miles it is, and then beyond that is the horizon, then your geometric horizon of 1.22 miles at the height of 12 inches of the ocean, or at 8 feet of the ocean and it's 3.46 miles, well, it's debunked, isn't it? It means you're not living on a ball. Stop fighting the truth, because that's what you're doing. You're living in denial. Nothing.
I'm asking questions.
Yeah, well,
and in my opinion,
there
they're
is no
valid.
refraction going on. There's no refraction going on. The main point is the horizon.
Do you believe in refraction?
It has nothing to do with it.
I understand refraction when I put a pencil. Hang on. I understand refraction when I put a pencil in a glass of water and then there's a kink there. I understand that refraction. And I understand that some refraction can happen in the atmospheric depending on the conditions.
Okay,
But
so you do believe in refraction?
Not 10 times than the geometric horizon refraction. No, that's not possible. Sorry.
All right. Well, how come the black swan image had to be observed on a specific day? With like, it's not something you can normally observe.
No, you can observe. You can observe it every day of the week. Sometimes the pictures are clear. Sometimes the pictures are not. That's all that is. It's the same with what. Hang on.
Hey, well, I didn't know that.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. It's the same.
I've never seen some of those.
You're still talking whilst I'm talking, sir.
Yes, I was finishing my sentence.
You asked me a question. I'm going to finish it for you. So hang on. It's like saying, why do many people have different fingerprints? So the weather changes like humans have fingerprints. So, you take your pick as to what day you want to take. And a good photographer takes a picture every day for a few hours at a time so that he or she can get the optimal best conditions. But you're at nature's mercy there. So, again, it's a hopeless argument you're bringing up to things that have been measured for fact that are not subject to your disapproval. Sorry. You cannot dismiss this. The black swan destroys the globe all day long, forever and ever.
Is subject to criticism.
I think What World did grill you on refraction, so you shouldn't really talk about it.
He talked about a pencil in water, and he says that he thinks that it exists.
What World did? He schooled you on refraction. What exactly?
He didn't tell me anything about refraction.
Yes, I did.
Not that I recall.
I said I understood what refraction was.
Well, I'm talking about the other guy that allegedly schooled me on it.
He did, dude. It's not allegedly. He did. Just go back and listen to yourself.
I must not have been there.
You just went silent.
We were. Hold on, fanboy. I think I heard you say everything should be subject to skepticism and criticism. I agree with you, but how are you going to do that in any valid manner when you don't understand the subject matter at all?
There you are.
You're not. You're just going to make wild claims that are based on nothing.
Well, I'm here to learn. If you can explain some of these questions I have, by all means.
Okay. Well, that's right then. Well, then we're trying to explain to you that refraction is not going to lift an object 10 miles up from your location. Refraction doesn't work that way. The refraction that you're talking about
doesn't work that way. Nobody said it is.
It's minuscule. Yeah, it's minuscule. You can't use refraction. The refraction you're talking about is minuscule. Barely measurable. That's the point I'm trying to say to you. So you can't claim what you got to tell me is what's being refracted. What's being refracted?
The light.
The light is being refracted.
That's how it works.
What about the horizon that we can see clearly beyond 10 miles?
You think you can see it beyond 10 miles because of your markers, but if your markers appear to be closer than they actually are, they're not valid markers.
But they're not, though. That's the point. They are not, because they are physical locations that when you Google Earth it, they will give you GPS it, you will get the exact measurements, the exact distance.
And you can see the
I think
you can see it.
I think my whole point has been missed.
They
Maybe I've just not
appear
maybe
closer.
I've just not
than the-
explained
You
it.
don't have a point here. It's incoherent
don't.
Okay,
nonsense
yep.
because you
All
don't
right, yep.
understand
Don't have a point.
refraction. You think
Yeah, you don't
refraction
have a
can make
point.
an oil rig appear not 8
And
miles closer, dude.
Yeah, silly. You're talking out your
maybe you
arse.
should just explain it to me then.
Oh, we're not gonna. I'm not gonna waste my time. I've
Well, I
explained
tried.
Don't
Like,
waste your
the
time
argument here.
explaining
look,
anything.
if
Look,
you've spent an
if
hour
anybody does want
walking
to explain it to me,
listen,
You're
if
an
you spent
idiot.
if
You're
you
not
spent an
listening.
hour walking 10 miles, right, away from those oil platforms, so you know you've traveled distance away from them, and then you've turned around then to film them. Would you not no? Is that not?
would I not what?
Why would you be questioning the distance after you've just walked it?
Yeah. Yeah. Great question.
I
Don't
wouldn't be.
pretend you don't understand the question. You walk
I
10
wouldn't be
miles,
if
you do an
that's what
about
happened.
turn. Hang on. Because you seem to be acting silly. You walk 10 miles, you do an about turn, and you take a picture of what you can see. You know you've walked 10 miles because you stopped 10-mile point and then you turned round. So you're not going to debate that, are you? You're not going to, there's no discrepancy there. You know you've walked 10 miles. Then you take your picture. Okay? Refraction is not going to come in and interfere with your shot there. The problem is your geometric horizon at 12 inches off the ocean should only be 1.22 miles. We are seeing well beyond that, and that is your problem. If you're seeing well beyond that, the Earth is not a globe. Bearing in
Yeah,
mind,
The oil rigs appear to be
refraction.
riding up higher in the water than they normally do.
Look, here's the thing: the
No.
refraction is not going to change how far you walked.
Yeah.
No, it won't. You're right.
Yeah, so it's not gonna change the
There's
distance
not a
out to
thing
the
that
oil
can.
rig, and they appear
It will
closer
not
because you
change
zoomed in
the
on it,
actual
man.
distance. You're absolutely right.
And if you're gonna claim that they appear closer than they are supposed to be, then you must provide the evidence of what they're supposed to be, or else it's just a fucking wild claim. What are they supposed to look like then? Go ahead, boom, show me. It's like, oh, okay, they're closer than they're supposed to be, huh? Yeah, he's zooming in on it, man. Obviously, they're right.
I think my whole point
has been missed. Yes, because
maybe
yes,
I've
no one
misexplained
understands
it.
you.
Maybe I've
No,
misexplained
I
it.
think you missed the whole point.
I don't.
He's been missing every point, man.
You might be right. I must. Yeah. All right.
Well, I can maybe
we
put
can
it in
take
an
this
analogy
to
for you.
something else. I do think that it might.
Well, hey, Femboy,
productive
if
we talk
I
about
can put it
something
into an analogy for you, that's basically using your point. Maybe
Yes,
you would
make an
understand
analogy
why
for
it's
me.
not such a good point.
By all means.
All right, so basically what we have physically is we have the person on the beach, we have the oil rigs at that 9 miles, and then the horizon, the physical hump, whatever, is at 1 miles. All right, cool. So this is basically the equivalent of like there's me, and then there's a hill, and then there's you, right? That's the order they're physically in. So now what you're saying is that refraction is happening, which is changing the apparent location of the hill that is between us, and now you can see me, and the hill is appearing behind me.
No, it
even though
doesn't.
it's in between us. Do
It
you
does
see how that's completely
change
retarded?
the apparent position of the hill. And if that were what I was saying, that would be kind of dumb, but that's not what I said. We refer to that as a straw man. I never said that. I said that
What you're saying is that
changing the
no, because this was your
apparent
example,
position of
dude.
the
You
oil
said
rig.
that, no, stop talking, dude. You said that the oil rigs appeared to be closer. So in that analogy I gave you, there would have to be refraction, and you're seeing me in front of the hill that's blocking it. Because
hill is
I
a
appear
pretty
closer or
extreme-
something. That's literally your
extreme
example, and
object.
why everyone in here is laughing about it, because you don't get it.
That's not my example,
No,
actually.
a hill is
That's
legit
straw man.
because you have a hill of water between you and the object, whichever the object is. And the hill is 8 inches per mile squared. That's your hill right there. The rate of the curve of the hill of water.
It's pretty gradual, and if there is no
Yeah, it's
level
8
of
inches per mile
refraction,
square approximation. That's how gradual it is.
All right. Now, if there is no refraction at all, why does it appear that the oil rigs are riding up higher in the water than they normally do?
No, they're not. Where did you get that from? Where did you get that from?
I looked
No,
at
they're
the
not.
image, and I've looked at the image
It
closer.
does not portray that. The image is not portraying the oil rigs higher than normal. No, it's not.
Show no.
Where you
Where's
getting that?
okay? Show me the normal, please. Show me the normal.
You know what? I'll have to dig and find what it looks like.
Don't
It's
dig
very
it.
close.
Yes, yes.
Look,
Dig. Go
Oh,
dig.
yes,
You're gonna bring
I
it.
will.
Yeah, comparison.
Wait, where is the normal? Yeah.
Just
Can
a
we see
second.
the
Someone's
normal?
sending me.
Up than normal. What are you talking about?
Just one second. At a closer distance.
Closer distance.
Someone
Yeah,
someone is
what's it
sending
look
you
like?
someone. Hey,
Yep. Yep, I'm trying to
someone
look
is
at
sending you what?
I think the cog distance is
Someone's
severe.
sending me something. I have no idea. I'm looking at it.
Well, I don't know.
Like in your DMs?
Who is this someone?
Yeah.
Who is this someone?
What does it matter?
Who sent
Oh, it
What
does
are you, some
matter.
sort of cult?
No.
Who's
no, we
talking
have,
to you?
We have.
It might not even be related to this. Calm down. All right. Anyways.
Right. So there you have it. Earth is not a globe. Once again, debunked. Forever and ever, till death do you part.
You can't just say debunked.
It's
and
debunked.
then
Exposed.
It debunks itself. I don't have to say it. It's saying it itself. It's debunking itself.
Yeah, the globe is flat, bro. Gotta tell you.
Yeah, you not understanding the argument doesn't invalidate the argument.
Yes.
That's right.
And you just saying
Do you understand that the horizon is further than the second ring?
measures flat.
You understand that, right?
You already agreed that you don't understand the first thing about refraction. So why are you still arguing about refraction?
Exactly.
I really
Be
don't
out of here,
understand this. This is just being completely dishonest, dude.
It's being a retard because you're arguing about something you don't understand. I mean, that's just in a court of law, you'll be held for contempt and you'll be receiving a fine. And if you carry on, they're putting you down in the dungeons for a little while. So,
Thank
yeah,
God
like
you
I'm
guys aren't a jury.
mechanic. I'm a car mechanic, and I'm gonna claim to be an expert witness on thermonuclear shit or something.
Thank God you guys aren't a jury.
You better believe it. You better believe it because
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yep, dungeons for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, I
he hasn't
believe it.
seen-
All right.
He hasn't seen that yet, has he? Flat Earth
Your
won in court.
dungeons.
No, Flat Earth won in court more than once.
Yeah.
What did
Because
they
the
win?
globe model- the globe people, globe believers, have zero evidence of
Okay.
globular
What do you mean the flat Earth won in court?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
In the court of law, flat Earth won, globe lost.
What court? What are you talking about?
Earth is not guilty. Earth is
Are you
not
talking
guilty
about?
of being a globe.
Hold on, and I'll answer you. It's California District Court. I don't remember which one, but the case was in California. The man made the claim to start his case. Some globe believer came in and said, "Oh, I'm going to prove him wrong and I'm going to win the money." He lost. The guy came back after getting his butt kicked to try and do it again. He lost again.
You know, I do have something to say on that. I don't know if I'm remembering the specific case, but I think I might be remembering one similar. And what happened was the wager that was made just wasn't legally binding, and that's why it wasn't honored. Not because
so
there
you do
wasn't
know.
evidence.
Oh, you do
No, I
know.
don't know if I know specifically what you're talking about, but I think it's different to say somebody
he
that
knows,
made a
Roger.
bet
He knows.
wasn't legally binding. They
He's a troll.
didn't. They made it. They offered a bet. Somebody accepted it, and they wanted the money. But then they said that you can't actually enforce that.
I'm checking
Well,
out.
So
You guys
no
have a good
globe,
night.
no globe.
Peace.
That
The
that
guy
has nothing to
wanted the
do
money.
with the shape of the Earth.
One of the cases was in Garcia, and that was
I'm
not
not
the case.
even
It
aware.
wasn't that it was legally binding. It was that the guy didn't provide specific evidence that was asked for. He thought he did. You think you're providing evidence for a ball?
I might be
He
referring
didn't.
to a different case. Like I said.
One of the cases is in Garcia. It's in Garcia.
Yeah, but I'm right what I'm saying. No globe proven, anyways.
All right. Now I do have a few other questions on this, but I think that we're just going to go in circles again. I did
You
send
think?
something in there.
You gotta imagine a lot of things very often, don't you?
I do think I do it quite regularly.
Yeah.
I was going to add
Go
to that
ahead.
statement, but I think that I might get removed if I were to add to that statement about making a specific recommendation. But
Yeah, I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there. If anybody needs any recommendation, it'd be you. You need therapy. You need
Yeah,
to go.
dreaming is not the same as critically thinking, dude.
Thank you.
There's a difference between critically thinking and dreaming and imagining.
Yeah, you need some flat earth psychiatric treatment ASAP.
Will you find me someone that's accredited? I'll go right to them.
We're right here. We're right here now. We're accredited.
Oh, you're all accredited. Well,
Yes.
I'm in luck.
accredited.
I'm in luck. I'm in luck.
Yes. You've landed on your feet.
Well, that's a good place to land. Good position.
Yeah, I work in a mental health facility. So tell
Do you
me,
have any to recommend?
when did your
Something with good
illusion
reviews.
start? When did it start? Was it at primary school when they told you that it was a ball? These are
No,
delusions.
it was when I got around here and they started telling me it was flat and not backing it up with any solid, irrefutable evidence. That's when it started. Really.
You are out of your mind. You're out of your mind.
Look, maybe there is evidence, but no irrefutable evidence has been provided to me.
You are out of your mind.
We are not here to provide you irrefutable evidence. We are here waiting for people who are making genuine inquiries to come and show us the curve, the axial rotation, the wildly spinning through a vacuum of space, all these balls out there. Show us.
The thing about axial rotation is it has been shown.
It hasn't, and you've been kicked for this, right? Remember, Crypto? You've been banned for this.
I'm Crypto now?
No. Wow, you're such an annoying guy.
Look, you think I'm some panda something?
No,
I'm Crypto.
No, that's not what I said. We were in the chill text or in the learning curve. Crypto banned you, right? Because you couldn't you couldn't provide anything, right? And you were upscaling, going off point.
Even if that were the case, that seems like a
was
silly reason to ban someone.
It was the case, and you're doing it again. So annoying.
Okay, what am I doing? I'll try my best not to do it.
This
baseless claims.
Yeah. Think about it. If you do get kicked off the server and you cannot return, then we are happy because we know that it's flat, that it isn't spinning like at over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. And you can hold on to your ball belief. Win-win.
I would be thoroughly disappointed if I were banned again, because that would mean I were deprived the opportunity of
converting
and it would also
all the
evidence. You shouldn't fear anything. I mean, if you trust your own intelligence.
We are quite happy holding our position on this.
Oh, I know.
You are the one. We pity you. We really do.
That's greatly appreciated.
However,
Go ahead,
if you have
Image 69 wants to ask a question. Go ahead, Image. GNCBR would like to speak to you, Image. Go ahead.
Yo, so let's say the Earth is flat. Okay. So
it is,
and y'all are correct. I'm not saying it's not where it is. Okay, I'm just saying if it is, because we don't know, we cannot go. Not everybody has gone up to space to see what is there. Okay, So what if let's say if it is a flat, what about it? Like what's gonna change about it? And like how would that affect the sun? Like, as in the earth, how they teach us in school, your earth is above because like oh, it's a like everything that they teach you from the start, right? Basic knowledge.
We will answer your questions, but I have to ask you a
Yeah.
question first. Are you 13 years old or older?
I am 13 years old.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Now
let's
you asked a good question. You're asking what difference will it make to the sun and everything else? Well, the sun was always operating on a flat Earth from the beginning of time, from when Earth was created. So it's not going to make any difference there. The difference is they're trying to tell us that the Earth is a spinning ball that we cannot verify. We can't prove that. But not only that, they are saying that they can go to Venus, Mars, the moon. This is costing, to date, trillions of dollars. There's a lot of money
well,
being wasted here.
okay,
This is,
well
hang on a
listen.
second, young man. This is all this, hang on, young man. This is all the space agencies around the world combined are spending trillions of dollars telling lies to the whole world. That's a
It
lot
looks
of
like the
money.
money's just being ejected into space.
Okay, but listen. So let's say, well, that's a really good thing that you said about space. Why humans want to go to space? Listen, we have in theory that we trust the government and what they're saying that a person went to space and went to the moon. That was the first thing that we did. Okay, we and that a lot of people. Well, there's a lot of things that they say that is fake, but we don't know. It's not all the points
Yeah,
that
we
you
know,
said.
but we do know, young man, but
Yes,
we
yes.
do know.
Okay,
We do
look.
know. No human being has ever gone to space. We cannot go to space. We don't have that technology. We will, and not only
Well,
that, we can't go to space because there is a barrier over Earth that stops us. We can never leave Earth and go to any planet.
Well, we should at least
Okay?
be able to go to the.
okay. So in that thinking, right? In that thinking, hold up.
That is a fact. It's not a thinking. That is a fact. It's not a
Well, it's
thinking.
just right here, and this the flat theory, in the flat Earth theory. We're
It's
talking
not a
about.
theory. The flat, hang on again. Look, young man. The flat Earth is not a theory. The flat
It's
Earth
just
is a fact. The heliocentric model that is the theory. It is only 477 years old from the days of Copernicus. If you take it from
yeah.
Copernicus, it's 478 years old. So that's the new one. Before that, this everybody knew that the Earth was flat for thousands of years. So it's the new model is the heliocentric model. That's the theory, not the
Well,
flat Earth.
I'm calling it a theory because that's how most people name it. But well, in my
Well, I'm
opinion,
correcting you now. Don't call it a theory. Don't call
okay,
it a
I'm
theory.
sorry. I'm
It's a
sorry.
fact. Yes, it's a fact.
Okay,
It's the
so
flat Earth fact, and it's the heliocentric model. That's the theory. Thank
okay,
you.
Hey,
so
hey,
the
hey,
flat.
Jane. Good job. Amish, everything good. I'm gonna give you VC verified. You're gonna have access to open your mic and to access the
Great.
text chat. And Jin, he's young.
Yes.
You're pretty good with young people. So go ahead, talk to him.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm
Okay,
hoping he's enjoying it, and I'm trying to get him
well,
to understand.
I do
Go
have an
ahead.
open opinion. So today,
That's
like
fine.
the flat Earth, right? Let's talk about how the sun will affect the flat Earth. The flat Earth, in theory, there will be day, and like there will be only day when the moon is not like blocking it. So how
I know
does
you
that?
don't. Yeah. Okay. Let me explain that to you because I know what you mean. Basically, if you can imagine, look, if you can imagine a dinner plate, okay, a dinner plate,
Yes.
and you have a let's have a look. You have a grape, as the Earth,
Yes.
and another grape as the moon on opposite sides. Yeah. Now, the
Yes.
luminosity, how far the sun can shine, is going to be very limited to the local area only. So the places that don't have light, that's nighttime, because you
Yeah.
cannot, the sun cannot shine its light all
Yeah.
over the earth. That is impossible. That's not how the earth was designed. That's how it works. Not only that, if you can imagine that the dinner plate is so, and you're a little ant, less than an ant on that plate, can you see the other side of the plate? No. Can you shine a light over the other side of the plate? No, because it's too big an expanse. The expanse of the
Oh.
earth is so big
Oh.
that you
Okay. Let me
cannot,
put it
the
like that.
sun cannot shine. Yeah,
All
go
right.
on.
Let's put the Earth like a slice of paper. Right.
Okay.
You shine a light at it.
Yeah.
It goes. Well, you shine a light at it, and you go like far away. The light
Mm.
still hits it,
Yeah,
but
but then you're talking about, hang on, young man, you're talking about a light that's big, and you're spreading it all over the actual the grapefruit. But in reality, our Earth, the sun is small and local above the Earth. It's not spreading all. It can't do that. So you must stick with the model. With the actual facts. And the fact is, the Earth is flat. The sun is local to the Earth itself. It's not 93 million miles away. It's right above the Earth, and its luminosity, how far it can shine, is definitely limited.
but
That's why I have nighttime.
if the sun is close to Earth, that will
Yeah.
mean that first of all, like the heat, because the sun, if first of all, is a ball of fire, like a flaming star,
Okay, you can
and
call it a flaming star, but we don't. No human being knows what the sun is. That's a fact. Let's stick with the facts. No human being knows what the sun is. They
but we're
haven't been
going.
up there.
Well, I'm going by what science says. Okay, this is
Yeah,
what
but
I'm
that
going by.
science is
What
not
science
accurate.
says.
That's not accurate. You're going by that, but that's inaccurate. Okay, that's
Okay.
not a fact.
Yeah.
Right, that's a theory. That's an assumption. But carry on. It's not a fact, by the way.
Yeah. So
Every time real quick, every time you've seen the sun as a ball of fire, it has only been in cartoons, movies, right? Am I correct?
well, I guess to put it that way.
True,
But
isn't
if
it?
you
You haven't seen it in real life, have you? In real life, you have not. I haven't. You haven't. If I haven't, you certainly haven't. So that's the
When
truth.
you look at
well,
it with your eyes, if you look at it, you don't see this ball of fire. That's not what you see.
No,
well,
no.
like how do you see like a ball? Like to see a ball, you have to see all around it as
Well,
well as the
Exactly.
earth.
okay,
Exactly.
okay,
That's exactly my point. You don't see the ball of
yeah.
fire. Yeah.
Yeah, you see only one side of the thing,
That's
and it
correct. That's
and
correct. So we
it
don't
only
even. You
has.
see, we don't even know if the sun is a ball shape. We don't even know that. And if you use optical filters to block the glare, you see a circle, but you don't know if it's a spherical ball. You don't know that. You can't
We don't
tell from
know if
where
it's
we are.
2D or
Okay.
3D. That's what you're basically saying. That we don't know if it's 2D or 3D.
Yeah, we don't know. We really don't know. If we knew, we
But
could say. We don't know
okay,
that. We don't know that.
but like
We can't verify
what would
anything about
affect us in the world as like us as human beings? What would affect us if the Earth was flat?
Can
You'll
you
have
repeat that?
real foundations.
Okay, but like y'all fight for it. But like if it was flat, like it would just be another fact on the table, and there it goes. Like you'll get sent home like with a pat on the back, and that's it. There's no
Well,
like.
actually, there's more to it than that, young man. Look, the education system would have to change completely across the whole world, and the truth has to be told about what the Earth is. Then we shut down all the space agencies, and then the money that was being wasted, that they asked the taxpayers to pay, would be returned to the taxpayer. So there's going to
Well,
be some
not every
refunds coming around.
country. Well, if we're talking about educational systems around the country, well, not every
Yeah.
country and not every country pays taxes. First of all, and every
Well, most countries that are talking about educating their children to the system we're living in, people are paying
Well,
tax.
if
Okay,
you're talking about the USA, yes, they do pay. You pay taxes. Like, let's say Mexico, you don't pay taxes there. You don't pay taxes. That's
some
oh,
people
Of
are
course you
paying.
pay
No, no, hang on.
taxes.
what do you
Everybody
mean?
pays taxes.
The old doesn't. No,
Everybody
Every,
pays taxes.
I
yeah,
live in
everybody pays
Mexico,
taxes.
bro. You don't pay
Yeah.
taxes in
Yeah, people
Mexico.
are. Somebody's paying tax. Don't worry. There's taxes
So
are being.
so you don't pay
Well,
tax on
no,
gasoline
because
tax?
no, nothing. Like, you literally pay
Yeah,
for the. No,
you
the
do.
serious.
The rich people pay taxes in Mexico, not the poor
Yeah,
people.
There is no. It's because
yeah, not the
taxes
poor
don't
people.
exist out of America. Out of America, because America was the well, like
Yeah,
America
they
has
do,
no
dude.
taxes.
I'm in Europe. We got taxes too. We got an income tax that's originally started as a
Yeah, but
temporary
I'm
measure.
talking about. We're talking about not all places have taxes. I'm not saying that
Yeah, but Mexico
just
has
in the.
taxes too.
No, we
Yeah,
don't.
Yeah, you do.
Mexico
yeah.
is America.
Mexico is in
People
America,
that live
bro.
in Mexico
What do
Yeah,
you
are
Central
mean?
America.
Mexico is a whole different like state. It doesn't belong to America.
Hold on. Can you look in the live
is a
stream voice text?
continent,
No,
though,
it's
not a
in the
country.
Central Americas. It's in the region known as the Central Americas, and Mexico. You're paying tax.
Well, hold on,
You
kid.
don't
Are
pay
you in the
taxes.
Are you
It's
in the text channel?
America.
Get him
yes.
to look in the text channel that's above the
All right,
voice
hold
chat. I
up.
just
Let
posted
me
it
go
there.
there real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have income taxes, consumption taxes, corporate. They have all kinds of taxes in Mexico, but it's like skilled, right? Like the other guy said, if you make a lot
It's
of money,
because
then you're the
look,
one paying the taxes, and they don't really take it out of the poor people as much. But
yeah, but there's not
yeah,
the
there are
tax.
taxes in Mexico. If you live in Mexico and you don't know there's taxes, you need to, I don't know,
It's because
Yeah.
it's
So
not
learn a bit
called
more.
taxes over here. It is not. It's not called taxes. 'Cause
It's called impuestos.
impuestos, exactly. Yes,
Yeah,
but
it's the
what
same
I'm telling
thing.
you is that well, first of all, the American education system is not the best example for everywhere in the world. Not everywhere.
No, but everywhere in the world is teaching the heliocentric model as the truth when it is not the truth, and then they are sending they're
Okay,
pretending.
but
Wait a minute, young man. Wait a minute, young man. Wait a minute. They're pretending to send rockets to the moon, to Mars, satellites to Venus. These things cost big money, billions and trillions of dollars, and it's the taxpayer that pays for it. I don't want my money going to a lie, to perpetuate a lie to control humanity. I don't want that.
Okay,
So
but
obviously, that's if we stop that, there's going to be a massive difference. There's going to be a relief to everybody to realize that the earth is flat after all along. That's
I
right.
so
Hang
if
on a
you
minute. Hang on a minute. Please just
okay,
picture this. Then the people will begin to see that you can't trust the governments. So then the wars would stop because the soldiers would drop their gun when they hear that the earth is flat. What do you mean? So all these wars we're fighting was for no reason. The government has been lying and you were brainwashed. Suddenly, peace comes along. We're living in harmony. We're not
what do
worried
you
about hang on. We're not going to be worried about asteroids coming in to end Earth because that's never going to happen. It's never happened. It's a non-event as the creator intended us to live on this earth. Do you
well
see it now?
well I don't think if you tell people that the earth is flat will stop wars because wars they're not gonna end. It's never gonna end. Like, that's
No,
something that
the
you.
wars will end. Wars will end because humanity is going to take humanity to end
But
it. There is
why?
no.
How can you
Listen,
like
do you
certify
hang on,
that?
young man? Do you think wars? Do you think people should be dying every day of the week on this earth? People should die. Do you think
But
that?
where?
Do you think that? Do you think war is necessary?
In some cases it is, and in
Why?
some cases it isn't.
Why? Why? Give me an
No,
example.
listen.
Why?
Okay, in some cases I'm telling you that it is, because there's there's wars that they need to be fought because it's because
Why?
of the group of people that need to be saved. in some cases, and I'm telling you that because
That
what
situation,
about
hang on, that situation doesn't exist, young man. That situation that you've just described doesn't exist at the moment.
what? What do you mean?
People need to
Pakistan
be.
has been going into a war with their own government that's have
It's a
that
self-induced
does bad things.
war.
And what
That
is guess what? They're
Pakistani
having
war
a
is a
war with other
self-induced war.
countries.
It's a self-induced war. Even Myanmar,
We're
even
screwed.
Myanmar is a self-induced war at this point.
Okay, but it's a
So
war, dude. It's injustice.
yeah, my point is
A
we
lot of
don't
wars.
need. It's a self-induced war. It's a self-induced war. It's man out of control. That's the point I'm
But there's
making
never
here.
gonna
We
be
don't
equal
need to be
control.
fighting.
There's never gonna be
You
equal
don't need to
control.
control people. We don't need to be controlled. That's not what it's about. That's the
Okay, but
mistake you're making.
if there was no government or sort of government, we
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't be that good of by ourselves.
It would
This
be.
is what
Yes,
they,
we would.
yeah,
Yes,
this
we
is
would.
what they teach you, right? They
Well,
teach
this is
you
not what
that
they
we,
teach me.
listen to me, listen. They teach you we need the government. They teach you this since were a baby, right? You need
Yeah.
the government. This is what they told you all of your 13 years. So of course you would believe it, right?
Well,
Take it
I
from elders like us. You don't need government, really.
Yeah.
the why
In any war, the women and children are the most, or they make up the most people who die.
Yeah.
It's not even men.
women and children, okay,
Yes,
but
it's what we're saying to you is the world, as we look at it now, there are evil men doing evil things, and this thing
so
that they
yeah,
are trying to tell us that the Earth is a spinning ball, that it's round, that it's spinning through a vacuum of space. You know, there's a reason why they do that.
okay, but why? Okay, let's say they are lying, but what's the point of like telling the truth if like that's not gonna change a lot of things?
It's going to
'Cause-
change a lot of things. That's the
because
thing. It will
we're
change.
just talking about the form of Earth that
Yes,
wouldn't change a lot of things.
it's going to change a lot of things because, hang on, young man, because the realization that the governments that you and your parents have trusted have they've misused your trust. They've abused your trust. They've lied to you. In that realization, people will no longer want governments to take control of anything. In fact, they will be sacked. They will be unemployed, basically. Yeah, put into jail, really. But that would
Well,
stop,
okay, like listen,
and
for
then the wars would stop instantly.
coming
The
from
wars
me
would
that
stop.
we don't. Well, my family, we live in right now. I'm living in Mexico. We
Okay.
we used to live in the United States because my family are illegal immigrants. We
Okay.
don't we went there. Why? Not because of the money. The money. We need the money to survive in this world. And you're talking the peace. If
Yeah.
they find out that the government's lying to us, there will be peace in the world. But
Yeah.
like, what about like how everything has been done by money? What will happen about that? Like,
That
will it go
yeah.
back to the days where, like in Aztec culture, where you trade like things that actually have value for other things, or what would happen?
Okay, let me give you a little small example, an easy one. Let's say it was me. I've been asked to represent the people. Yeah, well, my way would be keep the money system, but everybody would have money. Everybody would have money. So you'd come to the government, you get your money, and
And
go about and do you. You're still going to go to listen. You're still going to go to work. So the basics you'd have your home,
so there's
okay, and
still
you'd
a
have
government.
yeah, but it's the government that's actually benefiting the people because my very actions would be you'd 24 hours a day would be on your devices or your TV screen. You can see what I am doing because you would see my agenda, the date, and what I did today would be there for you to see. So you would be. It's. I'm only going to be doing what the people want. It's not what I'm not going to do what I want to do, because that's not the point. It's what the people want, and of course there are agendas. Homes for homeless. Those things will be built. You'd have your home. You'd have your solar panel, so you don't have to worry about energy. Nuclear plants would be shut down. Hemp fuels would be used to power the motorways, the cars, and everything else. My point is, money would cease to be a problem. Okay. And
So we're gonna
resources.
basically become the whole world will become basically like socialist or communist in a way.
It's none of that. It's just going to be living in harmony. I'm not going to put a label on it. We're going to be living in
But
harmony as.
that is basically communism and socialism, you
It's not.
know?
Well, I mean, that's just these words I find negative at the moment. So I'm not even going to go there with that. We're going to be living in harmony. We're going to be getting along. That's the word I'd like to hear. We're going to be living
Equality.
harmoniously, cohesively together, peacefully,
What
lovingly,
you want is
caringly,
equality.
cherishly. These are the words. I don't want to hear communist and social. I don't want to hear those words. Let's just put those words in the cupboard for now, from the old model. We're living together happily.
But that's basically what you're like what you're trying to do.
Well,
It's
it's not. It's not.
socialism and communism.
That's your interpretation. It's not mine. Mine
Well,
is not.
communism and socialism is trying to do equality and no people to be higher or like.
No, it's not about it's not about that kind of equality that you're thinking about and the social
Yeah.
construct that they have been giving you and
Well,
feeding
I'm
you
not social.
no, real quick, through the social and the TV, they feed you these ideas, right? But when you talk about what they're doing right now, the government's, war on drugs, war on the Middle East, and all these difficult situations that we're in, if we can skip that kind of stuff and the nations can concentrate their energy and their resources into real important things, we will have a more efficient, better
But what?
system.
So the
Because
important
with
things are not on.
war, we only destroying the resources, wasting the time, putting the
Yeah.
young men to be killing each other,
Yeah.
destroying the soil. And
Yes.
if we weren't doing that kind of stuff in this globalistic kind of mentality, we will be doing something more based on, commercial law, God's law, natural law, and we
Yes.
will be concentrated our efforts, our energy, and our
Yeah.
resources into
Yeah.
benefiting
Yeah.
the communities and the nation overall, not this system that we have of scarcity and shooting nations just to take the resources and stuff.
Yeah.
That's
Now,
that's
before you
not.
speak, young man, hang on, young man. Before you speak, I want to say this. I am very sad to hear a 13-year-old that cannot embrace living happily on the earth without wars and weapons and bombs. It's a sad day that a 13-year-old cannot see what we put down for him and he cannot embrace it and understand it and say, yeah, that's a good idea. He's picking holes. Isn't that a shame, isn't it? And he's only
No, it's just
13.
He can
it's just
see it. It's just that it's far removed from the ideal way
13.
of thinking at the moment. But he can see
13
it.
is.
He'll see it eventually.
Yeah, but he's only 13,
well.
yeah?
I don't
13.
really. My opinion, honestly, I'm not. I'm not a person to do or like to get rid of people's opinion in that sort of way because, like, example, let's say an example that doesn't offend you.
I'm sad. I'm really
There's
sad.
basically nothing like. Well, this may offend some of people. Sorry, but
No,
Colombian,
you're
Colombian.
you're conducting yourself really very well. You're very respectful. And
Yeah.
you're having a back and forth conversation, and that's fine. You have your opinions at the moment. All you gotta do is maybe listen to the answers, take the information in, and just look through the things and make your conclusions. Is we're not pushing anything to here. People are
Yeah.
presenting their arguments. You're having a conversation. Don't worry about
Yeah.
it too much.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah. All I'm saying
But
is just sad.
it's because all of this involves over the flat Earth, right? But at the end of the day, if everything that you say will real happen, what about the opinions of the people? That's the most important thing.
Yeah, the
Because
opinions of
in
the
a lot of
people will always
countries,
be.
in a lot of countries, the government can't like the opinions of the people. It doesn't appeal to everybody because of the government. The government can appeal to every opinion of each person.
No, I'm
Because
sorry. I'm sorry, young man. That's not true. Today's world we're living in, the government does not care about the opinion of the people. It never has. That's why it's been lying about the heliocentric model being real. That's why we've had wars. Children are dying, as the young lady just said. Mums and dads, uncles and aunties are being killed illegally. These wars should not happen. I'm sorry. What you're saying is absolutely incorrect. Okay? The government does not listen to the opinions of the people. We are slaves, and that's what it is. They control us. We're in a dictatorship, not a democracy.
no, dictatorship is way more different than our government right
This
now
is what we
because
have now. That's what we have now.
no,
Yes.
well,
Wait, he's in
it's
Mexico.
just
Remember what are you what are you saying? Is different in Mexico? What's going on in Mexico?
yes, but like okay, look, listen. You cannot compare the United States to Mexico. You know why? Because the United States is more formal. Mexico is not that formal. Coming from a Mexican, you know, Mexico has gone through a lot of things that the United States hasn't gone through yet, or will never go through. Basically,
You know
well,
what?
I don't know.
You want to say that to the Red Indians, the original indigenous people of America before they came from the Europe. You got to look at history here, young man. Okay,
Yes,
what
but
you're saying, it's just repeating itself, and unfortunately,
y-
you don't see that at the moment. We are living in a dictatorship. They tell us what to do. They don't care what we say.
well,
Okay.
yeah,
Yep,
okay, but
he's comparing Mexico
that,
to the US and I think he might be right, but what he's seeing right now in Mexico is probably,
it's a
more
way different
freedom
thing.
that you probably seeing more freedom than what you had in the US.
Yes,
Will you
because
agree
in
with
the
that?
Well,
okay,
that'd be nice.
and
Yeah,
it
that's
is way
nice.
more freedom. The only problem is that it's unsafe. There's a lot of crime in it, and you know what? You know why?
Right.
Because of the value of money. The value of money is
That's
what
it. That's
what
it. That's
makes
correct.
a lot of people greedy. It makes
That's why. That's
So
why I
that's what
said
Jen is saying.
everybody would have money. That's why I said everybody would have money. Everybody would have their house built by the government. Will build your house with the solar panel, so you don't. There'll be no homelessness. Everybody would have a home furnished as you would
yeah.
like it, because the money. The reason why I say this, that the trillions of dollars that the government wasted in wars will be returned to the people. That money has
Yeah.
never been used to make the weapons, and then people are dying. So we're going to do the reverse. If we can do the killing, then we can do the living, and that's what I'm going to do with the money.
Yeah.
I'm going to use the money to build a house for every single person who lives in the Mexico with a solar panel. Everything you will need. It will be energy, reusable energy only. There's not going to be no nuclear. That is stopped immediately. Anything
Jen,
harmful to nature. Yes. Go ahead.
I think
Yes.
you will like to say we will legalize freedom, liberty,
Yes.
and people
Yes.
will figure things out, because
Yes. Yes.
you don't want the government coming, hey, we're gonna build this and we're gonna do it this way, and
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know communities will make decisions, they will build
Yes.
things and build
Yeah.
houses, and
Yeah.
it's basically
But
getting the big listen, getting the big government out of the way instead of being in the way, making everything more complicated, finding
Right.
everybody for making their own decisions, and
Right.
big government wouldn't be in the way. Right now, we have big government. I think small government will be still a thing, but it will be way smaller. It wouldn't
Yes, it will
be,
be very smaller. It'll be, I'm the serviceman. I am the maintenance
yeah.
man. That's what the government will be, the maintenance. So we have
It,
very little interjection in your life. Very little.
I think the government should be there enforcing contracts. Like communities will contract each other to do
Yeah.
jobs, to build
Yeah.
houses, to build roads. And if the contracts are not being enforced, the
Yeah.
government will step in and be like, hey guys, there's a contract here. You guys agreed to build this road. Let's get it figured out,
Yeah.
Things like
The
that.
okay,
importance The importance of it all is that it must be done in a way that is in harmony with nature. No carcinogenic chemicals. These things must go. These things cannot be used. Then we can talk. Yes, let's go ahead and
Yeah.
whatever we want. Yeah.
Okay, but let me give you
globe.
something.
Go ahead,
Let
bro.
me give you something. So how we're talking about, how can we take out that there will no be exploitation in this world that you want to make by putting this idea out?
Well, I think that most people, once they've got their homes sorted out, they feel content. They don't have to struggle about. They've got the house. The government has built the house for them to live in with the solar panel and everything they need. So already now their greed and whatever has suppressed. It's gone, isn't it? Then they go to work to make money for food, which is going to be rock bottom cheap. You know, no one's going to struggle to eat. The only reason why we have that you pay the
He's
money.
asking how, and I think these institutions are putting so much effort on controlling everybody's life. That's why we don't see this natural state of man and its natural state of communities and nations where nations can thrive in a peaceful manner, I will say. Right now, that's why they are pushing such a big control over everything and even over our minds, that they want to push this fantasy land globe heliocentric model idea and lying about the fundamentals of reality and how things actually work, injecting these ideas, then taking over the administrative positions, changing the laws, making everything way more complicated than it should be.
Yes.
That's why we are trying to expose the fundamental lie, which is the lie that people have in their minds, that they're spinning in a ball through the vacuum of space. But that's only you only seen that in the imagination, in the cartoon, in the on the screen, you know. And that's not reality.
Okay, I'm sorry to bring this point up again. Like, I know that what's it called? What's his name? The dude that you were talking to, Jin.
Jin.
Oh, Jin CBR1. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Jin. I know you said that like that word that is an insult, but what you're basically telling me is socialism and communism.
No, it's not. It's again, these are just labels. It's not. I
They're
don't
labels, but they're
because they
significant
come.
is what
Hang on a second, please. They come with negative connotations, and I don't like that at all.
What do you
So
mean?
I'm not talking. I'm not talking about that, and I'm not going to devalue what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we're going to be living as the Creator intended. Cohesively, harmoniously, lovingly, cherishingly, helping each other, one another to do things. And like Roger said, the government will be so minuscule, it's not going to intrude into anyone's life. It's there mainly to make sure things are going according to plan. That's the plan of the people. And there are so many good people out there who want to work. People in generally want to live in peace and harmony. The governments are stopping us from doing that. That's what the governments are doing, because everybody's going out there voting for democracy, which is actually dictatorship masquerading as democracy. That's what people don't seem to understand. Go ahead.
Jun. Yes, So we're talking about this flat Earth and what is more the deeper meaning of it. Well, to talk about this, you need to talk about aspects that are touchy, because in that case, that wouldn't be a good sort of conversation, because everything, like every possible way and like thing to say, to like express yourself needs to be touched, because as I'm saying, like what you're referring to as your world that is peaceful, that it's like everybody's the same, that's basically socialism and communism, but you cannot.
No, everybody's not the same.
We will have to follow. We will have to follow law, God's law, which is based on natural law. And natural law, this dictates that this is a level stationary plane. So we don't live in the globe.
If it's the nat-
Listen, God's law will takes the thing is we are in this state of fantasy in our minds, and these systems that corrode human behavior and causes all the issues that we're in. But if we were following actually law and the natural law and God's law, we will be in a better position. And if people knew we are on a created environment, that will
yeah,
probably will uplift as well people's morality and everything,
but
because right now
but
morality is at the bottom
living
for
in a
many people.
natural way will be catastrophic because that will mean
No. Why?
yes,
Why?
because in the natural world, like
No, there
animals.
is structure. No, I'm not talking about going to the
The
forest and
jungle.
living a bit.
Yeah,
No,
I
no, it's
get
not.
what
It's
you're
not the
saying.
law of the jungle. We're not talking about the law of the jungle. We can be very smart. We can be we can be advanced in many things. All the advancements that we have, we can still keep a lot of the things, but it's not the law of the jungle. We're talking
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
So
about
that I'm mistaken.
Yeah,
real
natural.
God's
Yeah,
law.
natural law
Okay,
will state that you will not murder, right?
I'm not gonna
yeah.
steal from you. I'm not gonna murder my neighbor. I'm not gonna
Exactly.
lust
Or
after my neighbor's
Christianism.
wife. You know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And we're gonna be prosper. We're gonna be prosperous because we're gonna be we're gonna be productive. You know,
Yes.
and
Yeah. And
be
everything
active.
that everything we're talking about will be coming out of nature itself. So there will be no man-made chemicals and things that are poisonous to the earth. There's a lot you don't seem to understand. You can live in your house, but that house will be made of hemp without a doubt, because that's biodegradable. It means that it can go back into nature. It cannot be something that's poisonous to earth. These are the things you don't seem to understand, young man, you see.
Yeah,
Okay?
like being like over here we have houses
Mm.
that are made from like where
Adobe,
I live.
mud.
You go to the beach.
Mm.
There's palm houses,
Mm.
and then from there there's like other houses that are made from natural things. That when you basically when somebody moves out, the house like just goes like disappears and goes to the ground as it normally should
Lovely. Now
in the
that's
wild.
nice. That's nice in itself. Yeah.
But the
You
more
know,
you go,
hemp is huge in Mexico. Hemp. There's actually people that build houses out of hemp in Mexico. So that's a
Yeah.
cool story.
Yeah.
more Mexico is more about natural medicine and all of that. That a lot of people
Exactly.
here
Yes.
that a lot of people like that and they don't really like. They do use modern medicine, but not always. Because as you know, like modern medicine nowadays will like help you, but it like does
The
not
thing
harm
about Mexico is they produce a lot of produce, a lot of food. They use the land pretty well, but there's a lot of conflict because the big heads they want to take over the land and the resources. So
Yeah.
people fight back, and when people fight back, they're labeled terrorists, drug dealers, and all that kind of stuff. But in
Yeah.
reality,
Troublemakers.
and there is a lot of crime, but that's the environment that has been created by these
because
big heads that control the
we don't
economics.
The capitalistic system that everybody has around the world. That's what we're living in. That's what's the same. Socialism, communism, that's part of this horrible world we're living in now. But
there's
if you eject out of
bro.
that,
Okay, let me tell you something. I myself, I'm not a big fan of what capitalism. I'm not about that. You know, I don't
good.
really like that. It's not
Good.
the thing I will tell you.
Good.
Capitalism is not what I like.
Yeah. Good. Neither do
Okay,
I.
I don't like that form of thinking because
Well,
you
that's
give
why I said
But
everybody will.
we don't have real capitalism because it will be under the laws and it will be on the contract law. It will be
Yeah.
commercial because capitalism will be one side of the economy. It wouldn't be the whole thing.
so you're
It
like
will be, it will be like you wanna deal with your neighbors or you wanna deal with whoever. You guys are gonna sell something, some products that you produce, That's capitalism right there. You're gonna sell your avocados to someone. That's
Yeah.
fine, and you're gonna get paid a fair price, and
Yeah.
you're gonna be allowed to use your land to produce your product without someone coming in and charging you a percentage of whatever you're
Yeah.
producing, right? And
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that's the capitalism can be good, but under the right circumstances and the right
Yeah.
economics, because
Yeah.
right now
As
under this
right as
economics, if you want to be a capitalist person, first you have to pay the government, you have to pay these people, you have to pay fines, fees,
Yeah.
taxes, and then whatever is left for you is not that much.
Exactly.
And you
So
Yeah.
have
you can see.
controlled
okay. So
markets,
look,
right? Which is
also
subsidized
also
by government.
yeah, but also in the form of way, well, in my form of way of thinking.
Mm.
Not saying that everybody thinks it's the same as me, but I talking about the government. We're not. I'm not talking about this changing the government. We're talking about, in my opinion, if we couldn't change the government, if the government will stay here, I wouldn't go for capitalism. I would change my opinion and make it go also and make it
Yeah,
go.
all the isms is kind of like pieces of a bigger thing. They want
Yes,
to give you these pieces of the puzzle and say, hey, this piece of the puzzle is the best part of the whole puzzle. But no, all these isms are pieces of a bigger thing. They
that's cause,
cannot
but
be the whole thing.
yeah, but basically what you I'm sorry, but I that I keep getting into this, but it is socialism and capitalism. Either way, that it has a bad ideology by Americans. It is socialism and capitalism because it has a lot of points that socialism and capitalism have. As same that what you're thinking as having equality, having everybody that has have a whole.
Is he cutting in and out for you guys?
Yeah, he's
A
cutting
little
out a
bit.
little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, you're hard to understand. Maybe you can move a bit close to your mic, Amish.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but it that will always even though it has a bad name, you cannot like there's a lot of connections through those both of those things because a lot of a lot of things that socialism and capitalism have not worked even though a lot
Mexico is very capitalist.
Capitalism. Yeah.
well
Mexico is
socialism and
very
communism.
capitalist.
Yes.
Mexico produce a lot of products for many nations around the Americas.
Yes.
So Mexico produces a lot of things and they sell a lot of products. So that's kind of like part of the capitalist system. But
Yeah.
being capitalist is not cannot be the whole thing of a nation or the world. That's just one part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's well
and,
in my
and
opinion, as I was saying, I don't like capitalism myself. I would rather it be a communist because of so much things that will be made better in our world of how people think.
Communism is another piece of the puzzle. It's just a piece.
yeah, at the moment, which is a problem at the moment. It's not running properly because there's a problem with
Well,
agriculture
no, actually, Russia is like
No,
a big.
listen, imagine you want to have a house, a safe house. You could build a whole house that is safe for your family. You
Yeah.
have a
Yes.
self-sufficient system, for water, electricity, fresh air, all this stuff. But
Yeah.
capitalism will give you only a piece of the house, just a little 1 centimeter piece of the house. And then communism will give you the other piece, and you can only have this piece of the whole house.
Oh
No,
no, no, no, no! Communism and that way,
let me
like
tell
what you.
you, all these isms are just ideas that the governments are giving you to control.
Well,
It's
Yeah.
no.
That's not
Okay,
how
but
the
listen,
system should be running
communism,
in one ism.
communism. But what you're saying is about the sharing problem. No, communism will only share private properties if you know what that is. As a you have something like a shop or a former place. It won't take your houses or your personal stuff. And it says it in the if you read like the law on what is capitalism and the rules of it. It says it right there. Like it doesn't take personal items like a house, a car, stuff like that. It
The
will only take.
communism,
It will
the
only take.
communism, the
Yes,
communism
go ahead.
make collectivization. They come take your land, tools, and food
No,
and
that is not
everything.
true.
Yes, it
You're
is
coming
true.
by a guy that have
And
studied.
then the soldiers,
I have screenshots, guy. That
and
like
then the
it is.
soldiers,
Alright,
the
I'll put
Red
it in the
Army.
chat.
Listen,
Listen. The Red Army take the children, they boil them, and feed them to their parents.
There you
That's
go.
what communism do.
Yes, but communism is
Degenerate
not dividing.
society into
Sorry to tell you, but
cannibalism.
communism is a way of. It's basically giving you equality. I'm
Have
not
you
saying
lived in
you're.
communism?
Well, you're telling me if you're
I
anti-communism, then it's
lived.
okay. I
I've been
accept your opinion
born.
of thinking.
I've been
you,
born
you,
in
are you
communism.
listening, bro? He's talking to you because he's been through the system. So listen for the moment, because he lived through it. You're only 13 years old, bro. Come on.
Yeah. In
Okay, but
communism, people who rape children are free. Yeah.
huh?
They rule. They ruled. People who rape children, those are the people who rule the society.
The rulers are raping children.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's
In
13,
communism.
come on.
Yeah, he doesn't get that. Yeah. So let's
Mm.
leave that bit a bit, leave that out of it.
Okay.
Bring it back to the flat earth.
Yeah, so Amish,
So
why would you? So they tell us we are living on a ball, right, on a globe.
Yes, it is.
Do you think that's true?
do you think it's a good thing to do?
Well, no. Do you think it's true? Do you think we are living on a ball?
Honestly, my opinion will be until they prove that it is or it isn't. Well, I'm in the middle. I cannot tell you. I'm
Okay,
neutral.
that's honest, right? So let's talk about senses, right? So do you see that you're on a globe? Right. So
Well, okay. So that was a point that I was gonna tell you before we were gonna get point that I was gonna tell you off the road, off the rails, but we haven't seen the curve of the earth, right? That's a point that you give a lot. Like
right. So you don't see that you're on a ball, right? And you don't
the curve
feel
that you're looking for. But if you're
right.
walking on the ball, right? If you're walking on the ball, you will make curve.
Traveling in and out.
You're always looking straight, right? So you cannot see the curve unless you will like you go like it's hard
You're
to
cutting in
explain.
and out. I didn't hear anything.
Yeah.
But you can only what's it called? You can only like see the curve if you're like out of it, out of the earth.
Okay. So you don't, right? You don't see curvature. You don't see you're on a ball, right? That's what your eyes are telling you, right? Just I don't want to hear an explanation because you wouldn't see it. Just the fact that your eyes don't see doesn't that you don't see that you're on a ball, correct?
But yes, but
Yes,
listen.
no but, yes, right?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome, because I don't see, right? And Jin doesn't see that. Nobody
That's right.
Nobody on this earth sees that we are on a ball, and we don't feel it, right? They say we are spinning. You don't feel the earth spinning, right? I'm just asking if what you feel, right? Yeah. So nobody feels it spinning.
Right.
So we all see the same stuff. We all see a flat, level, non-rotating Earth. Right?
Yes?
So we all see a flat, level, non-rotating Earth. Right? Yes.
Yes.
Right. So why would you think that you're on a ball? Because the television told
Yes.
you?
Exactly. The television, your teachers.
Crazy,
He
right?
said something very
Look at the
interesting.
picture on the chat right now.
Yeah.
He said something
It's just
very
a straight line, right?
interesting.
We don't.
Right.
But why does it just like it doesn't show nothing and like at some point your vision like doesn't see that, right?
Yes. We have our vision stops approximately
It's
at
limited. It's limited.
yeah,
Okay.
like 4 miles.
So
Yes.
why
Rayleigh
does so we can say at some point our vision is limited of seeing things. So our eyes cannot
Due
be
to perspective.
our eyes has like well, if you
Yeah,
know
I agree. So what will happen if I take out the binoculars?
the binoculars will just increase it, but as well the binoculars
Expand.
will only like bend the light so you can see farther. But that you will only see
No,
seeing.
binoculars do not bend light.
Well,
The
because
point here is
it's
here is
what happened?
Amish, listen. The point here is that you can use your eyes and see that the Earth is not curving. Then you can use binoculars and see that the Earth is not curving, and then you can use a high-powered zoom camera, and then you can see that the Earth is not curving, right? So whatever whatever you use, whatever tool you use, it will not show you that the Earth is curving, right?
Yeah. I got one more. I got another question. What about the core? The core of the Earth.
Wait,
The
wait,
core.
wait,
How do we know
wait,
it's there?
wait.
No, 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 no,
Guys,
no, no. Okay.
guys,
The core of
one
the
moment,
Earth.
one moment. Young man, one moment.
Yes.
At the beginning of this conversation, you said that if you were to see some evidence, you would believe it.
Yes.
And
I just say that.
the flat Earth have a laser test over large bodies of water which prove that there is no curvature where it should be.
Yeah.
And these laser tests are certified by the Hungarian government experts.
Okay, so the Vlad guy says exactly. I told him the water does not bend, but I told him yeah, it fills up things. And he said exactly, but it doesn't contour around an object into a box. It gives that no need to believe. Okay, what keeps the water by the science of it? The water gets in place because of Earth, of its gravity, of its pull. That keeps the water intact.
Gravity
That's what you
doesn't
think.
exist.
That's what you think. You can't prove that. It's an unproven theory, you see.
No, gravity is
it's
real.
No, don't argue.
No,
Listen.
gravity
Don't argue.
is
Listen.
a magic
Gravity, hang on
word.
a second, Biget. Hang on a second, Biget.
Yeah.
Gravity is an unproven theory. It's Newton's theory of gravity, which is mass attracting mass. But that idea of gravity, mass attracting mass, has been superseded by Einstein's special relativity 106 years ago, the bending and warping of space-time fabric. So there's a new gravity, which is still a theory. Okay? Gravity hasn't been proven. That's a fact. Okay?
No, okay, but have you heard of I don't know if it was
No, hang on a
Einstein.
second. Young man, did you hear what I said, Hermish? Gravity is not a proven theory. It's an unproven. It's not been proven. Do you understand?
But what pulls down the object that you put?
Well, we'll explain that to you in a minute. Do you understand that gravity has not been proven?
Okay.
Do you
Yes.
understand that?
Yes. It's an idea.
Thank you.
It's an idea.
Thank you. So you
Yes.
understand that gravity is a theory. That is a fact. As long as you understand that, then we can begin to explain to you what pulls things. Nothing's pulling anything down to the ground. The reason why my pencil drops to the floor is because it's heavier than air. The medium, the whole air in it, the air is light. My pencil is heavy, it drops. I hold a helium balloon in my hand, my left hand, I hold a pencil in my right hand, I let them go. The pencil drops because it's heavier than air. The balloon flies up, the helium balloon goes up because it's lighter than the air. That's it. There is no gravity at all.
Right. And what will
Well,
happen?
in that case,
Amish,
that
what will happen? Listen, what will happen if I have a beach ball and I take it to the bottom of a pool and I drop the beach ball? What will happen?
it will go up because the ball's more
Yes.
thicker than the
Right,
water.
and then Hermish, I have a pebble, just a small pebble, and I put it in the ocean, in the pool. What happens to the pebble? It drops to the floor. You see what I mean?
Mm.
There you go.
What happens to
Okay, but
graphene
a pebble
aerogel?
sinks.
Yeah, a pebble sinks because
Yes,
it's heavy. Heavy.
but that's
Gra-
density. That's not about how heavy it is.
It's
That's
dense. It's
density.
Oh,
dense. It's more dense than the beach ball.
Yeah.
But the point is, gravity's got nothing to do with it. That is the point.
No
Okay,
gra.
Get is trying to say something. So get
Yeah,
closer
go
to
ahead.
your
yeah.
mic
For
or something, bro, because
example,
you sound kind of
Sorry,
soft.
Biget.
sorry. For
Hello?
example, graphene aerogel is 7 times lighter than the air.
Do y'all hear me better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yes, we can
Yes.
hear you. We can hear you.
Okay,
Go
but
ahead.
Yeah, I said
okay.
graphene aerogel is 7 times lighter than the air, yet
Mhm.
it does not float in the air. Because
Yes.
it is a solid, it will stick to the ground.
Yeah.
Again, nothing to do
So,
with gravity. It's got nothing to do with
yeah.
gravity. That's the thing. Okay? Gravity is an unproven theory. You agree with that. You understand that. Okay? So don't keep
Yes.
talking about gravity like it's a real thing. Gravity is not real.
Well,
Einstein
if it
couldn't
cannot
prove
prove
it.
it, okay, but if it
Hang on.
cannot,
So hang on a second, please, young man. Sir Isaac Newton said he couldn't prove it, and he disagrees with the theory of mass attracting mass. Notice the word theory, the idea. He didn't agree with it. He thought it was absurd. And then Einstein's gravity is the bending and warping of space-time fabric. Yeah, I don't know how you would work that out, but again, it's a
It's even
theory
worse.
that has not been proven. So don't talk about
Okay.
gravity like it's real.
Okay. Get. I know he speaks in his own pace. Give him a minute to finish what he's trying to say, because he didn't finish, right? Am I correct?
Sorry, I didn't realize.
yes.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to tell him about alternative to gravity, and that is, for example, at MIT University in USA, they teach incoherent electrostatic acceleration in an electric field between two Gaussian planes, the ground negative, the sky positive. And this is what they teach at MIT. They don't teach gravity. And they say, the physics teacher is saying that gravity belongs exclusively to astrophysics, which is a different kind of science. It's not a
It's
real
theoretical.
science.
Astrophysics is not
Yeah.
science.
Yeah, it's theoretical science. Astro is theory. All theories, no facts.
But I don't think,
Go ahead.
I don't think Amish, he's 13, he sounds like a smart guy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wanna keep it to the basics, right? Water, Amish.
Yes.
Water is always flat, level.
Yes.
When you drop water on the floor, it will find its level. It will level
Yeah.
out. It will seek equilibrium and it will be level, right? It will flatten. So if it's in your
Because
glass,
it doesn't
yeah, but
have nowhere to fail.
yes. So
That's right.
when you have a glass of water, it's flat in your water, in your glass. In your bathtub, it will be flat. In your swimming pool, right? In a small
Yes.
lake, in a lake, in a sea or an ocean, water always flat and level, right?
Yeah.
We use water to build, right? So
Yeah.
if 70% of the earth, they tell us, right? 70% of the earth is covered in water. And if all water is flat and level, how can it be a ball? Right?
Yeah.
Think about it.
Ermish, when you're a little boy, when you spin a ball, playing with your ball, and you span the ball, and you put water on a spinning ball, what happened to the water? What happened to the water?
It will get off, right? It will like slip off.
It
The
would
water
fly
won't
off.
stay on the
If the
water.
ball is spinning, it flies off. And then if you have a stationary ball, a ball that's not spinning, and you pour the water, it just rolls off, doesn't it? Yes. Right. So that's nature's law there. Water does not stick to the outside of any surface. It doesn't.
Okay, so what about, like, let's say you put a bucket of water and you swing it around.
Yeah, but then again, look, the bucket, hang on. The bucket is holding the water. The water is in the bucket, trapped. And then you're spinning it, creating a centrifugal force. It doesn't prove gravity, does it? Does
Okay.
it?
No, but you know why it doesn't spill?
Because it's in the bucket.
No.
It's inside the bucket. That's why.
If you
Simple.
spin it around, you make circles.
It's inside the bucket. That's one reason.
It's contained.
Yes.
Yes, you want to say about centrifugal force, which is a different phenomena effect.
Yes.
But what if you fill that bucket with superfluid liquid helium?
Helium. Liquid helium.
What will happen then?
I don't know.
What happens if you put liquid helium in a glass?
Nothing.
Can you tell us?
That's not true.
Can you
I
tell
don't know.
us?
I'm just guessing at this point.
It will leak out. The liquid helium will flow upwards on the walls of its container against all gravity concept theory.
But what about the core? Like, I'm talking about. Well, that was the first question I asked.
There is no
of the Earth.
core.
Like I said, I said to you, how do you know it's there? Because we have only drilled 7.6 miles of earth in Russia. It took 20 years to do this. 7.6 miles. That's all. So how can we know what's happening 4,000 miles deep into the earth? How can we know that? What technology do we have that tells us there's a magnetic core down there? You're 13. How do you know?
Well, there's a lot. Well, first of all, if there
Answer the
wasn't
question. How do you know?
the Earth will die.
How do you know?
Listen,
The Earth
listen
will
real quick,
die.
right?
You need
Bro,
heat for us to
listen.
survive.
Can you hear me? ¿Me escuchas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sí, sí, te escucho.
Okay. See, so the deepest hole ever dug by men, it's about 7.8 miles.
7.6. 7.6.
No one knows what's below that. If someone claims that they know what's below that, they're just making stories. You understand?
Cool.
How much did you say it was?
7.6.
7.6 miles.
Yes, and
The biggest, the deepest hole.
Cola super deep hole.
Super deep borehole. 9 inches in diameter.
23 million feet. dug in a hole, the deepest hole.
Yeah.
Cola well. That's what it's called.
Yeah, the Cola
Yeah.
super boreholes. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
what if
So
we keep drilling down?
We can't
What will
drill. We
happen then?
cannot. We cannot.
They
We
cannot
cannot
drill
drill any
deeper
further. We can't.
Why?
Because we can't.
because that drill had a tungsten carbide drill bit head, and whatever they encountered down there, it destroyed this drill bit, so they
Yeah.
Because it was
couldn't
too hot.
drill further.
It was too
What?
hot.
What?
No,
Yeah.
it
Hang on.
wasn't
Hang on.
hot.
What? Actually?
it's
Hold
the
on. Hold
temperature.
on.
The
Hold on.
temperatures
Oh,
down below,
yes.
temperatures down there were a couple hundred Celsius, like 300-400 Celsius, and this temperature is like way below the operating temperatures of tungsten. Tungsten can work at 1500 degrees. It cuts steel at
Yeah.
that temperature. So
Yeah. The
tungsten
problem.
melting point is
And
3400
what about
Celsius.
volcanoes?
Well, volcanoes are there. Volcanoes are there. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that the magma is coming from 4,000 miles deep into the earth. We
So what's
cannot prove
producing the
that.
magma?
Now, hang on, Hermish, you are not listening, are you? Listen clearly, Hermish. How do you know that the earth is 4,000 miles deep to the core, and then the magma is coming from there? How do you know that? You don't know, do
We
you?
don't, but it's a
Thank
fact. You know
you.
why? Because
That's
it
the
would have
answer.
would
The
out.
answer is it's
Yeah,
impossible. Hermish, listen clearly. The answer is it's impossible. No one can know. No human being can know. And we don't have the technology or the equipment. We don't have it, Hermish. Do you understand me?
So how can you unprove it too if we don't know?
We just proved it to you by telling you 7.6 miles only. That's
Okay,
what
but
we know.
that's the limit right now.
That's all we know. Yeah,
There,
we can't know
so,
listen, we can't know more than that.
but in the
You're
future
missing the point.
we
Well, we
will
don't
Yeah,
know
but the
that.
we
We can't
claim,
will.
prove it
but
yet.
listen, one second.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe in the future, let's say, think about the future, right? But at the moment, the claim that there is a core in the middle of the ball, there is no
It's a lie.
curvature. There is no core discovery. It's only an imagination thing.
That's
So
right.
making claims that these things are real, I mean,
That's
you
lying.
understand
That's
where we're coming
lying.
from?
Yeah.
You're
Okay,
lying.
but let's say in the
Whatever,
future thought that there is a core.
Hermish,
So how about that now?
Hermish,
Yes.
we haven't proven
whatever
Earth as
is
a ball
down
yet.
there,
Yeah.
whatever is down there, it made tungsten the strongest metal. It made it like cheese, and it isn't even that hot. It is like 400 Celsius. It is
Right.
not hot enough to melt
Yeah.
tungsten.
So the question is, how did the scientists and the experts and the professors and your teachers, how did they know that that core is there when we can only drill 7.6 miles? How can we see the inside of the earth? How did
They
they
made
see
it
it?
up. They made it up.
Do you know about the machine that has can or like you can in the machine that you it makes it so you can see the heat waves or the
It's
temperature.
this
Not
it's like a
4,000 miles away.
sonar.
Yeah.
No,
And
it's
there's some machines specifically that can go through metal and like if there's an object that's
No, we
hot.
don't have it. Hermish, we don't have the technology, Hermish.
I've
to go
We
seen
to
it
don't have it.
4,000
myself.
miles. No,
We don't have it,
What
Hermish. You're
in
not listening
I've
to
computer
seen
your
it
games?
elders.
myself.
Hermish, you're not listening to your elders. You are 13. You don't know. I'm telling you now. I'm older than you, and I'm telling you, we don't have that machinery. Do you understand?
But if you search it up, I don't know the full name of it, but we went to
You're saying it's a machinery. They set up some scanners. They scan from the
You got
surface
seismic
down.
monitors.
And yeah.
Seismic monitors. You've got seismic monitors that register the movement of the Earth in regards to earthquakes. Yeah.
No.
That's all.
It only detects heat.
It's still not going to
Only
detect
detection.
heat 4,000 miles away. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Okay, but that doesn't mean. No, I'm
The
telling
point.
you.
No, Hermish, you're not listening. Hermish, how do we know 4,000 miles deep? We don't know. So stop saying but. It's rubbish. You're being dishonest now. We do not know. I'm not going to keep repeating myself. We do not know. We cannot know. We don't
So if
have
we
the
don't know,
technology.
and you cannot know, you cannot prove something that you don't know.
You're being
So
silly.
why would you believe it?
Yes.
Okay, but
Why
if you can improve it, and it doesn't know if it's true, then
Why would you believe it then? Why would you believe something that you
because it's
cannot
common
prove?
sense and it makes sense.
It doesn't
It
make
makes
sense.
kinda
No, it
a
doesn't
little
make
bit of
sense.
sense.
It doesn't
Okay,
make
one
any
second,
sense.
guys. 1 second. You said it's common sense. Which of your
No, I
senses do
said
you
no. I said
which
it
of your
makes a bit
senses
of
do
sense.
you utilize to come to this conclusion?
Yes.
No. I didn't say common sense. I said it makes a bit of sense.
Okay, so which of your senses do you use to come to this conclusion?
Yeah.
Okay, listen. So Earth, you need heat, okay, or else we will freeze to death, right?
No.
Why don't you try to find the source of this information? Can you try to
From
find
the
the source
sun,
of this
okay, but
information?
the sun.
Yo, are you guys trying to tell this man that we don't need the sun for heat? Like,
That's not what we're saying. I don't know why you're interjecting. Right?
He's only 30.
my bad.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
he was
he's
talking
trying his
about the
hardest. He's only
core.
13.
He was talking about the core and implying that we need the core or else we would freeze. We have the sun, so no,
But
we
the
wouldn't.
sun doesn't always give the heat that you need. It's a lot of heat
It's
that
an
you need.
assumption you make.
Yeah,
It's an
another
assumption you
assumption.
make. You
Why don't you try to
assume that
find
the
the
Earth
source of
is
this
Okay,
curving.
so you're
information that
making
you're
an
telling us?
assumption too that the sun gives enough heat to not melt us and to not
To
burn us
melt
alive.
us?
No.
I'm not melted.
No, you said that. We didn't say that. You said that. That's not what we
Okay,
said.
but so you're
Exactly.
telling me no. You said that the sun
Hermish.
gives us heat, right? So you're telling me that you know that the sun gives enough heat to keep us
Yes.
cool and keep us
Yes.
not
Yes. The answer to your
Hermish.
question is yes, we do. Yes. That's correct.
Hermish.
Because
Yeah.
I am living today, I am 59 years old, and I have observed the sun through all those years. So yes, you're only 13. You cannot know
Okay,
what I know. Sorry.
give Martur a second. He's gonna go ahead, Mart. Get
Yeah,
Bigot.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Um, what is it that you call heat?
heat.
Yes.
The thing that makes you hot.
What is it that you call hot?
Hot. When what do you mean? What do you want to get from me telling you this?
Answer
I
the question.
mean, how much above 0 Celsius, or how much above the lambda point?
Yeah, degrees in
He doesn't
Celsius.
get that.
He hasn't got it yet.
Because
It's too difficult.
you see,
You
when
really
you
think
talk
he knows
about
what a
lambda
lambda point
point,
is?
yeah, any temperature above that point is hot.
Yes.
Right.
So that means minus 261 Celsius is hot.
Yes.
What?
5 Kelvin is hot because it makes liquid helium boil.
There you
Yes.
go.
That makes
There you
plasma.
go.
But it will make you freeze and it will make the oxygen of your body take a solid state, oxygen ice, and then octa-oxygen. And the
But how do
hydrogen
you
will
know oxygen
fall
can turn
into
into?
liquid state. So it's a very interesting process that will happen when you
But
commit
that
to
doesn't. That
synthesis.
doesn't.
Okay,
That
hang on,
doesn't
Biget,
make sense.
Biget. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Let me
Yeah.
just address one point. The young man said that we said the sun would be so close it would melt us. No, we don't believe that at all. The sun
You
is
said it
close
was
in. Hang
above
on.
us.
Do not interrupt until I'm finished. The sun is close enough to heat the earth up so that you have your seasons and you have all the food and the vegetables and the fruits growing on this earth and heats humanity the best the sun can do, created by the creator. It is never late, it is always on time, following its predicted path that the creator made.
Cycle.
No man knows what the sun is. Okay? Thank you.
Yes. 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 Okay.
Right.
But
Putting a but in.
if
But
the
nothing.
seasons, if you're saying that seasons is, the Earth is getting away farther and farther from the Earth,
Where do you get
or
that
the
from? Where do you get
the
that
sun.
from?
1 second. 1 second. Can you do you know the method that was used to determine or to detect movement of the ground that you're standing on?
Yeah, asking. Good question.
No, I
You
don't
don't
think
know.
so.
There is
So
one.
do you
If you told
feel,
me the name, I would know for sure. Like, tell me the name.
Amish, do you feel the ground that you're standing on moving?
No, because it moves.
You don't feel it. It moves at a consistent rate,
Yeah.
so your body doesn't feel that.
Okay, can you
Yeah.
determine, can you provide a link to the
Can you
method
provide
that
a
was
link for
used to
anything you fucking say? No, obviously
Shut
we can't.
up!
But you have to
Wait,
fucking.
what's your mouth?
Okay,
Get him out of
Guys,
Oh,
here.
calm
do I
down.
hear
Right?
feelings?
Get that guy out of
Do I
here.
hear feeling Grover feelings? What's going
yeah,
on?
janitor, his feelings have been melting for a while now.
Takes 5
He
Oh,
joined
seconds.
earlier.
Yeah,
oh,
get that scumbag out of here.
that's a
Janitor, you
shame.
Jesus
told
Christ.
us.
So,
Yeah.
All
Janitor, you
right.
told us, right? You haven't had any clue, right? You don't know anything about the ball Earth, yet you believe it.
Who?
I teach you
no, that's
about
janitor. He
the
was,
globe maths, right? And then you told
No, you
told
didn't. You
me,
didn't teach me shit, man.
yeah, I did, right?
No,
And
you just
please,
stated a bunch of
just
shit as if it was true.
Did you come here with any proof of your ball?
listen.
Did you do any of that?
No, he didn't. The janitor.
No. So then, what's the attitude about, guy?
he doesn't
Yeah.
know
All right,
anything
Roger.
about the ball.
1
Oh,
second,
so
right?
what's the attitude about?
Ball.
Janitor, can you watch your
Yeah,
mouth?
you're
Right?
laughing because you think you live on this fucking ball, right?
What?
That's why you're laughing, and you came here with no proof of
No,
it.
it's just a funny
That's
concept that
that's
you
a
guys
damn
fight
shame.
for.
Is it? Is it
It's like
funny?
you guys
How
think there's
funny
this
is
huge
it? Is
conspiracy
it
about the
funnier than not
shape of
being
what.
able to prove that you live on a ball that you think you live on? Is that funny? Because that's pretty
Is that
funny.
funny?
And then you came here what to prove to us that you can't prove your ball?
No, man, I'm just listening in. Like, I can't prove anything because I'm not a
Oh, so you're
fucking
listening? I didn't hear you
astrophysicist.
listening in. I heard you
Neither of
actually
you
If you say
guys.
interrupting the
you're
conversation
listening,
going on.
Yo,
That's what I
if you
heard.
say you're
Sorry, I
listening,
have
janitor.
there
fucking
is a
feelings.
child
Shit's
in
aggravating
here.
sometimes.
Yeah, I don't care
You
Janitor.
about
were
your
not
feelings, though. We're
listening
here for
because a
empirical
moment
proof
ago
that
you
you
were
live on a ball.
swearing.
It's just annoying that
About
with
that.
any fruit, it's just any fucking argument we make, they're just like, oh, do you have a link? It's like, you
Can
guys
I
don't have links either.
I don't need a link. I need measured
Why do we need a
curvature.
link
Do you
then?
have that?
Ban this
Yo,
guy.
janitor.
Mute this
Yo,
guy.
what's up?
Alright. So, like I was saying, bro. Like, you know what? You heard what I was saying, right? Like, I am on neutral. Like, I don't know. But I was like, you tell me, why do I believe in it? Well, it's like, they teach you that from the start, right? It's a known
Yeah,
fact.
that's
Okay?
just what everyone learns because there's no reason to like teach you what's not true.
It's a cool story.
Yeah.
There's literally no reason.
Cool story that they teach you when you're a kid and give you cool cartoons to go along with it, right? That's why the kid was like, "Oh, we've only gone past 7. We haven't gone past 7 miles, but apparently you know what's going on 44,000 miles down." Do you think that makes any sense?
don't know what you're talking about.
Do you even know what's going on? Oh, you don't know what I'm talking about. That's the
Yeah, I
problem.
started listening like halfway
If
through,
you
and it
don't
just
know
didn't
what,
make sense.
if you don't know
So
what
then
we
why
are
did you
talking about,
interject?
then why are you
Why
in
did you interject?
contradiction?
I didn't. I'm talking
Exactly.
about just then.
No,
when you
why
were
are
talking.
you in contradiction and why are you swearing if you don't know what we are talking about?
Because swearing is just like any other word, but like.
Yeah, we have
I
children
don't care
here.
about
I'm
you
just
swearing.
saying.
So
I
you
care
should
about your
behave
proof
yourself.
with your claims.
So let me
Sorry, David.
readdress Amish. We were talking to Amish about the
Yeah.
movement of the earth or
Yeah.
something, and you
It's because
obviously
the
don't
movement
feel
of
any
you
movement of the
cannot feel
ground.
the movement of the earth because it's moving so little. That's why, like, and you're like that's what I was trying to get to. If you can feel the movement of earth, how it's spreading, like how the ground's spreading apart, and like in a year, you'll see the difference. But that doesn't make
So
sense.
Amish,
Years and years
real quick. So
and years for
you're saying that the earth is moving because we don't feel it
No,
moving.
I'm telling you that the earth is moving, but we don't feel it because it's moving so slow. Have you
So
seen?
do you think, can you entertain the possibility that the ground you're standing on is not, you don't feel it moving because it's not moving? Is that a possibility?
Whoa, that's it is a possibility. I'm not gonna tell you no, but
Great,
the
good
science,
job.
points to that it's not true.
How so? How is not true?
The science points to it.
Oh, okay,
Which
science. The
science?
method, what you're claiming that there was a method used to determine the movement of the ground. Can you provide this evidence, this science that you're talking about?
Yes,
Where is it?
search it up.
You're
The
claiming it, bro.
the plates.
No, you're making the
Provide it.
claim. You're making the claim.
Provide it right here
The
in
plates
the
of
live
Earth
stream
are,
voice
first of
text.
all, there's the plates, right? The plates of that are Earth. No, but the
Excuse
plate.
you.
Bless you.
Thank you. The plates are what are like moving. The ground is just like a cap, like a cap of thing. It's a thin cap. The plates and like
The Earth's
the
crust.
so
Amish, I'm
on
gonna
and so
save
on,
you some
right?
energy, bro, because you're struggling at the moment. The ground is motionless. It's not moving.
Yeah.
But
You
how can
understand
you
that?
Absolutely.
prove that? How can you prove that? How can you prove that
Because it's
it
not
is?
moving. Listen, we have something called senses, right? Right? And when you go outside of your door, you wake up and you slept really well because the bed wasn't moving, right? Then you go outside, you don't feel any movement of the ground. You see things moving, you see vehicles moving, you see the wind, you see the clouds moving. When you look at the sun
Yeah.
and you see movement above you, but the ground that you're standing on, it's motionless. It's pretty
Yes.
simple. It's very simple,
Yes.
bro. I'm telling you, it's
You,
simple.
you see how they've got you thinking all backwards, right? Just think about it for a second. He just asked you, do you feel like you're moving? You said no, right? And then he agreed with you. Yeah, nobody feels movement. But then you asked him to prove to you that it's not moving. You see how that's backwards? Because you yourself experience no movement. So that doesn't require proof. You've
But it's
already got
because,
the proof. You
well,
wake
do
up
you
to that.
know that
Hold
you
on,
don't
hold on,
feel
hold on,
movement?
kid. Hold on, kid. Right?
Yeah.
You experience that proof that you're asking for every single day. Do you understand that? Now, the thing that you have to do is you have to ask the people that tell you that you're moving, tell you that the earth is moving, why don't we feel it? Okay? Because the burden of proof is on them because they're telling you the story that the earth is moving. But you,
And they have
me,
explained
everybody in
it.
this room, nobody on earth has ever felt it moving. As a matter of fact, when the earth is moving, what do we call that? An
Earthquake.
earthquake,
Earthquakes.
right? What is it doing when it's not quaking?
It's
What?
motionless.
It's
Do you
spreading
understand
apart.
that?
The scientist has
It's not
explained that.
doing anything.
You don't feel the
Kid.
you don't feel the movement because it's spreading
Exactly.
apart.
Thank you.
little by little.
It's not spreading apart if you don't feel the movement. You have no proof of that.
Yeah.
All you're doing
Okay,
is
so if I
relying on a
move,
story that they told you.
and your logic,
Good.
if I move something slightly, not that much to the left, did I still move it?
Yeah, you did because you just moved it. You just said it. Come on, I'm try to stick with me here. Try to listen to the logic I'm trying to give you, bro. They told you a story that the Earth that you live on is spinning, it's orbiting, it's doing all this nonsense that you, me, not one person in this room has ever felt before. Okay? So when asked, is the Earth moving? The only logical explanation for everyone on Earth is no. But there are people that tell us that it is. So it's on them to prove that to us. So what you really should be doing is asking the teachers and asking your parents, why do I not feel the Earth moving? Because you guys are telling me that it is. Do you understand?
And they have proved it. And they have proved it.
How?
How did they do that?
I'm
How have they
telling
proved it,
Go ahead,
you
Jamzi.
don't feel it because it's spreading apart slowly. It's not that much. It's a little bit, so little.
Okay,
Supersonic
Hermish. Let me explain it to him. Hang on a second, please. Hang on. Hermish, you're saying that it's moving very slowly through 24 hours, okay? Do you know how fast the Earth is moving? How fast is the Earth moving, Hermish? Do you know?
It's not moving. It's spreading apart.
Look,
Spreading apart.
we're talking about
Wait,
the movement
what?
of the Earth. You're talking about they move slowly.
Wait,
Fast is
what did
the
he
Earth. Let
say?
me get this
You're
out for
cutting
you.
out,
Hang on a second,
Jin.
please.
You're cutting out, Jin. You're cutting out, bro.
Sorry.
You're trying to say that it's flattening out. What is you trying to say?
Let me try again. How fast is the Earth, Hermish? How fast is the Earth moving? Can anybody hear me?
It's spreading apart. It's not
Can you hear me?
moving.
Right. How fast is the Earth moving, Hermish?
On what? Like spinning around the sun?
Yes, spinning around. Yes. How fast is it?
Hold up.
You don't know, do you? He doesn't know.
Image, if you see a vehicle, a car passing by you 1,000 miles per hour, will you say that car is going really, really slow?
Really
or will you say it's
slow.
going fast?
Okay, it's going really fast.
Oh.
Thank you. The Earth is hang on. The Earth is moving at the equator 1,038 miles per hour. That's faster than the speed of sound. That's faster than I'm saying up.
No, it's
If I
30
say to you
kilometers
up,
per
the
second.
Earth is listen.
That is the angular
Earth is
speed.
moving. You're not listening
It's
again.
30 kilometers per second.
Yeah,
That's pretty
exactly.
fast, huh?
And the linear speed of that would throw you off the Earth. So
But
the
there's
Earth is
gravity. That's
moving.
why there's gravity.
No,
We
you
told you
see,
there
what did I
is
tell you about? Hang on a second, gentlemen. Can I finish talking with him?
Go
please?
ahead.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you earlier? That gravity is a theory that hasn't been proven. So you
So
can't
as
bring
flat Earth.
gravity in.
So is the flat Earth theory. It's a theory.
Excuse me, we're talking about gravity at this point. Gravity is a theory that hasn't been proven, and you agreed to that. So stop bringing that back in.
But
Okay?
the flat Earth is a theory.
It's not a
It's
theory. No, it is not a theory. It is
You're
not a
wrong,
theory.
bro.
It's
It's a
called the
fact.
flat Earth theory.
It's not called the flat Earth
No.
theory. That's
Yes,
what
it
you
is.
call it.
It's only
You
called that
call
by
it.
the people who have no empirical proof for their globe theory. Those are
Exactly.
the only
It's not a
people to
theory.
call the flat Earth a theory.
Okay,
It's not a theory. It's what you live on.
We
It's
have proof that the
measured.
Earth
It's
is round,
observable.
right? We have proof that the Earth is round, but where's
Kid,
your proof?
Yeah, we'll
kid,
go back.
Your proof is by where's the curve?
kid.
Where's the
You're
sand?
spiraling now,
We have,
kid.
we have proof.
You're a little bit
You're out of
spiraling.
control. Yeah.
Like I'm trying to understand why you're so triggered right now. Does it bother you that
I'm not
there's a
triggered.
possibility? Hold on. Is there a possibility? Does it bother you the possibility that you might not live on a ball spinning around?
Well, I don't think.
Does that bother you? Does it bother you, or does it bother you that that there's a possibility that you've been lied to about the world that you actually live in. Because what you're told about it is the exact opposite of what you actually experience and observe.
Right.
Right? You're sitting here trying to ask us, well, what's the proof of the flat earth? Well, you live on it every day. We don't have to prove anything to you. What needs to happen is the people who tell us all, right, from the moment we're little babies, they try to instill in our brains that we all live on a magical spinning water ball with no proof. So what we're trying to do is get people to ask the people that tell us that, why do you tell us that? What is the proof that we live on this ball? Because there is none. And that's why you came here to find out, right? I'm going to assume, because if you were very comfortable with yourself living on a ball, you wouldn't catch yourself in a flat earth server. Am I correct?
Yeah. Chocolate, I've actually servo muted him for a while so you could get what you had to say out. And I would add to that, Ermish, this is your first mute now. I've muted you because you're not listening. You're talking over people when they're telling you something and you're being dishonest. Okay? Now, we spoke earlier about the gravity and you agreed it's a theory that's not been proven. Stop doing that, otherwise you won't be able to speak on this server. You've got to be honest. Okay? That's what you've got to be here. Right? Stop bloody lying. Right, I'm going to unmute you now. Right, oops. Right, you are now unmuted. Carry on. Okay? He's quiet now for a while. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad he's gone quiet because he's just spiraling out of control. You can't prove the Earth is spinning and 1,038 miles per hour is faster than the speed of sound. It's faster than I can say, it's faster than that. Okay? And you're telling me you're not going to notice that speed? That's crazy, okay?
Anyway, it is nice to see a 13-year-old who can actually, attend to what is being discussed. I really have some hope for this little bro.
Yeah, so do I.
It's a long conversation, and he has actually engaged honestly with it.
Yeah, I'll give him 8 out of 10 for his performance. I'm giving him 8 out of 10 because he's done very, very well. I agree with that. Yeah. Just that, there are moments when he starts to spiral and then he slides back into being a little bit disingenuous and then he's believing without facts. And that's not a nice display for someone who's been discussing amicably for a while. But you've got to do that. You've got to be a little bit of cruel. You've got to be cruel to be kind sometimes. Yeah, I understand that. He's 13. But you've got to mute. Sometimes they've got to be muted. And then children have to listen and not be heard for a while. That's all. He's done. I mean, he's done better than most adults who come here, like the idiot that was swearing, wasn't he?
Yeah, he really did. He really did. And that's why I was trying to calm him down a little bit. Yeah. He's seen, I've heard that global spiral before. So
he's been very respectful. He has followed the conversation. I mean, he's kind of, I guess, new to the discourse, so he's kind of new to the things that we've been telling him. So it's okay. He's been presenting the side of the globe decently well, I guess, but obviously he has to maybe release let go of the bias and look at the information and make his own conclusion and maybe go out there and make some measurements. It will be fun. He's young. He has a lot to learn. So he lives in Mexico, so probably you can go somewhere and do your own observations and come to your own conclusion about things. Because the information that is being presented, I mean, I've done it. I've confirmed it for myself. It's not a spinning globe. If you wanna learn and do your own observations, go ahead and do it. It's on you.
Yeah.
You hear that?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you want to see information that we have in the server, we can point out many laser tests, long distance observations. We can point out a lot of information that you could look at and maybe you can go from there. But eventually, do your own observations too. Go ahead, guys.
If I were to tell him that his house was built on a spinner toy and it's a globe shape, I wonder if he would believe me, because when he goes to his window at night and watches the stars, he will see the stars spinning in the sky, and that's because his whole house is built on a spinner and it's spinning. You know, that's the globe logic. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, he's just got to look into. You know,
Great
he's been
story.
given
Can you tell
information.
another?
Yeah.
I like story time.
Mhm.
So today, the Flat Earth Discord server was visited by a 13-year-old in Mexico, of all places.
Yeah, but they don't pay any tax, apparently.
He was corrected on that.
Yeah, I know he was. Yeah, yeah.
Because I said the word in Spanish, impuestos, and he said, yeah, impuestos, and that's what taxes mean. So yeah, there is no tax
Yeah.
in Mexico. There is impuestos.
Impuestos.
Which
Yo
is
guys,
tax.
Sharma, my friend, has some questions about the Earth. Can you guys unmute him or debate him?
Hello?
Who's
Can
that?
I talk?
His name is Sharma.
Yes,
he
you
has a
can
dog
talk.
picture.
Hello, Amish. Welcome back.
Hello, welcome back,
Real
Amish.
quick, Amish, you're back. We're gonna provide some links in the text chat.
I'm gonna tag you.
Go ahead, yes.
You probably want to go through information in the servers. You want to read through. You probably want to read through some of these channels and build your knowledge about these topics. And if, maybe later on bring a question to us. Because we're gonna talk to someone at the moment that is being introduced in the conversation. So
Well, I was
you can
gonna ask.
mute yourself for now, and later on, if you have a question, you can open your mic again.
Yeah.
That's fine. Is that okay?
Yes.
Right.
Or if you guys want to finish the conversation with him, say something else, or the other person, I don't know who it is. What's the name?
I think, yeah, I think Ermish had a question he wanted to ask. He did have a question he wanted to ask, actually. Ermish. He said, "Can I speak now? Because I was going to ask a question," he said. So
Go
if you
ahead.
want him to ask the question, great. Ermish, have you got your question ready?
Yes.
Okay, what's your question? Quickly.
Okay.
Quickly now.
Okay. Choco.
Oh, chocolate. Yeah, chocolate Simon. Yeah.
He was talking to me, right? Like, I think like it was like a little bit later. Like he was telling me stuff. I want you to tell me. I'm gonna tell you the exact. I'm gonna ask you the Texan question that I did to Jin. That is like, if the Earth is flat, what will happen then? Like if it is flat.
Yeah.
What is supposed to happen?
We gave you the answer. We gave you the answer to that earlier. We gave you the answer to that.
Yeah,
So
but I'm telling Choco to tell me.
yeah, no, that's going to be. Hang on, that's going to have to come later. Someone else may have something more important. That's a repeat question. We're not going to go there.
For that. I can wait for that.
Yeah, you'd have to wait. Yeah, sorry, you're going to have to wait. Can we have the new guy that's come in? That's supposed to be unmuted, please.
Yeah, Sharma, his name is.
Shoma. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, here he is. Shoma. Is he mute?
Sharma, don't be shy, okay?
Well, Shoma, his mic is free. He should be able to talk, actually. So he's free to talk.
Sharma, the guy with the dog picture. That. Do you mute that guy?
Yeah, I'm looking at the dog there. Yes, Shoma. Yeah,
Sharma,
his
come
mic is
on.
unmuted. Come on, Shoma. Can you hear us? I know you're online. You can hear us. Welcome to the server. And how can we help you today?
Sharma, come on.
Do you have any questions?
He He said
can you
he's
hear me?
suppressed. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question about the server.
Hello.
So this is a flat Earth Discord server, right? Like,
Yes.
Correct.
all right. So basically, what I know, right? I'm not really aware of anything, right? I've never studied or anything like that. I just believe what I've been told. And I have like one question. Because, like, for instance, the people who believe that the Earth is round, right? They claim that they have actually gone to space. Is there any flat earther that is it possible from like your guys' point of view to actually go to space and stuff like that? And has any flat earther gone to space? If my question makes sense.
Well, actually, let's go beyond that. Look, first of all, rockets going to space is just a fantasy. They don't go to space. No human being has ever gone to space. No human being has ever set foot on the moon. We're not on Mars. We don't have satellites going to Venus, and we do not have geostationary satellites over the ball. We haven't even established that the Earth is actually a spherical ball in the vacuum of space. This hasn't been proven. You said it yourself. I don't know. So basically, the answer to your question is no. No one's going to space. No flat earther makes that claim. We don't make that claim. It's not a place we can go to. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Right.
Very welcome.
Then the question to you is, I have for you is, how do you know that the Earth is a spherical ball, or is it you don't know? You just believe it for no reason at all. Yeah.
I just believe it because of what like the media like tells, or like from what like scientists say. Because like for instance, like the satellites and them moving around the Earth, blah blah blah, stuff like that.
Okay, but have you actually verified for yourself that said satellites exist and Earth is in fact indeed a spherical ball? Have you verified that for your satisfaction, not just hearsay from the scientists?
No, I haven't verified that.
Right, don't you think you should be doing that? That's how you definitely know. Then you wouldn't be carrying a belief, you would be carrying the knowledge, the facts, the proof that it is a globe, rather than the belief because someone else told you and because everybody else believes it. That's not the way to live, is it?
Can you explain to him like how the satellites work on the flat Earth?
Satellites do not
Ground
exist.
antenna.
No, like the actual satellites, like the real technology.
Ground antennas.
Yeah, the ground antennas.
Ground positioning system. That's what we have.
Most of all
99%.
communications, most of all
99%
communications are most.
Our communications on this
Jin, you're
Earth
cutting out, Jin.
happen. Well, I was just telling him.
Yeah, you're roboting.
Via
You're
cables
roboting, bro.
under the ocean, right? Okay, that's because so many people are talking over me. Okay, am I any better now?
Yeah, kind
of. A little better.
Okay, I'm better now. Okay, now the regarding the communications, 99% of Earth's communications happen under the water via cables under the ocean. Okay.
Yeah.
Then we have GPS, ground positioning systems. Okay, which are telecom towers basically all over the flat Earth. They couldn't work on a sphere because the signals wouldn't connect on a spherical ball. You just couldn't work. So it has to be flat in order for it to work. Satellites being deployed from rockets and then orbiting the Earth or stationary, these things do not exist. And if you believe that, then you're going to have to supply me with the rocket that launched it, the deployment, and all the technologies on how that would work. That's what I'd want to see. We don't have that technology. Washing machines with solar panels deployed, floating above the Earth, that does not exist. We do have helium balloons attached to satellites. They exist. Yeah. They've been recorded falling into people's backyards and gardens, especially in Brazil. So they exist. But rockets launching up into space and then a satellite being deployed from said rocket, and then this thing then orbits the Earth, and then the solar panels deploy. That's a myth. That they do not exist. How do we know things float in space? Supposedly, 0G, etc. We can't confirm that. So that's just a story. And it flies against nature's laws and the second law of thermodynamics. That's a violation in itself. So yeah, satellites don't exist. So Sherman, what your name is, you need to actually confirm for yourself, not by what somebody else told you. That's not good enough. That's not knowledge. That's believing in something you haven't proven. And if you haven't proven it, then it's not real, it's not true, it's not fact. Okay?
Yeah. I mean, he's not here to prove otherwise. He's just like saying what he believes in, his current beliefs.
Okay, yeah. As long as he understands that, I can respect that.
He's new to the topic. He's new to the topic.
I can
That's
respect
great.
that. I can respect that you're carrying a belief, but don't go around thinking that your belief is actually reality, because it is not. That's the point I'm making. A belief is just a
so
belief. It's not real. Okay.
Let's test his knowledge then.
Yeah.
How are you going to test his knowledge?
Yeah.
Well, I can ask him a question like this. I'm going to ask him 3 questions. One question will deal with the curvature of the Earth. The second question will deal with the spinning of the Earth. And the third question will deal with the Earth as a naked ball in the vacuum of space. And how is it we can have air pressure without a container? Because you need a container in order to have pressure. Okay? So the first question to Sherman is, do you know of anyone in modern times or ancient times that measured the Earth, how they measured it, what techniques they employed to measure the curvature of this Earth? Do you know anyone in modern times or ancient times?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so not to your knowledge, but you believe that the Earth is curving, do you?
Like I said, like I said, from like I go by like the what like actual people like say, which is like the majority of people.
Right,
Or, like,
right. So,
yeah.
I just want to clarify it for yourself. For yourself, it's just a belief. You haven't seen the curvature of the Earth, but you believe it's curving. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now the second question is similar to the first question. The Earth is said to be spinning at 1,038 miles per hour on a tilt at the equator. Now, do you know of anyone in ancient times or modern times that has measured the spin of this Earth, and what techniques did they employ?
No, I don't know. But like I've heard that some American airplanes can actually travel around the Earth and only get fueled 2 times.
Yeah, but that can happen on a flat surface. So that really is not proof, because that's happening on a flat plane. You can travel on a plane for a given distance, and then you get your real fuel plane, you refill, and then you carry on. Do you understand?
Yes.
You can fly
that's not
in a
necessary.
circle.
That is not necessarily happening on a spherical ball as such, because the plane would have to fly upside down for that to actually happen. And we don't have any video footage of said event, okay? But on a flat Earth, open space plane there, yes, circumnavigating the Earth and being refueled in the air, that's very possible. No problem at all. Can you imagine trying to refill an aircraft upside down? I mean, that would be fantastic to see. But no, the answer there is that's the same on the flat Earth. That's where it's actually happening. So that's not really evidence. So the answer to the question is no, you don't know anyone that has actually measured the Earth's spin and what techniques they use to measure the physicality spin of this Earth.
The method or instrument, yeah. Okay, next question. Gas pressure.
Right. Then the third question is the Earth, when we look at it in the solar system, is a naked ball in the vacuum of space, 10 to the minus 17 torr. Now, at this point, how is it that this Earth can be there without entropy. You know, the Earth's air and atmosphere will be sucked into the vacuum, because the second law of thermodynamics states that high pressure goes into the low, doesn't it? Boom, it's just going to go. Okay, but yet we have air pressure here, air pressure. And in order to have pressure, you have to have containment. Yeah, you have to have a barrier around that ball, but there is none.
Can you
How do you
have gas
explain that?
pressure without a container?
Yes. So how do you explain that?
No way.
You have no way of explaining it, right? Okay, thank you very much for that. So far, you said it at the get-go anyway. You did say that at the get-go. It's that you're carrying a belief. You said it at the get-go, and
This
that's
actually,
Yeah, he did say that.
the purpose of this question was to demonstrate that the globe Earth is actually only a belief in your mind.
Yeah.
You have no physical, empirical evidence, you know, to prove what you believe. So it's a blind belief, a fanatic one, I'd say. But I'm not saying as an insult.
No, you're trusting in your educators, that's all. But I think that's a dangerous thing to do, because at the end of the day, you should want to know for sure either way. Because the flat earth surface here, we're not going anywhere because we live on the flat earth. That's the fact. So someone like you should be thinking, I've got to, because it's important. It should be an important thing what this earth is, because you only live once. It's a special, this earth was created for us. You don't know how it was created. So the least you can do is actually confirm for yourself whether the scientists are correct or not. That's what you should be doing. That, lest you find yourself in the mad world of fantasy, which is where you are at the moment. Nothing is real.
And
I mean, what about the sun and the moon?
What about it?
Like, can you explain it to him? The sun and the moon,
Observable
Sun and the
phenomena.
moon are luminaries in the sky.
Let's just make it very clear here. No human being can claim to know what the sun is. That is a fact. Anyone that's claiming that is just lying, okay? But all we have is what we observe, and what's been observed for eons before the heliocentric model. And that is the sun and the moon do their fantastic, magical, beautiful dance above our heads precisely at the same time, every time. They are never late. We cannot interfere with their movement. That's all we can say. And because of the way they operate, the sun triggers the seasons and photosynthesis happen. These are the things we observe. These are the facts. That's all. What else can I say about the sun? The sun is not 93 million miles away. I can say that much. I can almost say to you, it's 4,000 miles. I can give you that much. But I cannot say to you that it's this or that, gas, fire. I don't know what it is. I haven't been up there. Okay?
Yeah, Bigger, were you gonna say something about the sun and the moon?
Yeah, I wanted to say about the moon that at night you can measure the moonlight intensity. It's couple of lumens light intensity on Earth, the moonlight on Earth. And according to the light inverse square law of light attenuation, when you go towards the moon, once you reach the moon, you will be having like millions of lumens.
Yeah, that's right.
And that will be impossible for any camera, any eye, any living being eyes to actually see anything other than bright, intense light.
Yeah, especially if we can see it from 238,000 miles away here on Earth, supposedly. That's the distance they give us. I don't believe in that distance, but that's the distance they give us. 238,000 miles. And then you're moving towards that. It's just going to get brighter and brighter. And as Biget said, you're into the millions of lumens. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Also, we gotta point
Every
out
time you every time you
the
halve the distance, it exponentially increases. Go ahead,
Yeah,
James.
by 4 times 4,
Yeah.
4 times each
Yeah.
time.
yeah, we gotta point out that the sun and the moon and the luminaries, like
Yeah.
they point out, they're doing what they do in
Yeah.
cycles and everything, but we can speculate about them, but the luminaries don't determine the shape of the ground we're standing on.
That's correct.
Yes.
You,
And another
you
thing about the
understand
moon
that?
is this. Another thing about the moon is this.
Shawarma, do you understand that the luminaries don't determine the shape of the ground, right?
Do you get that? Looking at the sun and the moon cannot determine what is under your feet, basically. And just one more point about the moon. According to the expert photographers like David Percy, who belongs to the Royal Society of Photographers, he said that the moon, when they were supposedly on the moon, on the lunar surface, when you look at the surface that they show us from their photographs, the luminosity of that surface was only 7%, in akin to what we have here on Earth, the asphalt on the roads, the street, the black tar asphalt, 7%. So you're not going to get much luminosity from that, are you? Not much of a reflection, 7%. Okay? And that's coming from an expert photographer. In fact, several photographers have said that the lunar surface, if that's what they're showing us, that only shows like 7%. How could we see any reflection from 238 miles away at 7% luminosity? You're just not going to get it. You know what I mean? Do you understand what I said there?
Well, yeah, but that's going too much into it. I mean, he just wants to get the basic model of the Earth. Like he has no idea. Like when you type in,
Okay, that's fine. That's
like when
fine.
you tap in Google, like flat Earth, you get all these fake images of the flat Earth that nobody believes in. Like he doesn't have the right model in his head.
Yeah,
begin with.
The thing about the thing about models is that when you go to Google and you see these images, that's
Yeah,
just a
but first
presentation
thing
of
you see is
just a-
space. Like the flat Earth in space, which is obviously wrong.
Yeah, that's completely wrong. That's the Flat Earth Society's image, which is basically a controlled opposition that throws people off when they look at that. They think, "Oh, this is ridiculous," and then obviously they lose total interest, total discard. We're retards. That's what that's all about.
So what the Earth is as a whole, I will say, I don't know.
No one knows.
Right, but the Earth measures flat.
I can positively say about the moon that it is smaller than 70 kilometers in diameter.
Yeah, 32 miles to be exact.
As descriptors for the Earth, I could add flat, level, motionless, contained, dynamic system, ecosystem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not moving because Sherman himself has admitted that, he can't feel the earth moving. Yeah, and he does, he believes the curvature is there, but he hasn't seen it. And yet we can show him many pictures of the horizon. It's dead level. When you fly from LA to New Zealand, you don't encounter any curvature at all. The aircraft is dead level all the way, except for when it takes off and lands. The rest of the 19 hours non-stop is level, like a spirit level. I've measured it.
Yeah. So you want to hear something funny, right? So they claim 3 people, or Apollo 11, right? 3 people, 2 of them went to the landed on the moon. Buzz Aldrin is a Freemason, and they're open about it. And there's a document about this, and it's so funny, right? Because they tell you, right? As the sun rules over the day, the moon presides over the night. As the one regulates the year, so does the other the months. The former, the sun, is the king of the starry hosts of heaven. So is the latter, the moon, their queen. But both deriving their heat, light, and power from him, who is the third and the greatest light. The master of heaven and earth controls them both. Masons use the moon as the lesser light. So funny, right?
Yeah.
Even the Masons will tell you that the moon is the lesser light.
Lesser light. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's a light source.
Yeah. So
And
the reason
the moonlight is also different than the sunlight.
Yeah. So as Roger just said earlier, you don't need to be looking at the stars to determine what's under your feet. You first have to measure that. And Earth is covered with 71% water. And as you know, water tends to lie level wherever you see it. It's level. So it's uninterrupted. That is the perfect place to look for the curvature of the Earth. And we've done laser beam experiments. I think they were conducted in Roger's part of the world, which is, where's that, Roger? Can you tell us? Are you there, Rog?
Yeah, it's Lake IJssel. Lake IJssel in the Netherlands.
Right.
They've shot a laser from it was Enkhuizen, and the laser was at 3 meters high. They had this laser targeted system, so they panned the laser over the lake from left to right, hitting multiple targets in one go, right? So the laser went from point A, B, C, D, and the furthest laser target was 41 kilometers, 24 miles away. So this laser was at 3 meters high. The target was at 3 meters high. When they shot the laser over the lake, 41 kilometers, straight line, right? It hit the other side, it hit the target. So if the Earth was a globe with the radius of 3959 miles, then the laser would have overshot the target with 100 meters.
And that was
But it
a
didn't.
very expensive laser, I think 0.8 mRad.
1 second, guys. Amish, you mute yourself, bro. Because you...
Yeah, Amish. You're hot micing. Amish.
I'll mute him. He's probably doing something else.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's fine. I'll mute him. Yeah, continue, guys.
Yeah, lasers. So shoot straight. Sorry, go ahead.
Cutting out.
Yeah, it's good that we're pointing out the lasers. You got anything to say about what's being said? Shawarma?
Shawarma.
Not
Did
much.
you understand that?
Yeah, I understood.
Not much,
Well,
but
basically,
he's listening, basically.
let me explain it to him again. Look, we want to find the curvature. So obviously, if Earth is 71% water and it lies level wherever you find it on this Earth, in your bathroom, in a cup of tea, in a swimming pool, in a lake, in a pond, then that's the perfect place to measure the curvature of the Earth, okay? So as Roger said, in the Netherlands, they conducted a laser beam experiment over 24 miles. That's 41 kilometers roughly. Yeah. And the laser beam hit the target. But if the Earth was curving, it would have overshot the target by over 100 meters above. The laser beam would have gone up above the target. A complete miss, but it didn't. It hit the target bang on in the middle. Spot on. Proving that the Earth isn't curving over 24 miles distance there, yeah? 41 kilometers. Do you understand it now?
I understand it, yeah.
Thank you. Then I'm going to explain to you another one. The Guinness Book of World Records for the longest camera shot of mountains, 273 miles in France. Okay, mountain range was taken with a camera. I think it was the
270
Nikon
miles?
273 miles
Damn.
to be exact. Yes. 273 miles.
Infrared photography.
Yes. Now, unbeknown to them, they didn't realize that they were proving flat Earth, but it does prove flat Earth because within the distance from the observer to the mountain range, there should have been 9 miles of curvature that's not there. 9 miles of a hump of a hill.
Freaking miles.
I believe Roger posted that earlier in the chat.
Right. Okay. So these are natural facts that you can repeat for yourself to see that if the Earth is a spherical ball, then there must be curvature. Not that there must be. There has to be. That is the law of nature. A spherical ball is a spherical ball. So there's no way that you can be on a spherical ball and yet travel from LA to Australia or New Zealand, 19-hour flight, and for the aeroplane to be leveled all that way. That's at almost 180 degrees in opposite sides there, and no curvature encountered. That proves that the Earth is definitely a leveled plane there. 19 hours not to experience any curvature at all is a joke on a heliocentric ball that doesn't exist. Okay?
Yeah.
So
The
there you have it.
50 megaton Tsar bomb detonation has been filmed on camera, video recorded from 890 kilometers far away. And in that video, you can see that the detonation of the explosion, the shock wave, is rising the ground up, the dust particles and stones.
You guys believe nukes are real?
Say that
I'm
again?
sorry?
Do you guys believe nukes are real?
Sorry, what's that? I don't know what that is.
Nukes.
Yes. Do you guys believe nukes are real?
No.
Real.
These were
Big
hydrogen
bombs.
bomb.
Yeah, but big bombs, yeah, they
bombs
do
are
exist.
real.
What about nukes?
The most powerful bombs in the world are the helium-3, so not nuclear, not anything else.
Yeah,
The
there you go.
helium-3 are the most powerful weapons.
Yeah, I
in the
believed so
world.
as well.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
They
good.
do build big bombs, but when they say the hydrogen bomb, I think they wanted to demonize hydrogen because hydrogen it
Yeah.
could be used for so many things, like
Yeah.
fuel, even medicine, and many different things. So they had to demonize hydrogen and make
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
scared of it.
And
Yeah.
helium also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The applications are are many and wide, and they would help the Earth to be a better place, and it wouldn't be so expensive as well. So anything like that, the governments are going to demonize because they want us to be using what they provide for us, which they make their money from, thus enslave us too. You see, for example, they're trying to usher in the electric car, but really, when you look at the combustion engine, the car, when it's come off the production line, it is not polluting. It is a clean vehicle ready to go. The problem is the fuel that is introduced into that vehicle. If it had been hemp from the get-go, then you'd have no pollution problem. Can you see the problem there? The combustion engine is a marvel invention. Nothing wrong with it at all. It's the fuels and the engine oils that we have to use that are carcinogenic pollutants that are not good. If they were made from hemp, we'd have no problem today. We don't need to be looking at an electric car. And for the so-called deaths from the particulates that come out of the exhaust pipes, no human being has died from such particulates. And as for the nitrogen oxide that's supposed to kill everybody and dangerous levels, you suffer more in your kitchens. The housewives are breathing in more nitrous oxides in their kitchens than they would do on the streets all day long. Just by cooking spaghetti bolognese, it shoots up to 100 to 200 times the recommended level from the streets. So the government's they're just lying to us all the time. Okay? Your kitchen gas cooker and your emergent heater that boils your water and your central heating is more dangerous to you every single day whilst you're in that house than it would be if you're on the streets with all the traffic jam and smoke and whatever. There you go.
Sharma, have you been looking through the live stream voice text? The text
Yeah.
channel? Okay.
Like a second ago. Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to point that out because people post stuff related to the topics in there. So just letting you know.
I've been the lobby channel.
I'm not the lobby. I mean the live stream voice text.
Yeah, I'm there now. Looking at the.
I wanted to point out there is this lake called
Occasionally you see some
Lake Titicaca. It's in Peru and Bolivia. It crosses
Yes.
the border. It's one of the biggest lakes there is. And local people, they talk about how flat it is. They describe it, and they say it's across 118 miles, I think it is. And they say they can see from side to side of the lake, and that's a huge distance. You know,
The
there's no
Bolivian,
curvature.
yeah, the Bolivian salt flats.
How big is the
Miles
sea,
and
though?
miles and miles. What?
How big is that sea, though?
How big is that? What?
The lake. Excuse me.
This one is 118 miles across. Lake
180.
Titicaca.
Damn.
Well,
big
at
as the-
1 mile, you should have 8 inches per mile squared drop rate caused by the universal curvature of the globe sphere.
Okay.
If it was real.
Yeah.
So, Sharma,
Yes.
do you have
Shawarma.
any questions? Yeah, do you have any questions now for yourself? You must have a
Shawarma.
question or two. You know, things are
Um.
rolling in your mind now, surely.
Yeah, like the.
Anything. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what it is. Anything.
Okay, let's talk about like my country, for instance, Iran. So recently they've launched a satellite into space, or at least what they claim that they did. And then in the footage of them throwing that satellite into space, when the the rocket flies, it kind of like shows the like kind of curvature. Like this is like every time we talk about this is the first thing that comes to my mind, right? And then when the actual satellite goes into space and takes pictures of Earth and stuff like that, so this is the first thing that comes to my mind. Like, could the government lie, or and if they do, why?
There is devices that they can send, that we can send technology up there, but the claims that they make about this place called the outer space, the vacuum of space, that's what when the light kicks in. They could send high altitude balloons with satellites attached to them, right? Take pictures of the Earth. And there is technology that they could send devices up there. They could stay over a year above with balloons attached to them, and they can recover them with airplanes and stuff. So this technology can be used, but that doesn't mean that requires a globe spinning through space for that technology to work.
And tell about the fisheye lens as well for the pictures.
Oh yeah. When they send devices like cameras up there, many these cameras use lenses, and most of the time when you see curvature on a lens on a photograph, it's basically because of the optics of the camera.
Yeah, and if you go back to the fact that Jin took you through the 3 points, the last point he took you through was gas pressure without a container. Okay, so once you wrap your head around that one, then you start to understand about the whole space connection, right? So if you can't even go to space, once you prove that to yourself, you understand, then you'll be able to open your eyes to the lie. Because until you understand that, you'll keep asking questions about space and NASA and all these things. But you need to understand that you have to be able to get there first, right? If you can't get there, then what is this idea of space? What is all this this theater, this movie, this show that they're putting on 24/7? It just becomes another Netflix show. That's all it becomes.
Mm-hmm.
So you said all these questions. We can't, we could do this all day, but we're gonna tell you the same thing. They can't go there. All that's fake, but you have to prove that to yourself. We can't prove it for you because we know they're not there. So you have to understand that there's alternative information. So you have to look into all that first before you get into all these questions about space and pictures and rockets, and Iran going here, and you got all these people going out of space and hanging out in space. They're friends in space, but once they come back to Earth, they want to blow each other up. I mean, how does that make sense?
Yeah, and the funny thing is, 99% of all the communications is happening by these cables under the ocean. So why would you need the satellites? Of what use would they be? Of what use? Just doesn't make any sense.
Hello?
Amish, you wanted to say something, Amish? Go right ahead, sir.
Yes. So what I was saying, the last time I was talking, like I was telling you this and that, like that I like, it doesn't make that much sense. But they gave me some link, to like search it up and like do some research, and then like it started to make sense about like how like what you're talking about, like how like there's no curvature, there's like a lot of things missing to the whole thing,
Amish, good job, Amish. You went through the links that
Good
have been
job.
provided.
Yeah.
You're looking through the information, and you looking at it at your own pace, and that's all you
You
gotta do.
understand it. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Well done,
understand,
like he
and
understood it. Yeah.
keep with the research. Don't stop there. Okay.
Yes, you're a good researcher.
I got one question over like, how I was saying about the deepest holes, like how like there was a core. What about like the like sea? Like I know the sea goes like under, like goes like more deeper than like the that we can dig. So like I know
You
there's
mean
some
the
No,
Mariana
it doesn't.
Trenches?
No,
the
it doesn't.
Mariana
It
Trench,
doesn't.
yeah.
It doesn't. Yeah,
It
that's
goes about the
7.6
same.
miles. It's
It goes about the
7.6
same
miles.
distance. The deepest
Yes.
hole, the Mariana Trench, I think it goes about the same distance of the deepest hole
They are the same
ever dug.
distance. They are the same.
Well, hold on. Now there's I just watched a new documentary, and it claims, like I said, they've only explored 5% of the ocean floor, and then they're saying that there's deeper. Oh, which part are they lying about? Now they're saying that there's deeper parts than that. So that's the claim.
Go ahead. Can you share the link? I want to see that. I want to see what they're saying.
Okay, yeah, I'll when I get inside.
Because
Yeah,
like
thank you.
when I was like like on like the on sea, it's like it's different, than like on like here on the dirt, on mass. I don't know how to explain it, but
Yeah,
like
you're
I was
saying that under the water there's deep
there's
depths.
deeper holes. And like
Possibly, but we're gonna, we have to see the information about that.
there's like I saw on a video that it was like there's like places where like you go down there and like the water like it's boiling hot, like the sea the shine the like there's no light there, and like
Yeah, I see many of those videos.
and there's like amount of pressure that like humans cannot like resist like being down there.
Well, you get the point of that, right? The claim of the core of the Earth, it's not sustained, right? They claim the core, but they cannot give any evidence for that. The core is just a made up story.
Like a possibility basically that could be
Like
true.
a story, like the stories that you read in
Just a story.
cartoons.
Yeah.
There is no possibility. There is no possibility.
I mean, we don't know what's under those those distances, but
Search up
they
like
made
if
it
you
up.
want like things, search up on YouTube like Mariana Trench and like I'll show you there. Like it's the deepest part of. I think it's the deepest part of the ocean. I don't know, but I think. Bro, Ether send a video, but that's like that looks kind of plain. Like that looks flat to me.
Hey, where's the guy? The other guy. I want him to see the photograph. Shawarma?
Yeah, shawarma.
Look at the voice text. You see that photograph from the satellite?
Yeah.
And you see that region of the earth is like the Middle East. So that curved ball that you see is planet Middle East. You see that? So basically they send stuff up high, whatever, and they can just mess around with the images or the photographs and give you a ball.
Fisheye lens also.
Yeah, damn. The Middle East looking huge.
Yeah, we all live in the Middle East, I guess.
Yeah.
What's up, neighbors?
What's up?
Have y'all heard about there's a theory that like millions of years ago when like the dinosaurs were there, that like all the
Look at this.
like
This is
everything was
Australia.
connected. Everything was connected.
I'm gonna have to break it to you. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but try not to cry because I did cry when I find this out. But dinosaurs are just a story. The
They never
dinosaurs that they tell you millions of years ago, blah blah blah, is a made up story, bro. Sorry to tell you.
Yeah.
Don't cry. I cried, but don't cry, bro. Just keep it together. You see all the cartoons with dinosaurs and all the CGI, the movies that when you look at that stuff and you say, "Where's the real dinosaurs?" You know, why only we have like cartoons of
Bones.
dinosaurs? Those questions that you had in the past, yeah, it's only cartoons, bro. That's it.
What about the bones though?
I
They're
mean,
made in a
bones of
company.
Genetically made.
Like
They're
they
made in
got
Go ahead.
China. They're made in China. The bones.
They're made from animals and shit.
Yeah, they're made in China. I can give you the company. I'll give you the company 1 second. I will send you the company that makes the bones that you see. They make
Serial
60.
number as well.
like in
Listen,
the zoo. No, not in the zoo, but like in the what's it called?
and the floor when they dig and blah blah blah, right?
Yeah.
We do find bones here and there, and we do find, let's say, big lizards or whatever, right? But
Yeah.
that doesn't mean the story that they've been giving you in the movies and the cartoons of dinosaurs. That's a whole different, because dinosaurs go with the heliocentric model, right? Billions of
Yeah.
years ago, millions of years ago, blah blah blah. There used to be the whole Earth used to be habitated by these big dinosaurs and T-Rexes and Brontosaurus and all that stuff. That's a bunch of lies. That's a bunch of lies. But if we find bones, yeah, we find bones, but not what they've been talking to you about, the T-Rexes and all that stuff. That's made up
But
story.
believe in
Jurassic Park, not real.
But do
They
you
found
believe
a petrified. They found a petrified footprint of a so-called dinosaur, and next to it there was a human footprint petrified together. Meaning those beings, they walked together. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I don't believe that, bro. Like,
Yes, yes. These are official findings. These petrified dinosaur and human footprint. Yeah.
Yeah, I posted the video for you. I posted the video for you by Eric Dubay, 35 minutes long. It explains to you how the dinosaurs never existed. They cannot exist. They don't exist. They never will exist. And no asteroid hit the Earth, ending their life 65 million years ago. That never happened. That was a lie. There you go.
Yeah, you're gonna find out that the people that claim that found the first dinosaurs, they went out there. We're gonna go find dinosaurs, and there was a lot of fraud involved on these claims, like actual
Oh,
fraud.
dinosaurs are basically like Bigfoot.
Yeah, Bigfoot doesn't exist either. That's correct. It's
Yeah,
another Bigfoot.
basically like Bigfoot.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
size 13, but that doesn't count as Bigfoot, right?
Sharma has a good question. Like he says, why would they lie? Like why would they say the Earth is a
Oh, why
globe?
would they lie?
Yeah, why would they lie?
Because
What's in
the
it for them?
scam is the best business and most profitable business in the world. Scamming.
And
What do you mean, like?
Yeah, go on.
We can speculate, why will liars lie? Why will psychopaths lie? There could be many reasons: resources,
I
money,
don't.
control, hiding the design of the creator, hiding.
Yo, hold up. So is the flat Earth? It also like comes in with like like the religion of Christianity, right? Or
No,
some
the
form of
religion
that.
part, the religious part is the globe earth. That's a religion. There's many religions. The globe heliocentric
But
model,
I'm
that's
talking
one.
about.
I know, but listen, you gotta understand what I'm trying to tell you. When you talk about religion, the heliocentric model, helios being the sun, worshiping, right? That's a
Yeah.
religion. When people say that we are going around the sun and blah blah blah, everything sun, sun this, sun that, that's the worship of the sun, and that's a religion. That's the heliocentric religion.
Like in Maya, like an Aztec.
We are dancing around the sun, spinning around him.
In Aztec culture, there's a sun god and there's a moon god. I don't like they
Yes,
sacrifice.
in many ancient cultures, the sun and the moon are brother and sister.
And one of our like cultures, they in the Aztec culture, they the moon came to be because of the sun. Like somebody was getting sacrificed to become the sun, and like they got the dude that wanted to be the sun. Like he didn't get picked, so of his grief, he became the moon. But bro,
Are you going to school today, or not?
huh?
Are you going to school today?
It's summer.
No.
No school.
No.
Okay. All right.
Is this
Because
better than school here?
Yes, of course it is. The thing is, it's 8:22 a.m., isn't it? It's early morning over there, isn't it, for you lot? Good morning, yes?
Yeah, it's barely 8:22.
Yeah, 8:22 in the morning, and he's up. Look at him. Amazing.
Was that your mom speaking in Spanish in the background?
Yes. Put down that phone. Put down that smartphone.
No.
It's because she wants me to feed the dog, but I already fed him.
Yeah, make sure you feed the dog. Make sure you help your parents, whatever you have to do. Get all the important things done. And whenever you want to study about the stuff you want to look into, just if you want to be here with us, hanging out, it's cool. But make sure you take care of your family, okay?
You must first be a good boy.
Yeah, be a good boy, bro.
Yeah. But like I'm still surprised about what y'all said about the dinosaurs, bro.
Yeah, the dinosaurs never existed, man. I sent you the video. GNCBR1, look at it. I sent you that video. Watch that video, and you're going to learn how they lied about the dinosaur. I also sent you the company that makes the dinosaurs that you see in the museums. It's all there. I said.
But let me tell you this: look at it from the best good perspective, because you don't have to concentrate on these fictional characters called dinosaurs that you'll never see in reality. So you can detach from the cartoons, and then you could go to the real world and you could appreciate the animals that are, the fauna and the flora that exists right now next to us. You can appreciate that better, the real thing.
It's an established industry now, the dinosaur industry, because they're making money hand over fist from a lie. You see, I never took my children to any museum to see any dinosaurs. I didn't buy them any dinosaur toys, any dinosaur pajamas, dinosaur quilt covers, nothing to do with dinosaur did I buy my children. And I told them the dinosaurs are not real, okay? They never lived and they never will live. It's all been a lie. And then they were really, I said, yeah. And then I showed them the video.
What about the theory of evolution?
Evolution? What's that?
Yeah, that's another lie.
You haven't heard about it, like that they say that we come from like mammals.
No. Listen. In evolution, you come from sun dust, from a rock, then into a bacteria, then into a fish, then into a frog, then a mammal, then a marsupial, then a monkey, and then an ape, and now you're here. Do you believe that?
I don't know.
Do you think rocks are your cousins? You think you come from a rock?
Here, yeah, I sent you a picture. Can you post it?
Yeah, I'll post it.
It's a good one.
In simple words, that will be like believing that your own parents are monkeys.
Yeah, they want you to think you are an animal, so you behave like an animal.
Look at that!
Yeah.
Look at that dog bird.
Exactly.
I want a dog bird.
The happiest dog bird in the world.
Bird dog. Bird dog. I want a bird dog.
And when they call you a monkey, they actually mocking man from getting his food from the tree. The man will be ashamed now to climb into a tree and pick fruit.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, because that was our natural diet before we ate cooked food.
Yes. Yes.
Unlike what they tell us, we did not used to hunt animals. Like some humans used to do, but they were like the disgrace of humans, these guys.
Yeah. And also cavemen was actually caves have a constant temperature, and men were picking fruits from the trees and nuts and store them in cave. So they had food over winter. And when you call him a caveman, then he's like a primitive being. It's a bad thing to store food.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Hey.
Welcome back.
Oh.
Welcome back.
I want to feed the dogs. Okay. So what were you saying about the evolution thing?
Yeah, go on.
So
the story.
Like, what do you think about that? Like, what is that to y'all?
Well, the purpose of evolution was to give birth to racism.
To what?
to racism.
Why racism?
Yes, that's what the result of evolution theory was.
But why?
I want to hear this. Come on, tell us.
I'm not very good at explaining it, but many of these world leaders, they adopted this idea of a superior race.
Hmm?
Yeah, and they did abominable crimes in the name of this, you know.
Yeah, like owning slaves back in the day.
Yeah.
But like the evolutional theories like that we came from, like first we came from.
It's like they're a better evolved version of the human race.
Yeah, like
You get
Pokemon, like Pokemon, like that's basically what we did.
Pokemon.
Like we just evolved.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Everything you see from evolution is a made-up story. You see in cartoons, movies. It's not being proven. There's no proof of evolution.
Uy,
It's
la
just a
tengo
made-up
que lavar.
story.
Yeah.
Keyword is theory. Anything theory
If
is
you
bullshit.
Hello, Eggs.
Hey, brother, how are you?
Welcome.
Eggs.
Good.
Do I
Hey,
miss
Jancy, how are
In
you,
the
brother?
family.
I miss showering with a shower head.
You don't have that in Mexico?
No, you shower with buckets.
Buckets? I've done that in the past, but damn, not anymore.
Same.
This is the other theory of the third world countries. How can you have a third world country? What is it's another so-called planet?
Well, isn't that like how I think? Isn't that like the like if you have money, if you don't have money?
Yeah, another division thing. So you have poor people, you have rich people, people in the middle.
That is true.
Well,
Social
division. Not that you can't
blankets.
have a. Yeah, exactly. Not that you can't have a shower head, my little brother. Everybody should be able to have that.
Yeah.
It's how to keep people against each other, or like one nation, which is another fiction, which doesn't exist really. It's like to be against another one, or one place to be better than another.
A lot of Hispanic people are minorities. It makes us, and basically like what you're talking about, it makes us like it hurts us a lot by like social wise because let's say a college wants to like get you right and like they say like, oh, you're Hispanic.
Are you eating something at the moment, bro?
Yeah, you can
And
barely
then
understand you.
Make sure you eat, enjoy your meal before you speak, okay?
Enjoy your food, little brother.
Enjoy. You fed the dog. Now you feed yourself. Help your mom with the dishes, and come back to us if you want.
So it's been an honor being here and talking to you guys, but now
Very
you know, yeah, I have to head out to watch the match. I don't know if you guys are a fan of soccer or football, you know.
Oh,
But
I don't watch because soccer is pagan.
What?
I did watch the game yesterday, the other night for Colombia versus Ecuador. So
today my country and one time's country are playing, you know.
who's playing today?
My
Iraq
country
and
and one
Iran.
time's country. Iraq and Iran.
Just say it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. All
Yeah,
right. We'll see you later, man. Take care.
all right. Thank you so much.
Enjoy.
You're welcome
I'll
back.
make sure to
Come
join
back
you guys
later.
tomorrow. Yeah.
Come back anytime, Sharma.
Thank you so much. One time.
Is
All
it
right, guys.
shawarma with everything?
What do you mean?
Yeah, shawarma with sauce. Have you guys ever had shawarma before? What is that?
I did.
Oh, you
Yeah.
did?
I
We
haven't.
have it in Romania.
Really
Yeah.
delicious.
Huge. James, you should try shawarma. Just search Google Map the shawarma restaurant near you and get yourself one. You're missing out.
It's very popular. I'm vegan now, so I don't do anymore. But
You are? Oh, good
Yeah.
for you. I tried so much to actually turn vegan, but it's really hard when you're like Middle Eastern.
You got it. I'm Middle
Yeah,
Eastern.
you're fine.
Sharma, what are you talking about?
Wait, you're vegan?
I'm not vegan.
Oh.
Was so easy. Like you leave everything one by one. Like first you leave the meats, and then the chicken, and then the fish.
How can you
just
leave the
go
chicken? Like
cold turkey.
every meal
Bro.
ever includes chicken.
Hey, I want to know more about the shawarma stuff. I'm gonna have to Google it.
Oh,
you
yeah.
should.
It's
Missing
a
out.
bread wrap. It's a bread wrap with cabbage, salads, and chicken, and sauce, and ketchup, and yeah.
Does
Yeah,
anybody like
good stuff.
turtle soup?
Turtle
What?
soup?
Turtle soup? What?
Yeah, turtle soup. It's
Yeah,
good.
I've had it.
Like with actual turtles?
Turtles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My
actual
God.
turtles.
I've never
That's
tried
harsh.
turtle soup.
It's really good. You should try it.
That sounds scary.
No, it's good. The head, like when you take out the head, is the best part because that's the most flavor.
Yeah.
I'm
sure
the young
that
brother
is
is
a
telling the truth.
specialty.
Or
Yeah.
iguanas, and pozole. That's good too, but it's a little
Wow.
bit spicy for the people that like that they can't take spicy. Don't eat that because like it's a bit spicy. It's not that much, but like it's a bit.
Do you like habanero?
Everything, bro. Like you know the el chile verde, like
Carolina Reaper? Do you like Carolina Reaper too?
they like in sauce. It's pretty good.
I like spicy sauces too.
In my house, my dad, my brother, and me, like they like if they say like you have to eat the whole the whole chile with, like by itself. Like you eat the food and then you take a bite of it, and that's how you eat.
Yeah.
But it's good.
I know the Mexican like burritos, spicy food. But did you ever had the Carolina Reaper?
That's not the
It's
spiciest thing.
the
Let
hottest
me.
pepper, yeah.
No. In Mexico, there's this little like green balls that grow on
Yes.
trees, and they're like really spicy for like the people, like
I
normal
see.
people. Like you just pick them up, like you let them sit in water, and like the
Mm-hmm.
water will get the flavor,
Yeah.
and you put like some carrots and something, and like that's it.
What is it?
And that
Oh, yeah. So what is it called
I don't know, but it's
in
really good.
Spanish?
I don't know.
What are you eating right now, bro?
Turtle soup.
Apple.
Okay.
Manzana.
Sí, manzana.
Okay.
Bon appetit.
It sucks. I have to wake up super early today.
Is anybody here to debate? It's getting boring.
Hey. So it's been a productive day. You figure it out. There it is flat.
Yeah.
You woke up early, so it's a productive day. You know, many people join in here and they need days or weeks or months to figure it out. You figure it out in one morning, bro. Congrats.
It wasn't that hard to understand.
Yeah, but you studied the laser test document, right?
Yeah.
And you understood it.
I wonder, like, if like you point a laser like in
Mm-hmm.
the ocean, like does it like stop at one point or does it just keep going?
It doesn't keep going forever, but it goes very, very far away.
I'm messing with
Oh,
him a little bit, but I gave him some of the channels. You did click the links that I gave you, right? The channels about
yeah,
scientific method
when they
and
have
that
like
stuff.
little charts and stuff.
Yeah, make sure that you scroll to the bottom of the server, and there's many links, additional information channels. So go through that stuff, because since you're young, you'll take a lot of the information in, and you come to your conclusion.
Yeah.
Well, you can make new discoveries.
Oh yeah.
It's true.
Mm. You see, for example, gravity, because before you were mentioning it, gravity is
Mm.
actually a theory which is only mathematically working on paper, but this theory it does not matches reality, and you cannot precisely quantify physicality with it.
Yeah.
And this means that it will obstruct you from making any further progress or discovery.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, for example, at University of MIT in USA, at the physics classes, the physics teacher is teaching the students incoherent electrostatic acceleration for what we call gravity, which they teach us in this elementary free school and high school, which
Can't
is a
forget.
lower education
Can't
system.
forget.
Yes?
He's 12. What are you getting into?
Yeah, he's 13. Yeah, but
He's
it's good to
13.
give him, directions, and yeah, he can study it, because when they are young, if you point them towards these domains where they can make discoveries and find truth, yeah, it's rewarding. It will be rewarding for him.
Do you want to know something about apples? The big ones that they
Newton's
sell in,
apples, or
not the apple, the fruit. The
The one that
apples
falls on heads.
that are really big are like they're not naturally made.
Oh yeah.
But like
You
the
want to know
natural
something
apples are.
about apples? They drop on top of your head and they float on water.
As soon as an apple drops on your head, you make a big discovery.
You know the
So make
secret
sure
to
you sit
life.
under apple trees. You'll become famous.
Yeah, that guy that they claim, right, that because the apple dropped on his head, gravity.
Yeah.
How about he put it on water and the apple floated, and he said, "Oh, buoyancy."
If you just look at the Latin definition of gravity, what he was actually saying is buoyancy and density. That's what it actually means. So,
oh, there you go.
Gravity, it comes from gravitas, which is just something
How would you
that's dense.
how would you guys explain the gravity when they uh in a vacuum, like when they vacuum
We've never
something
There's no
out
such
there?
we've never
Isn't that
explained
like?
gravity.
Isn't that just like a
The
black hole?
No,
the
listen. We've
definition.
never explained gravity. So whoever
So
said
the
that,
definition
there's
of
no explanation
a
for gravity.
vacuum is the void of any matter. So their definition of a
Like,
vacuum
but
is
isn't
the
like what
void
you're
of
telling like just a
the.
black hole?
Listen. It's the void of any matter. Means no matter can exist.
You know what I'm talking about?
No. What you're talking about, young man. Okay. First of all, you have to understand that space has to be proven first before you start talking about black holes, wormholes, what do you call it? Dying stars, dead stars, singularities. You have to prove space first. You understand?
Yeah.
You can't just make the leap to black
You're an
holes
addict?
because that's not our subject matter.
Yeah. But look, theoretically speaking, if a space did exist, that means that other entities did exist in outside of our universe. So what
Amish,
that means
listen.
is
And I like how
Amish,
you said
listen.
if is good. That's a good place to
Yeah.
start.
We've been talking about all this, right? So I'm gonna break it to you. The Earth is flat, level, motionless, contained,
yeah,
dynamic ecosystem. There is no
yeah.
there is no out of this place as far as we know. So we
Yeah,
live in a contained environment.
but I'm saying theoretically speaking, if there was a space, I would have changed everything. Cause
But that's imaginary land, right? That's imaginary land.
Right. You can come up with anything if that place exists. Right. I can come up with
yeah,
any theory
exactly.
I want. I can make
We
up
can
any
come up
theory I
with
want.
Bigfoot,
Like
with
there's, do you know about
unicorns.
the
That place
multi-universe
is where the
theory?
globe exists. Imaginary land, the
Yeah,
spinning globe. That's imaginary land.
Yeah.
it's
Theoretically speaking, if you
daydreaming.
go
Yeah,
to the end of the rainbow, there's a leprechaun with a lot of gold.
Oh
Theoretically
yeah.
yeah.
you know.
Bro, if I disconnect, it's because I'm outside. Because I'm not trying to let my
Okay.
dog eat the chicken, bro.
Oh,
Yeah.
you eating chicken?
Take your time.
No. We
Your
have the
dog's gonna
chicken
miss the chicken.
outside. And I took him out to poop. But he might eat the chicken.
How many
That's a
chickens
smart.
do you
That's a
have?
smart dog if he's trying to eat the chicken.
Yeah.
And he got food.
Just kidding. Train him. Actually, supervise him and make sure he understand that eating the chicken is not the right thing. Grab some type of I don't know. Make some. Teach him, bro. Teach your dog.
Yeah.
Don't abuse him, but teach him that don't kill the chicken because the chicken's gonna give you eggs. And you might need the
He
Teach
eggs,
him
got
you
to
know.
eat
legs,
the
bro.
eggs.
That's too late today.
I said too late.
But we're gonna eat like eggs with lemon water. Lemonade.
Limonada.
Yeah.
Nada.
Also, we have a lemon tree outside. We just go pick them up and make lemonade.
That's the best lemonade you can make when you pick the lemons yourself, cut them, yeah, mix it with
Yeah.
some water. That's good lemonade
And we
right
got
there. Good job.
papaya. But the papayas are not like, they're still green. So we cannot pick them up yet.
Talking about papaya, I bought one yesterday. I'm gonna eat it.
Chunks is hungry.
You know that you're not supposed to, if you eat a papaya with bad intent, the papaya will like hurt you, like your stomach.
Wait, can you say that again?
That if you eat a papaya with like, or like if you're mad, or like you wanna do something bad for somebody, like the papaya will like, it will like upset your stomach, or like it will go like I'll do something to your stomach.
So if you have bad intent at the moment you eating the papaya will give you like I don't know, stomach ache or something.
Stomach ulcer.
Yeah, and they can
Okay.
stop you from pooping too.
So
Blockage.
make sure you don't have any bad intent when you're eating food, right? Just be grateful
Yeah.
and say thank you and don't think about doing bad things to people while you're eating food, huh?
Yeah.
And
That
like
makes sense.
if it does like go bad, and like let's say you're sick from the stomach and like you can't poop, you're supposed to like hit your kneecaps, and then I'll make you poop. This is a works.
Is this like some Mexican medicine stuff?
It works. Try it.
Well, burrito works also.
Burrito.
Yeah,
Wait, can you say that again?
digestive system.
Like that.
We'll clear the
This is,
papaya right out.
this is not
Hot
medical
burritos
advice.
will make you run quickly. Will make you run quickly, yeah.
You know what's the best food here? If you want to have a humble experience in Mexico, one of the best foods to try is a tortilla with a little bit of salt on it and
Tortilla,
limon.
yeah.
That's all you need.
I don't know that modified corn tortilla with fake salt. You gotta be careful. You need the real stuff.
I reckon we're
What's
gonna
that?
start giving papayas to all the NASA people.
Oh yeah.
To be honest, like we
They
have
all
a
get
lot of
constipation and don't show up for work.
Yep,
my
and they
yard.
can't even go to the ISS to drink coffee.
In my yard, I have a lot of like my mom plants a lot of medicine.
Cool, great.
My mom, like medicine, like plants that are like used for medicine.
Well, like
Cause like,
oregano.
La
What
planta
else?
de cáncer is one of them. And like there's like la planta de Dios, and like all of
Good.
those. Those actually help you. Like if you get salmonella, nine times out of 10, if you go to like Mexico, you'll get salmonella. Cause like they're not clean, bro. What am I gonna lie, bro?
Yeah, make sure you engage in these activities with your mom, okay?
Yeah.
If
It's just like I
yeah,
don't like it because I get a lot of splinters. Well, not splinters, but like a lot of the things that the plants have.
yeah.
You might be
The
allergic to them,
thorns.
little bro.
Yeah, but she knows how to pick them. And I don't. I just get my hand like hurt.
Just be a
Machita,
man.
salte de ahí.
There's a way. So it's cool that you guys are doing that, man.
Yeah.
I know a lot of flat earthers are always saying, "Oh, I wanna farm, I wanna do this, do that," and look at you, you're doing it.
Yeah,
But this is
Amish.
normal. Like you go to Mexico,
Amish,
like yo.
did you know that the globe Earth is
Yeah.
spinning at the equator faster than Speedy Gonzales?
Way
Nah,
faster.
bro. I don't believe that. Like.
Bro, are you peeing while talking to us?
Somebody's pig.
Bro, have some
Go on.
decency. Come on.
Just make sure you mute yourself when you're doing that stuff. Okay?
No, I'm not paying, bro. I'm just laughing at your reaction is. I'm not
Just
paying.
water, dripping water.
I put water in the toilet, so it flushes down.
Yeah, that's how you pee, bro. You put water in the
Yeah.
But listen, when you go to the toilet, mute yourself, okay? Always.
Y'all didn't know that you, like over here, you don't flush the toilet. You have to throw water at it.
Yeah, I've done that.
That's normal.
I throw
Well,
water into the toilet every day.
In Romania, we
Same
do
here.
it by the trees.
If I want, like, if you're coming to Mexico, tell any old lady, like what I need. So like, if like let's say you have a headache, so like what medicine do I need to get this, and she'll just tell you. this and this plant, make it a tea, and that's it. And then you'll be good.
Yeah, the old ladies know a lot about that. That's good.
They do.
Hey, get to be
Yes, Jamesy.
You said you pee on the trees?
Yeah, I was joking. Yeah.
You water them.
You don't need to flush the
You're
water
supposed to
there.
pee on the. You know what some popo are, right? You know what some popo is? You know what that is, right?
No.
What exactly?
It's a type of ant that eats like plants and stuff. And like if you see a nest, you're supposed to pee on it and they'll go away.
And then they get back to you.
No, they don't. The urine, like when you pee on it, like it makes them goes away. Like they don't come back. I don't know
All
why,
right,
but
we
it does
have
work.
just 1 second. Sorry for that. I think Siberian Tiger wanted to say something. Go ahead, sir. Open your mic.
No, I only asked to clue me in about that kind of ants. How do you spell it? Because I'm into Googling it.
What do you mean? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, could you please tell me how to spell that name of kind of ants? I'd like to Google it.
Some popo.
Type the ant in the text right here,
It's
so we can copy paste it.
No, it's SOM and then SOMPO. That's it. I think that's it.
Got it.
It's like a little ant that eats like plants.
Is this an English word? Is this an English word? Sampo?
No. Some popo is a Spanish word.
Would you kindly translate it in English? Because I do not speak Spanish.
I don't know
Just
how
Google
that. I don't know
Translator,
how
bro.
that ant is called in English.
Yeah, it
To
might
be
be like
honest.
a local name for the ant. Let's see, we'll find out. Can you type it in the text for me?
Yeah, I typed it in the chat, in the live stream chat.
I'm quite
That's a
curious
funny word.
because some popo.
My mic will like if I leave, it's probably cause my Wi-Fi right now, cause I'm watering the plants right now. So
It's with a Z, not an S, with a Z.
some popo, yeah. My bad.
Yeah,
Is that
with a
Z or
Z.
S?
Z.
Zompopo.
Yeah.
Some popo.
Guys, what I'm trying to ask, please, when you say something, when you type something, please be precise, because most people do not speak your language as well.
Yeah, but I
In
know how to type that.
Spanish language, Z pronounces as a S. So there are many languages, many people.
What I'm,
Yeah, they cannot
Let
speak.
me tell you.
Yeah.
Look. This is a Z. S is and Z is zeta. But when you pronounce it in like a word, it like sounds like a S.
I got it. What I'm trying to say, please be precise, because if I
Well, he
wished,
was
I
precise.
would
He
also
was precise
use.
in his language. He was
No.
precise in his own language. Yeah.
I'm not telling about this. What I'm trying to say is, please make sure the others also can understand, because I'm not using the grammar rules of my language. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to understand me also, because my native is Russian, and I don't use those rules as well. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I was that was the name of the animal.
You're right, little bro.
You're fine, bro. You're fine.
I got it coming.
Just people. Do you people understand what a language is? You know that it's made up. that it's bullshit. When you people understand that, then you can move forward. A language is not something that's organically or naturally occurred. Yeah, somebody made it up, and this is a fact. If people actually did some study and research, you realize that every single so-called language is made up.
Well, that one,
and
that's
given to the people.
So Popo, that's like the queen of it.
Hold
or
on,
like,
little brother. Hold on, little brother. And most people don't know how to do any grammar whatsoever when they speak. Object, subject, verb. Everybody speaks in poetry, so it's up to anybody's interpretation. I don't care whatever language you speak. People need to understand and comprehend it. If you can't comprehend it, then you can't move forward. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's a common practice over here in Europe and Russia, people to pick on grammatics and stuff like
Yeah, I get that. I understand Russian. I speak like 7, 8 languages probably, but even they don't use the proper grammar like it's meant to. It's been inverted. It's been syntaxed and passed out and everything, and people don't even know what that means. You've got all these prefixes and suffixes that just ruins the actual meaning of what it's meant to be.
Well, for example, in English, when you say the alphabet, you say A, B, C, but in Romanian, in my language, if I say it, you will understand nothing. I say A, B, K.
B, yeah. A, B, C, or A, B, V, G, D, E, F,
A, B, C, D. Yeah.
Yeah. It's this is forced upon the people. People don't get that whatever was before was taken out and put instead of what was actually spoken and written before.
Yeah.
So it takes away your understanding and comprehension of what it actually means. So when they speak about gravity, they're not actually lying, they're telling you the truth. It's actually weight and density, because it comes from Latin.
Yeah.
But they will twist the meaning. You know what I'm saying? Get me? You know.
You know, it's also about the state of matter. If it's a solid, liquid, or gas, you know, or plasma, they have different behavior and arrangement in nature. The solids belong to the ground and liquids on top of the solids.
Remember when I was saying what is water to that guy that was telling me I was a retard? It's got no, like, it doesn't mean anything. It's a concept of H2O or something.
Yeah, yeah.
It's got no physicality. You can't. It's not balls, hitting each other.
I know.
And he didn't get me. Oh, you don't know. He was having a heart attack.
Yeah.
But you were maybe one more person with the only people that could comprehend what I was saying. That again, people are given this concept of H2O, balls flying around each other, some molecules or whatever, and they take it and run.
I'm not an expert, like scientist or doctor, but I had my mind, kept it busy with always reading the technical details, specifications, stuff, and it helped me keep like this line of being right. So I'm not good at philosophy stuff, at all these things, but I recognize when there is a building, if it's not round and it has corners,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a brain surgeon to know all those things, bro. Like, it comes internally.
Don't know much about history. Don't know much about psychology. Don't get all that heliocentric madness. All I know is that the Earth is flat.
Amen, Jin.
What a wonderful world this would be.
It would be right, like, but I do know that the Earth is flat.
It's flat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
And no one from China ate
For
a
a
bat.
fact.
Oh, that's right.
Oh boy. Oh, wait till you guys hear the new thing that's going to be propounded in school. The new fakery. More division. I don't want to, like, I'd like for one day for me to tell you guys, because I don't want to give it away to the globetards. It's going to be like, they're going to admit to so-called, whatever, the Greeks are. Apparently they knew it was flat. They're going to change it now. And these other people, Carthaginians, are going to be the ones that knew that it was round and they kept the secret and blah, blah, blah. And there's going to be the chosen people are going to be, propounded again. Everything came from these chosen people. This is going to be new history.
Yeah.
More chosen people.
Reset's coming. Yes, I see what you mean.
You know what I mean? And that's one thing that I hate, chosen people. Everybody, we all are people. People just means it can be singular or plural. So everybody is a so-called chosen people. But they make this fiction of, whatever, a nation or da-da-da-da-da. It's not going to be too good, I'm telling you. Once it comes out, I just heard there was a presentation given. There's two theories going to be coming out, but one of them is going to be more for so-called history. The other one, like so-called evolution. There's going to be like the waterman or something, the blue waterman or some crap they're going to fucking name it. They're going to replace the ape with this waterman that magically came from from the ocean, and yeah, apparently can breathe air, walk, talk, and do whatever.
Waterman. Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds like an action figure. Aquaman.
Yeah, Aquaman. Exactly.
That's what that got brought out. Good. Well caught, Roger.
We'll pass that bridge when we get there. I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know. They're now. They can claim anything, and people will believe it if it's on television. So I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but this is professors actually speaking about what they're going to teach, because they're refuting Darwin. He was correct, but not really correct. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's people like us that are saying it's all bullshit too, so they have to change it.
So history's being corrected right in front of your eyeballs.
Yep, exactly, Roger.
They can grow a stick from human stem cells, and if you eat that, it's not cannibalism.
Yeah, exactly.
They can make poo transplant as a healing therapy.
Yep. Remember
they make coffee out of poo, right?
Yeah.
On the ISS. Chugga 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 chugga.
Yeah, that's what I told them. Feed them papayas, They won't make no chugga chugga.
Oh my god!
Give them some papayas and they'll be stuck on the ISS with no coffee and no food.
What y'all talking about, bro? Hey, I'm back.
It's still brown.
Hello.
Welcome back.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about how they make coffee out of poo on the ISS.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah. No,
They supposed to clean the urine, don't they? The urine.
I like the best coffee is the coffee that you do like yourself.
Yeah, chocolate.
Like you grind it.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what they say too in NASA. We make it ourselves.
Out of coffee, out of poo.
Yeah.
That's nasty. Do they drink it?
Well,
Yeah,
the
they
point.
drink their urine. Yeah, they do. They drink
Yeah.
their urine.
They claim
clean
they have
the-
a machine.
water.
They claim they have a machine which cleanses the poo and the pee and separates it and makes water for them.
Ew. That's disgusting, bro. But yeah,
But
watch
if you
it.
want to go to space, you have to go to space to do that. You know.
You know what's
Yeah, because
disgusting?
how would they get clean water for them to drink, wash, cook, and everything else? Up
What do
there?
you mean? How do you get clean water? You just get it from a river.
On the ISS?
What on the
You have to
ISS?
drink your pee, your poo water.
No,
They
they
don't
put it
have
through a
water
water
there.
purifier. They
I
clean
can't
the
stop
pee
laughing
out.
on interview myself.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be right back.
Okay,
I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, go on.
Alright, bye.
You could do
I
some more
couldn't stop
research.
laughing. This is like people don't even get it. They go up there. They've got nothing. Yeah. No food, no water. They're gonna stay up there for a year by peeing and eating their own crap.
They got
You have to be
pizzas,
literally.
right?
Do they? What from Domino's?
Yeah. Pizza was it Pizza Hut? They claim Pizza Hut delivered a pizza.
Oh really?
Yeah, it was the most expensive delivery ever, but this is just bad.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Where do we go from
that's
here,
right.
boys? Where do we go from here? These people go up there, they eat their own feces and urine, and
No, I
apparently
don't
they get
think they
pizza
do that. No, they have these bags of what they eat, man. These bags of food, bagged food.
Yeah,
But
where's the water
it's
come from, bro?
intriguing, right? It's interesting because sorry, your whole body works. Your whole digestive system works because it is on the ground and it goes from up to down like everything, right? How does that work? How does that work if you're constantly if there's no up and down, right? If there is no up and down, how would that work?
Yeah, you're going to be sick all the time. You're going to be sick all the time because your food is not. You can't digest it properly. You see?
So imagining being there for the first day, your whole digestive system is all whacked. Then you have to go to the toilet.
Yeah.
And aim at a hole.
And it's going to be a very explosive event.
Yep, you have to aim at this little hole. I don't know how you aim at that little hole.
You have to try it. You have to try it with a vacuum cleaner. It's the same thing.
They said it was going to be a violently explosive event. Violent.
Of course. It's like
it
throwing crap
propels
against the
you.
wall.
It will push you forward, according to Newton's laws of motion.
Yeah, according to them, right?
Yeah.
It's like the same as a rocket in space. Yeah.
Yes. And that's a $23 million toilet. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would die, man, if you're in quote unquote zero gravity. Everything in your body would be screwed. Everything, because it works here on the ground, and it will not work when you're allegedly up there, right? They don't go.
Yeah. That's right.
You have to be
Because
physically
everything's
standing on something.
Earth's pressure. No atmospheric pressure up there. You're in 0 G supposedly. So they haven't got Earth's pressure up there. How can they digest all the food and swallow? And it's just silly. Come on.
No, it's
You're
not
forever
because of
feeling sick.
They do have a pressure system there, right? They're just breathing pressure, right?
Yeah, but it's not at Earth's air pressure, is it? Is it at the same pressure as Earth?
Yeah, it's Earth pressure because it's a studio.
Yeah.
They can't make it without it.
Sorry, I was forgetting myself there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's Aquaman. Aquaman in space.
No, I'm just talking about the fact that your body here on Earth, right? You put something in the top and it moves down, right?
Yeah.
It moves down because that is the natural way it moves down in your body. But if there is no up and down inside of this tin can, then how would that work?
It doesn't go through the esophagus. Yeah.
Yeah. What Roger just said is a really big thing. Most
You
people
can't
don't know.
swallow,
Back in the days when you used to eat or drink, the closer you were to like squatting or sitting to the floor, the better it is for your body, as in to digest and to eat and everything.
Yeah.
So
that's
the
right.
seats used to be a lot smaller and the table not as high. They made it on purposely higher and higher because it actually messes with your digestive system. That's why you see, like in some of the so-called third world countries, you see people squatting and eating and drinking water.
Well, we had this discussion before where we speculated about. So you have the vestibular system, and if there is no up and down in this tin can, right? How would you even function? You would be sick all over the place, right? You would be. But then they say, well, there's medicine. There's medicine for that. Yeah, man.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you got no orientation.
Liars.
Like
They're just liars.
I've had I don't know if anybody's experienced like so-called seasickness.
Yeah,
I don't know how I got it, but how freaky is it, bro? Like literally, you feel like it is. Like I don't get scared of much, but this was freaky. It felt like you were like dropping, like seriously, like falling down into something. It's not like you're rocking. It's like a little bit of rocking, but with a sinking feeling. I don't know how to describe it. Told you, I don't know.
Well, it's like hang on. It's like you got a continuous pressure on your stomach. You see, right? Because you got the motion of the sea and the ship and that, and then your stomach's moving from side to side slowly. But there's that continuous pressure, and you think, "Am I going to throw up? I'm not going to throw up. Am I going to throw up? I'm not going to throw up." That's how you feel. I didn't throw up, but I felt like it, but I didn't throw up. You know.
But that's because of your vestibular system is off, right? It's off, and your eyes, right? You're moving, and your eyes, so the connection is gone.
The synchronization. The synchronization is gone.
Yeah, I used to, when I was young, right? Every roller coaster and swing I would go into, but now when I even look at a swing, I get nausea, right? That's how it.
Yeah, when I got that seasickness, I actually felt it like I felt like actual motion. Like I felt something. Not that it was real, but it impacted the way that I felt like it was sort of like a falling down, like sort of a I don't know how to describe it. Like
my experience
swinging
was
downwards. It was disgusting.
As a kid, I never noticed it as a kid because I was like 2 weeks there, no problem. As an adult going on a ferry to Holland, I noticed the seasickness and my stomach was really always under pressure. It was like I was going to throw up constantly, but I never threw up. It never came up. It just felt that horrible throw up feeling, but I never threw up. I thought, oh, this is the so-called seasickness.
But yeah, they claim you get used to it, right? Because people in that go on boats and they are sick for a few days, then they So this is the Glober response. Yeah, they are sick and they have medicine, but they get used to it. So
Yeah.
what are you talking about?
Yeah.
All you
Yeah,
land
but yeah,
lovers.
let me interject something. I got that seasickness, and it was like when I got diagnosed with it. I wasn't traveling on a ship; it was from aeroplane. I was on an aeroplane for way too long.
Motion sickness.
Motion sickness, man. I know people that even if they look at a car, they get nausea.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I never had that problem
this
on
is
a
the thing.
plane or a train. Just on the ferry over to Holland, and then when I went to Spain, Santander. Yeah, that was another experience there, you know, on the stomach.
Yeah, you usually also get it when you read in a car, right? You focus on the words, but you feel yourself moving, and your vestibular system is off, and then you get nausea, but because you're reading, your focus is on the book.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be still. Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to play any sport. You wouldn't be able to do nothing if it was like that. Like no function would be you'd be able to do no function. Even sitting down would be like you know something that you need
a massive undertaking in itself. Yeah.
These people are trained astronauts. They know what they're doing. Of course, they don't get seasick. What do you think? They're going to send clowns up? Yeah, Don Petit is a clown.
Yeah, they're Supermen. Supermen, aren't they? You know.
A lot of people inside. A lot of people inside vehicles, like children, they get sleepy inside vehicles. It's pretty common.
Yeah.
They just go to sleep. My kids. Yeah, that's what they used to do. Just go to sleep. My children, when I was driving and that.
They sent Ronald McDonald to the space station. From Ronald McDonald, the clown with the red. That's up in the ISS.
That's funny, right? Because they tell us, if you were in a car and it's moving 100 miles per hour, you wouldn't feel it. That's exactly what Jemsy was talking about. Sometimes they take kids inside cars because they can't sleep in their own bed, and they take them in the car. They can drive a few miles and then they sleep.
Yeah, I used to do that with my children.
They feel the rocking of the car, or they go into they take them in the carriage, right, and they go walk for a mile, and then they sleep inside the carriage.
Yeah,
because they feel it.
Yeah, and then as soon as you take them out of the carriage, you take them out of the car, and you put your foot on the step to go in the house, they're crying again. You little git, you woke up.
So it's such a stupid analogy, right? It's stupid. If I'm in a car, I wouldn't feel. Yeah, you do. You feel everything of the car. You feel the suspension, the engine. You feel the wind against the side if the car rocks, right?
Oh,
come on, Roger.
True.
You don't feel nothing. Don't worry about it.
Right.
Feelings.
And then, what if you were born on the car? I'm like, fuck you, man. Come on.
You guys really have not seen how they drink soup in space?
No, how?
You don't believe that? Like those water balls. You really don't believe that?
See, this is
you don't feel when you're inside a car. That's why we install shock absorbers, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Because if you didn't have it, you definitely would be feeling it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Still,
shock absorber, suspension.
You feel everything, right? If you ever drove a French Citroen, right?
Yep.
Those old cars had a pneumatic suspension.
Yeah, they're really good. They were one of the best in the world at the time.
But even then, right? It's when you're on a ship, right? I had that car, an XM. I had that car, and it was a smooth ride, but it would still feel like it was bobbing, right? It was like it was not like you feel like it was more like if you're in a boat, it's more bobbing than it was. But you feel it. you feel it.
Yeah,
Even
they improved on that suspension to the point where they said that, you know, the Citroen 2CV could run on the farmer's land with a basket of eggs and you wouldn't crack any eggs in that. That's how good that suspension was. So they did improve it.
I've got something. If we don't feel anything, why do words hurt? Why is there so many lefties?
Why do words hurt?
Yeah. Nobody feels any emotion, but if somebody says something anti whatever,
Yeah, they start getting spinning out of control. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't get it. You have to pick something. I don't know. These people, they make me laugh. You don't feel nothing, da 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 da. But if you say a word that they don't like,
You hurt their
made
feelings.
up, yeah, and they made up the stupid fucking word. That's the thing. I didn't make it up.
Yeah.
They did.
Because the spoken word is the main tool of creation.
Now we have a few new people.
Welcome.
Frost Knight just entered.
There's a chill in the air. Chill in the air. Frost night. It's got cold all of a sudden.
Greetings.
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 Greetings. How can we help you today? What brings you to the server?
I was curious about the sun and the moon.
Okay. What are you curious about, the sun and the moon? What is it you're curious about?
Why is it that they go down instead of just like farther out?
How do you know they're going down?
Well, like the sunset or the moon, right?
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
It's your perception.
Where does the sun set?
Exactly.
the horizon.
At the horizon. Okay.
Right.
So
Now
the
it's
horizon is below your feet.
Yeah, it looks like it's going down.
When you look at it, when you look at the horizon, is it at your eye level or at your feet level? Where do you see it?
The eye level.
Okay, so it means that the sun is going below your feet.
Is that what you think?
Below my eyes.
Yeah.
So what is the
So
horizon, Frost Knight? What is the horizon? Can cut this off. What is the horizon?
It's the farthest point in the distance that you can see the ground or the ocean or whatever.
So it's not the leading edge of a sphere.
No.
It's not the leading edge of a sphere. Because that is what you're implying, right? The sun sets, you're falling backwards at 1,000 miles per hour, and then the horizon, the leading edge of the sphere, is blocking the sun.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like to me, to my,
Okay. So this horizon.
Could it be? Sorry, go ahead, Roger.
Well,
Sorry.
yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if it is a ball, right? Because it's begging the question that the Earth is a ball, right? And then we need to figure out if it is a ball in the first place.
That's
well, even if it was flat, though, it's still, to me, it looks like the sun is going down behind the edge,
Okay. Can I explain to you what's going on? If Roger,
it's called convergence.
Yeah. There you go.
So when I'm in a very big hallway, right, and I have this exit sign above my head, and I'm walking away from this backwards, like I'm walking away backwards from this exit sign, and it slowly moves down. Is it actually moving down last night?
No.
No.
Right. There you have it. So it's an optical illusion is what you're looking at there. That's all. Okay? It's an optical illusion.
It's how vision
Optical
works.
phenomena, yeah.
But the exit sign
And the
gets
horizon,
smaller.
The moon actually.
Yeah. The sun gets smaller as well. The sun gets smaller.
I just want to correct
It doesn't
what the
have to.
horizon is. The horizon is the apparent location where the sun meets
where the sky meets the ocean.
The ground or ocean. Yeah.
Exactly. But in the globe model, when they claim sunset, then it is the leading edge of a sphere.
That's correct. And then that would be very strange because what you're saying is this, that the Earth is rolling backwards. So basically the Earth is rising up. The horizon is actually rising up, really. Yeah? That's what's going on there. As you roll backwards, we're moving backwards away, spinning backwards.
And you see...
what a ride, what a ride.
This... the sun is visible from maximum 6,000 miles, something like that. You can't see it further than that. And one of the brightest events in humankind history was the detonation of the 50 megaton hydrogen bomb Tsar Bomba, and it has been observed from 890 kilometers far away. The island it was detonated on, it was not visible when the recording started, but when the explosion took place, it was a very bright light, intense light event, which lit all the ground of the island. It made it visible from 900 kilometers far away. And also all that distance from the camera to the detonation ground, it was visible. All that land is flat, you know.
Yeah.
But
So
human eye cannot have a horizon that far away, being observed by the sunlight, which is cast on the ground surface, because the sunlight reflects from the ground to your eye, and that light which is reflecting from the ground, it loses a lot of its intensity when it's being reflected to your eye. And when the light is reflecting from opaque materials, it is reflecting in 180 degrees angles, in all the angles, all directions. So, and the smaller the angle you have of from your eye to that object, the incidence angle, the smaller it is, then also the weaker the light intensity. So you can't see that far away, infinite distances.
So I hope we made. I hope some answers or some questions have been answered last night.
Yeah, and as for the moon, it's self-illuminating. It's not being reflected by the sun's light reflecting onto the moon, and then we're seeing that. No, the moon itself is its own self-luminary. It lights itself. Okay.
So the stars are farther than the sun, but we can still see those. Why is that?
Because we can. Obviously, that's because they're they're bright enough to be seen. What's the problem?
I would ask you who measured the distance to the sun and the stars.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, yeah.
In a flat Earth or a globe Earth, right? There's no way to know.
I mean, obviously they're bright enough to be seen.
Yeah, there is no empirical measurement.
Yeah. Now, I mean, how far do you think they are yourself? How far do you believe they are, the stars, when you say they're further away? I mean, you know, they tell us. Go on.
I guess light years away.
Okay, good. I'm glad you said that
Impossible.
because that's where I'm going. Look, hang on. Now they say like the North Star is 433 light years away. Now, 1 light year, okay, 1 light year is 6 trillion miles. That's just 1 light year. To give you an idea of how big a trillion is, if you had $1 trillion and you were asked to count those $1 trillion, it would take you 31,700 and odd years to count $1 trillion. And they're saying that the North Star is 433 light years away. That's an awful long way, yeah?
Actually, 1 trillion seconds is 31,000 years. Yeah.
Yeah, $1 trillion, 1 trillion seconds, correct. Yeah, 1 trillion seconds. So, like I said, if you had to count $1 trillion, it would take you 31,700 odd years.
Minimum.
Yeah, that's what it would take you, minimum. Yeah, right. So, can you see the magnitude of the numbers they're telling us about? You know, 1 light year, 6 trillion miles. So that's 6 trillion times 433. Yeah, and we can see light that far. I don't think so.
That 31,000 years, is that counting bathroom breaks?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to add that in. Yeah, sorry. So it's going to be longer than that.
Yeah, that's a lot of dollars.
That's correct.
How many men did measure this distance? Because obviously one man is not capable to measure
that
and count this number.
How would we know that distance? How could we know that distance? What instruments do we have that can measure that distance?
I'm just going to ask him one simple question. This is I had to do this for this French dude that was on here that kept on arguing dumb shit.
Oh, go on.
Obviously, this guy sounds like he's a bit older. He's gone for a driver's test. What even if you've done a test for your eyesight? You stand 2 meters away from this sign, and you're meant to tell them all the letters on there. Most people don't get past the third line. So something that is 2 meters away, you can't tell what is on that board, but something that is a made-up thing of trillions of light years away, you can see.
Yeah.
How can you not see something that's 2 meters away, but something that's trillions of light years away, you can see? Do you see how that logic doesn't go? Do people get that?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, you know, I can understand that completely.
Yeah.
And
so something has to be a lot closer for you to see it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You should apply the light inverse square law of light attenuation to calculate what light intensity should that star, for example, the North Pole star,
emit.
What's her brightness?
Yeah.
To
Nobody
be
can say
able
that.
to shine its light all that distance.
Yeah. That's right.
You have to be able to capture that. You have to be able to capture the essence.
It will be trillions of times brighter than the sun.
Yeah. The North Star. That never moves, by the way. That's always in the same position. You see it through the Georgia Guidestones. The Georgia Guidestones, where there's a little hole in the rock there, and you look through that hole and you see the same Polaris right there in the same place. Hasn't moved in over 500 years or whatever years those stones were put. Sorry, 50 years.
For example, the measured power output, energetic, caloric heat, energy of the sun is about, which is being cast on the earth, is about 100 petawatt of energy. And this is actually achievable with electromagnetic induction heating.
There you go.
Yeah. So, but it's not achievable with nuclear fusion because nuclear fusion does not exist. It doesn't happen. It cannot be created.
You don't believe in nuclear?
Nuclear fusion? No, I believe we can have nuclear reaction, chain reaction, explosion. Yeah, but you don't have nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion is a perpetual process where you have a disassembly of atoms into their makeup, yeah, and then they fall back together into an atom, all those particles. So
It
this
tickles you
doesn't happen.
bit by
Yeah.
bit.
It is actually a perpetual process which in its it's supposed to supply us free energy, unlimited quantity of energy out of nothing, nowhere, you know.
It's a red herring.
Yeah.
It's a good
And
one.
it doesn't happen. I mean, the tokamak fusion reactor, which they built like hundreds of millions of dollars, it's a total failure. They have never achieved nuclear fusion, a nuclear reaction which perpetually supply itself, fuels
But
itself. Yeah.
but this year we're gonna raise the budget for this, and we will accomplish it within the next 100 years. Don't worry.
Yeah.
The actual word nuclear
They
fusion
told
means no
me,
clear fusion.
yeah, they told me in the 90s when they were working on this project reactor, and they said it's gonna do the most break. It's going to be the mankind's biggest breakthrough in technology and stuff, and it didn't.
Yeah, yeah. Just pay your taxes, bro.
Yeah.
But to tell you the truth, anyway, it says a new kind of reactor. It's a new kind of no actor.
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't act at all. It doesn't go nowhere.
It takes a lot. It takes vast amounts of energy to power it on. Yeah, and to achieve those very hot fire. Yeah, but it doesn't do anything. It's just a hot fire which turns off once you switch off the button. You know, it doesn't just go on.
Anyway, guys, there were these questions that are being asked are very good questions. Are there any more, please? Because they're all good questions so far. Do you have any other questions?
Do people understand that an atom is a concept that it doesn't really exist? Once you get that in your head, then you'll then you'll understand more. It's nothing.
Great
It's very hard to break from that one theory of the atom. It's very hard.
Yeah, but you just got to be honest to yourself. The sooner you're honest to yourself, the sooner you come to the realization that you're taking it on faith. You've never seen an atom. No one's ever seen an atom. That's the first thing. So there we are. There's part of your problem already solved.
We don't know what they are, and they tell us, for example, when they teach us the Mendeleev table, chemistry table, they tell us that atoms have sizes, bigger, smaller, density, heavier, lighter, and stuff like that. But I don't believe that. I think they have magnetic properties, and they have different charge.
This is the thing.
According to the charge, that's how that element will be behaving, act.
The teaching the wrong concept. These guys are still doing alchemy, but they're teaching other people other stuff, which is just
It's
manipulating.
Still all guesswork. It's still all guesswork, by the way, at the moment here.
They're manipulating something to make something else.
Yeah.
You know, when you for example freeze water, you get ice. They say it has a lower density than the water, so the ice is floating. But if you further freezing that ice at extreme cold, it turns into ice 12, which will be sinking in the water. It's heavier than the water. And if you continue freezing it, then that water, that ice will turn back into liquid oxygen, yeah, and hydrogen gas, which if you continue lower, the hydrogen gas will take its liquid state and the oxygen will be making oxygen ice and turn to octaoxygen, which is a solid state of oxygen. So
again,
yeah, I mean, there's just
is it really
transitions.
H2O?
Yeah,
Exactly. It's alchemy.
yeah,
These people are
yeah.
still doing this thing where you take a substance and you manipulate it, and it goes into another substance, which they don't know, what the process is or how it is. They just know that if you do this comes out. They don't know what's in it. It's just a concept. H2O, but as Gedby explained it in scientific terms, you went from H2O to just H, quadrupled or whatever.
But for example, in superfluid liquid helium, if you spin a magnet inside, and it will be inside an ocean, that magnet will become, at those extreme cold, it will turn into a super magnet, and its magnetic field will be very, very strong, and if it's spinning, it will have an effect of electromagnetic induction. If its magnetic field interacts with metal, for example, it will cause electromagnetic induction, but it's a super electromagnetic induction because it's very powerful. And even in the MRI scanners in hospitals, they tell you, oh, it's so dangerous to have metals. Not because it's going to be attracted to the magnet. It's because of the electromagnetic induction. That metal in your pocket is going to turn into hot liquid metal, and it will punch a hole through you, through your body in an instant. That's why it's dangerous.
So why is it that boats go over the horizon bottom up?
Oh, God. Oh.
Perspective.
Everything's perspective.
And this question,
Do you want a
because you ask
demonstration
these
about
questions, you need to first understand and tell us the physics of light.
Which nobody knows.
I mean, we don't have to go too hang on, guys. You don't have to go too technical to explain this to this man. If we can just keep it very simple, understand it sooner, and that is the word they used was perspective, which means the ability of the eye to see at a given angle an object. Okay, so if the ship appears to be going over the horizon like you think it is, and yet you take a pair of binoculars and you look at the same direction, the ship appears to be right there, still hasn't gone anywhere. It's still there. You know, you're bringing it back in, you're zooming in. So your eyeball is not able to actually angularly resolute and look at that ship. It's gone beyond your eye's ability. That's what's going on. Okay? You know, when you look there, I don't know if you ever did this as a child. When you looked at the table, you could see certain parts of the table, and then suddenly you couldn't see it. When you look up and you can see an object on the table, and you look down, and then you don't see it. Again, it's there, but it's your angle. The way the angle is actually, the object
And
is
the
actually
table is
beyond.
flat. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and that table's flat. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So as an
Who
object
asked
goes
it, by the way?
beyond your capability,
By that,
you will not see it. It appears to be
by
going
that,
over the horizon, but it's not. It's just gone beyond your ability to focus on it and see it. You pick up a pair of binoculars. Oh, there's the ship right there. It's still there, and it's moving away from the binoculars' focal power. Then you pick up a telescope, for example, and there it is again. Okay, that's all it is. That's what's happening.
It's in the definition. It says it appears, so it doesn't really appear. And when it says appear, that means it's true to the perspective that it's not peeking or looking at you up here. But when something is peering at you, it means it's looking at you. So it's your own perspective of seeing things or not seeing things.
yeah.
Excuse
If
me,
you
who
take
was
a
the one who
friend,
asked the question?
I
I
don't
want
know
to show
who
him a
did.
video.
Yeah,
Frost
I don't
Knight.
know the guy.
Yeah. So
Maybe.
things always disappear from the bottom upwards. That's how it happens. So the bottom is going to go first before the top. That's how it happens as it moves away from you. Bottom first, always. Never top down. Bottom up, always, because the bottom is on the sea. So obviously that bottom part's going to go first before the rest of the ship as it gets smaller, as it moves away. And then you pick up a pair of binoculars and the whole thing is there. And you can see other people jet skiing and sailing and windsurfing as well. You think, oh, everybody's out there. Look at that. Couldn't see that from where I am, but I needed that optical pair of binoculars, and it's bring everything up. Everything's enlarged and zoomed in. Okay? Do you understand now?
Yeah, I was
If
just
you ever intend to buy a pair of binoculars, I recommend military grade binoculars, not
Yeah,
the
they're good.
binoculars you used to buy when you go to opera.
Buy a
No, obviously not.
P1000. That's good too. You can use it for different things.
Yeah, that's
So
about
I
the
hope you understand the perspective thing regarding things disappearing bottom upwards. That's the law of perspective. Okay, as the object moves away from you on a flat surface, let me finish, please. On a flat surface, object will disappear bottom first, always. That is a natural phenomenon. It is a law. Do you understand now?
Yes, Jean, but that happens also when you go with a friend on a hill, yeah? And when your friend starts going behind the hill, he disappears bottom up. And if you take a pair of binoculars, you can take any binoculars you want in the world and zoom in as much as you want, you will still not bring his feet back into view because they are
No, because
obstructed
it's
by
over
the
the curve.
curvature of the hill, yes. But
Absolutely.
when you do
Yeah,
this,
we don't see over
when
curves.
you try to do this the same thing on the ocean with things that go behind the horizon, yeah, which disappear in the horizon, it doesn't work. You take a pair of binoculars or a telescope and you bring back into full view the whole ship or
Yeah, the
object
whole object
which
that you
is
were looking at. Yeah,
behind it.
that's
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
If you know,
That
if you want to learn more
proves,
about this,
thus proving, thus proving
so
that the
just
surface that you're looking at was level. Let's get that in there. Leveled water, level. That's the difference.
just
The hill,
just join the
ocean level.
just join the Ocular Secret Society, and you'll find out more about this. And I'm serious about that. It actually is so.
Oh, really?
Society.
Okay.
Yep. There's a lot of. That's one of them. They're experts with things to do with eyes and how we view things. Hence the manipulation of all this stuff.
Also,
okay.
military academy study.
Yep. It comes. Yeah. It actually stems from those guys, and they've given that out. And yeah, that one's pretty. It's a pretty interesting club. What they've
So
done.
Frost Knight, we actually posted you a few videos. Have you looked at any of them?
Let me see. I didn't notice.
Okay, then please take a look at them because they are all showing the same thing. So the basic observation that we actually can observe whenever we want and whenever we have the equipment for it, for example, the binoculars or a good optical zoom camera or something like that, you can actually observe that what we were talking about. If there is something that is supposedly behind the horizon or anything like that, for example, a boat in the far, in the ocean, and you zoom into it, as you zoom into it, it appears reversely as what you were describing, which was that it's disappearing from the bottom up. But as you zoom in, it reappears from the top down. So it's not a geometrical obstruction what you actually experience, it's a perspectivical obstruction. It's an apparent obstruction. It's due to how perspective works. And probably, diffraction and other things like that. Nobody ever made any kind of formula to actually calculate for it, for example, by the way. Because there are so many things going on when you look, when you are trying to look over kilometers of atmosphere.
Yeah, I always assumed that if something was going farther away, it would just get smaller and smaller, but you could still see from top to bottom.
But that's why we showed you the videos. That as you zoom out, that's when it happens, what you just said. But as you zoom in, it comes back reversely from the top down. Right? Can you see it?
Yeah, I'm looking at the videos now.
Okay.
There's a lot of claims being made, like people telling you how your eyes work and they, chop stuff up.
Oh my god,
They don't
people
know
tend to not
how
understand
it
how
works.
perspective works in the first place.
Yeah, I know, but these guys try to tell you how your eyeball works. Like when they cut open somebody's eye, they can see how it works. It's just ridiculous. Let me
What?
chop something
No,
up
no,
and I'll tell you what it is.
yeah.
Do you get me?
What the fuck? Yeah, but it's ridiculous. No, that's not how it works.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. I have to say it in a funny way so people can get it, because these people think that
Oh,
as soon
you're
as
right. Yeah, yeah. We are living in
you
a
get me,
world
a
where
doctor.
you have to actually say that something black is black and something small is small. Yeah, you have to say it. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me just chop this eye up, and because I've chopped this eye up and I'm a doctor, I'll tell you how it works. But even though I can't put the eyeball inside my head and see what's going on, it's you get what I mean. It's fun. It's like, to me, I've
I
gone
get
past
exactly
this
what
bit.
you mean.
It's hilarious.
Most people when they try to talk about perspective, and it comes up when they try to talk about high altitude videos of the Earth, they will tell you that those videos were made with cameras that have rectilinear lenses. Now, do you guys even, I mean to the guys that claiming this, do you even know what a rectilinear lens supposed to be? It's literally, it should be flat as I don't know what. Like literally it should be, but it cannot, because the sensor is behind the lens and the sensor needs to be needs the light to be converted into the sensor. And you can only achieve that if you, at least on the sides, you curve it a little bit. But if you curve it, then the horizon will be curved. So, you know, it's simple physics. In order to focus light, you have to curve the lens that you are trying to look through.
This is all in the archive. Yep, that's exactly right.
So it
Look at
cannot be
your eyeball.
actually rectilinear. It can be close to it, yeah. There are wider wider angle lenses, there is fisheye lenses, and there are lenses that are way flatter than that, but they are never 100% flat.
100%. Yeah, there's a lot
So what
of
about Frostnight?
manipulation.
Have you looked at the videos by now?
Yes, I have.
Nice. And what did you observe from the videos?
Well, it was difficult to tell if it was just getting smaller or actually disappearing bottom up. It's
Well,
wasn't
then I
sure.
cannot help you. Sorry, it's all in the video.
Yeah.
If you're gonna claim something like that, then nobody can help you at that point.
Yeah, bro. You can't bring something back in. Doesn't matter if it's coming bottom up, upside down, left or right. You're bringing it back into vision. Do you get what I mean? There's no other way to explain it, bro.
It should be over the geometrical horizon, which means that it's physically obstructed. So we should never be able to look through the ocean, right? But then suddenly you have the zoom, and you zoom in and it's there.
Yeah.
Well, unless the light is going like up and over.
Oh,
light
gosh.
bending, yeah, sure. Exactly as light bends in such a way that it exactly hits your camera, so you can see it again.
How can you see over
It's like
something?
light is your friend, right? He is your very best buddy. He just bends in just a way so you can see it again.
Yeah. I don't get these people. How they think they can see over a physical obstruction, and how a magnifying glass is literally your binoculars and your camera is a magnifying glass, dude. Do you not comprehend that? It's just another type of magnifying glass. You cannot see over anything. You can only see what is in front of you.
No,
Does that make it more
this
clearer?
guy actually claims that you can guess what is in a how do you call it? Oh, never mind. You can guess whatever, for example, I have in my house just by looking at my house, because you can
Of
see
course.
through it. Yeah.
Of course, people have got, X-ray vision.
It's like the light jumps over my windows, gets into his eyes, and he can see my flat 24-inch, I don't know, monitor. It's ridiculous.
They need to just, if you can understand that any type of binoculars or camera, it is just like using a microscope, bro. A microscope cannot see over or through anything. You cannot see past the thing that you put in front of you. Is that not so hard to comprehend?
Frostnight.
Frostnight.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you put your hand in front of your face, in front of your eyes, can you see anything?
No.
Then why do you claim that the obstruction, the physical obstruction of the Earth curving away is different from that?
Well, like if I had a mirror to look around it, I could, like a periscope.
We are talking about a camera. What mirror are you talking about?
What I just said, bro.
Like the Black Mirror, the TV show, the Black Mirror, or what mirror are you talking about?
Like like when a submarine has those little mirrors and they can like see up.
We are talking about a simple photo or a simple video footage that I just showed you, right? So what mirror?
Well, I mean, like, what if the atmosphere acts as sort of like a reflector to kind of bounce the light in a certain path? You know?
God,
And we should see it
bro,
without zooming in, right?
you've got like a great
Without zooming in,
imagination.
we should also be see it.
If it's bouncing around, if, bro, it's right there in front of you. There's no ifs.
Guys, I posted 2 pictures in the live stream voice text. Have you seen them, Frost Knight?
Which ones?
With the oil rigs.
2 pictures with the oil rigs.
Yes.
Do you see them? Yeah.
Yeah.
In one picture you see 2 oil rigs, and in the other, and the horizon behind them, and in the other picture you see that one oil rig is obstructed by the horizon line. You can't see it completely, right?
Right.
Like it's behind. It started disappearing from the bottom up, so it's behind the horizon, right?
Yes.
Yeah. The problem is these 2 pictures have been taken from the same distance and the same height.
Same elevation.
How?
Yep.
Yeah. How do you explain what you see in these 2 pictures?
Why the
Because you
2
see
pictures
2
differ?
different things. Yeah.
The atmospheric conditions causing different refractive index.
Where is the curvature?
So where is the physical curvature? Yeah, that's the question. The physical one, not the apparent one.
Yeah.
Wow,
Physical one.
he remembered that quite well. Right, Frost Knight?
Could be. I
So
know. I
what
remember.
did you actually say? What did you actually say?
What?
What did you actually say? Because you just spouted out some words.
He said about atmospheric refraction. No, he said that is not geometrical.
Yeah, I think the geometric horizons would be about 1.22 miles out.
Yeah, but
Horizon. It's not plural. Sorry.
it's not, right? We don't see the horizon at 1.225 miles. So there goes your globe.
But then the light could bounce up and make it look larger, right?
What larger? Larger.
So you're
What do you mean by larger? What? What is larger?
Yeah, begging the question here, but let's allow it.
The horizon, the mirrors that you mentioned 5 minutes ago, my head. What do you mean? What is larger?
Like the you know, if it were a ball, then if you could, you know, it doesn't really matter where the actual physical curvature is. If light bounces in your eyeballs, then you're gonna still see it, right?
Yeah, it's
but
what
you're
we call the mirage, and the mirage is a 180-degree rotation, right? But it's not upside down. What we see is not upside down. The oil rigs are not upside down, are they?
But he's begging the question. Listen, he's begging the question that the Earth is a globe and that the light is bending over the hill, right? That is what he is doing. He has not provided any validation for this. So he points at the horizon being further than 9.4 miles and then saying, because of it is a ball, the light is bending over it without giving any validation of this ball.
Yeah,
well,
can you
yeah,
show
it's like
us
what we're trying to say, Frostlight, is that light bends over because it's a ball, and it's a ball because light bends. So it's called a circular reasoning, by the way.
Yeah. But can you show us a demonstration of this phenomena you're talking about? Like standing in front of a round building or of a stadium or any building, stay in front of it and see the back of that building to observe it, to literally see it.
Or
Without
anything that is behind it.
prisms,
Yeah.
without only using the air and maybe some fog, mist, water vapors in the air. That's all you get.
Can you show an example of that? Oh, he posted something.
Yeah, I think this might be similar to what you're looking for.
Let me take a look at it. Well, I'm already, laughing because this was recorded in a room, like in a very small room, and we are talking about distances of 10 miles. So I'm interested.
Yeah, I guess like more of just a proof of concept.
So are we living on an iron now? You seriously?
What the heck is this? Oh my god. Did you make this?
No, I just saw it on YouTube one day.
Mate, we are looking at a video in which the guy is holding in his hand the iron and obstructs the laser. What the heck is this?
Okay.
Like,
Also,
for real.
notice.
Okay, I watched Frostnite video.
He obstructs
Do
the
you
laser. That's the
what
point.
temperature has that iron? What is the temperature of that iron?
No, that iron obstructs the laser, man.
All that
It's
doesn't really
not the.
matter, guys. Guys,
Not
guys.
example of
All
nothing.
he's
Yeah, sure,
doing,
it doesn't.
all he's doing is moving the temperature gradient and showing that the light would bend up due to temperature gradient, and that destroys their globe. So that he's just destroying his own
No,
religion, and he has no clue.
that is extreme temperature, like extreme hot. You don't get that temperature in the air we breathe. That hot iron is like above 100 Celsius.
Let's say that we have that temperature get back. That means that horizon. Let's have that temperature. That means the horizon will move 10 times more, or object.
Yeah, sort of.
We have projection of horizon in both picture. One is 10 miles, another is how much? 5 miles? 4 miles? That means
There
it
was
is
nothing new
changing.
in that video
That means
that was unknown. If
that
you
means
look at
that
these,
water is going up, like for how much? For because the difference between 4 miles and 10 miles is 6 miles. How much we have difference between that two? How to say? Distance. If you have that two pictures, and the both pictures is refracting horizon. One is refracting 10 miles, and another one is refracting about 6 miles, because I see, or 5 miles, I see in front of first oil rig, second picture.
Are we living in butane, Frostnite? Are we living in butane? It's ridiculous, right? It's so ridiculous. They grasp straws. They grasp straws, right? They show you
And
a
this video is just, it's golden. The guy is holding an iron and trying to explain with an iron, with a laser that is taped to fucking DVDs, how light refracts.
And with that, we can conclude that Earth is globe when we watch that video.
and the result of all of this for the iron and the taped fucking laser to the DVDs is the result is that the Earth is a globe. That's oh my god. You can't
And
make this shit up.
actually, according to each day, weather conditions, air temperature,
Oh my god.
we have a different air refraction index, which is very well known.
And we need something bigger than sun to block that sun rays.
No, yeah, but actually this formula corresponds with
But
what
he
we
took the
see
iron, you
in the
know, to
horizon.
block he took the iron
Yeah.
to block the laser. Now we need something to block the sun rays.
Exactly. Yeah.
Something big like an iron comparing to laser. Now we need something bigger than sun, and to stop that rays and to show that experiment. Does guy has something to say after video?
So I'm curious. So I know we don't live in a butane atmosphere, but do you guys at least agree that if we did live in a butane atmosphere, that we could see over an obstruction?
What
Are you guys who posted the
do you
video?
want to talk about Superman existing or what now? Are we gonna talk about Narnia and Hogwarts and what else?
Can I ask him a question? What that video proving?
Well, just that at least one gas could potentially let us see over an obstruction, so maybe our atmosphere could as well.
No, it's not showing that you can see over it's not showing that you can see over any obstructions. It's just showing what everybody already knew is that light refracts and can move dependent on the medium, and we see looming artifacts in the air when this happens in reality, which is not apparent in what you claim this is. So we look at the images of on the oil rigs, and we don't see any looming effects. We don't see any effects of any looming. And when the light bends down, as you're trying to claim it is, it requires a temperature inversion. It's not possible normally without a temperature inversion. So you don't have anything.
Well, like what do you think would be the statistical probability or chance that it could happen? Like 1 in a million?
What? There is no statistical element about it. It doesn't happen. It simply doesn't happen.
What about horizon? It's 10 times further and should not be there.
I'll show you a picture. This is a picture of when the light has bent down. This is what it looks like. Do you see this in the Black Swan? No. You do not see a loomed image in the air above it upside down. You do not see any effect of light being bent down.
Looming and mirage.
Right.
Maybe he see this one. Is it this one?
Oh, it's Superman lifting up the boat.
Yeah, that's what they call looming. That's when the water is reflected by the sky, but the water is still there. It's not actually flying. Okay, buddy.
It's flying.
The Chinese discovered are using anti-gravity for their ships.
Geometrical
for their
horizon, it's
cargo
down.
ships,
Look
for
at the
their
line.
cargo
It's
ships
down.
to deliver our products ordered on Alibaba.
So are those two different horizons?
No, that ships are in the air.
Okay, look at the ground.
What do you mean by those?
Look at the ground here. This is just the ground, and the ground is reflecting the sky. This is not This is not hard to understand. I can give you more.
Yeah, that's on the last one. That's not water, Frost Knight, because you get some problems with understanding reality. That's not water on the last one.
It's not.
Another 17 minutes after the other one. In that one, the water
are you
is up
doing?
to well the ship is,
No bath, not
but
right
the
now.
sky is reflected.
Come on. Not yet. We'll take one in a little bit. In a little bit. You gotta wait.
Yeah, the sky is reflecting
Dad, I
off the
hold
ground due to total internal
Oh.
reflection. You can see this on water as well with when you're underwater.
Yeah.
I posted a GIF with atmospheric refraction. You can understand very well what atmospheric refraction is from that GIF and what it does. And, that horizon apparent distance is always moving from day to day. On the ball, that cannot happen. As I showed you before in the two pictures with the oil rigs, the Black Swan argument, and the other picture with the oil rigs when they are obstructed by the horizon. It was
Yes, do you see the GIF that GetBigger just showing
and
you?
yeah, it was the same distance from the oil rigs and the same height, but it was different day with different visibility conditions.
Yeah, Frost Knight, do you see the GIF that GetBigger posted?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's is it disappearing from bottom up?
Is it disappearing from what?
Bottom up.
The island.
Yes, it is.
It is. So it's not about distance, is it?
No.
Nice, finally. Okay.
Just the weather condition. True.
Yeah, it's nothing else but refraction, atmospheric refraction, diffraction, and perspective.
And
It's quite complex. So.
It looks flat somehow.
But it's not the curve, is it?
Yeah, I'm saying that somehow it looks flat.
Yeah, I'm asking Frost Knight if he thinks that the last thing that GetBig gets posted is a proof for his curve.
I'm not sure what to think.
But does
Just
it make
Google
the question?
looming. Just Google looming geometric explanation or something and try to make sense of it.
Yeah, looming is also a refraction type. So
Yeah.
there's
There
5
are
types of refraction.
That's what I wanted to say. There are 5 types of refraction. There is mirages, there is looming, there is stooping, there's towering, and there's sinking. Those 5 types are well documented and pretty well understood, and we can replicate some of them using temperature changes and stuff like that. But when it comes to what the Globers always have to use, it's none of those. It's not actually refraction in what we know. It is terrestrial refraction. And that is an ad hoc explanation which is just in the math and makes the globe bigger. It increases the radius of the globe to try to make it match observation. That's not scientific, that's not logical.
So, what sort of demonstration would you want to see to prove terrestrial refraction?
that
Sorry, we don't want to see anything. We are showing you stuff. So what do you even mean?
you want
Person,
to
you
try
don't-
to prove
Our value.
the ad hoc excuse for light unbending itself into a flat plane for all to see. Somehow, just automatically for everyone, regardless of distance and height and stuff.
Well, I mean, it's 7 over 6R. That means it's a radius value. He needs to prove the curvature of the Earth first.
True.
Yeah, the proof you will need to show to provide will be like a unicorn, you know.
Well, if NASA
Or-
claims that it exists, then they should have a demonstration of it, right?
No, you didn't get the point. Terrestrial refraction begins with a presupposition that the atmosphere is curved. You're literally presupposing the thing you want to prove to begin with. It's circular thinking. You can't do this.
Yeah, I already taught him that. Yeah, that it's called circular reasoning. Yeah.
Affirming the consequence.
And plus, all of the geometric explanations of that use a flat land, so there's no need to use any curved atmosphere.
There's also no way for the light to bend down around the globe because you don't have the conditions required to do so.
Earth atmosphere. How'd that happen? I've ever seen gas. No. Have any shape.
Oh, there are gas planets. You didn't know that.
So how do we determine if terrestrial refraction is true or false?
Prove that there is
Prove
curve.
it's a globe. First thing.
Radius.
Yeah,
You need the
that would be
radius.
your problem.
So what you're saying is if we hypothetically did live on a globe, then terrestrial refraction would necessarily be true as well?
We don't care about hypothetically. You gotta prove your case. You can't assume the thing you want to prove.
Hypothetically, you will not have the battles between 1941 till 1945 on the ocean. Hypothetically, you will not have that, but they had it. Because it will be, do not shoot there, that is mirage. No, that's thinking. No, that's looming. Oh shit. Shoot that one, that's real one.
Yeah. And it changes by the hour, at least, yeah.
So how could I prove that we're living on a globe?
Actually, it's anything.
You measured the Earth.
I'll give you a hint. You don't.
Nobody can.
You can't. But you got to measure the curvature of the Earth.
What do you think about the Al-Biruni method of measuring the curvature?
What's that? It's a method? Define method.
Well, he came up with a technique where if you look at the drop in the horizon, then you can calculate the radius.
That's already presupposing a curve.
Literally, Get gave you a GIF where it's showing you the horizon is not fixed; it's changing its position. So that yeah, so that theta angle, it's just changing all the time. Like your radius is changing.
To be a globe, you see.
Can we repeat what Al-Biruni
Everything
did?
was spherical that his calculations were. Wasn't
Can we repeat what Al-Biruni did?
Look at this GIF that Dre's posted and do Al-Biruni's experiment at 1 second, at 5 seconds, and at 10 seconds. Tell me what numbers you get. I guess yours is just deflating and inflating constantly.
Yeah, so you told us refraction makes the oil rigs look like a flat plane, like the horizon is beyond the second oil rigs because of refraction. But Al-Biruni, he didn't knew about refraction. What?
Yeah, I'd tell you one better. So is there a physical horizon that you can actually see? Frostnight.
Yes.
Wow.
Can you show it to
So
us?
it, wow. Please, one picture that is showing the physical horizon. One, only one.
Imagine somebody creating a vacuum that's like 2 miles long, and you can see like you're just sitting in a vacuum.
Yeah.
That would be the physical horizon. The problem is completely flat, so you can't do it.
And there is no vacuum that is 2 kilometers long, man. Do you know what's the biggest
Jesus Christ! I think that would.
institution?
I think you need walls that are like 5 meters thick or something, and
Oh
made
no,
of
way more
titan or
than that.
something.
Way more than that, by the way. NASA has one that is quite big, but it's nowhere near even to 10 meters, I think so.
Yeah, so you
And
can't find any physical
really,
horizon because we have an atmosphere. And there you go.
Which
It's that simple.
And
constantly diffracts, refracts, and everything else the light, right? That's why you never see a physical horizon, only an apparent one.
Well, it might not be very accurate.
But then how do you know it if you cannot see it? Man, how do you measure something if you know that it's only
Mate,
apparent?
not very accurate. It's all we need. It's either 100% accurate or not. If it's 99.9% accurate, then your satellites will just fall to the ground because the R value it's 0.1% off.
Well,
That simple.
Nothing is 100% accurate.
Yeah, well, if it's not 100%
Yes.
accurate, then they cannot work.
But isn't Alberoni was on the mountain?
Yeah.
And listen this, on what altitude he was? Let's
I don't
say
know this.
2000. Let's say 1,000, 1 kilometer. 1,000 mile? No, 1,000 mile. 1 mile. 1 mile mountain. Let's say. How he knew it that was 1 mile mountain?
Also that, yeah, good point.
Because how he knew it on which altitude he is on reference to what? To sea level, maybe?
Gut feeling.
Or sea curvature? Which one?
No, the scientists are so good they can go by gut feeling and measure the elevation that they are at from gut feeling, I guess.
Through the ground. If you're on the one top and I'm like a 100 kilometer on another top, then we can calculate through the ground how the curvature is going.
A theodolite?
All month is
Oh my
going
god.
above the sea level.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants.
Theodolites.
Yeah,
Oh what is a
glowers.
theodolite?
Did you know?
Frostlight. What is a theodolite?
It's like a little telescope thingy with some measurements on it.
Nice. So it has a lens in the front, right?
Yeah.
So if I look through it, the picture that I see will be flat.
Sometimes.
Depending on what?
Atmospheric refraction.
No, the lens is curved, so the picture that I see is also distorted from the get-go.
True. But did you know that if you point 3 theodolites at each other, it'll form a triangle of greater than 180 degrees?
Yeah, show me that kind of experiment or observation, please. That someone actually did that. With multiple theodolites. I looked for it, I never seen it. I only see one guy moving around with one theodolite and claiming that he positioned it the right way.
Also, do you know the operational range of a theodolite?
It depends on the model.
Most of them are not accurate up to, I think it's over 100 meters or 300 meters from the better ones, I think. But that's max range.
I don't know who posted this image, by the way, about distortion. Let me look at it. Drace or Drake. I don't know how you pronounce it. Sorry.
Drace.
Is it Drace? Drace. Okay. So this kind of explanation about undistorted image and pincushion distortion and barrow distortion. The problem with this is that you could only get an undistorted image if there was such a thing in reality, in real life, as a rectilinear lens. It doesn't exist. You can post-process a picture to get to a little bit more to the undistorted, to the supposedly undistorted image, but it's only in post. And it's only based on algorithms. It's not reality itself.
I'm just curious. Is perspective like, I don't know, is perspective like a scientific law or something? Or is it a theory? Like, I don't know. Is that a thing?
Perspective was moved to the arts so that you wouldn't be educated on it.
Oh, really? So it's not.
Yeah, by the way,
makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah.
So you can't like say, is it like the theory of perspective then, technically, or is it? I don't know.
It's an observation, you know. That's basically.
Linear perspective is a system for representing three-dimensional space on a two-dimensional flat surface. It was developed in Florence, Italy in the early 15th century by Filippino Brunelleschi and Leona Battista Alberti.
Just to answer his question, it's called the law of perspective.
Ah, okay, thank you. That was the word I was looking for.
Because perspective is not optional. It is always their perspective. If there's an observer and you're using first person observation or even third person observation, perspective is always evident.
Is always the law, yeah.
Right.
But you were right when you said that they don't teach it. It moved to the arts, not to the science, yeah. It was removed from the science, by the way, yeah. So these guys have zero idea when they go to schools like engineering or anything like that, astrophysics, you know. But then they go out, they buy, you know, $5,000 cameras, they start to post pictures to Instagram and claim of themselves that they are great mathematicians and engineers, and they are also great photographers. And they come in here and tell you that perspective doesn't really exist. But Kurt does. But Kurt does.
I'm back, boys.
As things get smaller, they're going over the Earth. That's clearly only what it is. There's no such thing as perspective at all. It's a lie. Crazy flat earthers. Man, my friend. Yeah. I mean, we've been arguing about this for like the last year, and it's like I'm realizing, like, just oh man, just he doesn't know what perspective is. And it's like, how the fuck do I have to educate you on this? Like, am I fucking what the hell?
Yeah, this is what I tell people, that you have to look into how photography works.
And unfortunately, I didn't think of this ahead of time, but I should have tried to figure out if he understood this before we even had this discussion. Because now we're at the point where I know he doesn't understand perspective, And
yeah,
there's no, it's like, holy shit, we should not have this conversation if he doesn't even understand perspective. It's like, okay, stop. Which I had no idea to even try to figure that out ahead of time. Oof.
no, most people have zero idea about perspective. It's fucking easy, but they have zero idea about it. Yeah.
Are there any
The
cameras?
converging lines.
Are there any cameras which can take a photograph with no perspective?
No. That's what we said 2 minutes ago. No, you cannot take a picture or photo that doesn't contain perspective. What the fuck?
My brain
That's
can.
why I said you have to. Oh, how?
Man, how would you even do that? Wow.
Think about
No,
it.
it's still perspective, but it's 3D because you have two eyes. It's a little bit different, yeah, but it's still, it's still perspective. That's how you can tell that you have to move like 2 feet away to actually touch the table that is in front of you. But you need 2 cameras for that, and those 2 cameras, meaning your 2 eyes, are working at the same time, right? So it's not like a picture, but perspective is still there.
It's like without perspective, there would be no picture.
No, we would all the time fucking bumping into everything.
Right.
If perspective didn't exist.
I'm always bumping into things.
Well, yeah, there were party nights that I was bumping into things, yeah.
It'd be like turning your eyeballs down to a rendering distance of like 1 meter. And just like can't see anything beyond that.
But you will still see, you will still understand and feel the depth that you are seeing. So, yeah. Yeah, so basically perspective was staged like how much? 600 years ago. So these guys are actually behind 600 years. Every painter knew about perspective. Now imagine that. An art school student knowing more about physical reality than you as an engineer.
You can, I mean, like, you can use Unity, that thing they make games and stuff in. You can use Unity, create a big flat plane, and just like remodel anything you want, and just like prove perspective to yourself that it's not that the fucking object isn't going over the curve. For example, you can make a giant ball in Unity and make yourself just a little dude on it, and then show yourself
They do
what
not
actual.
do that. They do not do that. That's the problem. Yeah, I did that for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That I got that GIF somewhere, that hot air balloon going up and the ball horizon versus just flat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whoever made that, and like, man, they should they should just really get Unity and check that out really quick, see how that works.
Not even Unity, because Unity is like, I don't know how many dollars. Like,
oh no,
I
Unity
don't know,
is
I can't
free.
remember. But Blender is free. Oh, Unity is free. Unity is free. Sorry, yeah, Unity. It's the game maker. Yeah. It's not Maya. Yeah. Okay.
But perspective is so
yeah, there it is.
intrinsically
Someone
linked.
posted the GIF.
Perspective is so linked to the center of frame. Depending on where the center of frame is, will distort everything optically. And as you gain distance or approach the object, that perspective is constantly changing based on the center of the lens.
Yeah.
And for each of us as observers in this realm, we are each our own center of the lens, experiencing our own subjective perspective on everything else, including the cameras that we use to then zoom even further out.
Yeah.
such a crucial component, like you guys were saying, how it's been removed from the sciences and from the engineering fields. I think probably why there's also such a disconnect between how an architect can design something to look pretty, but it's not structurally sound, and how engineers can over-engineer something and make it look damn ugly. They're both missing the other component.
No, actually, in architecture, they teach a little bit about it. Because architecture is also arts, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So architecture, they do teach it, but in engineering, then they don't.
They do
so then
not,
you end up with these stupid, over-engineered, bulky-looking, ugly solutions if it's an engineer solving it. Or if an architect solves it, it looks beautiful and grand, but sometimes it's not so practical because it's more the artistic side and the balance and the perspective.
Yeah, that's why they use designers all the time, and designers get quite good money because they, they come up the actual sizes that you should use if you want to make it a little bit pretty, at least.
How big was that ball?
Oh my god! Can you download Blender?
Yeah.
Then please, mate, do it. For real, we are showing you like the 10th different disprove for the curve.
I don't think Blender can render a ball the size of 4,000.
You can make it pretty fucking big.
Man, you have never used it, and you're claiming something about it. Is that your basic philosophy?
Well, I mean, I've heard that there's like a limit to the RAM.
You heard from who, when, and please cite it. Please cite it.
And why do you think they were trying to discourage you from doing it yourself?
And you heard of scaling?
Because there's like the polys, right? If you have more polys, then it takes up more.
Polys, it's got polygons.
Right.
Oh my god. Don't go trolling if you do not know anything about the subject that you are trying to troll about. Is this the 100th commandment of NASA? Or what is this race?
This is Hassan's byte model for cult mind control. And I was just looking at it the other day and looking at how the globe cult compares.
Oh, so you can basically call it the 100 commandments. No, we should call it 33, right? The 33 commandments of NASA. Yeah. Loaded language and cliches. Yeah. What is that?
I recognize that song.
I do not.
Why is NASA hiding the truth from us?
Why would they lie?
Why would they lie?
Why did they make up Santa
Why would
Claus?
they lie?
Exactly.
Why would they lie?
Why did my mom tell me about a tooth fairy?
Why does Marvel tell me about Iron Man? I know that one. Money.
Why do they tell us about a ball Earth?
Why do they tell us about a pear Earth?
But it's also a perfect sphere. But it's
Plus a potato.
Why are we just like really complicated rocks?
Like pear-shaped.
By the way, is that the same NASA that lost the whole fucking technology to go to the moon?
Yeah, but they destroyed that technology, and it's a painful
Oh,
process.
sorry,
to
they
build it
don't.
back up
They,
again.
yeah, they destroyed it. That's a different word than lost. Yeah.
Knowledge that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
They destroyed the evidence, by the way. So.
But that's what you normally do with like major accomplishments. You then destroy it. Like the Arc de Triomphe. That's why we destroyed it, right? Oh, no, wait, it's still standing. Things of triumph we don't normally destroy.
Is the moon a physical object?
No.
He's trying so hard at this point. We do not know, by the way. If we want to be honest, we have no fucking idea.
It's really peculiar that
Have
it
you
seems to
ever-
shrink. When you gain altitude,
Have
the
you
moon
ever
seems
been
to
to the
shrink.
moon?
Not
Ever
recently.
been to the moon?
No, not recently.
Yeah.
I saw a photograph of shadows on the moon, so it looks physical.
You're talking to yourself at this point, you realize that, right? I mean, you're asking us, but when we are answering something, you deviate in the millisecond.
It's very difficult for us to determine convexity or concavity, or if it's just an optical illusion when it comes to lights and shadows. So occasionally, I'm sure you've seen some of those optical illusions where something will rotate and it looks like it's turning clockwise until it suddenly looks like it's turning anti-clockwise. And it's all got to do with perception and how we see light and shadow move. So when we look at a light in the sky which appears to have quote-unquote shadows, they could be shadows, they could also not be shadows. So to then form conclusions based on the shadows on the moon, you've already created an assumption that it is a physical object causing light obstruction.
So we cannot trust our eyesight?
Have you seen those optical illusions which I referenced before I made my analogy?
Yeah, we showed you like 100 different things, and now you're asking if it's real.
Yes, I've seen the optical illusions.
So therefore, there are certain situations that can be deceptive. They can look one way, and they can turn out to be slightly different. I'm posting one into the live stream now, where only a single object out of those are actually spherical, and the other ones are either concave or flat, and it's very difficult for you to perceive which one is the right one. So we're not saying you cannot trust your senses, just to work from a point of only trusting your senses is normally unwise.
No, not all. It's always unwise.
To only trust your senses.
Yeah. So just by the sight of your eyes, you will not determine anything.
So in that regard, you cannot look at the moon and then assume it is spherical and there's shadows and all these other beautiful assumptions and then determine what that substrate is made of, and that men could hypothetically walk on that substrate, even though they'd be standing perpendicular or vertical to the surface, and they landed on the front side, which means they would have been on the curvature part. They would have been almost perpendicular, sticking out from the equator side of the moon, which is just ludicrous, because on the Earth, we're always at the top. No matter who's here, they're at the top, and then you just turn the ball underneath them so that the next person's on the top of the ball, because you're never placed on the side of the ball.
Your phone is fully charged.
It's kind of like pizza dough, you know, when you spin it, it kind of like flattens out. Like it's a little chubbier below the equator, you know, like it's kind of like oblique, like pear shaped, you know.
A little chubbier. A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear shaped. Yeah.
My God.
Do you have comments on Elon Musk? Well, you have to give him credit. I spoke to him very recently, and he's also doing the rockets. He likes rockets, and he does good at rockets, too, by the way. I never saw where the engines come down with no wings, no anything, and they're landing. I said, I've never seen that before. And I was worried about it.
Very telling, Don.
Thank you very much, Creation Bear. Look at the time and look at the YouTube chat. It's 8:58 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel. Welcome to Groundhog Day, where Globers come to share their pain and tears. That's right. We sit under the stars, under God's firmament, under the heavens and in the waters. This is God's creation, and you've been lied to as you've lived in a cartoon for quite some time now. And I'm sorry, it's not going to just be a little pinch. It's going to be a lot of unraveling of your psyche, and that's the problem here. So can't wait for some of you guys in the YouTube chat to join. I know that you're a bunch of smart people out there because you watch a lot of television and see a lot of cartoons, and of course everybody knows that's science. So please come in and talk to Vlad. He's the moderator on the job right now, and I can't wait to see you guys come in and challenge this. It would be nice to get a challenge, guys. Thanks. This is the XO. Have a nice one.
It's some serious gourmet shit.
That's right, Samuel L. Jackson. And don't worry, I'll handle the Bible verses from here on out. So here we are again, Creation Bear, Vlad. Who else is here? We got Drace, Elbow TV, FE, Batman, Flatter, Solar, Flatman, Can,
Dude, we're doing
Fraud.
Bible again. We're doing Bible again, dude. Come on.
There's Fraud. There is Fraud right
Hello,
on
hello.
time. The other Bible literist.
All right, who's having the problem with Bible today?
Family.
What's up,
is it
Gemsy? Gemsy. You know who Gemsy is?
Yeah, everybody knows who Gemsy is.
Everybody knows who Gemsy is, man. He could say 2 words and it's actually 5 paragraphs. Nobody else can do that. Frost Knight, Get Beget, Morvis, Nico.
All the time.
Reckoner, the schizopathic psycho guy. Spiral of Love, what's up? Will Be Flat, X Crypto, the other moderator. Old Dude, Cut the Ariel, of course. Old Dude, sir, what is going on? Welcome to Groundhog Day, where we help people not abuse themselves anymore, and they fight us tooth and nail to continue to abuse themselves.
Marvellous. What a great need you're filling in society. There's far too many confused young individuals out in this world thinking we're living on some kind of spinning space pear, mate. They need to wake up and apply the maths that they learn in high school, apply simple level technology to the reality of life that they see, and accept the fact that we do not live on a globe.
Amen. I came in here to give you guys a pep talk and to tell you that the war is already won, and your job is to laugh and have fun and have a relationship with God in the meantime. That's what this is about. Understanding the truth. Like Fraud said, it's the Bible, and Fraud loves to talk about the Bible. Everybody knows. That's why we're here, guys. Unfortunately, there isn't another owner's manual that I can find to tell us what we should do, basic instructions before leaving Earth. So thanks for being here, and realize that God loves you and every man's a liar. And yes, battleships existed. Yes, those ships were really there. They were shooting at each other. There was a thing called the Battle of the Denmark Strait about 70 years ago. So sorry, refraction isn't the thing, guys. Thanks again.
By the way, for Fraud, I'm not contradicting the Bible. I actually say that is a very good book for the start. You know, it is.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. you cannot say it has not been corrupt. So.
Yes, you can, because God
Men have
has
been
his
corrupt.
fingerprint on it. You cannot corrupt something that God has put his finger on. It's impossible.
God did not write on paper.
Yes, he did.
No,
The Holy
he
Spirit
made
wrote
man.
the Bible. The Holy Spirit, men through the Holy Spirit wrote the Bible. So
God wrote
God
the
used
DNA.
men as they were inspired
Is
by
the
the Holy
DNA
Spirit to write the
paper?
Bible.
Hold on. Let's slow down. Okay, so did God create the heavens and the earth?
Yes.
Okay, God created the heavens and the earth and the seas and all that in them is. And he made man to have a special relationship with. He made man and woman to have that special relationship with. And he made it so special, he would allow his children, his special children that follow him and trust him, to be trusted with the word that he gave them. And he allows them to write the word. And that is what a special creator did. The special creator did not make robots in a factory to write the word of God. He had his children that had a special relationship with him to write the word of God. And it is the word of God. period.
Well, if you want to say so, but you can't deny that this world isn't governed by the
Say it.
one who has been given the rulership of this world. You know?
Yes. Yes, Satan
So,
took Jesus up to a high
yeah,
mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the earth and told Jesus, if you just bow to me, I will give you all these kingdoms. And Jesus told
exactly.
Satan, you can keep them. So this place has been
Yeah,
owned by Satan for thousands of years, as the Bible tells us. I'm telling you, bro,
yeah,
a man can't even read the Bible the first way through, let alone write the Bible.
yeah.
Thanks.
And this is what I see logic in a world governed by Satan. I find it normal for him to corrupt all the religions, you know, that manifest in his world. So yeah, we live these times when if you go to the church today, you get imprisoned.
Well, those aren't churches. But wait, let's be careful now. Remember, they lied to us
Yeah,
about words, right?
yeah,
So that's not a church
yeah,
anyway. The church isn't a
exactly.
building
Yeah,
that's taxed by
yeah,
that's controlled by the satanic government. That's
yeah,
manipulated, and then you get a preacher that lies to you and tells you that the Bible is just a cute poem story and that it's not
yeah,
real. Those are the people that are running these churches. So yes, the whole world is deceived.
yeah,
God. Remember, God allows this great deception because he wants to test who is really going to be his child, who wants to have the relationship
yeah,
with God. God sends that strong delusion to test everybody because we're not cockroaches. God doesn't want to have a relationship
yeah,
with insects. He wants to have a relationship with
indeed.
special beings, right? And the
Yeah,
problem is, God, the fact is that the path to righteousness is narrow, the path to destruction is wide, and that's why very few will find that relationship with God. Since you guys found out that the earth is a plane of existence under the heavens and in the waters,
so
you have been given special knowledge to have that special relationship with God that millions and billions of people in the last 200, 300, maybe 500 years haven't even had the opportunity because they were brainwashed ever since they came out of their mother's womb. And they've been destroyed mentally and physically and spiritually. And
yeah,
that's why this time it's not a rollout. God allows these things to happen. There's no such thing as a rollout where the evil of this world gets to decide timelines. No, 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 no. It doesn't work that way.
yeah,
God has already written the timeline, and now we are here. Remember, the saints actually want to be here. How am I doing, Fraud? You doing okay over there? The saints want to be here now because this is the special time where the spiritual war is literally gaining more ground than ever. There has never been a bigger or worse time to be alive if you're not listening to God. And that's why all these people that are hiding from God still, the atheists, the globe earth zealots that just, of course,
or deny.
habitually
Yeah,
protect their religion. Remember, they're protecting their evolution religion anyway. They use the globe to protect evolution. They're not concerned with the shape of the earth. They need the magical ball earth to have the magical monkeys on the ball earth. So this is a spiritual warfare, and God's army is very tiny. And you're going to see more and more anti-God, anti-Bible people show up because that's what this is about. That is the battleground. The battleground isn't the plane of existence. Yes, we are in that flat plane. The battleground is the word of God.
and also the life of man. You know, they want to destroy our natural life path to lead us, all of us, astray. That's their purpose.
You nailed it. And Jesus said, if you lead one of my little ones astray, you are
Yeah,
better off to tie a millstone around your neck and cast it into the depths of the
amen.
sea. That is just leading his children
Yeah,
astray. You are better off to do that to yourself because then you might get some mercy. No, go ahead and tie that millstone around your neck, cast it in the sea. That's the best option for you people that are trying to justify this satanic ritual.
thank you for your gift of speech. Thank God.
Was a lot of trial and error I had a lot of red pills to swallow. I had to lose my whole family, and that's okay. In fact, it's a beautiful thing because God removes the evil out of your life once you turn to God. He got rid
Yeah,
of my entire family, bro, and it's a blessing. I don't think everybody should do that. None of you should lose your families, but it happened to me, and I'm glad it did. None of you, that doesn't have to happen to any of you. that I can tell. As long as you ask God what you need to do, he's going to do the right thing for you. That's what this is about, that relationship with God. And you're going to be blessed. You're going to say your prayers, and you're going to be shocked. As soon as you're honest about your prayers, as soon as you give that Bible a chance and go, wow, wait a minute, this is beyond man's abilities. How did they know that the female ant was a worker 3,000 years ago? Well, how did Joshua stop the sun and moon 3,000 years ago? Was the Red Sea really parted? Were these people really protected? Were the slaves, did this really happen in Egypt where plagues were sent? Yes, these are the things that matter. And not only is it true and literal, it's also allegorical, and it also is spiritual, and it shows us today what's happening. It even says in Jude that the master was there at the crossing, but nobody ever mentions that. Who is the spirit that came down and destroyed the Egyptians? Remember, there's no such thing as losing when you're on God's team. When those people tried to kill God's children, God personally went down himself and the Passover and destroyed the enemies' families for doing that to his people. So if you trust in God, that is the faith, not knowing God is real. And yes, Jesus is God. The faith doesn't come in knowing God is real. The faith comes after you know who God is and you trust him in every single move, every single motion, every single thought in your life. You can trust God. That is the faith.
True. And you can't really know very well unless you read the Bible. And for me, reading the Bible, it wasn't easy, especially when your name is Jude. It's kind of complicated. It's like a legacy.
It is beyond human comprehension, and that's why we see everybody fighting about it. Everybody wants to have their own interpretation. Some people want, or they claim that they believe, but they actually have their own version in their heart. And that's how they get you. You see, the spiritual realm affects the physical. Even though the spirits are spiritual, you can tell by the feelings that you get. If you've ever done something wrong, or I know I have a million times looked at a woman when I shouldn't have, I could tell that there were spiritual things happening that were giving me physical feelings. And that's the struggle. That's the good, the darkness and the light fighting each other. And that's why it's a continuous struggle. That's why I'm still a sinner. I'm still going to make mistakes, and I still need to be forgiven. But when you repent, you lead a new life. And that repentance might start with knowing that you're on a plane of existence. For some people, I've never seen so many atheists. 6 years ago when this started on the internet, I've never seen so many atheists in my life immediately about face away from the cliff of doom, turn around and say, I'm sorry, God. And that's why this topic is important. If that hadn't happened, if I didn't witness that, if I didn't see so many non-believers turn right around and realize that God is very real, and by the way, it's the Bible. If I didn't see that, this wouldn't even be a topic. I wouldn't even care about it one bit. But because this is the number one topic to give you the fastest makeover you've ever experienced, that's why I'm very passionate about it. And this is God's creation. So there's nothing more important. If it's the word of God, there's nothing more important than it. So if God describes his creation this way, and having no idols above the earth, or in the heavens above, or in the earth beneath, or in the waters under the earth, then that's a big deal. God says there's waters under the earth. You see, that's a big deal. Nobody can understand that. God says that the heavens are above, and they took that all away from us. They convinced us that actually the bottomless pit of hell, or the bottomless pit, was above us. So they did such a great job. Satan is very good at his job at absolutely inverting and perverting everything that God has said. Welcome to the Great Deception.
And flat earth server.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's a 24/7 washing machine for your brain. Please get those cockroaches and insects and demons out of your skull. Let it be re-washed. Then eventually have it washed with the blood of Jesus. And thank me later.
Amen.
Woo-hee! There's a lot of Bible talk lately. I wonder what's going on.
Open for business.
Just for the Bible.
Someone's coming back soon.
Well, there's some more news coming out from. Well, maybe we don't know. But anyway, meanwhile, back at Iraq, the European Space Agency, ESA or ESA, whatever you like, they've just announced that they're going to be sending some kind of probe to go to Venus. This is coming after NASA last month landed their contract for 2 missions to Venus, 2028, 2030. They're going to be sending satellites or some kind of probe out there. We've got three missions already to Venus coming up soon. Okay, and they want to know why Venus is not like Earth. I mean, what a stupid bloody question. Why is Venus not like Earth? That's
So they want to ask, why is a light in the sky not like the ground under your feet?
not like the ground under.
Because I mean, I can tell them that easily.
Man. They're going to be wasting billions of dollars on, or billions of pounds on that. European Space Agency.
But I don't think crypto will charge that much. That's how.
I'd do it for half the money.
It's the Tuesday Truth Torpedo Radio Hour.
What is their daily budget?
All safety's off. Let God sort them out.
So I think ESA's annual budget is about 7 billion, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'd do it for 3.5 billion.
Would you do it for one day's budget?
Probably.
Yeah, one day's budget in America is it's now like you're looking at possibly 67 million because they just budget increase to the tune of 23.5 billion dollars they got this year for this year's space mission, all their projects. Okay, so that equivalates to like $67 million a day.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like 450 million a week. It's nuts.
And that's a lot of money. And they're looking to they're putting out a new telescope. That's what they're saying. They're going to put the Johnson telescope going out there. Sorry, James Webb.
James Webb. Oh.
James Webb telescope, I think it is. That's going up there. Yeah.
When you were saying about probe sending, I was thinking of Uranus.
I've never heard that joke before. Is that a new one?
Yeah, it was a pretty smelly joke, though, to be fair.
That's a new one. The best one is forget all those other ridiculous frying pans.
And
Listen,
then there's another one going up a couple of years later after that. After a famous female scientist or whatever.
Jen.
Can't remember.
Jen,
her
real
name.
quick. Jen.
I'll look it up later.
Jen, real quick. Jen, reset.
Memorize it, but
Jen, reset your connection real quick.
So she's getting one named after, but hers is only going to be.
Mayday. Lost one. This is lost three. You lost two. Jen, real quick, go ahead and reset your server. Jen, real quick, this is the XO to Jen. Go ahead and reset and leave and come back because I want the radio to work. Yeah, the radio operation under here because of the waters and the satellites aren't working. So go ahead and reset. It's really hard to get communications underwater. It's a good thing we have underwater satellites.
Exactly.
How else would submarines work? Crypto?
I know. And also, I mean, like, there would be no communication too far south unless we had underwater satellites.
How did people use smoke signals hundreds of years ago if there's no satellites?
Exactly. Or semaphore.
Take that, Flurfs.
Did you know that the Earth can't be flat because I dropped a pen?
Well, yeah, I mean it can't be. I mean that proves it right there. That's only happens on balls. Duh. Actually, it's better than that. When you drop the pen, you actually prove that not only does it only drop on a ball, but that there's other balls out there that we can't see flying around each other also, and it's bending time and space.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a question about fallacies.
Okay, go on.
So I told my friend I'm a flat earther, okay? And then he says, the question is why? And I say, because I can verify the earth is flat within my own means. I mean, I can look at the horizon. I can do this without NASA's help. I can verify that what I see anyway is flat. I don't know beyond Antarctica. Who knows? So he says, clearly not, or else it would be widely accepted. Is that a begging the question fallacy? Here, I can just...
No, that sounds like an argument from silence. Can you say it again?
Here, I can just send you the picture of this. Just it's easier to see verbatim what it is.
Was his argument basically other people would agree more often if it was true?
Yeah, pretty much. Here, I'll just put the picture in the...
Yeah, that's a classic argument from silence fallacy.
Maybe appeal to authority also.
Not authority, it'd be popularity.
Oh.
But no, it's not an appeal to popularity. Appeal to popularity goes, it must be true because other people agree. This is the opposite. If it was true, then more people would agree. So it's actually the opposite argument.
Okay, Discord is having an aneurysm very conveniently. I can't do anything, actually. It's completely frozen. Okay, here, let me just restart Discord. One
Take
minute.
your time.
Okay, let's try.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Let's try again. Oh, maybe I just can't put pictures in the... Okay, I just can't put pictures in there. Here, I'll put it in lobby. I think I can put it in lobby. I can put it in lobby. Okay. Yeah, it's at... Where is this? 21 minutes after the hour in lobby. I am a flat earther. The question is why? Because I can verify the earth is flat with the means I have. Clearly not, else it would widely be accepted.
That's just illogical.
So it's just illogical. It's like saying if Santa wasn't true, I mean, everybody would know it wasn't true or something.
Yeah, I mean, you can use any example you like. I know that Bigfoot isn't real. Clearly not, because I'm trying to put it in there. So yeah, I'm a flat earther. I know Bigfoot is real. Because I can verify it for myself. Clearly not, otherwise more people believe Bigfoot. Yeah, I mean, because he's. I mean, fundamentally, the problem with all of these kinds of different fallacies is they don't actually address the evidence.
Right.
So, it just sounds like he's not interested in the evidence. Sad.
Right. Yeah, so what, I mean, like, shit, what do you even say to this?
Well, I like George Carlin for this one. He says this in his stand-up. He says, the average person is dumb, and half of them are dumber than that. So the idea that they would be your guide in an intellectual endeavor is laughable.
Right,
To
right.
be honest.
No,
Just imagine how many
that's actually pretty smart.
retards exist.
Right.
Yeah, just imagine how many thick ass people exist.
Yep.
And they all believe in the globe. Virtually all of them do. Another thing I would say though is be careful of wasting your time with these people. You do get people who are good at arguing without actually saying anything. So,
Right, right.
You get people who will just say they're just good at comebacks, but they're not actually good at thinking. So I wouldn't waste too much time with him if he's
Yeah.
like if he's basically has his heart set on beating the flirt in the argument.
Yep.
It's going to be a fruitless endeavor for you
Yep.
anyway.
Why does liquid helium flow upward?
Oh, stop it with the fucking liquid helium. Dude, shit.
Come on, man. It's a very good question.
No one else knows about that shit, bro. Only you do, dude. No one else is there fucking studying
That's
liquid
very
helium,
interesting.
bro.
Yeah,
It depends in
it's
what, doesn't it?
against nature. Yeah.
Does liquid
When you
helium
put
flow
it in a
upwards in
container,
air?
it boils in air. In our air. It is very cold, liquid helium. Like oxygen becomes ice and even hydrogen takes liquid form.
It is totally weird that water gets bigger when it freezes.
Oh, but ice 12, if you continue to lower the temperature, it turns into ice 12, which is heavier than the water. And it sinks.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. You know, it's something like, if you watch the water ice crystals, they expand when the water freezes. And when you continue to drop the temperature, then they will start come back together, like reduce their size, those crystals. Yeah.
All right, I'm looking it up. Liquid helium. Let's have a look. See.
You see, no one else knows that shit, Gabby. We're gonna fucking go search it now. Fuck it.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. Use your cranium.
Flowing, and you can also have a perpetual fountain, so it shoots forever. It springs forever.
Anyway, why the fuck do you keep bringing that shit up in the first place? I'm curious because every time you're on here, you go to this damn subject, bro. Why the hell do you keep bringing it up?
Because it does everything against what they tell us with gravity and ball, earth,
Yeah, but it's
religion.
helium.
You
So
know?
I don't know how are you
Well,
connecting this
it's
one?
an element. It's an element that exists, and we manipulate it. Yeah, we can test it. You know.
Right, but what I'm saying is like that's not nowhere in nature. Somebody is nature manipulating liquid helium. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, it leaks through the container. What the fuck is wrong with liquid helium? It goes up.
It's badass.
Yeah.
I'm
Powerful as
interested in
fuck.
this. This is very interesting.
But you can't contain me.
Yeah. Oh, if you have like, if you try to make a capsule and you have screws or stuff like that to join those lid and stuff, it will leak through those tiny cracks, you know, like nanometer cracks. It will leak through it because superfluid liquid helium has a frictionless flow. It's the only, and also zero viscosity. Yeah, you can if you shoot a bullet into an ocean of liquid helium, that bullet will be moving, keep all its energy forever until it encounters a physical obstruction. So if you
So the
were
question,
like on a lake with liquid helium and you're on a boat and you start the engine, the propeller will be spinning inside the liquid, but it will generate no current. So you will be not moving 1 millimeter. You cannot push yourself from it.
get
Which
bigger. How big is the warehouse of that you bought with all this stuff in it?
oh, with the liquid helium, you mean, or what?
Yeah, you're definitely trying to sell it. You got too much and you're trying to offload it.
What, do you want to buy some, Elijah?
Nah, I just figured him out. It's one of those slowly catch you monkey sales pitches.
Right, yeah. Have you heard about the liquid hydrogen he's got in stock as well?
Yeah, I read about it a little bit. They make good hydrogen bombs, you know, hydrogen 3. And funny
Sweet.
thing, also helium 3. Helium 3 is also used as the best explosive.
Yeah, you can't beat a good helium bomb or a good hydrogen bomb.
My guy jumps straight to explosives. I love it.
Yeah.
Odd habits die hard, yeah, get bigger.
It's basically like, if I can't hack your computer, I'll just blow it up instead.
Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, there is a video on BitChute. Some Russian young men demonstrate how they can make computer microchips explode.
Of course there is. Why
Like
wouldn't there be?
they literally explode, man. It's not a joke. Yeah.
But how?
They take off the
Like Gambit.
heatsink and expose it to air, you know.
Kaboom.
What of the
Yeah.
processor?
Yeah, the CPU, yeah.
Oh yeah, I would definitely explode. That thing is super hot.
Yeah.
Elbow, that's some nice reverb you got there.
I've also had that happen in real life. One of my computers I had running for a few years, and I never cleaned it, and it exploded.
Yeah.
That's what was that? Am I a robot?
No, you just
A
got
little
some
bit.
very deep vocals going on. Might have something to do with the fact that I got you all the way up to 200. So have the aliens landed yet?
No, I think that's in 2 years' time. They're basically squeezing every drop out of this current hoax, and then they're going to go for the next one.
Squeezing every drop out of the corona.
Yeah, exactly. I think they probably feel like they can get away with another month in the UK, which is why they've extended it.
Yeah, that's not going to go down very well, is it?
Are they going to revolt just yet? Nah, they'll probably cuck for another month.
People already have, man. People aren't paying attention.
Yeah.
Look at the beaches. Why do you think they've stopped reporting on the beaches and stuff like that? 'Cause people are packing.
Fuck anymore. I'll just cut out.
No,
I
you're
think so.
good.
Yeah, what did you say, Elisha?
Oh, I mean, obviously not everyone, but a vast majority of people have just had enough and they're just carrying on with their life.
Yep. Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
And we know,
I'm glad that...
this is funny logic. Sorry, one second. This is funny logic that we can actually apply to it. The fact that they're not talking about that people are doing that shows us that they are doing that. But that only works because we know how they operate and because we know the country. Otherwise, it would be.
And also, I
I
speak to actual real people. You know, so I don't just talk to a bunch of kind of establishment lefties. I speak to real people, and everyone I speak to who isn't some kind of establishment lefty is sick of it. Like everyone, you know, it's not even. I would say a year ago, people were kind of mainly like, "Oh well, it's necessary, so let's kind of go along with it." 8 months ago, I would say most people were like, "This narrative's getting a bit dodgy," and it's just moved further and further to the other way. I just don't think anyone's buying it anymore.
Any pub landlords with balls must be making a mint right now.
Right.
Because if it were me, I'd be like, nah, take that mask off, or you're not coming in.
Yeah. Or I just wouldn't enforce anything. I would just make it very well known that I'm not going to enforce anything, but not actually make a, you know. I would just say, oh well, clearly all these people in the pub not wearing a mask, clearly they're all just exempt, you know.
Well, yeah, I get that. I would just go so far as to push it further. Be like, look, I don't care about your feelings. If you want to drink here, I need to see your face. Security, mate.
Okay, when I was young, I was watching movies with John Wayne. And whenever they were going to rob a bank, they were wearing bandanas on their faces, a mask. So my question now is, the whole world are criminals?
Probably.
Yep, they're all committing crimes against their own self.
Yeah.
We're all filthy crims.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do say this a lot to people, and this one sentence is the one that I found really, really winds people up, is when you just ask people why they're scared of air. Which really pisses people off. Why are you scared of the air? Oh, I'm not scared of the air. You are.
Well,
I'm tempted to flag down taxi guys and ask them that. Wearing a mask on their own in their car. It's like, bro, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, that's really cringy.
There's one I saw that they're doing in the States, which is pretty funny. Is they're giving discounts to people who don't wear it, and then they have a little sign on the bottom saying that they're gonna charge extra if you do wear it. I think that would be a good one.
Well, yeah. Sorry, when you wear a mask, it's extra weight, so I need to charge extra for the extra weight.
Oh, remember like the old smoking areas before they banned that? Which again, people shouldn't have allowed, but anyway. They should do that with the masks. It's like, alright, okay, all you weird zoo animals, you can go in the corner on your own.
But
and just make them a spectacle.
When you wear a mask, isn't your breath going to be infested with your previous breath?
Of course.
Yeah, it's like a
Yeah,
soy
you're much more
multiplier.
likely. You're much more likely to get ill if you're breathing your own breath all the time.
Yeah.
As usual, they invert everything. They find a way to make people ill and call it a health measure. It's just inversion.
Oh, thank God to Moderna, Pfizer. The big
Oh, that's a point.
corporations I never heard before.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's just 2 years since I heard about them.
Crypto, do you have a metal detector?
Yeah. No, I don't need one.
Get one and go on the streets and just start scanning people's arms.
I'll just see if my phone connects to them.
I'm surprised no one's done a video like that. That would be hilarious. Just on the street. Right, come here, boy.
It's only a matter of time, mate.
It's gonna be the funniest troll because people are gonna get like properly triggered. You know the bouncers with the wands, right? Nah, mate, you can't come in. You got something on you. It's a biological weapon. It's not allowed
In
past
you.
the door. I got something a bit more related to the Earth. Drace, if you're there, could you detail a bit more about the winter and the summer cycles that you have?
Detail what?
You know, like the other day we were talking about stuff, and you're saying you have like basically 24-hour daylight for a period. Could you maybe either explain that nice and short, or send a link so I can get that understood a bit better? Because it's something that I'm trying to understand with one of my speculations.
Well, it's relatively simple. I wish I had a good camera so I could just record some stuff and show you my recordings. But in the northern part of the country, this is basically what I see. If I time lapsed and sit there for a whole day watching the sun. But because I'm in
And
the
how
southern
many
part,
months a year do you get this?
it's for around a month maybe at the best, and the days get longer and longer and longer until it like you have this for a tiny bit, and but if it's not like this, it's dipping a little bit below the horizon in the same spot, so it like comes back up just about the same spot, just a little bit to the side of it.
Hmm. I'm starting to think that maybe that yin yang symbol, I mean, regardless of all its nonsense connotations, just the shape actually has some logic to it. Do you know what I mean?
I get you. I just don't know. I would love to get more data points to have all that validated so we could know.
Yeah, actually know where the actual center is as opposed to whatever we've been told.
Yeah.
Because without that, it's like, well, data is useless. We need well, I can't remember what the word is, but you need a pivot point or a calibration point. Oh, then so do you get the reverse at other times then? At the other outside of the year, do you get like a month of just darkness?
During this the winter, we have just a little bit of daylight. We never have like it's all darkness. There's always a little bit of daylight, but during the winter we only have that daylight like a little bit in the morning, and then it's done. I think it's like a couple of hours at best. 3, 4, I think at best.
So it's more noticeable because daylight stands out in dark more. Because I'm looking at this GIF and it does appear to be some almost nighttime, right? But it's
Yeah, when it goes down there, it looks like, for instance, for me, because I'm in the south, the sun actually dips a little bit below the horizon, but we never lose the daylight because the sun is behind the highlands of of my country, and that's so the sun sets down behind the country, and I'm in this valley near the water, so to speak, in the other looking, so I can see the water away from where the sun is, but not the horizon. I don't see the diffraction limit horizon towards the sun, so I see the geographical horizon, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, the topological one.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so what? I guess the other question would be, what other countries do you know that have similar setups? Not close to you, but the other side. Would it be like northern Canada or Russia, or what's the crack with that?
Yeah, and I know that you can see the same in Canada and in some places in Russia and Greenland and Alaska or something like that. But I don't know about any of place that sees this in the south. So
Oh, of course not. We're having absolutely none of that. Because there's no room for it, right? You're at the wrong side. But this makes me think, at least from my so for clarity, I'm speculating about certain things. This makes me think that instead of it being just a linear delineation between day and night, I'm going with the day and night is separate to sunlight, right? So instead of it just being like a half dome or whatever, right? It's more like, that's why I'm thinking the yin yang kind of shape makes more sense, and that's why you get these periods like that, as opposed to just a normal cycle that's one's really long and the other's short. It's almost like it's completely daylight for the whole time. But again, it's very hard to make sense of it without sufficient data points. Speculation's fun though.
I think it would be really good to have like a lot of exploration where people go around documenting these things, exploring the world, if you will, trying to get a better sense of this. And for that, we need to particularly explore the Arctic regions. So that's the big issue for that exploration.
Yeah, because I'd wonder if you're actually in the center, where you just see day and night all the time, just split in the sky like that. Because at least from how I'm thinking, it might be something weird like that. But because people don't live there, they've never considered it, or if anyone did, I don't have any writings or stories that I've heard, at least.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I see this kind of phenomena a lot where we're like we're in this pseudo day night where you're like at the in the twilight zone, if you will. So
right,
I don't know. It's like night on the other side, day on the other side.
Yeah, I guess
What did
my
they give you?
hinging.
Sorry.
Pardon me. No,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead.
I just wanted to ask Drace, how did they give you this information in school about day and night? Was it about the tilt?
Oh yeah, they did try to tell me the same nonsense. It made no sense to me. I argued so much with my teachers. The teachers couldn't argue back. I started. I had like all the kids riot with me. They didn't like me at all.
Finally.
But in the end, I accepted it. I was just like, I must not understand gravity well enough. Science is not for me. Couldn't have been more wrong. I love science.
Pretty much like what was music for me. I had a bad music teacher.
One of the funniest things about my school was they had a class that taught you about Jesus and the Bible and how the the world was
Religion.
created by God, and then next class was evolution and how we were all monkey people, and
Yeah,
globes and
in
stuff.
geography and physics, yeah.
So that made me be like, wait a minute, you guys don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. It was a funny experience, but I rebelled very hard against the school to begin with. It wasn't until like after I got through the earlier parts of schooling that I really started to try to learn the stuff and just believe it, which didn't really help. Helped with academics and getting like finishing my school, but it didn't actually like help me in life at all.
Yeah, I just imagine that, I mean, for us in Europe, it's very easy to fool us in school about day and time cycles. But for children in Iceland, these northern countries, where you have this very, very short daytime or, short nights, can't be so easy to explain it.
I just don't think a lot of people here think, honestly, especially they push this in front of us when we're children before we actually can think super logically. And like I remember asking him like, why don't we fall off this globe? And he was like, oh, gravity. And I was like, okay, okay, how does that work? And she was like, everything sticks to the ball. And I'm like, okay, I don't really see how that works, but I'm believing you here. And that's what they get away with. They get away with all the kids just like, okay, I guess I'll just have to believe you. You're the authority. My mom and dad put me here because you are telling me the truth.
Yeah, and actually, if you ask too many times, too many questions, they troll you.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I spent a lot of time at the principal's office. He really hated me because they sent me so much to the principal office and he couldn't actually watch over me all the time. I had a little bit of free time, so I stole all their keys and I stuck it to the outside of the building through the window. They couldn't find it on me and couldn't find it anywhere. And then I retrieved it from the outside of the building and copied all the keys and gave it to all the kids. Fun times. I loved school for more reasons than one. It was not like good reasons. It was just like dumb reasons. Like school wasn't actually a place I went to learn stuff. It was a place I went to fool around. And that's what I think a lot of kids go through. Like it's a place to meet friends and spend time with your friends. It's not a really good institute for learning.
I have another question. In very cold winters, do the people's voice tone change, like the sound pitch?
I don't know. We're all over the place, so I don't know. And our winters have been less gruesome. Back in the day, the fjords used to freeze over. Like when my grandfather was young, he walked over the fjords on the ice. So today that hasn't happened. Like since I like my whole life, it hasn't happened.
Mm. So they don't freeze that much anymore.
Yeah, we appeared to not get as bad winters, but I don't know the cause of that.
Because I think that it's helium which rises from the ground that causes this winter time. You know, also the sun moving away. But when the sun is moving away, actually, this helium jet that rises from the ground expands itself from the north toward the south. And when the sun is coming closer in summer, then this jet from the north is actually being squeezed. But yeah, to measure the helium content in the air is not that easy.
Yeah, that's for sure something I would like to explore and look into. Like, this is one of the reasons why I think exploring the North or the Arctic regions is super important because we can't test this and know this until we can.
This element actually absorbs energy from everything just so that it can rise, it can go up.
If I had enough money, I would like to have designed an airship that can basically land in the water or fly using uh, similar to a hot air balloon.
Hydroplane or like Zeppelin, something.
Yes, a form of
Hydro-Zeppelin.
yeah, some kind of mix between that. So in case you can't fly anymore because of conditions we haven't foreseen, you
Yeah,
can land
bad
on the
weather.
water.
Yeah. But usually if it's a bad weather in the air, then it's gonna be bad weather on the water too. Yeah.
That's why you gotta design it so it cannot be sunk.
Yeah. It
Have it
needs a
designed to be
structural
turned into a
resistance.
submergible. So it can just barely be under the no, the top layer of water, so it doesn't get tousled around as much.
I think using gyroscopes could help, like with the stability on water, but that means weight load. They use this technology on big ships. They are spinning a very, very big flywheel, and because of its gyroscopic effect, it doesn't allow the ship like to be tilted by the wave, left, right, up, down.
Yeah, it it's almost similar to the anti-earthquake measures they use for really tall buildings.
Yeah, that. Yeah, the best ship will be a big wooden ship. If the waves break it, you still have the wood floating, so you're
Yeah.
not going to sink.
I don't know. I would take an icebreaker if I'm going by sea, and I would want to leave buoys all the way back just to transmit all the data. So even if the expedition is completely lost, everything is sent back.
It will require to be stealth, to have stealth technology. If you want to go that region of the south.
Yeah, that's too expensive. So that's why we need the permission to go there. We need to shut down the shit that's preventing us from going there so that we can go there without having to sneak. That's harder or easier said than done.
True. I think they can tap into the positive plane, the south. And that's like the perpetual source of energy. It's a very extreme cold temperature next to very hot, but what we call very hot, actually what it is called here very hot is actually very cold for us. Minus 80, minus 60 degrees. If the dome is a dome fountain of liquid helium, that will be colder than 5 Kelvin, minus 261 Celsius. Next to a minus 80 Celsius, you have a huge temperature differential, which you can use to create, extract energy actually. Did they start the building of the space elevator?
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore.
The problem is any dumb man now has the smart technology to debunk any circus fakery they were doing. So they can't fake it anymore. So
I'd like to welcome the Australian to the Tuesday Truth Torpedo Radio. I'm giving everybody the thumbs up from Australia in the live stream.
welcome Australia.
Thank you very much.
So do you believe you live on a spinning ball?
Me?
Yes.
No.
No?
No. You?
Not a chance. But these globers who are the vast majority of the world are actually quite rare sight in here. You know?
The Australian guy that was in here earlier when you were talking to the young 13-year-old guy, he was quite angry.
Oh. Why was he angry?
He was very angry because he thought you were trying to convince the young kid that the earth was flat.
Ah, yeah, you're right.
It's
I
only
remember
game.
it.
Why you have to be mad?
The kid was awesome.
Yeah, he took that laser test documentation. He read it and he understood it. Yeah. It's a big step. I think the other guy had no idea that all he has is a fanatic religion. How is it to live with your head upside down?
I can eat a bowl of soup and it stays upside down level in the bowl. Pretty
Oh my
cool.
god. It's level here too.
Yeah. We have upside down waterfalls. I can surf upside down. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Amazing. It's magic.
One thing that is upside down is also the helium gas pressure in a container. The gas pressure gradient is upside down in comparison to all other gas.
If anyone didn't see Witsit's latest video, flat smacking in New York, that was awesome. It just came out today.
I've seen the Washington one.
The people in New York, a lot of them seemed like zombies.
Oh, those are metropolitans.
Notice the people wearing the masks, the ones that wouldn't even acknowledge that he was speaking. And then the ones without the masks on, they're the ones that I noticed were actually, they would make good points. They would be the ones turning around and looking and stopping and listening. The masked people, they're not even, they can't even hear it, I don't think. Even when he was mocking them, right to their faces, they still didn't even turn around.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Literally don't think they could hear him. I think they're in their own world.
No. Spinning on the ball.
Too much gravity.
The magic mantra, gravity. The great excuse for not learning and not knowing.
Baby girl.
What was that?
Too scared to actually talk. Too scared to talk. Bye.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah.
Check.
What was that?
Check.
Yeah, it's a little grabbled, but I could hear you say mic check.
Thanks.
Can we get a radio check 1, 2?
Loud and clear.
And forward loud and clear. What?
Huh?
Who are you people? Which ball are the Globers born from? Left or right?
Hypothesis.
There's no such thing in my world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
It is a rock.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock.
What? No.
I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
Women can be clowns too.
Wasn't that a rock?
Rock. Yeah.
How dare you?
As
Stupid
dumb as a
rock.
boulder.
She's actually insulting rocks, because rocks are not stupid like her. Rocks will be happy to fall on her head for what she said. Yeah, she had to say that back in the days, this was the punishment, being thrown rocks. So they hate the rock.
Yo, yo.
Uh-uh.
Flat earthers have been woke.
Whoop, whoop.
Woke 24/7.
Stay woke. Insomnia.
Globers were supposed to be out on the field measuring the curvature.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm so woke I got insomnia.
Eat an onion
Actually,
if you want to sleep.
oh yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
I
Bro,
eat
onion
onion
is the
all the
best
time.
sleeping pill, natural sleeping pill.
I didn't know that. I use onion for almost everything that I cook. Like everything I make, I usually chop up onion and throw it in there. Tuna, onion, celery. I just had a tuna. What's it called? Tuna helper.
I see.
Yeah, I had tuna helper last night for dinner. Put a whole onion in it. I didn't know that though about sleep. I knew about My mom, when I was a kid, whenever I would like start to get sick or something, she would take an onion and chop it up and put some sugar on it, and the sugar would make the onion create like an onion juice, and then I would drink the onion juice. Same thing with like a garlic or a garlic clove.
Syrup, yeah, like a syrup.
Yep. Onion syrup or garlic clove. And anytime I feel a cold coming on, or which rarely ever happens, but if I do feel myself getting sick, I'll just take a garlic, chop it up in little, pieces, swallow it like a supplement, like a vitamin with some juice or whatever, and it goes away. Garlic is a natural virus killer. Apple cider vinegar, honey, onion, garlic. Yep.
Try it. If you eat one raw onion, in 20 minutes you will be like sleeping like a baby.
One thing that always makes me go to sleep is if I eat a banana. I think that's maybe because I have a potassium deficiency or something. But if I eat a banana, like it will make me like pass out. Like potassium, like you say onion, but onion doesn't really like do that to me because I eat onion like it doesn't really do that. But a banana, I just eat a banana. It's nap time. So I probably have some sort of deficiency,
Yeah, you can
potassium
make like
deficiency or something.
1 or 2 tomatoes, because it's not pleasing to eat the onion raw alone, So you can make like
Right.
salad.
I'll eat a few pieces while I'm cooking or whatever. But yeah, it's like you can't like eat an onion like it's an apple.
Yeah.
That's kind of rough. But yeah, I'll eat a few bites while I'm cooking and chopping up and just eat them raw.
If you cook it,
Yeah.
it doesn't do the same
It's
effect.
not the same, right? Yeah, it's not the same once you cook it. Exactly.
I don't need sleep. I need answers.
I eat sweet onions like they're apples.
What are the white ones?
Also, another thing that will put you to sleep very fast is Carolina Reapers.
Really?
Yeah. If you eat very, very spicy,
Mm-hmm.
at first you will have like belly pain and all that stuff, but then you start tolerating it, and you will feel this desire to eat spicy food, and when you eat it, very spicy food, like you will be falling asleep like in no time. Straight away.
I didn't know that. Yeah, cayenne pepper, like spicy things have an interesting effect on the human body, and like you can start like hallucinating and start getting all like high off peppers, certain spices. That's something interesting to me. Like we can go into that. Like I like interesting topics like this. I know it's probably dry in here, and that's why we're talking about all kinds of stuff. But yeah, the fact that like spicy food has an effect on the body, like I wonder what that's about.
I bought myself this pure capsaicin, it's hot peppers extract. It's the hot substance. Yeah. And this one has a 16 million SHU Scoville scale,
16 million?
Yeah.
16 million?
Yes.
Wow.
And the Carolina Reaper is like 2.2 million.
Right. That's what I thought was
the
the hottest. I've never
habanero-
even heard of.
Yeah.
I never even
And the
heard of 16 million.
The habanero is like 700,000.
Right. That's
But
what I'm saying. Like,
I heard like a year ago that they made a capsaicin extract, which is about 27 million now, the hottest
oh my god.
capsaicin. Yeah, and this capsaicin, they use it in like non-lethal weapons, you know, gas, tear gas,
Like pepper spray.
and
Pepper spray.
yes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, if you get it in on your skin, it feel you you will feel that it burns you, but it doesn't chemically or physically burn you.
Right. It
It only
doesn't
stimulates
actually
your
burn you.
nerves.
It just
Yes,
yeah, yeah. It
it's a
stimulates
chemical
you. It's
stimulant. Yeah.
Watched a
right.
movie. Watched a movie last night where they bring up Fe on Netflix. Maybe be able to live
Ooh,
stream it in the cinema one day. The movie's called
ooh.
Awake.
Oh, imagine that.
Yeah, there's a
Oh
character in there
yeah.
named Dodge. A character in the movie named Dodge. He's got some ethics and logic and whatnot, and he brings up Fe. Yeah.
Cool,
There is a
cool.
new
Yeah.
TV show, Jupiter Ascending or Jupiter's
Yep.
Legacy, something like that.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yep. Yep.
They mention
Uh,
flat Earth in it too.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
I just watched that. Yes, yes, they definitely did. A lot of the time, like I'm a big movie, TV, Netflix watcher, and a lot of the time,
Yeah.
I'll hear flat Earth reference, but it will be like some sort of negative reference, like it will be to like to
Yes, yes.
discredit. Yeah, that's usually how it's brought up. Just
It's
like
the
King
same
Kong
in
and got
Jupiter.
the
Yes.
new
Yeah.
yeah, the new King Kong and Godzilla. They were talking
Yeah.
about
The
Hollow Earth
dome.
and
Mhm.
yeah, the dome and stuff like that. But a lot of the time when I hear flat Earth in shows, it's like to make someone seem silly or stupid or something
Yeah.
like that. But there's a few occasions where it wasn't like that. But yeah, it's just becoming more mainstream. Like the term it gets brought up a lot, like more than it used to before. Like
I'd say the most famous mention of flat Earth is in Men in Black
yep,
movie.
yep, yep. That's a good one. And Interstellar, or no, that was fake moon landing, in, or was that flat Earth? So they said something in
About the
Interstellar.
moon landing, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, it was moon landing, not flat Earth.
Mm.
But yeah, yeah.
Are you real?
Jack of all spades, you got any questions? I know you just had a hot mic and then went on mute, but anything you want to bring up, bro? Any questions for us crazy folk? I think he left. Oh well. What about Curly? You got any questions? Curly? Okay.
I'm sorry, that was funny right there. He said, "You got any questions for us, crazy folk?" Made me have water come out my nose, man. What? I was rolling, bro. That was too funny.
No, I'm just that's what that's what they're here for, like the trollers or whatever. Like either they have a genuine questions or they're here to ask troll questions. So usually you can tell immediately after they open their mouth where their intent lies.
Not
So
only
just get
their
them
intent,
talking.
but their knowledge.
Yeah, you can tell from the very first question someone asks of how much they've actually looked into it before coming here or whatever, like how they've done
We're
their own.
crazy. They're just idiots.
Usually you can tell
Right.
right off the bat, no matter whatever the first question is, you can tell by that question of how far or how much time they put into it before coming to a platform like this. And yeah, we're all okay. So Himi, hi me. You have any questions? Come off mute.
I was watching brother Robbie Davidson's channel the other night, Celebrate Truth, exposing the world's lies, and he was touching on the pastors up here that were arrested for having fellowships and whatnot. And somebody in the comments put, when people start realizing the crazy ones were right, like meaning those that have been, saying we should be doing this or that, calling us nuts, and when they realize,
Yeah,
you know.
that reminds me of a meme I seen the other day. It said, "What's the difference between a conspiracy theorist and a conspiracy truther?" And it said 6 to 12 months.
Of research, yeah.
Yeah, no, or just for time to pass for the quote unquote crazy theories to come true. Like, so I
Okay,
think it
yeah.
was more, yeah, it was more about just letting time pass, and the things that we say are crazy, then a year later, comes to be. So yeah, kind of like what you were saying. All right.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, what they say? Yeah, everything will come to light sooner or later. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, like the word apocalypse. People throw that word around, but don't know the definition of of apocalypse.
Meaning
Pulling
an
back the veil.
awakening. Yeah,
Like with some Wizard of Oz shit, like revealing the truth. So
Yeah,
the apocalypse, most people think like the end of the world and we're all gonna die type of thing, when really it just means pulling back of the veil, meaning revealing the truth. So yeah, this is the apocalypse. Absolutely. Like,
yeah. They're thinking like the Mayan 12, the fucking asteroids hitting us, everything's, but it's really, this is what's real, people. Like, it's a revealing, a knowing.
yep. Like I said, like Wizard of Oz, like pulling back the curtain and revealing who you thought was, the wizard is this guy behind the curtain who's a little scared piece of shit and just has this, you know, big voice or whatever, but is really insecure, and so you pull back that veil and reveal the truth of the matter. The truth will be revealed. Go ahead.
The same kind of feel. Revelations, the war of the mind.
said what revelation of the mind?
Well, it's the
Sorry.
war of the mind. Armageddon, the place of decision. It's the end of it's the Armageddon and Revelations is for your mind for you to pick a side. It's not an end of everything. It's an end of how you think, one way or the other. One has to die.
Right. Yeah, like killing your lower self or killing your yeah, like a reincarnation, so to speak. What you thought was is not yeah, there's so much. Like I said, I always say, flat Earth is like the boss you beat at the end of the level of this simulation video game that we're living in, and flat Earth is like the final boss. But even once you get into flat Earth, depending on the order in which information comes, like once you know this, then it's like, okay, well, what else? And then you start getting into other things like history and technology and other things about that we're told and questioning that. And so that's basically what I'm into now, because I'm honestly actually bored with flat Earth, because pretty much like it's like it's not in question. It's pretty much a wrap. So it's like I look into other things. The whole reason I got into flat Earth is because I got bored with other things, and I thought it was retarded, and so I was just bored. So I clicked on it, and then here I am 5 years later. But now here I am, after realizing what the true nature of our Earth is, and then that leads me to other things of history and technology, buildings, the whole mud floods, reset, Tartaria, like all that kind of stuff. That's kind of like my new thing that I'm looking into. It's interesting because because it's like opening Pandora's box. Like, okay, the biggest lie of all. So I guess I'm kind of working my way backwards, because I think flat Earth is the biggest lie. But then you kind of work your way backwards and then start going into the quote unquote smaller lies.
Well, if you
I'm
want
looking
something
into
to
that,
look
right?
into, I dropped a link in the chat for you. Well, for anybody that's willing to listen to what they have to say.
What's it about?
It's about equity and your rights.
Oh well, yeah, that's always cool.
Cool.
I'll definitely say that shit.
It's completely different than how I was studying law for the last 13 years, 14 years. So it's kind of.
Where is it? I don't see it, bro.
It's above the run force run me. Or gift.
Okay, I got it. Got it.
Yeah, I like coming on here. I was big into law and things of that nature before I got into flat Earth. So
well, yeah, it's like now is the actual right time to actually start diving into stuff like this. Right before they start going Gestapo and SS on everybody.
Well, that's the thing, though. That's why I asked. Was it yesterday morning? If you were the ruler over 300 million people, but you had one thing that they had to figure out, but you couldn't tell them the answer. They had to figure it out for themselves. How would you push them into figuring it out? The clinch is on. They're going to keep clinching until people choose to go into period. That's the only way I can see to stop them, because that's what Jesus did. Joshua, Jonah, Nahum, they all went into equity. Elijah stayed in equity, and fire came down and consumed 2 armies.
Well, I don't know who's listening, but I do want to recommend a good video. I'm into etymology and phonetics and all numerology and gematria and all the things. And there's a video I can post a link, but I'd rather not. But all you have to do is type in YouTube search. Just type in the Golden Web Part 1. The YouTube channel is I don't know how you say it. Chiron, Chiron, Chiron. But that's a YouTube channel name, The Golden Web Part 1. It's actually like a 4-part series, but each video is like 2 hours. So it's like you have to watch it like 20 minutes at a time because it's like a lot of information to take in at once. So even the first video, The Golden Web Part 1, you probably might have to break up and watch in 20-minute increments. But it's one of my favorite videos. Really interesting.
Hey, illegal, can you hear me?
And I'm not saying I co-sign 100% of what he says on there, like, because there's really nobody I agree with 100%, but I would say a good 70%, 75% of what he talks about resonates with me, and that I would agree with. Some stuff not. So.
Hey, illegal, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, bro. What's up?
Are you aware that you have a gladiator globe earther in here? Have you said hi to him?
Yeah. What's it? What's his face?
Frost Knight, please tell us about the globe earth fantasy. Would love to hear about it. Frost Knight.
Yeah. Yeah, Frost Knight.
Please provide
we got a glober in here.
Please provide a measurement of Earth curvature at any time in history. We'll wait.
So we can go home and wrap this up.
Yeah, it'd be nice, wouldn't it, Redmond?
Yep.
They keep telling us about this ball, but we never see the ball. We never see evidence of the ball. What's going on? What's up with that? I guess Frost Knight doesn't want to talk right now. Maybe you try to talk to him, Brad. We'll go ahead.
He just seems to be tongue-tied.
Just say hi, man. Just say hi. Just say,
Hi,
hey,
it's
I'm just
Frost Knight.
listening.
How can he sit there and listen to us like that?
With his mic open and not say anything?
Yeah, just like lurker. I'm a lurker.
He's a man lover.
Ooh.
Makes you feel like closing your curtains and stuff.
Makes me want to.
Yeah, bro. Like you should be overflowing with information of how stupid we are. So like.
Oh, he's overflowing.
Tell us about it.
He's overflowing.
Oh yeah, I love hearing how dumb I am.
Me too.
How overflowing are you, Frost Knight?
What news of the bull, Frost Knight?
Yeah, maybe he'll talk to you, Ariel.
You know, there's probably around, all the Globers that come in here, I'm going to guess over the past month, probably about 50 of them now are probably out there doing their research, and they're going to come back with the curve because we just haven't looked hard enough.
Anytime now. Frost Knight, you're chilling with your mic open, bro. Like, you just
maybe you can find some countries.
Either we haven't looked hard enough or we're just blind.
We are in wrong countries.
Oh.
It's curvature in some other countries. Yeah.
Well, it's not in the U.S. because we can't find it.
No, it's not in UK. It's not in Australia. It's not. I think somewhere in. I don't know where it could be.
It's somewhere.
It's George W. So that curvature will be somewhere.
It's somebody said that it's above under one bridge.
Here,
You can.
I'll play the role. I'll play the role of a baller real quick because I actually have a question and I just want to fact check it with you guys. So the blue marble image we have, that's not a photograph, correct? That's a composite image. Do we? Is there? There's no photo of the whole Earth, correct? The only like pictures we have, like all the like 6 images, are all composite images, not like photographs, right? Do I
Correct.
have
They
that
were,
right?
those images were put together for your imagination. Quote, I did this because
Right,
this is what other people imagine it is.
right. But I'm just saying, I just wanted to confirm, without Googling it or whatever, that there's no actual photo. Like the blue, even the blue marble picture we have is a composite image. There is no photograph of the whole Earth.
Right,
Ever,
because
right?
satellites don't exist, so it's hard to do that.
Okay. Just want to. I didn't because I didn't want to make that claim or in conversation with somebody if it wasn't true, and so I just wanted to. I knew you guys would know to fact check that. So there's
We
there's
are the
never
globe
been
Earth
not
experts.
one photo. so
The only
there's not
caveat I
there hasn't
will, they're
ever
illegal.
been a photo of the whole Earth. Go ahead.
The only caveat I would add there is NASA claims to have taken a photograph on the moon mission, but that's a NASA claim, so there's nothing verified there.
That's spoken to Kurt.
The Earth has a big square around it.
Yeah.
There's been no pictures taken.
Yeah, that wasn't a question you wanted to keep speaking. I asked if anybody's spoken to Curly.
Yeah, we tried to talk to Curly. Go ahead and try again, though, Elbow.
Curly, are you there? Do you have a mic or you got VC verified? So somebody had spoken to you before you got in here.
Yeah, I try to get Curly to come out. I try to get Frost Knight to come out. They won't come out of their shells.
I'll just quickly chime in. I VC verified Curly yesterday. He's a little bit new to Discord. Might be an older gentleman, but
Curly, right?
Seems like an OG flat earther as well. So I don't think we have to give him too hard of a time.
Yeah, I remember Curly.
Hey.
He's got no hair or something left.
Hey, 6ix9ine, you want to come up? You want to come up mute 6ix9ine? You got any questions or comments?
Is Curly going to bring Mo and Larry in too? Hopefully. Anyway,
I think he's
Curly.
Let's pretend
Curly.
to be globals. Was interesting.
Curly's alive.
Yeah, I'm here.
There he is.
Curly's a flat earther, right?
Welcome.
Yeah.
My mic.
You gave it 3 best proofs?
No.
Say, who am I?
Other one of them crazy globe deniers. What are you going to do, man?
Don't test him.
I guess it's only Globers that are afraid to talk in here.
I'm tired of flat earthers coming in here. Get out of here, y'all. I'll talk to some damn Glovers. Can you imagine if the Earth was cool? Everybody would be like, "Yeah, we're flat earthers."
I'm sorry, that was
We got a theater in here right now, Elbow, but he won't talk. Frost Knight.
damn flat earthers.
Going back to the globe.
My mic sound.
Sounds echoey.
Back in the days, we had nobody
okay?
talk to you, and now we're talking to each other. We're like, "Damn, tired of y'all."
Do not drop the mic.
I think they can't hear you, or they're just talking over you, Curly.
That is just they're intimidated by us.
Is my mic at a good level?
Yeah, it sounds
Yes,
good.
don't
I hear you now. I didn't hear you before, but sorry. Go
don't
ahead,
drop
Curly.
it. It's on good level.
I think it's on a flat level.
Yep.
Don't see any curvature in there, huh?
Nope.
Is it level curved, maybe? You said flat level.
Well, they have curve levels.
Yeah. That's strange. That's new one. I heard that
For measuring the curve.
Maybe you can make some money making some curved levels to measure the curve.
How you level the curve? With what instrument you level the curve?
In that, like those floating ships that sink all the time?
T-shirts, make the level curved again.
Because he doesn't need to do anything. He sent his agent.
Oh.
So I'm just saying, like, because the Globers keep asking us if we're on a flat Earth, then where's the edge? Who said we were ever on? There was ever an edge? What?
That's called a straw man.
Well, I mean, they had to have gotten it from somewhere, and the only place that they could have gotten it would have been the military. It's
I
either
mean, we
that
have
or
an
somebody
ice
made.
wall, but we have an ice wall, but we haven't seen the edge. What?
Right? Maybe
No
the
one-
military calls that the edge.
Yeah, no one claims an edge, so there's nothing to defend or to prove. That's not
Right.
a claim we make. Try again. I mean, it's a good question. Like, I mean, of course, like. Sorry, you
Corner?
were breaking up. Go ahead.
Let's look for corner.
Corner.
That's a good one right
I mean-
there.
I mean, it is a good question because a lot of the questions that the ballers ask us are questions we want to know too, and it's just like, yeah, we want to know that too, but it's an unanswered question, and a lot of the time, a question that can't be answered, or at least from an individual. So yeah, they're good questions. Like we want to know that shit too. Where is the edge? How far does it go? How far is this realm? How far does it extend? What is the sun? How far is it? Why does, a lot of questions like.
We can make CGI flat entire Earth if
Right.
they want.
We would need the government to answer all those questions. What?
No, we wouldn't need them to answer the questions because that wouldn't necessarily mean that was true. So whatever the answer, I mean, they give us answers for all kinds of stuff now that we know
It's
that's
gonna be a
not
lie.
true. So, right. So I don't need the government to tell me the truth. I just want to know the truth. I mean, if it comes from the government and it's true, then okay, the truth is the truth, no matter where it comes from. So if it comes
Then
from the
what we're
government
gonna
or
hear
something-
from them is, you can't handle the truth.
Name one thing that came from the government
Right?
that's true. Can you name one thing?
I mean, yeah, that's basically probably their outlook since 1959, right? You want the truth, you can't handle the truth. Oh shit, we try to, launch these missiles and break Richard E. Byrd or whatever they found or whatever they discovered shooting missiles and can't break through the firmament or whatever. They're like, oh shit, yeah, we can't tell them because they won't be able to handle it, or it will fuck up what they got going. It's probably a combination of the two. It's like it will fuck up what we got going on here, and they can't handle it. And
Hey,
I don't know.
My government tells me the truth, and guess how that is? I'm self-governing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, that's literally the
Yeah,
only
no.
kind of truth you can count on right there.
Well, there's governing and there's the government. I'm talking about the government, and yeah, of course you can self-govern, and that's
Right.
fine.
That means I control my own mind. I am my government. Ta-da!
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
So it's flat. The government has told you the
Whatever.
truth now. You're welcome.
Što me ne kaže?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for being
Kako ću
honest.
kad ja ne
government.
pejem cigare nikad? Kako ću kad ja nikad cigare?
Your accent's kind of thick. I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Sorry, that was that was hot mic.
Okay.
I heard him call somebody a nigga.
Now, that would make a funny T-shirt.
I didn't.
The first time a government tells you the truth about flat Earth, it's true. I'm self-governing.
So Frost Knight is still not muted and still won't say anything. Just go on mute. If you're not going to talk, like, don't unmute yourself unless you're going to say at least hi or just listening.
He's probably
So
got
you're
a
just gonna-
gaming headset, bro.
Ah, yeah.
You could do that with the gaming headset because you got the mic on off switch normally.
Yeah, I got the Razer. I got the Razer mic, and I can actually sit here and press the mute button on my mic.
Right.
I got a Logitech. That Logitech, man, that X Pro, the gaming one, that's pretty sweet stuff.
What else we got?
Yeah, I don't have Logitech. I think it's a good brand. I'm using Razer. That's the brand I have.
All right. What about Six Spider? You want to come tell us why the Earth is a sphere?
I'll get him started.
I've tried a few times. You don't agree with me, so I can bring it up again.
No.
I only have one question, but I always ask the same
Oh, no,
question.
that's fine. That's fine. Try if you don't first succeed, try again. Okay, go ahead.
Sure. My question is what casts shadow on Everest at sunset?
What casts a shadow on Mount Everest at sunset?
Correct.
Would that if we were to have a conclusive answer to that question, would that prove the nature of Earth?
Sure.
Is that your globe proof? Like, why is that a question? I guess is what I'm asking.
No, because for something to drop shadow on Everest, that means the light needs to come below that object. Everest is the tallest point on Earth. So if
Okay.
something is casting shadow on Everest, the light source needs to come below that object. Since we see a shadow goes from the bottom to the top, and the sun by flat Earth never goes below the horizon, how does that happen?
You're actually pointing out a heliocentric flaw, because if the sun is 93 million miles away, you could ask the same question. But
But the sun
we can't
drops
prove
by
it.
the heliocentric model.
We can't prove it, but we say that the Earth, or I'm sorry, the sun is a much local light source, and so it'd be much easier to explain what you're talking about with a much more local light source, being the sun, than it being night. Right. Okay. Awesome.
Okay,
Honest baller. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. So you're telling me that the sun actually drops in height below Everest, correct? No.
No, I'm saying that it's just closer than 93 million miles away.
And
I'm
that's
saying it's
not
much closer.
Sure.
Just like how they say there's parallel rays and we see divergent rays, or we
Sure.
see certain things, that don't align with the heliocentric model. And basically, what you're saying is something that, like I said, could be explained. Okay, you're talking about the light source. If it goes off into the distance, okay, so it's lower in the horizon and it's shining its light, then it would cause a shadow. Does that make sense?
Absolutely not. For something to cast shadow on Everest, right?
Mm-hmm.
That object, that light source needs to be below the object that is casting shadow above it. If you want to cast a shadow above yourself, you need to lower the light source, right? So your shadow will be taller than you, correct? So if something is casting shadow on Everest, and Everest is the tallest point on Earth, what is casting that shadow?
It's not whatever. How tall is whatever?
How tall? Over 8 kilometers.
Yeah. How you know that?
You have a video of a
You
shadow
know
being
that
cast
it's
on
8
Mount
kilometers.
Everest?
No. I have that question. How you know that it has 8 kilometers high?
Because people are measuring it.
How they measure that? Reference to what?
Reference to what? Above sea level, it's above 8 kilometers, and it goes up every year.
If you are on the top of that, or if you are top of Himalaya, and I'm 100 kilometers away from you,
yes.
How they measured my top?
Repeat that.
Is there a video of a shadow being cast on Everest?
100 kilometers far away from you. You are on 8 kilometers because they measured the mountain, your top reference to sea level. What is I'm 100 kilometers far away from you. What is high of my top?
I don't know. Where are you standing?
On what I need to reference? What I need to reference to measure my top? Is it sea level again?
Sea level.
Are you talking? Okay, I didn't understand your
Is
question.
it the sea level?
Wait, I didn't understand it. Let me understand your question.
100 kilometers. We have 2 mountains on 100 kilometers.
Okay.
Okay. This is
100
Himalaya. You know the
kilometers from each other?
Yeah. You know the Himalaya is going far away. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
Your altitude is reference to sea level. What is my
I don't know.
altitude reference to what?
I don't understand your question. You're asking if we're both standing on a mountain?
Yep.
And I'm standing on one mountain, and 100 kilometers away from me, you're also standing on a mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the question? What's your height?
How did you measure your mountain, and how did I measure my mountain? On the globe.
I don't know.
If your reference
so
is the sea level,
refute to what I'm saying. Your refute to what I'm saying is that you don't know that Everest is 8 kilometers?
No, I want to get radius, man, because Earth is sphere.
Radius for what? How is radius got to do with anything?
That means drop, man. Between two mountains should to be curve, doesn't or not?
How is that related to the shadow?
It's not related. I need the curvature for the sphere.
I'm not talking about curvature. I didn't talk about curvature.
That's right.
We can still talk about flat Earth. I still want to know on a flat Earth.
Yeah, you want to speak about shadows, but I'm telling you that we don't have curvature. What will do shadows?
I agree.
I'm
asking you the Earth is flat. Fine, that's great. The Earth is flat. You're saying it's flat. I'm saying great. It's flat.
Great.
I still want to know what is dropping shadow on Mount Everest.
I want to know that. Do you want to know something else? For example, if something is not curving, what it is?
I just told you that I'm saying that the Earth is flat.
I'm with you. Question: if something is not curving, what it is?
If something is not curving, what it is, I don't know. It's not a curve.
If I prove you that Earth is flat, like you're saying, why you want to speak about shadows?
Yeah, he's basically saying, who gives a fuck about your shadows? Can you...
because you guys asked me what I'm saying. You guys asked me, so I'm answering. If you're not interested, then I'll go. That's fine. I'm just like, I don't understand.
No, that's all right, man. But still, we can speak about shadows like for 2 hours. But on the end, we need this the curvature, man. That's the point. I don't know how to explain it. You
But
can
it's
speak
got
me about
nothing to do with
space, about
curvature.
stars. Yeah, but I'm saying the sphere need to have. But listen, the sphere need to have curvature. That's the point. Like, let's pay about.
But I'm not
what
talking about
is inside.
You're talking. You're trying to force me to talk about curvature and about a sphere. I'm not talking about that. I'm with you. The Earth is flat. Okay? Flat Earth.
Are you with me?
Now
Are you with me?
explain what is the shadow that goes from the bottom to the top at Mount Everest.
That's a burden of proof reversal. Because basically what you're doing without saying it is saying there's a heliocentric model and you're saying you agree that it's flat and saying, okay, flat Earth model, why does this happen on a flat Earth? That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. We're basically saying that regardless of shadows or things we can and can't explain, can you prove actual Earth curvature of a sphere? Let's
no,
stick
because
to
I'm
the
not
ground.
trying to. What are you guys talking about?
Right.
I'm not trying to prove curvature.
Okay.
I'm not trying to do any of that.
Fine. Hold on, Sasha.
From which
Hold on, Sasha.
No, I want to ask you about that sun.
Hold on,
About
Sasha.
sun. Okay.
Go ahead.
Me?
Not Sasha. I wanted to ask you something about the sun.
Yeah. That means that what you said, that shadows, it's making on from which source it's coming, that shadow on Mount Everest?
What do you
from
mean?
Which is it coming from the sun? I'm asking you a question.
So.
Is it coming?
Yes, it's coming from the sun.
The light's coming from the sun. What?
How far is that sun in your globe?
I'm not talking about a globe. I just told you. I am not
you
talking
told
about a globe.
shadows coming from one source, that's the sun. Is it that true? And you said if that's happening on the Mount Everest, is that true?
What are you asking me if it's true? You're asking me if it's true that there's a shadow on Mount Everest?
Yes.
Yes, and I showed a video. Yeah, I posted a video,
It's
guys.
from where? That's from which source?
From the sun.
From sun. Okay, and distance to the sun it is?
I don't know. Does it matter? Does it matter?
You think that it doesn't matter?
I'm saying flat Earth. I don't know what the distance to the sun is. You guys should know that. I'm saying.
No, man, I'm saying globe Earth.
Yes.
We need to prove what we are living on, not what.
He's asking, is the distance of the light source relevant? Right?
You asking me
no?
if that's?
Yeah. Do you think that the distance of the light source is relevant?
No.
Then why we are speaking about shadows?
Because the something is casting shadow on Everest, which means that whatever is casting shadow on Everest.
Are we doing this red herring again? Okay.
Hey, Crypto.
Hello, how you doing?
Good yourself.
I'm trying to say a very simple thing. I'm saying the Earth. Let's say the Earth is flat.
Man, you don't know where is the sun in your model to make that shadow.
Yeah, even in your flat Earth model, you say, okay, the Earth is flat. But in that scenario, what is the distance to the sun in that flat Earth scenario that you're talking about?
I don't know what the distance to the sun is. You tell me. Are you telling me? Can I ask you something? You know what? Let's not talk about it. Can I ask something else? It might be related to the distance. It might be related to the distance.
No, man. You said that the shadow is coming from the sun and it's making shadow to the Mount Everest. And you said, how is that working on flat Earth? Let's see how is that working on the globe Earth first.
I'm not talking about globers. I'm not here
What you're not talking about? You claimed that we have shadow on Mount Everest from the sun. Is that true?
I'm not claiming it. We have shadows. something is casting shadow on Mount Everest, right? What is this something? That's my only question. What is casting shadow on Mount Everest? That's my only question to you guys. The only one.
The sun.
Lack of
Next
sunlight
question.
is
No. What is casting? Something is casting shadow. That means something is
lack of
blocking the light. What is it?
Spider. What did I tell you a couple of days ago?
You told me resolution, angular resolution. You told me angular resolution, right?
Friday night on ladies' night.
You told me
You're saying there's something
resolution.
casting over. There's something casting.
I told
a
you
shadow
about the angular
on Mount Everest. So you're basically what you're saying is that what you're saying is that there's something like above Mount Everest that's casting a shadow.
Well, you tell me. I don't know what's casting that shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is all just a giant red
claiming?
herring because
what
this
is
is all
your
just a giant
claim?
red herring.
How is that a red
It's a
herring?
giant
This
red
is something
herring
that we
because-
all see. You can see that.
Because we're talking. So you asked a question and then you didn't wait for the answer. So do you want an answer or do you want to just keep talking?
I'm waiting.
So you asked me how is it a red herring? Well, because the topic is flat Earth, not Everest shadow. So does the Earth measure flat or not? The answer is yes, it does.
Okay. Great.
That's the
So
topic.
since the Earth is flat and the sun will never go below Everest, I assume you guys agree on that. What?
Below your feet.
Below what?
What is your claim? What point are you making with shadows? Like I have shadows. There's the sun and light, and I see shadows every day, and I
Basically,
see shadows
he's saying that
cast.
Mount Everest is big, and he's saying there's something that's bigger than Mount Everest that's casting a shadow over Mount Everest, and he's asking what is casting a shadow over Mount Everest.
No,
Thank you.
no, it's not. It's not
That's exactly
about the
it.
shadow. It's about
So
the
you're saying that
phenomena
the
that
sun.
happens at the sunset.
Okay, so your claim is that the sun is bigger than Mount Everest.
No, not at all. No.
But, okay,
what?
but he just said that and you agreed.
He's saying there's something that's bigger than Mount Everest that's casting a shadow over Mount Everest. If Mount Everest is bigger, is the biggest thing, there's something casting a shadow over Mount Everest. What is it? That's what he's saying.
We know
Okay,
that Mount Everest is the
so when
biggest
you
thing,
said
right?
that originally, when you said that originally, and
Yes.
I then reiterated that, yeah, and you agreed with him and disagreed with me, do you see why that's frustrating?
Because every time that
Yeah,
I
I see
see
your
something,
point.
you guys saying, "Oh, you're saying that's and that." No, I'm not.
I
I'm asking-
reiterated what you already agreed
okay.
with, and then when I
So
said
let
it,
us-
suddenly you had to disagree with it. Why?
Okay, because I
Yeah,
think there was a
let us-
change in words. There was a changing in words. It's not you guys not exactly repeating each other, obviously. So it's
Okay,
yeah.
let's not-
I agree. You know what?
we-
I agree.
we don't-
It's hard.
we
It's
don't-
hard to tell.
We don't want to put words in your mouth, so that's what I was trying to get to the bottom of. Is what is your claim with the shadow thing? What
my
is
claim.
that proving?
Okay, here's my claim. For something to cast shadow on Mount Everest, as far as we know, Mount Everest is the tallest point on Earth. At sunset, and I posted that video, you guys can see it. At sunset on Everest, something is casting shadow on Everest from the bottom to the top. I say my claim is for something to cast shadow that is taller than the object that is casting it, the
Not
light
necessarily.
source. The light source
Let him
must
finish.
be
Bullshit. You
the
said
light
this,
source must be
you
below
said this on
that
Friday.
object.
Let him
You said this
finish.
Okay,
on
before
Friday.
5 people talk,
Yeah.
can we just let him finish?
Okay.
Let him finish.
If I'm standing and there's a wall behind me and I want myself to cast a shadow that is taller than myself, I need to lower the light source below me.
No, you don't.
This is what we see in Mount Everest. There's a shadow that goes from the bottom to the top, which means the light source must go below Everest.
This is
So
objectively
there's a couple
wrong.
of things I would say to that. First of all, is Everest taller than the clouds at that point? Second of all, where are you seeing the shadow? Third of all, you might want to clarify your language, because before you were saying that there was a shadow being cast on Everest, and now you're saying there's a shadow being cast from Everest. So
Not
you
from
should
Everest. I
probably.
never said from Everest. I never ever said from
he said
Everest.
over.
So there's a shadow being cast on Everest.
On
from
Everest.
what?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, but that's your
That's my
claim.
question. That's my question. What
Well,
is casting
I
that
don't know
shadow?
is the answer, because I don't know the geography around Everest.
I tell you what's casting the shadow on Mount Everest.
Please do.
Other mountains. That's
it is the
that's
behavior
the
of
answer.
it is the behavior of
Less
light.
famous mountains. I asked him in the beginning where he is distance to the sun, where he.
Sasha, you know you just talked all over Get Beget, right? Do you want to let Get Beget finish? And then you can talk?
let Get Beget finish. I know he talks slow, but let him finish.
Thank you. On Friday night after ladies' night, I told you about the whipping of electromagnetic waves. You said that light is a electromagnetic wave. You
No, you
agreed
said
on
that.
this.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
You agreed on this.
Sure.
It is a wave, and you said it's also a particle. Correct?
Sure.
Yeah. Good. Did you search what these waves are, how they behave? You didn't, obviously. Okay.
They go in straight lines. That's what I
Have you
know.
ever seen? Oh, they go in straight line. No shit. Have you ever been to the shore of an ocean?
Yes.
That place where the water ends and the beach sand begins.
Yes.
Yeah. What happens when a wave is ending? It's coming to its end. What happens?
I don't know. It ends. It comes to an end.
You don't know?
No,
Doesn't
I don't know.
Doesn't
Teach
the
me.
wave move towards the sand, and when there is no water, yeah, that water will actually flow upwards on the sand.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It climbs on the sand upwards.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it has no to through. Yeah. The medium
Sorry, you were
expands
breaking
a
out.
little
Sorry,
bit.
you were
Yeah.
breaking out last
The
sentence.
wave goes. Yeah. So that's what I said. The water is going upwards on the sand.
Okay, so you're saying water and light behave the same? Water and light is the same thing?
I said it's the behavior of waves.
So you're trying to explain to me what happens on Everest with the shadows by telling me that waves of ocean go up when there is no water?
Listen, that phenomena you're talking about, the shadow on Everest, is happening at the sunset.
Correct.
So that's the edge limit where the distance, you reach the maximum distance that the light from the sun can travel to.
Why
When
the
you
shadow
reach
goes
that
from the bottom
limit,
to the top?
when you reach that limit, yeah,
Yes.
the light, that light will be going upwards in a curved path.
Okay. That's your answer? So you're saying when
It
at
doesn't
sunset
have the
the light
necessary
bends? So you're saying the light moves differently, and that's why we. You're saying it's coming to the end of the light, like the most far point where we'll see the light, but we can clearly.
Light intensity is the ocean.
No, I understand. You're saying that
the medium.
Yeah, I understand. So you're saying basically the distance from Everest to the light source like because it's now too far, which the light basically disappears, right? That's what you're saying. Is that what you're saying?
You are no longer able to see the sun because it's too far away. The light
doesn't have the necessary intensity to shine through all that distance.
I see. Did you see the video that I
you
posted?
reach the
Did you
limit.
see this? Did you see the video that I posted? Did you see that? And you're telling me the light does not get there? Obviously it does, because there's a shadow that goes from the bottom to the top and we see it. That means the light is still strong enough to cast shadows.
Who cares?
Who cares?
So you seem to be in agreement then that the Earth measures flat, which is why you're asking this question.
Well, I'm saying if you're saying the Earth is flat, and I, let's say, agree with that.
Well, it measures flat. I'm
sure.
It's
Sure,
not
sure,
opinion,
sure,
I'm saying
sure. My question is still, how come the very top of Everest is in sunlight while everything else
how come
on Everest?
Okay, cool.
Another red herring. Did you see
It's
the
a red
video?
herring. It's
What's
always
a red
been
herring?
a red herring. Yes, I watched the video. It's a waste of time. You seem to be obsessed with this red herring and you won't move off of it. You've
Please
been given
explain
maybe
why
5 answers because it's not the topic.
Isn't
shadow. The topic isn't lights, shadows, and mountains. The topic is flat Earth. The answer is that it measures flat. So I can only think that you have already agreed with this and you're wondering about this phenomena. Because if you're using this phenomena to prove a globe, that's really grasping.
The only thing that I'm trying to prove here is that you guys saying that the sun does not go below the height of Everest. Does the sun ever go below 8 kilometers in the sky?
I don't know what the sun is.
No. Perfect. That's it. Okay, so how come there's a shadow that goes from the bottom to the top of Mount Everest? No, you didn't tell me anything. No, you didn't tell me anything.
I did. Yes,
you talked
I did.
about water and beaches.
I told you
That's
the behavior
amazing.
of waves.
No, you told me the behavior of water waves.
How far is that?
Even if you come up with a scenario in which you can't explain on a flat Earth, that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't prove anything. Like this doesn't prove anything.
If you can't explain anything about flat Earth, it doesn't mean anything. Are you serious?
There are problems with the heliocentric model, and there are problems. Just because we know it's not a sphere doesn't mean we know what it is. That's what I'm saying. It's like a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Is we can't explain something, therefore it's not flat. No, it's flat, and we have something that maybe we can't explain, but in order to prove it is a globe, you need to prove curvature and all the other things, and you can't do that. So we know what it's not, and just because we know what it's not, and
I agree. This is not working on flat Earth. Let's see how it's working on globe Earth.
Simple. The sun drops.
Can I try to give an example to Six Spider that maybe he would understand? Can everyone hear my mic all right?
Yes.
Yeah,
we hear you.
So, Six Spider, if you imagine somebody 6 feet in front of you, 6 foot tall, they're 6 feet in front of you, and you have a spotlight. You have a spotlight that's 10 feet above, so it's above the 6 foot person. That light being right above the person obviously isn't going to cast any light on that person.
Correct.
But as that spotlight goes out, imagine 400, 500, 600 feet out further, that light is going to be, for your perspective, it's going to look like it is below that person that is 6 feet in front of you and 6 foot tall, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so by imagining that, you can imagine that light, from your perspective, is going to look like it's coming from below that person that is 6 foot tall.
Correct.
And therefore, that light will hit that person and cast a shadow, even though it's at an elevation 10 foot above. That's just a small example.
Seriously? You telling me that that person will cast a shadow that is taller than him, although the light is still above him? I understand that perspective makes me appear. It appears like the light is dropping in height, but it didn't. Did the light actually drop below that person?
About red herring.
Absolutely.
Christ. Do
Really?
you ever actually talk about anything else? Do you ever move on from this? This has been answered 4 or 5 times.
Correct. That has been.
And you just keep asking it.
Correct, because you're not answering. The answer is
no,
very
I've
simple.
I've heard 4 or 5 different answers to this, and you just go nah, and then ask the question again. It's really boring to listen to.
Let's go over the question, over the answers. Do you want to do?
This is what you keep doing. This is what you keep doing. I would like you to stop doing that. You've had your answers. If you don't like them, that's your problem.
It's got nothing to do with like. I don't understand. How?
Well, I know you don't understand. I can tell that.
We know you don't understand because you don't study. You haven't studied anything. You don't know shit about light.
You can keep talking about oceans and waves of water, dude.
No,
obviously you don't know anything.
That's not the only answer you've had. I've been in here listening to you probably 4 hours total, talking about this, having various different answers, and not liking any of them, and then just asking the question again.
Right, because no one said what's casting that shadow. No one answered.
Yeah,
everybody,
your
answers. Your answers
are,
oh, the sun does this, the sun does that, the waves act like that. You're not telling me.
You've had your answers. You don't like them. That's not our problem. Shall we move on?
No. Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, before you move on, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, do clouds ever cast shadows on Everest? Are there clouds that can cast shadows on Everest?
Yes.
So couldn't that be a cloud casting the shadow on Everest?
Who knows what it is? Who cares what it is? I mean, we don't know. Are you what?
I mean,
I love it that you guys don't care. I love that. I love it that you guys.
Yeah, that's what I said to begin with. There were clouds in the background, and they were moving.
Sure.
And they were causing. You can clearly see it as well. But we don't know what the angle of.
I mean, it's fundamentally complete nonsense.
Perfect.
It's got nothing.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
So if a cloud is casting shadow on Everest, what's the height of the cloud and what's the height of the sun if it's in
we
sunset?
don't have that data.
Do you have that information so we can know?
Arthur,
it's your freaking video. You're making us explain your video. You explain your video.
Simple. I can explain it simple. If you
okay.
And we're back talking about the red herring yet again. Why? Why does everyone keep falling for it? He just asks it again and again. He won't accept any of your answers. You're all wasting your time.
That's what I said. It's a reversal fallacy.
What happens if there's a mountain next to an ocean and it happens?
Again, he'll just keep asking it in 100 different ways. He won't accept any of your answers. And we'll all be wasting our time. So just don't bother.
Before you go on, I've seen many photographs of clouds at the top of Everest. You can't even see Everest because there's clouds there. There are definitely clouds that are higher than Mount Everest. So why isn't that not a good answer?
Did you see the video that I posted? Do you see the shadow? There's a line. There's a straight line. There's a straight line that goes.
The only answer he's going to accept is Earth is glob. It's the only answer he'll accept.
I want to know what is the object.
Yes, it is.
What is the object that casts shadow on Everest at sunset? What is the
shadows
object?
Appear on mountains?
What is the object that is casting
we're going to
shadow?
talk about Earth and the shape of the Earth, not mountains and shadows.
Yeah, Spider, I posted an image with a green laser beam.
Oh my God, that's amazing. What is that?
It's fantastic.
Is that the answer?
Don't make a clown. Don't make a clown now.
Is that an answer? Is that the answer?
Get could you tell me what's 1 divided by 1?
What is your claim?
Yeah, what's 1 divided by 1?
My claim is that the sun drops in height.
Ignore him.
My claim
what's
is
1
that
divided by 1?
The sun actually drops below Everest. That's the only
So
option.
that's a
Brilliant.
nice claim.
That's a cool story. Get. What's 1 divided by 1, mate?
1.
Okay. 6 Spider. What's 1 divided by 1?
I don't know.
Brilliant.
Zero.
That's the end of the conversation right there, guys.
Yeah.
Until he can answer that, that's the end of the conversation.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Get. What's 1 plus 1, mate?
2.
Yeah. Spider. What's 1 plus 1?
I don't know.
Brilliant.
5.
This is the level we're at.
What's 0?
What the
What's
fuck,
0 to the
mate?
power of 0?
What?
Woo! Spider, what's 0 to the
I
power
can
of
tell
0?
you guys not to
Oh,
get
that was me.
started.
Sorry, I don't know the answers to any of that.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand his shadow thing. So he's saying, in order for the shadow to be on Mount Everest, the sun has to go below a certain point, therefore glow. Is that?
Yeah.
Like, I still don't.
But this coming from a guy who doesn't know what 1 plus 1 is. I mean,
Please notice that the shadow goes from the bottom to the top, and you can see it clearly.
Why are we
and you
still
can see
talking
it
about this red
clearly
herring?
everywhere, right? You
Don't
can
have
see it
any other-
everywhere.
Don't
Everywhere
have
you
any
look,
other-
The
every
8th time
time
I
you have a
pointed this
mountain,
out
you'll
as
see
a red
shadow
herring.
goes from
And
the
he's still
bottom
going.
to the top. How is
He
that red herring?
can't
This
let
is
his-
what
he
you see in
can't let his red
reality.
herring go.
This is
Can't let
what
his
you
red herring
see in
go.
reality.
Doesn't
This
matter.
is reality.
It's
There's
not
a
the topic.
shadow that goes
It's
from the
still a
bottom
red
to
herring
the top.
because it's still not the topic. Doesn't matter how
Do
many
you-
times you bring it up. It's still a red herring.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other globe proofs? 6
No,
Spider.
he doesn't have any.
No.
He has
I
one red
only
herring.
wanted to talk about shadows. That's the only thing I want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you guys
okay,
want to know the context as to why he doesn't want to tell you what 1 divided by 1 is?
No, I want him to explain why the shadow thing.
Yeah, I want to know the context.
It's a globe.
Yeah.
Can somebody explain what his shadow point is?
My point is
explain
that the
what-
sun drops in height. That's it. That's my only point. I'm not talking about the
Okay.
shape of the earth or anything
Can
like
you
that.
verify that? Can you verify that? Can you verify that? Validate your claim.
Yes, there's a shadow that goes from the
That's
bottom
just circular
to
reasoning.
the top.
You're begging the
It's
question.
93 million miles away, though.
You're begging the
that's
question.
like-
Talking about distance to the sun, you guys. I'm not talking
What's
about
the measurement from the sun to the earth?
You guys keep falling for it. Why?
6
Because
Spider.
they know
Accept any
that
of
the
your
sun.
answers.
I'm gonna
That's
answer.
the game. The game
Here,
is
here,
to
man.
ask a question
Crypto, check
and
it
not
out. Check it
accept
out.
any of your answers
Crypto,
and then
check
conclude
it
that
out.
it's a globe. That's the game, and you're all falling for it. Why?
Crypto, check it out. The reason
I'm
they're
actually gonna
falling
ask-
for it, they're falling for it is because they understand. Just like you understand what I'm saying, but you just don't understand and don't get it.
I
That
know
the
it's a
only
red
way for
herring.
that to happen
Yeah.
is for the sun
You're not
to
talking for
literally
me,
It's not
but-
true at all. You're
physically
not talking to me at all.
drop in height.
Again,
6 Spider.
so what I just said
Can
is
you
exactly
explain?
true, and then he said nah, and then actually confirmed what I'd said is true. He wants you to conclude his conclusion based on his red herring. Doesn't make any sense because it's not the topic.
I just want him to explain why the Earth measures flat. 6 Spider, please answer why does the ocean measure flat?
I don't know that. Does it mean does the ocean related to the shadow on Everest that goes from the bottom to the top at sunset?
Yeah, the shadow has nothing to
See
do
what
with
I
the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, I see what
Yeah,
he's
he
saying.
doesn't want to. He doesn't want to talk about anything other than his red herring.
Yeah, I see what you're saying now. I see what you're talking about.
Now you see it. He doesn't want to talk about the shape.
I know what you. I see what you're saying. Like, is. Oh my goodness, bro! I'm like trying not to laugh, dude. I know exactly what you're talking about, bro.
Wow.
He doesn't want to answer any other question. He just goes straight back to the shadow thing, dude.
I have a question
Oh
for
my
him.
God.
I have a
This
question
guy.
for him. You hear me? Am I coming through?
Yes.
Yes, you're coming.
Okay. Okay. 6 Spider.
Yes.
What does the shadow prove?
That the sun drops in height.
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
You just need to show us where the sun drops. What point when the sun drops? And I'll
What do you mean?
believe you that it drops in height.
If I show you when...
Now, I don't want to see a picture. You just tell me when it drops.
Well, it depends where you are on the Earth, right?
So what's it?
At sunset,
what's the shadow from? What's the shadow from?
That's my question to you guys.
Oh, we don't. We're not here for shadows.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead. What's the question?
I asked you, what's the shadow from? And you said you want to know. So we're done with the conversation because you don't know.
No, I know where the shadow is from.
No, well, then answer it.
Well, the surface of the Earth.
Well, that's wrong because there's no curve. So what's the next one?
Yeah, if you say it's the surface of the Earth, where's the curve at?
You have to give a curve if you're going to say it's the surface of the Earth. So you have to know that the Earth is curved, right? It's a ball.
Well, how can any object cast a shadow that is taller than that object that is casting the shadow? What is the option for you to do that?
Isn't he also disproving
where the shadow came from? First off, you're showing a picture of a mountain, steady, and a shadow is on it. Where's the shadow from? You're just saying, oh,
the mountains around it,
from space or whatever.
No, what?
Hey,
I just told you the surface of the Earth. How did you get to
I don't know
space?
what's around there, and it doesn't matter.
And
Shadows
doesn't
don't
matter.
prove.
Correct.
Shadows,
it doesn't matter.
Shadows don't prove anything.
Can we relate this question to the question we have about eclipses and the eclipse, lunar eclipse, and the shadow being bigger than the object? That type of thing. Like the question he's asking, couldn't we apply that to the same thing about eclipses and the shadow of the moon
it's all secondary and tertiary argumentation. It's got nothing to do with what we're actually talking about.
Yeah,
talk about the primary argumentation.
Nobody knows what the eclipse is anyway, so we can't even talk about that. Besides the fact that it's not. Besides the fact that eclipses are not from balls in space.
Didn't finish. The question is, does the Earth curve? Is the Earth flat? The answer is the Earth's flat because we measured it. So anything else has to conform to that obvious truth because we measured it.
And the bending of light is real.
So light bends?
Yes.
Well, yes.
How are you going to ask a stupid question?
Oh my God, light bends? So
yes, we know
is this why you see? Is this why you have light when you don't see the sun? Is that for the same reason? Get to get.
What?
Get be get.
No,
how come I don't see a sun in the sky? In the sky,
I told
but
you.
I still
I explained you. I explained you in your example, with your shadow. I explained you what happens. The sun.
You explained about motion.
Too far away.
Yes.
Is far away enough.
Yes.
Yeah. For the light from the sun not to propagate any further. Yeah, because that phenomena you observe it at the sunset.
How you actually see the shadow moves?
You perceive,
that means the light does get there.
Listen, don't interrupt me. The light you perceive at the sunset is a light very weak in intensity.
It still casts shadows.
It doesn't have the intensity to propagate anymore further away. So at the end of that, it will curve upward. And it goes back to where it's coming from.
What? The light will do a U-turn and go back to the sun?
Yeah.
Priceless.
You want to believe it or not? It's a
Do you
wave.
want to believe it? You're asking me? Look, no one is talking. No one is talking. Everybody's looking at you. Get looking at you
we're
saying,
all just bored.
"What the shit are you talking about?"
We're just bored.
What I'm talking about.
I want to talk about something interesting.
It does a U-turn.
This is just boring.
Shadows are over.
That's why
Listen,
the thing is, yeah. The thing is that people are. Okay, the thing is that the thing
when you
is
throw
that
a rock in a
one
lake,
second,
go ahead,
please.
Crypto.
Right.
Go ahead.
The thing is that people are bored of this topic. Every time you come in, you talk
Yeah.
about this, you get a bunch of answers you don't like, you then ask the question again. This is boring. Let's move on to something more interesting.
Answered. Thank you.
I don't care if you don't like the answers. That's not my problem. But guys,
No,
everyone
you
else in
didn't
the room,
answer.
shut up. I'm still talking. Everyone else, stop falling for his bullshit. It's boring. Let's move on.
Yeah, what Crypto said.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Gas pressure without a container.
He doesn't understand any of that. He just knows what a shadow looks like.
Can I ask a question about the gas pressure?
Sure.
If I show, I'm not saying I have it. I don't say I have it. If I show, if I show gas pressure without a container here on Earth, like outside, will you guys consider that as possibility for gas pressure without a container, or the fact, or the fact that you're saying that we already in a closed system? Then it doesn't matter, because since we're already in a closed system, even if I do show gas pressure without a container, it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't show the possibility.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
show me that without ultrasonic
that's
reflector.
hypothetical.
Right. So if I show you,
I would also say beware of the gradient trick, everyone. Just beware of it, because it's coming.
He can't show me gas pressure without a container anyway, so.
Right, it's a hypothetical, so okay, we can talk about hypotheticals all day, but
okay, so if I show you,
us,
if I show you a man-made
then,
gas pressure without a container outside, so you don't know if you accept it or not, because you're saying right now it's hypothetical.
Ionized gas? Are we talking about ionized gas?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Yes, I want you to show me a helium ball in the middle of my driveway. That's what I want you to show me.
Well, you can. You don't need me to show you that. You can go and do. Why do I need to?
I do need
That's
you to
not my
show me that.
example.
Because last time I took a tank of helium and I opened it up, it just went away.
Amazing.
Yeah. Can you define gas pressure? Like, what's the definition?
That's, it doesn't matter the actual
of course,
definition.
Wow.
Wait,
Yes,
wait.
Gas
The
definition matters. Very important
I'm asking
when you talk about.
If I show you gas pressure without a container here on Earth, you're saying first, some of you said that that's impossible. Second, some of you said we don't know. This is hypothetical. And I just want to make it more. I don't know how to say it in English. Sharpen my question. If you see a gas pressure without a container here, like just outside, would you accept it? Or would you say, since the Earth is already pressurized, then it doesn't matter? Then, yeah, you can do it, but the Earth is still pressurized. So,
question.
We would take it into consideration.
Does this experiment
Hold on.
a sound reflector?
Hold on.
Got it.
As long as it's not when you're causing the atmosphere. You're saying the atmosphere is the.
Well, bear in mind what the globe claim is. That this is obviously he's missing out the next to low pressure part, which is going to be deliberate because we know it is. So I would actually say, yeah, if you can show pressurized gas next to a vacuum or an area of low pressure without.
That's my question. See, you did that. That's why I asked. So it doesn't matter what I show, you will not accept it because you're saying, okay, I need to see it next to a vacuum, right?
We need the equivalent.
Yeah.
We need the
Yes, we need two gas pressures. One, a bubble that's in the air has its own pressure, and the outside of the bubble has its own pressure, and there's nothing in between. So show us that.
Okay, so I showed you there a small video. Just look at the wings.
That's easy.
What are we looking at wings for?
Levitation.
What?
So you think wings on a bird?
No, I'm showing you gas pressure outside
Yeah,
without a container. Look at the wings.
I just explained to you the gas pressure we're looking for, not birds.
What wings?
Where do the birds get the gas
What wings?
pressure in the first
I
place?
posted a video, Crypto.
Yeah, could you explain it? Because I'm driving.
Oh, I'm showing F-16 doing maneuvers, and you can see on the wings pressurized that is being built outside the wings.
That's stupid.
Yeah, that's really dumb.
Okay,
So
thank you.
The plane
you're
flies,
welcome.
and there's pressure underneath the wing. Therefore, you can put gas pressure next to a vacuum, and it won't equalize.
What? I asked
That's
you
what
if
you
you would
just
accept
said.
it.
That's what it's
That's
about.
No,
your
no. I
logic.
asked you. No, no. Please notice that I asked you. If I show you, this is gas pressure without a container, right? It's just outside. You can see it. It's
Okay,
above
fine.
the wing, and it happens,
Sustained
right?
gas pressure without a container.
Okay,
Why don't we
there
do
you-
sustained gas pressure without a
There you
container?
go. Oh, that's easy.
Henry,
It's called-
I explained it by telling you I want to
Okay,
see
thank
a
you.
ball
I
of
mean-
gas
I mean,
under pressure.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed that you try and go for such pathetic rhetorical tricks.
Yeah.
Like, are you trying to understand, or are you just trying to trip people up?
Well, I asked you if you will accept it, and now I understand that you don't.
You're
doesn't
here
matter.
on a
No.
wind-up.
I
You are
asked
here on a
you
wind-up.
if I'm showing you Crypto. Check it out. I asked you.
Yeah,
if
well,
You're
I
here
show
on a
you-
wind-up. It's cool.
What you're,
Just admit it.
You're-
You're here on a wind-up.
Yeah.
You want to try and trick people. You want to try and trick people who aren't very good at arguing these points. That's what
But
you're here
you
for. Just
are.
admit it.
But you're here as well, and you know how to argue this.
But
point,
why don't you
correct?
just admit what I said?
Because that's not true. I asked in advance.
Okay.
If I
So
show
then
you,
why are you showing us pictures of a plane
it's
with
a video,
pressure
yes.
under the wing?
It's not
to
pressure under the
answer-
wing.
That's what you just said.
I said you can see pressurized air around the wing
Plane
build
is
up.
moving.
Okay,
and that's what's creating the pressure.
so what I
You-
just
I
said
didn't say
then.
if it's low. I didn't say it's high. I just say there's a change in pressure, and you can see it without a container. And that's why I asked in advance.
Okay.
Will you accept it? And
So
now
when I
understand
said
that it
that
doesn't
you
matter
showed a
because
plane and you showed pressure under the wing, I was right, and you just said nah, right?
Okay,
I was
take it
correct
back.
objectively.
I'm sorry.
The
I take it
point
back.
is
Yes.
that
Okay,
that is for a brief moment in time. We're
Yes.
talking about sustaining that. How are you going to do that without a container?
So a brief moment of time means that it's possible, no?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And- you're a waste of time.
Show it to me
Just
when
fuck
the
off.
Yeah, so I
plane-
throw a
Fuck off,
ball
you're
up in
wasting
the
your
air. That
time.
means
On
it
the
floats
ground.
forever.
The-
Are you
the
fucking
fact-
stupid?
The fact that the plane is flying through the air at all means that there's still air here and that there's gas pressure. Where did you get the gas pressure in the first place for the airplane to have this a thing you're
Well,
gonna,
obviously, there's a giant
example?
plane flying around Earth to keep the pressure in.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
Unicorns.
Any Globers in
Fucking
here?
retarded. This guy's here to waste everyone's time. In fact, the second I get back, I'm just going to ban him so we can actually
Okay.
talk to people.
Fine.
He's not even.
You're just a waste of time, bro.
Yeah, you come in here saying stupid shit that makes no sense. It only makes sense to you.
Yeah. Can I ask him a
Please ban him.
question?
Please
Is he
ban
still
him.
here?
Don't ask
I'm
him
still
anything.
here.
He's just stuck on repeat.
I'm still here.
Okay.
Yeah, I
can
said
you
when I
tell
get
me
in.
why?
Give me about 2 minutes.
Can
My
you tell me
question
why-
is,
Are you
this still
really?
2000?
Are you gonna block me? Because usually I'm muting myself, and only when someone's
Well,
talking to me, then I
the
reply.
question. The question is, how many different types of prescription medications are you on right now?
Let him
Is
go.
it still 2015? This is like what? Old as shit. This is 2015, correct?
Well, Spider,
Yes.
how do you explain the upward flow of liquid helium?
Huh? I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay. Then you don't know much, right?
Do you mean like a helium balloon? Is that what? Is that
No,
what it is?
not.
No,
I
no.
said
Okay.
liquid
I'm asking.
helium,
I'm
not
asking. I
helium
didn't say
balloons.
what you
Those
said.
are for clowns.
Jesus.
Yeah.
No, then I
Yeah.
don't know. If it's not in a balloon, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know
liquid
exactly what.
helium, it flows upwards. It means that it climbs the walls of the container and it is leaking out.
Okay. You mean the gas?
So
If liquid, you're saying liquid helium, when it leaks up?
yes, It flows upwards. It has a frictionless upward flow.
Okay, and CO2 flows downward.
Yeah.
So
all
you just proved gravity. I don't know what you're talking
downward.
about.
You proved gravity.
Like
You
you're
can-
talking about
you-
gravity.
you
Why
can
is it going up or down? Like, I
What?
don't know.
There's no mods in here.
You mean anti-gravity?
Sure, anti-gravity.
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm driving.
I know.
Anti-gravity. What the hell is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you need gravity to have anti-gravity.
Crypto, you gonna block me?
No, I was going to ban you actually.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, because you come in with stupid questions that don't make sense.
So
I
no,
see
none of
I
you.
see a shadow, therefore the Earth is a ball.
Well, you see. Well, the question is.
Hold on. The problem is that we had this conversation 3 days ago. I said, when in history has anybody ever seen anything that's above them not appear to be lower as it goes away? And you said nothing. Case was closed 3 days ago. That was easy.
Well, it's called perspective, right? Perspective makes you
Yeah, welcome to
perceive it.
2016. Yes,
No.
welcome to 2016, bro. Are you still going to hide from the shape of the earth now?
Well,
Because that's why you're going to get banned. You're getting banned. Listen, bro, you're
makes
going
you.
to get banned.
It appears.
I'm trying to save
well,
you.
I understood that
You're
now.
going to get banned
It doesn't matter what I'm going to say, right?
You're straw manning, you're harassing these people, and you're lying to them. That's why you're going to get banned for the record. That's all. That's
When the sun appears to be lower due to perspective, is it actually lowered?
no, just like the end of
There
the
you
hallway
go.
is still
There
the same
you
altitude.
go.
Watch.
You-
That's the point.
you
Look
just
at the end of the
answered.
altitude. Yes.
You
Yes, that's the
just
point. 3
answered
days
it.
ago. 3 days
You
ago. Yes.
just
Are you
answered it.
psychotically brain damaged? Listen to yourself. Yes. Is
Yes.
the end of the hallway physically lower than the hallway right above me? According to you, yes.
No.
To us,
according
it's
to
not.
you,
That's
yes.
the point, right? And
No.
it appears that it's what lower, and it's not. We understand that it's not at a different altitude, just like the street lamps. As I drive away from the street lamps at night, guys, they appear to be going lower because that
Correct.
must be the curvature of the Earth, according to
No.
you, Six Spider.
No.
Yeah,
No.
that's why street
That's
lamp.
no.
Yes,
That's
your claim.
according to
No,
perspective.
right. That's your claim, and now you're going to
No.
hide from your own claim.
No, that's not my
Yep,
claim.
you
That
are
was
gonna
never
be
my claim.
hiding
That was
from
never
your
my
own
claim.
claim.
That
You don't
was
have a
never
thesis
my
of a
claim.
All right, that's
That
fine.
was that
That's
was
fine.
never
Keep
my
lying.
claim.
That's fine. Well, the
You
only
asked
reason
me-
people get
you
banned is for
asked me-
insults or lying. I'm just saying you're gonna get banned because you keep lying. That's fine.
You asked me if the sun appears to be lower, right? At sunset.
Nope.
When you started explaining,
You
you
asked me
started
that.
your
I
phrase
said when. Watch,
that
get
the
beget.
sun
When in history
appears.
again, get. Watch this. I said when in history has anybody ever seen an object go away from them that was higher than them that didn't change altitude and it didn't apparently become lower visually? When in history has that ever happened? It's never happened. Everything in the world, if it goes away from you and it's already higher than you, it's going to appear to get lower, just like the end of the hallway appears lower than the hallway ceiling right above me. It's
Which
common
means-
sense, and you're scared to death of the topic,
Which
and that's why you're going to continue to obfuscate and hide from the fact. We've already conceded this. The fact that you're clinging on to it is because you're a religious zealot stuck in a cartoon, bruh, and you're just giving us good, airtime right now to prove how psychotic you people are. So thanks anyway.
No,
So
that's
you-
true. He has
so-
given us good YouTube content to
That's
show
amazing.
what Glober's thoughts really go through.
So, if there's a light at the end of the hallway, right?
Oh,
There's
God.
a light on the ceiling at the end of the hallway, right? There's a light at the end of it on the ceiling.
All the good
To me,
always have a
to
light
me,
source, yeah.
to me, and to you, it would look like the light is lowered in altitude, correct? But will that light that is shining on me will cause my shadow to be taller than me? Of course, yes. Because
we've
the
already
light.
answered the question. You're just
Well,
going to keep
the
hiding
answer-
from the answers. That's fine.
You're
If
saying
you
yes?
go far away enough from that light, yeah, if you make that hallway long enough, yeah,
Yes.
long enough, that light does not have the necessary intensity to propagate any further, yeah, when you reach that distance, it will take a upwards refraction. It will refract upwards, and you will no longer see it. But if you were right at that edge,
you can get it to shine on half of your body. And if you keep move away, the shadow will rise all the way above your head. And then you will no longer see the light. No light. You will be in complete darkness.
Let's take it not that far. Okay, so the light is not obscured, like disappeared yet. So it's still casting shadow. Are you telling me that the light that is above me at the end of the hallway is casting my shadow above me?
You are making confusion. Yeah, you are confusing the light propagation with physical light obstruction, shadowing. Yeah.
Are you telling?
It's not one and the same thing.
Of course it's not. Of course it's not. I never said it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was talking about the edge limit of how far away light can propagate.
Perfect. And let's say
that is given by the light intensity, the source from the source of that light source.
Sorry, say that again, please.
If you take a 1 lumen flashlight, you cannot shine light over Everest.
Yeah,
you will need
agree.
1,000 lumen to lit a pretty good portion of it, but you will not lit it all of it with a 1,000 lumen flashlight light source. You cannot make the whole mountain Everest visible at night.
Okay.
And that means that you are in the range of that flashlight. But now, if you move far away from that flashlight, at certain distance, you will no longer see that light, because at that limit distance, light from that light source doesn't have the energy and light intensity to propagate anymore. It will take a upward. It will refract upward.
So every light that comes
and that
to
makes
so no
you
matter
not. That makes you not to be able to see that light anymore. You have also at night on the ocean, big cruisers and ships using lights, and you don't see them from infinite distances.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that light does not travel infinite distance in straight lines.
Good.
Right.
Right. So the light goes. So since the sun, by flat Earth, since the sun did not drop, you're saying because it's so far, so the light goes below Everest, then bounce
It doesn't go
back
below. I told you it goes upwards.
Upwards. No, you said no. You said at the end. No.
Picture.
You said at the end of it. Let's call it the end of the life, right? Where my eye is, right? So you're saying towards upwards.
Yeah.
Upwards.
So it will hit the tip of the mountain, that light, but the bottom will be in shadow, in darkness, actually, not shadow.
So, okay. So, if
why are we still wasting time with this guy? Does anybody else know?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. So that shadow that I'm seeing, you're saying it's not a shadow. It's actually the limitation of the light. Is that what you're saying?
It's the darkness.
And darkness is not shadow.
Night.
You're saying darkness is not shadow?
Darkness is absence of light.
What if I'm casting shadow on something, is it in the shade? Is it in the dark? Is it in the darkness? What's the difference?
It's creating shade.
It's creating shade, which is darkness or shadow.
Like he just told you. He just told you. Listen, why are you trying to find a way to make this so difficult and complicated when this is so simple? Why is it that Globers can't comprehend that? Yes, where the light is not, that's where a shadow is. Is this really that difficult for you to understand?
Well, I keep saying shadow. You guys trying to get away from
sunlight
shadow.
in the nighttime. Wait.
We need to start a
What you are
24/7
doing, you are talking about sunlight. You are talking about sunlight in the nighttime.
Yes. Well, sunset, sure. I never talked about nighttime.
No, I just told you.
Right.
I told you that bottom part of the Mount Everest is not in the shadow. It is in the dark. Yeah, the dark of the night.
Okay, so that, and you're saying that line that I see, that, okay, wait.
That land does not receive light from the sun anymore. Only the tip of the mountain. Yeah.
I see. So the tip of the mountain is 8 kilometers and 100 meters. So the tip of the mountain is 8 kilometers, and you're telling me that 100 meters below that, the sun does not get. So it's like it's getting faded away.
No,
it's faded away in 100 meters.
That thing you call shadow.
Yes.
It's rising all the way up to the top as time is passing. Yeah.
Correct.
That's what you see. That you call it a shadow, but actually that is the dark of the night time. It is the fact that the sunlight does not reach anymore, does not shine on that region.
I say, just like if I put my mouse on this Discord icon, I see the sun and moon turning, right? This icon, this Discord's icon is this rotating sun. So you're saying the darkness that I see there, that's the darkness that gets to Everest, correct?
I'll show you.
No. If you put your mouse on put your cursor on the Discord icon, and you guys have an animated demo of the flat Earth, and now I see the sun is turning and it has shine around it.
Yeah,
and further away, it's not shining.
I'm posting you a dome lensing effect. Yeah. And according to your science, globe science, that bottom surface of that dome should be all lit with that flashlight. But it's not. You have half with light and the other half is not.
Okay.
And in between, you can see a gradient, a small gradient. The illuminated part becomes darker. Side also is a little bit lit. Inside is not like
you're breaking off. Sorry, get you're breaking off.
So, did you see that dome?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the dark side, in between the dark side and the illuminated side.
Yeah, you said there's a gradient.
A small gradient.
Yeah, I see it. I see
of illumination. Yeah.
Hey, look, it's called twilight.
Where light is not propagating through. Yeah, twilight.
Yes, the sun. It doesn't just bright sunny day to pitch black like it flicked a switch. Yeah, it's twilight, and yes, that is the sun fading away in its intensity at its limit.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your answer.
That's all I got for you right now. I'm listening at work, but you're just freaking me out right now. I had to say something.
That's the phenomena that causes your so-called shadow on the Mount Everest.
Okay, so
But
we're
it's
clear
a
where there's
much
no
larger
light. That's where
scale.
the shadow is,
Yeah.
right? So we've all got that now. We're ready to go to first grade.
Yeah.
I don't say you need to go back to first grade.
For you, yes, we're having to go back to grade school for you, bro. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't learn
Yes,
anything yet, so I
remember
don't
the
know
original
if.
topic? As objects go farther away from me that are higher than me, they always appear. Anything, not any, no matter what it is, everything in existence, if it's higher than me and gets farther away from me, it appears to get lower. Apparently, amazing, guys. Think.
Right, but it isn't getting actually lower, right? Just to be sure.
Right.
Am I listening? Is this a repeat of what I just heard a half hour ago?
No, I'm with you. I'm with you, Exo. I'm with you. Yes, it appears to be lower. I totally agree.
Okay, problem solved. So are you ready to address the construct of the existence in which you stand upon? Or you're going to continue to hide from it?
Hide from what? What?
He just acts like an asshole on purpose.
You need to get this guy hooked on phonics and also an evolution book so he understands that part of his religion as well, because you definitely believe in evolution. Don't tell me you're a believer in God.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way. You definitely think you come from monkeys, right? At least tell me I got that right.
No, because evolution doesn't say that.
What does evolution say?
I knew it. Thank you. I knew it. Yes, thank you. Amen.
There's a
Amen.
difference between
Amazing.
knowing
I should be
evolution
called a
and
I'm gonna be
believing
called
evolution.
You guys got a prophet tag yet?
Well, evolution doesn't say that, so you can keep saying that as much as you want, but
Don't
it
tell him
doesn't
that
say that.
dinosaurs aren't real, because I don't want to hear him freak out and lose his shit completely.
Yeah.
Millions of years aren't real. Yeah, radiometric dating.
wow.
Sorry, the evolutionists admit that apes come from monkeys and then apes turn to people. Actually, the monkeys came from fish, so you believe you come from fish monkeys. Sorry to let you know about your own religion.
I thought it started as water and rocks made it, and then they made parameciums and amoebas, and then those things made monkeys and fish.
Did you guys went to school with Kent Hovind?
Yeah, you can order sea monkeys right now out of the Creep Show comic book.
That's great.
I used to have those. Those are great. They don't look like the picture though. They don't wear cowboy hats and stuff.
That's evolution.
Get. So again, just to be clear, and I'll leave. He's saying,
yeah, he's scared now because we're talking about his real heart and soul evolution. Yeah, now he leaves. Yeah, now it never.
Sure, I can talk about evolution. Let's talk.
Please do.
Okay. Oh, I can't wait. Thank God. Okay, great. Can you give us just an example of adaptation or evolution in nature? Just giving us an example. I'll let the other guys talk to you about it. Go ahead. Give us one.
Sure. In the Industrial Revolution, there were moths
Moths, the peppered moth, really? Because moths continued to make the same colored moths. That's evolution. Okay, guys, shut it down. Shut all these down. Shut these machines down.
Moths make spiders. Moths make what else do they make? Trees?
Bro, Redwin, moths make moths. Moths made moths the same color, and it's evolution. Yes.
I never said same color. That's the whole point. Not the same color.
Yes, the ones that were dark continued to make dark moths. Would you like to show us a citation where it said anything else? Best of luck.
No, the moths make the
that was easy. No citation. Okay, so no citation. You're moving on. So next form of non-evolution that you already gave up, and you said you can't give a citation. So go to your next non-example. Go ahead.
I did think you should let him finish.
Oh my God.
Well, he's lying. He doesn't have a citation. He needs to show us moths making other things that aren't moths. They admitted the moths.
You guys don't give any citation to anything you say here.
You don't even have a citation. You don't even have a claim. You don't even have a claim, bro. That was.
I don't know if you ever read a book, but if you'll ever read one about biology.
Oh, I got one right here. It says Douglas J. Futuyama Evolution, 2009. It explains evolution and how they have no evidence for it. That's amazing. Where's your evolution textbook? You don't have one. We know. Yep, that was
I don't have one.
I'm telling you, Crypto, you guys got to give me this profit tag. I don't know how much more I got to do here to prove it.
It's really easy when everyone is smarter than you actually understand evolution and understand the shape of the Earth.
It's so easy. You don't even have a claim for anything you believe in, and I just sit here and go, "Well, let me know when you have a claim." That's how easy it is.
So claims is all what you have.
You're saying, Spider, you are genetically better than your parents?
No.
Huh?
That's evolution.
No, that's not evolution.
It's entropy.
That's also not true.
So you ready to give us a citation for evolution?
I'm not better than my parents.
Evolution in nature. By the way, if the peppered moth, I'll even give you the peppered moth if you could just show us that the moths that were dark weren't continuing to make dark moths. I'll do anything you want. You name it. Just show me a citation where the moths made anything other than the moths that they already were. Please. Thank you.
So you're saying that the dark moth cannot bring a white moth?
Let me know when you got a citation. Take your time.
Really? You're saying
citation in the citation of
yes, I understand. I want to make sure that if I bring a citation, I need to understand your position. I need
you're
to
correct.
understand your
You're
position.
understanding
I need to understand your
correctly.
position. I need to understand your position. So I'm asking to make sure that I understand your position. You're saying
this isn't even evolution.
The dark moth. You're saying.
Did you find it yet?
You're saying you don't have a citation. You're just going to continue.
You're saying that a dark moth cannot bring a white moth. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
Show me. Go ahead and show me the citation to the peppered moth. Go ahead.
I don't have any on me.
I just joined right now. What's the argument about? I just want to catch on.
The moths.
Look,
evolution.
We can bring other stuff if you want.
Look, do you have a moth that ever mutated and turned into another species, or are you just talking about different colors of moths?
Yeah,
colors,
an
of course.
No, because
like
here's the point.
Black dog. I'm a black dog, and my black dog has one black puppy and two white puppies. Is that evolution?
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you. That's evolution. Yes, he just admitted it. That's what he thinks evolution is. Thank you.
If you have a dog and he has puppies in different colors, yes, that's part of it.
That's evolution. No, evolution would be if my dog and I had a litter of puppies and one of them was a monkey.
No, that's not evolution.
Oh, okay.
That is noted as evolution by Stephen Jay Gould. He called it punctuated equilibrium. I'm sorry you're hiding from your own priests.
Have you ever heard about the law of monophyly in evolution? Do you know what it is?
Are mutations good?
Oh yeah, the fact that the phylum stays the same phylum no matter what from the same gene pool. Yeah, that was easy.
Yeah.
Are mutations good?
Bring a monkey.
Yeah. He said, yeah, it stays the same. Yeah.
What about the mutations? Are they good?
Can anyone hear me?
No.
Okay, you can hear me. I just joined a few minutes ago. What's the argument about?
Flat Earth. What is it? Globe or flat? You tell me.
No, I know that's what it's about, but like you guys are all arguing like what happened?
Well, we don't argue about dumb shit like shadows. So what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, they don't want to talk about things that show them that the sun actually drops in height, so they discard.
You just keep saying stupid shit that you can't prove.
Look at Everest. So easy.
Stop. Ban this fucker, please. I'm done listening to shadows on Mount Everest.
Too bad, because it shows you that the sun drops in height,
show
right?
Shit.
Of course it does.
Of course it does. 1 divided by 1?
Don't show anything.
Of course it does. Of course it does. Of course it
Prove
does.
it.
For an object to cast a shadow that is taller than the object itself, the light source must be below that object.
Ring around the rosy pocket.
Anything casts shadow.
This is the first time a Glober got me to leave Discord.
Later.
Well, here we are again, folks, back at shadows, which are really complex, a magical witchcraft to the Glober. Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
No, it's a magical to you because it shows you that the sun drops in height and you don't accept
I guess the end of the hallway is dropping in height. Yeah, the street lamps are dropping in height. Everything just drops in height as we move away from objects, guys. It's not angular resolution.
The sun is
angular resolution.
Everything is dropping. Is not a hallway. The sun is not a hallway.
Everything is dropping from us. Listen to the spiral.
The sun is not the hallway, and the sun is external to your point of view.
Yep, everything that goes away from us is changing out altitude and going lower. Yeah, the end of the hallway's lower. The street lamps are lower.
No.
Yeah, the cars on the road are
No,
lower.
they appear
the street
to be
signs
lower,
are
right?
lower.
No.
No, according to you, they're going
That's
lower.
not the
That's what
sun.
you claim. Yep, that's your
That's not
claim.
the sun.
That's your claim. You don't
I
even know
said-
what the sun is. You can't even test
2
the sun.
meters below.
You think
The
everything
sun drops
reduces
below,
in altitude.
and that's
No,
why the
so do
shadow
street
goes
lamps.
up.
Yep, so does the end of the
You
hallway,
don't accept
buildings.
it because it
Nope,
shows
you don't
you
accept
that you're
reality. You're
wrong.
living in a cartoon. I'm sorry, Cupcake, and that's why you're scared to death to address the shape of the earth. Yep.
So, did he ever explain the distance to the sun, or how they know the distance?
No, he's a crackhead. He said nothing matters. He says Earth curve doesn't matter. No, listen. He said Earth curvature doesn't matter. Congratulations, guys. You found one.
I found what? They found what? What am I?
You found,
what am I?
you
Tell
found
me.
somebody that's demon possessed, and we need to
Tell
get
me.
an exorcism tag. I really
Well,
do.
of course, if you believe in idiotic gods, obviously you will think I'm possessed.
No, I believe in it. You know, I believe in magical gravity, and the street lamps are getting lower as I go away from them. Yeah.
No, they're not. They appears to be, right? They only appears to
No,
be.
according
Like
to
could
you,
see.
the end of the hallway is lower. No, according to you, the end of the hallway is getting lower.
No,
Because it appears.
you never listen to my questions. You never understood what I'm
you're possessed.
saying.
Yeah, you're possessed.
Well,
What you're
at least I'm
observing.
not an idiot.
How do you verify it?
Yeah, you're a crackhead.
If you look at a mountain next to the ocean, you'll see a shadow goes from the bottom to the top.
Observably, but how do you prove what your claim is to be? Because it could be any number of things observably.
Can you cast a shadow? Can an object cast a shadow that is taller than itself if the light source that creating that shadow is above that object?
Well, is something being reflected from somewhere?
I don't care about reflection. I'm talking about in your home. You have a
As the
light.
light goes away, it appears to be lower. So yes.
It appears to be lower, but isn't, right? You agree with me?
That was
it only
easy.
appears to be
Yeah,
correct.
I'm
or
sorry
not?
you think the end of the hallway is lower. Yeah. You think the end of the there's the trigger again. There he is. There he is. There he is, guys. There's the Glober. There's the confident Glober right there.
Because we know very
appears
well
to be
what
lower.
word
This guy
appears
thinks
to be.
actually
X need a moderator.
Is it
You
actually?
can tell he's so mad.
Are we still on Light and Shadow?
Yes, we are still here. Yes, this guy's on
He's
crack.
he's saying XO. That's all he can say, man. Like he is so angry.
Say
bro.
my name.
I thought we moved away from this conversation already.
Spider is so angry, bro.
Listen, Elbow, he thinks the end of the hallway is getting lower. He thinks street lamps, as you drive away from them, are getting lower. Yes, that's his claim. He just won't admit it. He's scared to death of his own claim.
Well, hold on, but I'm really curious.
He's getting so angry, bro.
Hey, okay, hang on. Okay, Six Spider. What is the point of this? You come in here how many times asking about this freaking shadow thing? You came in, that's like the first thing you said when I checked you in. Do you remember that?
Of course I remember that. How you doing?
Okay, so what is the issue here? Like, why do you keep coming back asking the same thing over and over and over and over and over again? What is it that you're trying to prove with this anyways? It's too much. Like, do you not understand that?
I'm trying to show you that the sun drops in height. That's it.
Okay, and Radwin told you to ask you to prove that. At what point does that happen? And you didn't answer. So where is this going?
Sorry, my proof is shadows. You don't accept it? Thank
Proof
you.
of what? Proof of what?
That the sun drops in height physically.
Okay, and what does that prove then anyways? That the sun drops in height.
That's why you have shadows on Everest that goes from the bottom to the top.
Okay, but we're here to talk about the shape of the Earth, right?
And I'm telling you, the sun drops.
Here. Okay, so the claim, though, so what are you making with this claim that the sun drops then? Because it's like a freaking just going around in a circle, Spider. Like we're not getting anywhere with you.
Yeah, absolutely nowhere, bro. And
okay, so
like nowhere. And I thought it was a language barrier, but it's just it doesn't seem like it is. It's like you have
he
with
understands.
everybody.
He understands.
Perspective, no.
He understands.
Electromagnetic waves, no. Nothing.
You don't like any. First of all, Wolfgang explained that it was a perspective to you when it came in. You told me when you came in here that when I said I could see the moon, you told me I couldn't even see the moon. So should I just use your logic and be like, no, Spider, there's no shadow, and just move on? Like it's ridiculous at this point.
Precisely.
This is not a scientific debate or anything like that. It is just being a clown.
This is assumptions based on presuppositions.
How is it assumptions if you see it?
You're assuming
if you see that darkness on Everest, if you see that darkness.
Here we go again.
Okay, so what? Okay, hold on, Spider. What do you want us to say? Like, what answer do you want us to say? Because everybody's giving you an answer. Lots of people have given you an answer, and it doesn't seem to suffice for you. So, what exactly are you looking for here?
Here's the thing. I say the sun drops in height, and that's why we see the shadow. You're saying it isn't. So
okay, great.
It gets further away.
Hold on.
Yes, it gets further
now
away.
Prove it, please. No. You just made a claim. The sun drops in height. Prove.
Yeah, the shadow. The shadow is.
You're begging the question.
Oh my goodness!
You're begging.
You can't prove that. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works.
That's called begging the question.
What? That the sun drops in height? It's
called
shadow. Prove it that it actually drops in height. No.
Prove the height of the sun.
Yes, exactly. Prove the height of the sun and that it actually drops. Radwan asked you to prove that before, and you couldn't do it, right? So then again, we're just going in a circle. It's not getting anywhere. Not getting anywhere.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good.
Hey, is he explaining that the mountain?
Let's move on to something else.
Yeah,
stop talking. Let's not get back on the topic.
This is like saying there's we don't need a container to have gas pressure. Why? Because there's gas pressure on Earth.